Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books presents First and Tension by Tara Sivec. Narrated by Kelsey Navarro and Tim Page. Prologue. Emily. Oh my God, Tequila, you suck. 5 months ago, somewhere in some valley in California, I think. And then I told her she could take my pom-poms and shove them right up her stupid, fat ass. My friend Carson's mouth drops open with a dramatic gasp when I finish telling him about the worst 3 minutes of my life, while I finish the best 3 shots of tequila of my life. I slam the empty shot glass back down on the temporary bar cart set up in the corner of this monstrosity of a home he dragged me to. I can't believe I threw my pom-poms at her, I mutter, fanning my face when the alcohol hits my bloodstream, the air in this room feeling like it just went up 20 degrees. The black, long-sleeved cropped turtleneck I'm wearing suddenly feels like a fur coat. I really wanted to keep those as a memento. They're so pretty and sparkly and ow! My shout of pain from the smack of Carson's hand against my arm cuts off my complaining, making several heads at this house party turn to stare directly at us and away from a flat screen mounted to the far wall, where ESPN is showing highlight clips of the Vipers playing in the Super Bowl last season. You absolutely did not say that to Ellen Westwood. Carson finally speaks, after I spent the last 15 minutes quickly word-vomiting how I got fired from being a professional cheerleader for one of the best and most popular teams in the Professional Football League. Setting down his crystal champagne flute a waiter gave him when we walked in the door, Carson presses both of his hands over his heart dramatically. Tell me you did not say that to the director of the Vipers Cheerleading Association for the last 25 years. A national treasure who had her own reality show on the making of the Vipers cheerleaders and who people love to hate, whose daddy with one foot in the grave owns the Vipers football team and lets her do whatever she wants. Ice Queen extraordinaire and someone whose level of pettiness I can only dream of someday reaching, whose photo is in the dictionary next to resting bitch face, and whose job, rumor had it, you were in line to get when she retires next year. Yep, is my only reply as I let out a deep sigh, while also trying to smile sweetly at the busy bartender and point to my thrice-empty shot glass. It's true what they say about redheads. Carson sighs with a shake of his head as I turn to look at him while I wait for the bartender. His eyes never leaving mine, Carson reaches next to him and blindly dips his fingertips into his champagne flute on the bar. You're the devil. With that, he flicks his wet fingers at my face, followed up with a quick wave of his hand in front of me in the sign of the cross, like he's trying to holy champagne water Satan out of me. Emily Jean Flanagan. He scolds while I roll my eyes and swipe at the dots of champagne on my face, his loud voice making people in our general vicinity of this boring living room that looks like no one has ever lived in it stare at us again. Normally, I enjoy being the center of attention, but right now I'm too busy getting drunk on top-shelf tequila I don't have to pay for, and I just want to be in my feelings without all eyes on me. Carson's use of my full name just makes everything in my life right now suck even more, reminding me of my best friend Wren back home on Summersweet Island in Virginia, and how she always admonishes me this way. And how she hasn't been answering her damn phone every time I've called to tell her about this huge, life-altering event that happened over a week ago. Ellen Westwood is, really smart with a PhD and has the perfect ass. Carson continues to scold me, loudly. I know! I cry, feeling worse every time I think about that day. As the makeup artist for the Vipers cheerleaders, hired for any promotional events or photo shoots, Carson has poured many a glass of alcohol for me over the last 4 years when I've missed my girls back home, and our sippin' bitch tradition of gathering at the local ice cream shop to drink and complain about our woes. He's also let me pour my heart out to him during the many hours I've sat in his makeup chair. He's like a friend and a therapist all rolled into one, who can do the most fabulous smoky eye I've ever seen in my life in less than a minute. He knows everything there is to know about the Vipers organization, since people seem to forget he's in the room and get extra chatty on their phones in his chair. And he has idolized Ellen Westwood for probably as long as I had. The bartender finally takes pity on me, walking over to refill my shot glass, kindly waiting for me to toss it back so she can fill it again before leaving the bottle within arm's reach as she turns to serve someone else. While I stand here surrounded by people I don't know, at the birthday party of a friend of Carson's, because he felt bad about me being alone on my last night in California, getting scolded like a peewee cheerleader who flipped off the opposing team. It only happened once, and it was only because my friend Tess told me one of their cheerleaders whispered that my toe touch was trash, and Tess dared me to do it. A Flanagan never turns down a dare. Like 62 years young with a perfect, shapely tight ass. Carson goes on, making me feel even worse for throwing out an immature cheap shot at my boss of the last 4 years, and someone I admired and wanted to be when I grew up when I was a little girl dreaming about the future. I don't even like lady asses, but my God, you have to give art the respect it deserves when you see it. I had my dreams in the palm of my hands, and with one wrong move, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. I was doing the lovely Miss Westwood's makeup one time before a news interview, and I asked her how she still managed to maintain such a firm, well-rounded derriere, and she told me to eat shit. Carson muses with a wistful smile on his face as I down another shot. I still don't know if she was insulting me or if that woman actually eats feces to look as good as she does at her age. I thought you brought me to this party to cheer me up and to cheer me on before I leave tomorrow on a new life adventure, not to remind me how epically I failed, I complain. Tonight was supposed to be a fun, carefree evening out with a few of the girls from the team. One last night in LA to finally let loose and go crazy after 4 years of not being able to have a life. An hour into our night at a bar by my apartment, and they all ditched me for dates, reminding me I'm a 34-year-old washed-up ex-pro cheerleader with no dating prospects anywhere in sight. Not that it would matter anyway, since I'm moving back home tomorrow, but still. I had 4 years to find everything I felt like I've been missing in my life, and I blew it. Professionally and personally. New life adventure, Carson snorts, grabbing the bottle of tequila and refilling my glass, adding a few fingers to his champagne flute he emptied in between yelling at me, and then clinking our glasses together. You're moving back home to a tiny shithole island in Virginia to run your parents' business that you hate, with nary a makeup artist in sight to make sure you don't go out in public looking like garbage, and a weird arranged marriage situation that I still don't fully understand. I do not follow Carson's lead and throw back my shot, and not just because I may or may not be seeing two of Carson standing in front of me right now, and I'm afraid if I bring the shot glass up to my face, I might miss my mouth completely. Is this my 4th shot or my 7th? I know it's a number less than 10, but more than 3. We'll call it 4th. Numbers are hard. My ass vibrates again with an incoming notification from my phone. The other reason I didn't inhale more tequila right along with Carson. I quickly set down my shot glass and pull my phone out of the back pocket of my plum-colored miniskirt, hoping Ren is finally getting back to me. Carson has been a great sippin' bitch fill-in, but sometimes a girl just needs her best friend. I need her to tell me everything is going to be okay. I'm making the right decision by moving back home and that I should definitely drink more tequila. It's not a shithole island, and it's not an arranged marriage, I grumble, blinking a few times to try to get my drunk eyes to focus on the screen of my phone. Summersweet is small, but it's magical. Everyone I love is there, and I've missed too much while I've been gone. My friends all falling in love, one of them getting engaged, random forest fires. It will be nice to be with everyone again and not miss out on everything because I'm so far away or traveling all the time. Don't you think about how much you're going to miss traveling, being in the spotlight, the glamour of going to public appearances, putting a smile on people's faces, helping raise money at charity events. Don't think about how much it's going to hurt to never feel the nerves and excitement right before the music starts, when you're waiting in the tunnel of the stadium, knowing that you only have one shot to execute every move perfectly in front of millions of people, and understanding without a shadow of a doubt that all the hard work and sacrifice was worth it. Don't think about it, or you'll start crying, and no one likes a drunk crier. Instead, I think about Ren, and going with her to Owen's baseball games and helping put out the fires test starts, and hanging out with Birdie while she works at Summersweet Island Golf Course, and finally being able to attend a sip and bitch at the Dip and Twist in person instead of on a video call. And just being a few cottages away from my favorite people in the world who I can see and hug and cheer for during all their important moments. Oh, look, it's your intended. Carson quips after he moved to stand shoulder to shoulder with me to look down at the text on my phone that is not from Ren. Remind me again, has your father already negotiated the plot of land he'll receive in exchange for you upon the marital union, or does that happen after the shootout at the OK Corral between all the potential suitors on the island? Carson laughs at his own joke while my tequila eyes finally focus on the words of the text. A text that reminds me I have more than one problem to deal with when I get back home. Ryan. Hey, I know you said you didn't need a ride to the cottage after your plane lands and when you get off the ferry tomorrow, but if anything changes, just text me. Don't worry, I haven't said a word to Ren. Can't wait to have you home again. Not only am I flying back home tomorrow with my tail tucked between my legs, forced to tell everyone that I failed, and not just failed, but got fired for the first time in my life, but I also have to admit to my mother that she was right. I didn't find anyone better than Ryan Hutton. High school bowling coach to the Summersweet Island Wildcats, my childhood sweetheart, and one of the many reasons I ran away from home to try to be a Vipers cheerleader 4 years ago. He's sweet, kind, handsome, thoughtful, and perfect in every way. He's just not perfect for me. In a moment of weakness after not getting a call back from Ren this week, when Ryan sent me his usual monthly text checking in to see how everything was going, I told him I was moving back home without going into too many details. Ren would kill me if she knew I didn't tell her first, but I owed it to Ryan to give him a heads up after everything he's put up with from me. Shoving my phone back into my skirt pocket, I grab the bottle of tequila and pour myself another shot, half of it sloshing all over the bar top when it takes me a few seconds to get my eyes to focus on my glass. I quickly toss it back, hoping the alcohol will wash away all the guilt from Ryan's text. "You okay there, Em?" Carson asks with a smirk, fully enjoying my inebriated state as I sloppily wipe tequila off my chin that didn't make it into my mouth. "I'm great," I nod, pasting my best cheerleader smile on my face. "We're not talking about Ryan tonight. We both agreed to date other people while I was gone so we could both see what's out there, just like when I went away for college and every other time we got bored. It's fine that we always just keep coming back to each other because the dating world is bullshit and clearly neither one of us has any game. It's like coming back to an old, worn-out, yet adequate blanket you know will always be there. But, in a nicer way than that. I have nothing to feel guilty about," I remind Carson and myself. "Now, be a good wingman and find me someone to make out with. I need one more thrill, one more breath of excitement before the lights go out, damn it." All of my furniture is packed and on its way back to Virginia, and my suitcases are waiting for me by the door of my apartment in Beverly Hills. where I'll hand over the spare key to my roommate tomorrow morning. I turned in my uniform and ID badge to the main office at Viper Stadium and said goodbye to all my teammates who weren't able to come out tonight at practice earlier this afternoon. This part of my life is officially over, and yet none of it feels real. I've been living thousands of miles away from my home and busting my ass for the last 4 years, barely sleeping, working my body to death, traveling all over the world with zero time for a social life, and missing out on everything important happening back home. So I could finally follow my dreams and do what I want to do with my life for once, instead of what my family expects me to do. I sacrificed everything for my dream job, and I screwed it all up because I couldn't keep my mouth shut about something I believed in. They wanted my voice loud and proud for all to hear until I had something to say they didn't agree with. I tell Carson with a shake of my head, grabbing onto the top of the bar to steady myself when my body wobbles a little. Hands on hips, smiles on lips, shut your damn mouth, you bitch. When I giggle at the little cheer I just made up, I realize I've probably had enough alcohol for the night. Carson grabs a cocktail napkin from the bar and dabs the rest of the tequila off my chin for me, giving me a sympathetic smile while he also gingerly blots away the tears from the corner of my eyes I didn't even realize were there before they ruined my makeup. I spent too much time touching up your smoky eye in the car after I picked you up all sad and alone at that ghastly bar by your place for you to ruin it, Carson informs me, smartly shoving my shot glass and the tequila bottle far out of my reach, while I sniffle and try to get myself under control. What's done is done, and there's no use crying about it now. Chin up, tits out, and give me 5 minutes to survey the room and find you a man worthy of your tequila tongue in his mouth. I laugh through my tears as a loud chorus of groans from partygoers forces my head to turn toward the television a bunch of people are still gathered in front of, now watching an ESPN highlight of the Vipers quarterback throwing the interception that lost us last year's Super Bowl. If he would have gotten out of the pocket once during that game, we might have actually had a chance. I complain while Carson is busy checking out all the men in the room, before I switch right to another subject, as one does when there's more tequila rushing through her veins than blood. Why is this house so lifeless and boring? You couldn't hang a few pictures and show some personality? It would be pretty if it weren't for the walls. Who chose this boring, all-gray color scheme? It makes me want to shove a fork in my eye. Man, the guy at the paint shop told me gray was all the rage, too. And I would have gotten out of the pocket more if my offensive line didn't shit the bed on every play. Carson and I both turn our heads until we're staring at each other with equal looks of wide-eyed, holy shit, what the fuck, looks on our faces. And then we slowly turn our whole bodies around in unison until we're standing shoulder to shoulder, looking several inches up at the owner of the deep, slightly annoyed voice that just spoke, who I just insulted not once, but twice. Quinn Bagley, quarterback for the Vipers since the start of his career when he was drafted in college, whose career I followed since then, partly because I love football. He's extremely talented, and I made it my mission to know everything about every player for the Vipers since my dream was always to cheer for them one day. But mostly because, sweet, holy hell, he's pretty to look at. Jet black hair and pale blue eyes, in a 6'2", 225-pound lean, muscular body with a killer smile and big dimples that not even a dusting of sexy dark facial hair can hide. Although right now, I have to go off memory in the dimple department from all the times I've seen him on TV or from a distance at games and team events. There's nothing but a pissed-off frown on his face now, and his gorgeous blue eyes are narrowed in annoyance. Before I can wade through the slosh of tequila in my brain and remember what words are necessary in order to apologize to someone you just insulted in his own home, Quinn is speaking again as he starts backing away from me and an equally mute Carson. "Thanks for coming to the party. Hope you enjoy the rest of your evening." His velvety deep voice does not indicate that he is thankful or want us to have any kind of a good time at all. But now I'm too busy staring at the man's perfect ass in a snug pair of jeans when he turns and walks away, and freaking out about being in his home to worry about how much I just insulted him. "What the shit, Carson? You told me this was a friend of a friend's birthday party," I screech in the most unladylike fashion after watching Quinn politely smile, nod, and say a few words to people as he walked across the room. He used some kind of superhuman strength I can't even fathom to ignore his own television and what's being played on it, before disappearing alone through the sliding glass door to his backyard. "It is," Carson shrugs. "My friend Jason is friends with Billy, who was Quinn's college roommate, and Quinn threw this party for Billy. I honestly didn't even think he'd be here and thought he just let his friend use his place. I figured at most we'd be able to sneak up into his bedroom so you could hump his pillow. Surprise! I brought you to your biggest crush's house." "I'm not allowed to fraternize with professional football players," I argue, looking worriedly around the room, waiting for someone to jump out and yell at me for breaking the rules. "You are no longer a professional cheerleader. That rule doesn't apply to you anymore, Drunky McDrunkerson, which is precisely why I brought you here as my +1 tonight." He sighs. "I should have cut off your tequila 3 shots ago." It's a dumb rule anyway, I mutter, still staring over at the sliding glass door where the beautiful and exquisite specimen that is Quinn Bagley exited. Seriously, making us sign a waiver that says we will not engage with football players in any fashion. We can't follow them on social media, we have to block them if they follow us, and we're not even allowed to say hello to them if we're at the same charity event together. It's horseshit. That's what it is. Look at that. A silver lining to you getting fired and sent back to prison tomorrow. You can make out with Quinn Bagley before you go, and I can win the award as best wingman in the history of the world. Carson smiles. I'm not going to make out with Quinn Bagley. And stop calling Summer Suite a prison, I scold him, pulling my phone back out and trying to call Ren one more time, because she is seriously not going to believe whose house I'm at right now. Wait, whose house am I at again? Oh my God, Tequila, you suck. I dare you. Son of a bitch. I glare at Carson as I hold my phone to my ear and the call starts going through to Ren, hoping she'll finally pick up and talk me out of doing something really, really stupid. You know I can't turn down a dare. Carson just continues to smile at me while waving his champagne flute in the bartender's direction for a refill, and I listen to my call ring a few times, wishing there was some damn bread or something carby nearby to sober me up. I don't know if all the tequila I drank is just now hitting my system, or if simply being a few feet away from the majesty of Quinn Bagley made me drunker. But this room is suddenly tilting like I'm on the Titanic when it started going down. The only thing that saves me from toppling over onto the floor is the ringing of my call cutting off, and the most beautiful voice in the world in my ear. Hey, how's Rennie? I love you so much. I'm so excited to finally hear my best friend's voice that it takes me a second to realize I've used my outside voice when I notice that, once again, all eyes in the room are on me. Waving everyone away with my hand, I turn my back to the room and try not to start crying again. Now that I have my person on the phone and everything is going to be okay. I quit my job because it was dumb and because I missed you. Carson moves into my line of sight and raises his eyebrow at my little white lie, while I press the phone closer to my ear to try to hear Ren's voice over a bunch of noise on her end of the call. I can barely hear you. I'm at the football game. Ren shouts through the phone over what I can now tell is the noise of fans back home on Summer Suite, cheering at a Friday night football game. I said I quit, bitch, I tell her again. This time without so much ear-piercing screaming and with a whole bunch more giggling, while Carson continues to stare at me all judgy-like. He doesn't get it, because he didn't grow up with us. But if Sip and Bitch taught me anything, it's that giving any kind of news, good or bad, is always better when all parties are drunk. And since Ren is at a football game, probably happily snuggling and making out with her hot boyfriend and definitely not drunk, she doesn't need to worry about all the stupid little boring details. Like me getting fired. I can tell her the truth when we're both drunk, and it will not make any sense to either of us, like nature intended. Oh no. How much tequila have you had? Is there bread near you? Eat some bread. Fucking carb up. Are you alone? You better not be alone, or... Rennie, baby! I cut her off with more giggling as Carson just shakes his head at me. I love how you how you all the time make sure I'm okay. I miss you so much, but I'll be home soon. I quit, bitch. I'm not gonna cheer anymore. I'm moving back home tomorrow, baby. You didn't try out again? She asks softly. I love how she's trying to not sound excited because she loves me and she's my person and I'm gonna make out with Quinn Bagley tonight. Fuck no, I won't go. I shout and then giggle a few more times before sobering. But not actually sobering, unfortunately. Just moving on to more sniffling, crying, and lying because I guess I'm not only a washed-up former cheerleader, I'm also a big fat fibber. Nope. Emily Flanagan is officially an old, dried-up has-been cheerleader. Tryouts started 2 weeks ago, and I just realized I don't have the heart for it anymore. And I'm too old for this shit, Rennie. My knees locked up when I was sitting on the toilet peeing last month after a 4-hour practice. Did I tell you that? I was stuck on the fucking toilet. Sad and alone with cramped knees. I don't want to be sad and alone on the toilet anymore, Ren. That part is actually true. My knees still hurt just thinking about it. But good Lord, I need to stop talking. Tryouts were 2 months ago. I definitely attended, and I absolutely made the team again. Ren's been so busy and so happy with her new man that I didn't want to make her sad by telling her I was staying in California another year, so I kept putting it off. Oh, tequila, no. Okay, sweetie, calm down. She reassures me gently in her sweet mom voice that always makes me feel better. Anyway, I continue, the lies just pouring out of me, because I guess this is who I am now. I handed in my resignation, I've already packed up my apartment, and I wanted to surprise you once it was all finalized. And now it is, and now I'm celebrating with some of the girls that I'm finally moving back home at... I pause and glare at Carson when he smacks my arm for the second time tonight, moving the phone away from my mouth to whisper argue away his judgment. Look, I already sent her a text earlier saying I was going to go out with the girls tonight. There's no sense telling her the girls ditched me and getting into all that, or she'll fly out here with Birdie and Tess and kick all their asses. Where the hell are we again? These gray walls are a vibe, and I'm here for it. I murmur with a nod as I look around the room with my tequila goggles before bringing the phone back to my mouth and addressing Ren. Fuck. I don't even know whose house, but I think we're in the valley. It's a really pretty house. Anyway, guess who just walked in who is no longer off limits and I'm going to kiss the shit out of? Good God, woman. Carson shakes his head at me. I'm never feeding you tequila again. We're at Quinn Bagley's house, and we're in fucking Calabasas. How have you lived here for 4 years and you still don't know where you are or how you got there? Like most people who grew up on an island where everyone gets around via golf cart, which negates the need for a driver's license, I take a taxi or a car service everywhere. Which means I close my eyes, hold on tight, and hope to hell I don't die before I reach my destination. Carson is staring at me like I'm an idiot, and I realize I must have said all that in my head instead of out loud to him when Ren starts yelling at me through the phone. Emily, do not make out with a quarterback of the Vipers when you're shit-faced. God damn, that man is hot. I sigh, completely ignoring her while I think about how gorgeous Quinn's eyes were up close and personal. Emily Jean Flanagan, no. She tries scolding me again, but she knows me well enough to understand it's already too late. A dare has been given, and a dare must be taken. Dude, I am moving back home to Summersweet Island tomorrow. This is my one shot to show him everything he's been missing the last 4 years. YOLO, motherfucker! See you bitches tomorrow. Emily, you are going to regret. I end the call before she can finish telling me I'm going to regret kissing the guy I've had a massive crush on all 4 years I've cheered for the Vipers, and entirely too many years to count before that. Talking to Ren made me feel better about leaving my dreams behind to head back home tomorrow. And there's just one more thing to do before I go. Here, hold this. I order Carson, thrusting my phone at him. Holy shit, he whispers, quickly grabbing my phone as I take a couple of deep breaths and run my fingers through my long, dark red hair to fluff it while I will the room to stop spinning. You're actually doing it. You really can't turn down a dare, can you? Physically impossible. How do I look? Hot as hell, of course, but also like you just drank half a bottle of tequila and you're about to make several poor life choices that will require bail money and possibly an antibiotic. The room stops spinning long enough for me to be able to successfully lean in and give Carson a quick kiss on the cheek without falling. A reassuring smile on my face as I pull away. I've got it all under control. Don't worry about me. It's not like I'm ever going to see or talk to that man again after tonight. I'm gonna be a pass rusher and get to his juicy end zone. I wink at Carson, trying to make a cat clawing motion with my hands, but just end up looking like I'm smacking at air. Yeah. He replies in a not-so-encouraging voice. You're going to worry about the dare after you apologize to him, of course. Of course. What could possibly go wrong? And just like that, I've completely forgotten every scary movie I've ever seen when someone always jinxes themselves by asking that question, and then they die a slow, tragic, painful death. This night isn't going to kill me slowly or tragically, but I'm pretty sure the aftermath might. Chapter 1. Emily. Fuck you, and definitely fuck you. Present day, Summersweet Island. That's it. We're having an intervention. When the front door to the Sandbar Cottages rental office bangs against the opposite wall after being flung open, I don't bother looking up from my phone. I also unsuccessfully try to stifle a yawn with my free hand before replying. Will this be a small, intimate affair that can take place in one of our regular-sized cottages that sleeps 4? Or are you planning something a little larger that will require a family cottage that sleeps 12? I reply in a bored voice, resting my elbow on the new white shiplap check-in counter my dad built while I was living in California. Putting my chin in my hand, I continue tapping away on the screen of my phone. Emily, I'm serious. Ren complains with a huff as I bring my phone up closer to my face, wondering if I need glasses. So am I. No one wants a shitty intervention. What size cottage you want will tell me how much you love me and how serious you are about intervening me. You know there isn't enough counter space in the smaller cottages for complimentary veggie, cookie, and cheese trays. Ever since I had those larger pantries installed last month, if I have to sit through my loved ones reading me poorly written letters, I want all three. My phone is immediately snatched from my hand, and I let out a grunt of annoyance that I temporarily forgot Ren is a mom and has the ninja-like ability to make it across the room at the speed of light without making a sound. Come on, man! After 4 days, I was finally gonna make it past level 212 of Mahjong. I complain, finally looking up at my best friend standing on the other side of the counter with my phone in her hand, shaking her head at me. This isn't my normal peppy, happy-go-lucky, up-for-anything friend, and I don't like it. Ren gripes, crossing her arms in front of her and glaring at me. Ren Bennett is an adorably hot MILF, with dark brown hair always piled up on top of her head in a messy bun, wearing her usual Summer Sweet Island uniform of cut-off jean shorts and a hoodie, whose hugs and smiles can probably achieve world peace. But when Ren gives you a stern look and a foot tap, you immediately feel her wrath and feel bad about whatever behavior brought on her disappointed mom look. Guilt churns in my stomach that I haven't been honest with my best friend, or anyone, since I've been home. Clearly, I've been doing a shitty job of keeping up the farce my stupid drunk brain came up with 5 months ago. I'm sorry, I sigh, leaning back in my chair behind the counter and letting my head drop back to stare up at the recessed lighting in the ceiling. I'm just so bored. If that isn't the understatement of the year, I don't know what is. One of the perks of living on an island is the ocean view, but being stuck in the Sandbar Cottage's rental office all day, right smack in the middle of town at the very end of Summersweet Lane where all the businesses are located, a good distance away from the shoreline, means I don't even have that. The only view I have is of people sporadically walking by on the sidewalk and these 4 walls. White ceiling attached to white walls, down to the white hardwood floor in this small cottage office my mother decided to modernize, also while I was away. I guess modernize, in my mother's eyes, means sterile, blank, and lifeless. After 4 years away, I just forgot how quiet and dead it is around here this time of year, right before everything opens back up for the summer. I only had 1 phone call today asking about cottage rental prices, and only 2 of our 24 cottages are currently inhabited. I'm so used to being on the go all the time and busy. I'll get my shit together soon, I promise. I ramble, still staring at the ceiling, wishing I could just blurt out the truth and get it over with. I was so bored today, I spent 2 hours teaching myself the rap in no scrubs. No shit, Ren mutters, resting her elbows on the other side of the counter. I prop my head back up to look at her, finally pushing up from the chair to lean forward to rest my elbows on the counter with her. No shit. I don't know who thought putting acquisition and expedition together was a good idea, but let me tell you. Emily, stop. Ren cuts me off. I wasn't exactly praising you for your thrilling achievement. I scoff at her nerve, but she doesn't even give me a chance to insult her back before she continues. The intervention comment was probably over the top, but something has definitely been up with you ever since you've been back, and it's not just boredom. So cut the shit. When you're bored, you get up and move and make up dance routines to the last commercial jingle you heard, or you challenge my son to a basketball game of Pig, or you move to California on a dare, or you take over the world. You're not quiet all the time. You're sitting around on your ass, staring at your phone or blankly out the window, looking like you're seconds away from bursting into tears, which is pretty much how your face always looks when you think no one is paying attention to you lately. You seem to have forgotten after your years away that you're my ride or die. I'm always paying attention to you. I will not burst into tears. I will not burst into tears. Ren slides her arms across the counter until they bump into mine, grabbing my hands and giving them a squeeze before she continues. I haven't said anything because I just thought it was taking some time for you to readjust from living in the big city for so long. But this is more than that. You quit cheerleading to come back home, but you don't seem very happy about that decision now that you're here. Aren't you happy being home? And there it is. The reason why I haven't told anyone the truth. That look on Ren's face right now that says she would be crushed if I told her I'm not as happy to be back here on this island as she is to have me back. Or the same look I know I'd see on my parents' faces if I told them I would rather do anything else for a living than run sandbar cottages. Feeling like this hurts my soul and makes me feel like the worst friend and daughter in the world that I just don't know how to be completely happy here. I do love being home and seeing Ren's smiling face and being a part of everyone's lives again in real time instead of over a phone call or a text, or finding out something on social media because they forgot to call and tell me. Like the first time Ren's son Owen hit a grand slam at one of his baseball games. I'm happy when I'm with my friends and can be a part of their lives. It's just the times when they have their men to go home to, or careers they're excited to get back to, or kids to take care of. Things I don't have to occupy my time and make me forget that I'm not where I want to be, doing what I want to do. Of course I'm happy. I smile at Ren. I'm always happy when you kick down the door of my parents' business and interrupt my workday with your sparkling personality. Technically, I'm not lying. I'm with my friend, ergo, I am happy. Ren doesn't return my smile. She just stares me down long enough that I start to fidget before she pulls her phone out of the front pocket of one of her many hoodies with the Dip and Twist logo on it, her family's ice cream shop she runs with her mom. Another twinge of guilt hits me, wishing I could love my family business as much as Ren does. Shut down the computer, turn off the lights, and lock up. I'll drive. She orders as she taps at the screen of her phone and then brings it up to her ear before turning away from me to head back to the wide-open door she didn't bother to close when she burst in here. Seriously? I mutter as she just marches away from me, expecting me to do what she demands. Bertie, call Tess and meet me at the Dip and Twist. Ren speaks into her phone as she pauses in the doorway to dig into the pocket of her jean shorts for her golf cart keys. We need an emergency sippin' bitch stat. Aw, hell. Don't you have a hot ex-pro baseball player waiting for you at home and a growing teenage boy who needs dinner? I ask hopefully while she listens to whatever her sister is saying to her on the phone and then looks back over her shoulder at me. Shepard and Owen are at baseball practice, and then he's taking Owen over to the mainland for tacos because according to my 15-year-old, the tacos on this island aren't bussin', whatever the fuck that means. We've got all night. Don't you worry about me. With that, she goes back to her conversation with Bertie and walks out onto the front porch of the office. With a sigh, I get up from my chair and do what Ren demands. One does not just deny a sippin' bitch order, even if one knows all the bitching is going to be about her. I've always been the best at putting a smile on my face, even when everything around me is a dumpster fire. No one wants to see a cheerleader lose her shit on the sidelines. That's just not good for morale. Looks like I've lost my touch, and I haven't been faking it until I make it very well. Guess it's time to end my 5-month ban on tequila and figure out a way to tell my friends the truth without them hating me. Fuck you, and definitely fuck you. For the first time today, my mouth breaks into a real, genuine smile instead of a fake one, when me, Ren, and her sister Bertie all arrive at the Dip and Twist at the same time, greeted by our friend Tess in her usual fashion. It's always a pleasure to see you, Tess. I laugh as she hands the three of us our boozy slushies when we climb up next to her under the purple picnic table we carved our names into as kids. The purple picnic table in a sea of brightly painted picnic tables under a large awning attached to the side of the Dip and Twist building, which the entire island knows to keep open at all times for us, in case the need for a sippin' bitch should occur. Thankfully, it's still the off-season and it's dinner time, so there's only one other customer here. The odds are pretty good Tess didn't have to threaten anyone with bodily injury who might not know the rules of the purple picnic table. "I hope you're all happy drinking in front of me while I sit here dying," Tess complains as we slurp noisily on our slushes that are filled with more booze than fruity syrup and crushed ice, just how we like them. "You're not dying, you're pregnant," Birdie reminds Tess, brushing her blonde hair out of her eyes before reaching over and resting her hand on Tess's rapidly growing 6-month baby bump. "Same thing," Tess grumbles, smacking Birdie's hand away to place her own over her belly, giving it a loving rub, regardless of her annoyed words. "Whoever taught my husband how to read should be torched. He won't let me color my hair, he won't let me have coffee, and he won't allow me within 15 feet of open flames because of smoke inhalation. He's basically removed all joy from my life. I am the Walking Dead with my roots showing." No one was more surprised than, well, everyone, when strong, independent, hard-ass, I'm never getting married or having kids, Tess Powell called us the week of Christmas. During a getaway her boyfriend Bodie took her on to a bed and breakfast in the mountains of West Virginia to say they were eloping and they were having a baby. Even though her glare alone during every sippin' bitch recently could light a small building on fire, I've never seen Tess happier or more content. All thanks to a pothead golf caddy who absolutely adores her and worships the ground she walks on. "All right, who else wants to start bitching now that we're all sipping?" I ask around the straw still shoved in my mouth, pleased that Tess unknowingly ended my tequila ban for me and didn't give me the same vodka slush everyone else has. I just won't think about the last time I had tequila, now will I? It's safer for my sanity that way. My friends all just stare at me while they sip their drinks, aside from Tess, who holds her arms straight out to the side, slowly pouring her bottle of water out and muttering, "Fuck this water bullshit," under her breath. "Come on, Birdie," I urge her with a chin lift in her direction. "You're tits deep in wedding planning for this summer. I'm sure you have something to bitch about. Is Palmer still insisting everything at the reception be golf-themed? That must suck, huh?" Birdie answers me by slurping her drink, so I turn my head toward Wren. "I know Shepard just proposed, but I'm sure he's been annoying you, trying to set a wedding date, when you just want to enjoy being engaged for a while, right?" Another loud slurp with no verbal reply. "Tess? Want to complain some more about how much you have to pee now, or how fat your ankles are, or something? Anything? Anyone?" I beg, looking around at all the blank faces, butterflies flapping around in my stomach while I try to quickly drown them with frozen grapey tequila. "Yeah, so we're only here because of you and all the bitching you've clearly kept bottled up for 5 months. Looking all sad when you think no one is watching," Birdie informs me. God damn it. Wren just shrugs when I frown at her. I didn't say one word to them. They have both come to me several times and asked what the hell has been up with you. I'm not the only one who cares about you, so spill it. Tell us what's wrong and don't lie, or I'll go against Bodhi's wishes, give Tess a lighter, and set her loose. Tess forcefully shoves my upper body back with her arm so she can see Wren on the other side of me. "You have a lighter? On you right now. Can I touch it? Smell it? Just let me look at it. Come on, Bodhi, we'll never know," Tess begs, folding her hands together under her chin and bouncing up and down on top of the table. Her phone immediately chimes twice with 2 incoming texts, and we all lean forward to look when she picks it up from the table on the other side of her. Bodhi: "Text me as soon as you leave the Dip and Twist so I know how long it will be before you get home so I don't worry." Bodhi: "And no lighters. Love you bunches." Fuck. You, Tess says as she types those exact words to her husband, quickly hitting send before putting her phone back down, but not before glancing at the gorgeous Oregon sunstones surrounded by red and orange sapphires on the third finger of her left hand with a huge smile on her face. All my friends' rings are blinding under the glow of the fluorescent lights at the dip and twist, making it hard to keep my eyes off them. Palmer Campbell, pro golfer and Birdie's childhood crush, proposed at the San Francisco Open on national television last summer. Shepard Oliver, former pro baseball player and current high school baseball coach of Owen's team here on the island, proposed to Ren with a platinum band with what looks like red baseball stitching engraved all around it, and a giant ruby surrounded by diamonds in the center. He asked Ren to marry him out in center field, the spot where he used to famously play when they went on a tour of a few college baseball fields, planning for Owen's future, and where they officially started their future together. Shepard got down on his knee in front of Ren and Owen in the middle of the outfield, promising to love and take care of both of them forever. Thankfully, he had one of the college coaches record the whole thing, and we've all watched it and cried happy tears over it 100 times since it happened. Not for the first time since I've been home. A rush of jealousy washes through me, and I hate it. I'm deliriously happy for my friends, but sometimes I just wonder, why not me? And that sucks. And that also makes this tequila slush go down entirely too easy. All right, no more interruptions. Spill it. Ren orders me again. We love you, and we just can't handle watching you sit around not doing anything for... hello? I stop her. Did you miss the part where I told you I taught myself the rap in no scrubs? No shit, Tess asks. That's hard. What with acquisition and expedition so close to each other? That's what I'm saying. Oh my God, Emily Jean Flanagan, quit stalling. Ren shouts in her stern mom voice. What the hell is going on with you? And don't lie. Just tell us, come on. You've been keeping it in long enough. It can't be as bad as you think. Spill it. If you don't give us the goods, I will rip out your throat with my bare hands and dance in your blood in the moonlight. Everyone slowly turns to stare at Tess with wide eyes, while her shoulders droop and her lips start to quiver. I just really miss fire, you guys. She whines before Ren and Birdie start back in on me at the same time. Just tell us what the... I didn't quit being a Vipers cheerleader and decided it was time for me to come home. I got fired and had to come home. I finally shout to get them to stop nagging me and to finally get it off my chest. That job paid for shit, but it paid more than my waitressing and dog walking jobs I also had to take in order to be able to afford to live there, so, just one of the many things I begged management to make better for the girls and then got fired over, because I guess fair treatment for female athletes is frowned upon. Oh, Ren whispers, immediately scooting closer and wrapping her arm around my shoulders. I'm trying to be happy. I am, I tell them, looking down at my now empty cup as I start picking at some of the styrofoam around the lip of it. It's just, I didn't make the decision to come back. It was made for me. And I'm so sorry I lied to you guys. I don't know. I guess having the choice taken out of my hands just makes it harder to accept, because I wasn't ready to be done with that part of my life yet. And I don't want you to think I don't adore being here with you guys, because I do. I want Summer Sweet to be my home. I just don't want it to be my everything. I want to be able to leave and experience other places, then have a home to come back to, where I can let my hair down and be myself. And I hate that I'm hurting your feelings by admitting this. When you guys love everything about being here all the time, and I hate that it would break my parents' heart if they knew. My life is just a mess. And you guys all have your shit together and men who adore you, and I'm just sad and alone and so fucking bored. Everyone sits quietly, processing everything I just admitted, while I sniffle and wipe at my stupid tears as I slide down off the picnic table. No one says a word as I walk over to the pickup window, grab 3 more boozy slushes that Laura, Ren, and Birdie's mom just made for us and left on the counter while she's closing up inside. I hold my breath and wait for them to start yelling at me as I hand out the slushes, avoiding Tess's angry snapping teeth when I give her another water. Is that it? Ren finally asks, making me choke on the big gulp of tequila slush I just took. Once I finish coughing and take another giant sip of my slush to ease the pain in my throat and the shock to my brain, I finally remember how to speak. Huh? I ask, oh so eloquently. Well, aside from the firing part, which I'm assuming will require a plane ride to California to kick someone's ass, we already knew all of that about you, Emily. Ren says with a smile and a shrug as Birdie and Tess nod in agreement. We've known ever since the day we met you that you were destined for something much bigger and better than this island. We know Summer Sweet is just a stopping place before you move on to something more exciting. Watching you completely own it out there the last 4 years just proved it. We're just happy to have you here, for however long you stay, and we'll always be here waiting for you to come back, Birdie adds. You've spent your entire life cheering all of us on, Tess reminds me, making me sniffle back more tears. Do you know how fucking awesome it is to be able to cheer you on every time you do something cool that we're insanely jealous of? Dude, you were on an episode of Hell's Kitchen one time when the show requested a few Vipers cheerleaders at dinner service. And that's on the low end of cool things you've done. You're living the life all of us wish we could have, but we don't have the balls to. And we're just sitting around, excited to see what you're going to do next. Flopping my ass on the bench seat next to Ren and Tess's legs, I thunk my head down on the table in front of me, feeling like an idiot that I wasn't just honest with them from the very beginning. I love you guys. I hate to break it to you, but I'm not going to do anything exciting next, except change jizz-stained sheets in the cottages while I wait to die alone. I complain, with my face still pressed into the table. Aw, cheer up. You still have Ryan, Tess jokes, making all of us groan and me lift my head to snarl at her. And besides, you don't change the jizz-stained sheets. You organize the schedule for someone else to change them. 6 degrees of jizz separation and all that. Hilarious. I deadpan while Ren gives me more life advice. Seriously, you have got to put an end to these weekly dinners with Ryan, where you both politely avoid talking about anything important and continue to do this weird, are we Amish dating or are we friends thing, where no one is sticking their tongue down anyone's throat or getting laid, she reminds me. All because you don't want to hurt his feelings and tell him the spark fizzled out long before you even moved away. And trying to pick up where you left off once you got back, like you always do, is pointless. Put an end to it so you stop feeling guilty about diddling yourself every time you look at Quinn Bagley's poster hanging on your bedroom wall, fantasizing about the night you spent with him before you moved back here. What the fuck? Tess and Birdie shout at the same time. Of course, the two of them have known about my crush on the guy, since I've had it forever. They just didn't know about my last night in California with him. Nice, I complained to Ren, who has been sworn to secrecy ever since I called and woke her up at 3 a.m. 5 months ago. I did not spend the night with Quinn Bagley. Stop exaggerating. We're not talking about Ryan, and we're definitely not talking about Quinn. Oh, Quinn, is it? So you're on a first-name basis with the guy you've actually been in love with half your life, and we didn't know anything about it? Bullshit. We're not talking about this, Tess argues. There's nothing to talk about. Believe me. I'm fairly confident the guy doesn't even remember I exist. It was ages ago, and it was nothing. I roll my eyes, even though I'm internally screaming, bullshit is right, because it wasn't nothing, damn it. This is all so romantic, you guys. Ren gushes. Palmer and Bertie were in love with each other forever without knowing it. Me and Shepard had a thing for each other forever without knowing it. Tess and Bodhi, leave me out of this shit. Tess interrupts her. I still don't know if I like the guy, and I'm married to him and having his kid. Anyway, Ren continues, something exciting is coming your way, Emily. I can feel it. I bet Quinn has been thinking about you just as much as you've been thinking about him these last few months. And it's only going to be a matter of time before you get your happily ever after. I laugh, and laugh, and laugh some more, while I finish off my second slush, the tequila finally making me feel nice and floaty. Yeah, okay, sure. You're forgetting the guy doesn't even know my last name, I remind her, still kicking my own ass for not giving it to him. I was moving back home and I didn't see the point. I figured if I gave it to him, I would just obsess about it every day he didn't try to contact me. But I freaking wound up obsessing about it every day anyway. The likelihood of him even remembering he met me 5 months ago is slim to none. I finish. And doesn't that just suck to say out loud? Even though I've been thinking about it every day for the last 150 or so, feeling like a fool for hoping he would have asked around about who Carson was, who the mystery redhead was he brought to his house, and then found me if he really wanted to. Or you could have easily contacted him, since you know exactly who it is and you stalk all of his social media accounts like a freak. Stop ruining the romantic future I've already planned for you, Ren orders. I'm a nobody, living all the way over here off the coast of Virginia, running my parents' little island business. And he's a big, fancy professional football player living thousands of miles away in California, who doesn't even know who I am. There is no romantic future. I have not had enough tequila for this. You just need to think positive, Bertie encourages, bumping her slush cup against mine in a cheers. He's definitely pining for you. I can't believe we're going to have another professional athlete romance happening right here on Summer Suite. But did you see his dick? What does he smell like? I bet he smells like hopes and dreams. Long distance is hard, but I know you can make anything work. Seriously, what does his dick look like? Can you imagine if he's been trying to find you this entire time? You should just message him already and speed this shit up. Show me the dick facts report. Slamming my hands down on the picnic table to get everyone to shut up, I open my mouth and shout, "Oh, yes! I spent a handful of hours canoodling with Quinn Bagley in his backyard 5 months ago, and now he loves me a whole bunch, and we're going to live happily ever after forever and ever, the end." Who made out with Quinn Bagley? Oh, for shit's sake. No one. Drink your butterscotch milkshake and go home, Ed. Tess shouts to the only other customer sitting in his golf cart in the parking lot. Ed Walton, the owner of Dockside Eddie's seafood restaurant and bar, who takes his sweet-ass time drinking his nightly milkshake just so he can try to hear the latest gossip on the island. And I just shouted something utterly ridiculous into the chilly night air for all the island to hear, just to get my friends to shut the hell up already. Shit, what if he says something to Ryan? I ask them worriedly, as Ed starts up his golf cart and pulls away right when Laura locks up. She gives all of us a quick wave goodbye before she hurries off to a date she has tonight. See, this is why you should have told Ryan the truth months ago, Bertie warns me. Calm down. Ed didn't even hear half of what was said. Tess brushes us off with an unconcerned wave of her hand. We can talk about how you're finally going to put a stop to this shit with Ryan later. First, I want every single detail of what happened with Quinn Bagley, and I want it now. I promised him I would never tell anyone about that night. Ever. But I already told Ren. I mean, I didn't tell her the really personal stuff we talked about. But what's two more people when they're my best friends and we've been keeping each other's secrets all our lives? It's not like he's ever going to know I told anyone. He forgot all about me and I'm sure moved on to the next available female as soon as I walked away from him. With a sigh, I give in and give Tess and Bertie the same details Ren got months ago, leaving out the personal stuff Quinn admitted to and that I've replayed in my head over and over again almost every second of every day since then. I probably should have been less concerned about making sure I gave an accurate description of how delicious the Viper's quarterback smells, and more concerned about Ed running his big mouth. And my friends not understanding the concept of hoes before bros now that they have fiancés and husbands. It's all fun and games until a rumor makes its way off Summer Sweet Island. Fans still in shock after the recent press conference from Quinn Bagley, star quarterback for the Los Angeles Vipers since he was drafted in college 15 years ago, that he has decided to finish out his career with the Sharks. It will bring this three-time Super Bowl champ all the way across the country to Virginia, a decision we found out has been several months in the making. Quinn Bagley remains tight-lipped about his big move to Virginia and whether or not his initial statement of wanting to move closer to his family in North Carolina is actually the truth, amid new rumors that have been circulating all over social media about a secret girlfriend living off the coast of Virginia Beach, on a small island no one has ever heard of. Secret love affair for the new quarterback of the Virginia Beach Sharks, or a shocking tale of infidelity, leading all the way back to a birthday party Quinn Bagley threw at his previous home in Calabasas 5 months ago? New photos of the mystery redhead from the party surface, leaving fans to speculate all over social media. Who the hell is this woman who convinced Quinn Bagley to quit the Vipers and go to one of the worst teams in the league? Puking, pizza, and ping pong at a party leads to love, a move across the country, and a happily ever after for Quinn Bagley, the new star quarterback for the Virginia Beach Sharks. Or does it? Fans recently uncovered the name of the mystery woman, Emily Flanagan, a former professional cheerleader for Bagley's previous team, who we've been told by an anonymous source was fired from her position for being hot-headed, demanding, and extremely rude to her superiors. Sources from the party also tell us that they only remember her banshee-like voice interrupting the party several times throughout the night. All of this leaves Sharks fans wondering if this relationship will help or harm Quinn Bagley's promise to lift this team from the ashes.
Chapter 2. Quinn. Rules are for pussies. Remember the redhead in Nashville who called the paparazzi and told them you were going, just to make sure the two of you were photographed together? Finishing off my last rep of bicep curls, I set the free weights on the ground and grab a resistance band to start cooling down with some stretches. Angie Kennedy, I reply to my agent Tyler as he leans his back against the floor-to-ceiling gym mirror in front of me with his head down, typing something on his phone. The reason you came up with the rule that I do not disclose the location of dates ahead of time and never date an aspiring actress. She threw a drink in my face in the middle of dinner and then walked out for absolutely no reason at all except she was auditioning for a part in a miniseries and needed an action shot for her portfolio. She sure was fun. Tyler Deal doesn't appreciate the smirk on my face when I think about that night from years ago and the photo that wound up all over social media. But I'm honestly surprised he even looks up from his phone long enough to glare at me. I love the guy like a brother, like a 10-year my senior, very rich, very snobby, very demanding diva of a brother, whose agency is on the Forbes list of the 10 most powerful sports agencies in the world, who specializes in pro football, and whose slogan is, "All you need is a good deal." He's been my agent since I was a 21-year-old scared shitless senior in college being drafted into the pros, moving across the country and away from my family. He became my family when mine couldn't be there at all times, and he has indeed gotten me a lot of good deals throughout my career and done everything in his power to protect me. I trust him explicitly, but I honestly can't tell you what color his eyes are, since he's probably looked up from his phone twice in the 15 years I've known him. And the redhead in New Orleans who only slept with you so she could take a picture of you sleeping the next morning, Tyler reminds me, head back down, tapping away on his phone, probably still arguing with my PR team as they continue denying all the interview requests that have been flooding in from the media over the last week. I chuckle a little as I pull the band apart with both my hands above my head, then bend to one side. Amber Ellenberg, the reason you came up with the rule of no sleepovers. She posted a picture of my ass all over social media and then slashed all the pillows in my hotel room, but not before leaving me a note on the kitchen counter to call her again soon because she had a great time. I did not call her again soon. Can I just remind you that she did not show her crazy until the sun came up? I add as I stand back up straight, then bend my body to the other side. That is literally how females work. It's in their user manuals. Tyler huffs, eyes still laser-focused on the screen of his phone. I don't know how he does it, but he can be having 3 different conversations on his phone while also having a conversation with me, and he still manages to make me feel like I'm the only important person in his life, and his attention is 100% on me. This is why I pay him so much, and why he showed up at our starting running back's house at 6 this morning for a strategy meeting where me and a few guys on the team had a scheduled workout. When was the last time a woman even let you touch her, deal? Don't you still have a raging case of syphilis? I wouldn't fuck you with Craig's dick. Hey, leave my dick out of this. What did he ever do to you? Tyler looks up from his phone for a record-breaking number of times this morning to flip off all of my teammates on the other side of the room, inserting their 2 cents into our conversation while they work out on various pieces of equipment. Why the fuck couldn't we have this meeting in private? Tyler complains loudly over the clanking and banging of weights, and a few of my teammates now laughing, dicking around with each other, and dancing to Shake It Off by Taylor Swift. Yet another reason why I love my new teammates. They have the best workout playlists. I am not ashamed to admit that nothing gets me more pumped up during a workout than badass females belting out badass lyrics. This morning's playlist included T-Swift, Pink, some Alanis Morissette, and TLC. A few throwbacks from Janis Joplin and Joan Jett, with a short cardio break dancing to Rihanna's Umbrella in between deadlifts and planks. You're the one who told me to plan as many OTAs as possible as soon as I touch down here in Virginia, I remind him as I toss my resistance band into the basket by the mirror with a handful of other multicolored rubber bands, then scoop up my bottle of water I left on the ground. During the off-season, the league has a lot of rules about when we can and can't practice, and when we can and can't use the facilities at the stadium. We are, however, required to have a lot of OTAs, or organized team activities, to promote bonding between the players until we have to report to training camp in July and are forced to spend every waking minute with each other. As the new leader of this team, and wanting nothing more than to finally have a family on the field after years of playing with a bunch of egos who only cared about themselves and their next paycheck, I've been all about planning these OTAs since I got here a few weeks ago so we can get to know each other better. Where most teams strictly keep their OTAs all business, like watching films and running drills, I make them more personal. We go out to eat together, we grocery shop together, we work out together, and we barbecue at each other's houses together with our families. Except I've been living out of a fucking hotel since I got to Virginia, and this weekend was finally going to be my one free weekend to go house hunting so the guys can stop giving me shit about always borrowing their places. But now I have to deal with yet another crazy redhead. Seriously, what are the odds that on the same day I announce my move from California to Virginia, a goddamn rumor comes out all over social media, turning my honest reason of wanting to move closer to my family to finish out my career into a PR nightmare? She promised she wouldn't tell anyone. What is the point of me giving you all these rules if you don't follow them? Tyler asks. Rules are for pussies, our left tackle shouts from the other side of the home gym, making a bark of laughter fly out of me, and also making me thank my lucky stars for the millionth time since I met these guys that I made the right decision joining them. I give Tristan, the guy who yelled in my defense, a thumbs up in the mirror in solidarity. They have taken all of this in stride, and have also taken great pleasure in making fun of me every time they see another ridiculous rumor pop up, like the one earlier this morning that said my secret love child is hidden away on that island. My previous teammates would have ripped me a new asshole for taking the spotlight away from them, insanely jealous of anyone on the team who got more attention than they did. Huh, Who knew you had hazel eyes? I muttered to Tyler when my laughter caused him to look up from his phone for longer than 2 seconds. Tyler stares at me like I'm crazy while I chug half my bottle of water. And maybe I am. I've felt completely batshit insane ever since a spunky redhead literally fell into my life 5 months ago. Emily Flanagan. It's nice to finally have a last name to go with the new batch of insanity in my life. I think it's officially time to stop obsessing about what I thought was one of the best nights of my life. Quinn, I'm going to need you to focus here, Tyler orders, snapping his fingers a few times in front of my face, since my brain and my dick started thinking about long, toned legs, the way her soft skin smelled like a tropical island, that big gorgeous smile, and how silky her dark red hair felt wrapped around my fist. No more redheads. Rule number 1. I even made you write it on a piece of paper and sign it, for fuck's sake. I knew that birthday party and you not letting me do background checks on all the guests was a bad idea. I just didn't think it would take 5 months before it came back to bite us in the ass. What can I say? I shrug as Tyler grabs a towel from a small table next to him and tosses it at my chest. I have a type. She just didn't seem like the crazy type who would wait this long before selling stories to the tabloids. My crazy radar is really on the fritz. She was so fun and normal. She honestly never told you she was from Virginia, and you swear to fuck you never let one thing slip about you moving here that night so she could time this shit just right? Tyler asks me for the 10th time since he got here. I enjoy surprises as much as anyone, like when my father surprised me with a yacht on my 18th birthday, or when my fraternity brother surprised me with a Porsche on my 30th, and when J.J. Watt surprised me with a Rolex on my 40th. Fun, classy, everyday surprises that everyone loves and can relate to. I don't like surprises where a gold-digging, attention-seeking whore tries to ruin your good name from a podunk island no one has ever fucking heard of. When I immediately opened my mouth and realized I was just about to call one of my best friends a piece of shit and tell him to shut the fuck up about a woman he doesn't know, I remember I don't even know her. I'm still on the batshit insanity train and I don't know how to get off. Have you already forgotten how many times you've gotten off thinking about her the last 5 months? Shit. I've heard of Summersweet, I say as calmly as I can, unclenching my fist from around my water bottle until the plastic crinkles back into its original shape. My parents actually took me and my sister there over a summer vacation once when we were kids. We only spent 2 days there because there wasn't really much to do once you took a tour of the small island, rented bikes for a scenic ride through town, hung out on the beach for a while, checked out a few of the gift shops and other stores, and then grabbed dinner, followed up with some ice cream from the local ice cream shop. I just remember it being really chill, and everyone was friendly. No hint of a future crazy redhead anywhere in sight. Fascinating. Show me the family photo albums of you frolicking in the surf later, Tyler deadpans. Lucky for you, I don't believe in coincidences. I'm going to head over to this hillbilly island in the middle of nowhere and take care of it. What do you mean take care of it? I ask him worriedly as I wipe the sweat from the back of my neck with the towel he threw at me, wanting to kick my own ass for being worried about a woman who's trying to screw me, and not in the fun way. I'm going to have her whacked, obviously. Jesus, Quinn, I'm going to see how much it will take to pay her off and shut her up. Tyler shakes his head at me, bringing his phone up to his ear as he makes a call to his assistant. You'd stop getting STDs if you'd stop paying for women, deal. I can't help it. Another laugh flies out of me when Craig shouts from the Stairmaster. Thankfully, it temporarily puts a stop to the queasy feeling in my stomach. I only spent a handful of hours with that woman, but she definitely didn't seem like the type who would take too kindly to being bribed for her silence. I also didn't think she would be the type of woman to lie right to my face after this shit we shared with each other and then go running to the press. But here we are. I can't believe I even tried to track her down when she turned into an obsession I couldn't get out of my head. Thank God no one from the party returned my texts or voicemails. Julie! Tyler barks into the phone while all sorts of crazy ideas start running through my head. Call my pilot and schedule me a flight over to that shitty little island off the coast of Virginia Beach ASAP. Was any of it even real or the truth? She didn't even tell me she cheered for the same fucking team I played for 4 years. Who does that? All her little cheers throughout the night make sense now. Fucking adorable little cheers that made me want to bend her over the closest table and... Nope. Stop it. I thought she looked a little familiar, but I've met so many people during my career that pretty much everyone looks familiar at a certain point. Ellen Westwood, the scary director of the Vipers cheerleaders, put a rule in place long before I was drafted that the cheerleaders aren't allowed to have anything to do with the football players, no matter how hard the players try. After a while, the guys just stopped trying and stopped paying attention to them, as shitty as it sounds, considering these women bust their asses every day to root for us. There's no point lusting after hot athletic women we never have a shot with, unless they quit their job, which is some serious double-standard bullshit. There are still plenty of guys who buy 30 copies of the cheerleaders' yearly calendar and jerk off to it, but I never understood the point. I'd much rather fantasize about a woman I can actually be with, not someone forever off limits. Like the woman I fantasized about for 5 months, who made me laugh and forget about my problems for a few hours, who actually turned out to be psychotic. "What do you mean it's not big enough to land a private plane on?" Tyler shouts, pulling me from my thoughts. "Do they even have running water and electricity? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, did you just say a ferry? A fucking ferry? Fine. Book a private one for me for later tonight and make sure it's stocked with caviar and... I have to ride with everyone? And I have to walk up to the dock, buy my own ticket, and they only take cash? Is this fucking island located in the 1950s? I just want to ask her if she got some kind of sick satisfaction out of pretending to be a decent human being on a night when I was questioning all my life choices. Do the 2 professional athletes who currently live there and clearly don't care about their own well-being play football? Since, Tyler laughs a little maniacally. The deal firm specializes in football, and my client list only includes an extensive number of professional football players. Tyler pulls the phone away from his mouth long enough to wink, give me a finger gun point, and whisper, "An extensive list, but you're always my number 1, Quinn." Something I'm absolutely positive he tells all his clients. He brings the phone back to his mouth and yells at Julie. "Then no, if they don't play professional football, I haven't heard about those 2 schmucks, and I don't give a shit." "I'm going with you," I mutter, while Tyler continues to yell and complain to poor Julie, the words flying out of my mouth before I can stop them. Stalking over to the row of hooks nailed into one wall, I grab my blue and red drawstring bag with the Sharks' logo on it from the middle hook, shoving my towel and water bottle inside before cinching it closed and throwing it over one shoulder. "The hell you are!" Tyler shouts after me, his phone still pressed to his ear as he jogs behind me. I walk quickly through the home gym, nodding and fist-bumping my teammates as I move past them, heading to the separate entrance door that leads out to the driveway so a bunch of sweaty, smelly football players don't have to go traipsing through Patrick's house and annoy his family. You don't need that kind of publicity on top of all this. Could you even imagine what the gossip rags would say if they caught wind you were visiting your secret girlfriend? They'd have you married and on your honeymoon by tomorrow morning. My feet falter a little when I think about how I jokingly proposed to her that night, and how for just a few seconds out in my backyard, I crazily almost wanted to. Aggressively pushing open the gym door and stepping out into the bright sunshine, I reach into my bag to grab my sunglasses and slide them on my face. "Seriously, you're not going—" The muffled ringing of my cell phone from the bottom of my bag cuts off Tyler's order, and we both stop in the middle of Patrick's driveway as I dig around inside and pull it out. "Oh, fuck," Tyler mutters when he sees the screen of my phone and who's calling. I'm not gonna lie, I almost shit my pants when I see the name too, but I keep it together as I quickly answer it, not wanting to piss this woman off at all by making her wait more than 2 rings. "Jeannie, I was just thinking about—" "No, you weren't just thinking about calling me Quinn, or you would have done it before I called you." Jeannie Bidwell, the owner of the Virginia Beach Sharks, speaks in a cool voice that instantly makes me feel chilly in the warm sunlight. In her mid-60s, Jeannie made her millions as a successful marketing executive who invested her money very wisely. She bought her husband the Sharks 10 years ago when he retired from teaching and was bored to death. He spent the next 10 years having no earthly idea how to run a football team, hiring the wrong coaches and making all the wrong draft picks, until Jeannie told him in the nicest way possible that he was fired. She took over, cleaned house, and fired everyone else who was a problem, and spent a lot of money and put a lot of faith in all the promises I made her when my contract was signed. She is a badass businesswoman who knows a hell of a lot about football. I respect and admire her, almost as much as I fear her. I just got to this team, and I already can't imagine playing anywhere else, even if the team currently has the shittiest record in the league. Not to mention the monthly family dinners I've finally been able to attend in person, and all the good quality family time I was missing out on for far too many years. I refuse to let anything screw this up for me when I'm finally where I'm meant to be. I trust you're going to take care of this little issue that seems to have arisen in the press, Jeannie continues, and I can hear her clacking away on her computer through the phone, her ability to multitask just as awe-inspiring as Tyler's. Yep. Yes, absolutely yes, ma'am. I am actually on my way right now to take care of the problem, I reassure her as Tyler curses under his breath, hangs up on Julie, and then makes another call as he starts pacing in the driveway a few feet away from me. Good, very good. That's what I like to hear from my star quarterback, that he's taking things seriously and getting the job done, Jeannie replies, making me regret all the times over the last week I told Tyler to just ignore everything and it would eventually blow over, which I'm sure got back to Jeannie. It's not blowing over, it's blowing up, and it's time I take care of this shit myself. I'll call and check in soon. Make sure you've got everything handled. Before I can give her another promise I hope to God I can keep, Jeannie has already hung up on me, and I may have actually shit my pants for real. A car will pick us up after dark tonight and take us to the ferry dock so no one sees us, Tyler informs me, having a hard time spitting that last part out. We're getting in, getting this shit taken care of before anyone else notices we're there, and then we're getting the last ride out on that disgusting form of public transportation. Got it? You're going to stick out like a sore thumb. You know that, right? I prompt, looking him up and down before I start walking to my car, pulling my car keys out of the pocket of my athletic shorts and hitting the key fob to unlock it. It's been a while, but I'm pretty sure this isn't an Armani three-piece suit with Italian Gucci loafers type of island. Tyler is already making another call and in the middle of bitching at someone, I'm assuming it's poor Julie again, about the atrocity of how he'll have to rent a golf cart for us to get around in once we're on the island. I don't give a shit if they don't come with private drivers. You find me a fucking driver, Tyler yells before pulling the phone away from his mouth to reply to me, always paying attention to what I'm saying no matter what he's doing. I'm not wearing a baseball hat and dark sunglasses like you usually do to stay incognito, or it will mess up my hair plugs and Botox. Eat shit, this is how I look. I pay you entirely too much, and you don't pay Julie nearly enough. I shake my head at him as I open my back door and chuck my bag on the seat. You pay me exactly enough, and Julie tells me how much I pay her. She's fine. Now let's go shut down this gold digger by flashing what she wants in front of her money-hungry eyes, and be home before you even drink your next protein shake. When I raise one eyebrow at him nervously and questioningly, he just laughs at me. Come on, it's one little woman on an island in the middle of nowhere. I'm sure it will be a piece of cake. Tyler pats me on the shoulder before turning his attention back to his phone call to shout some more as he walks down the driveway to his Bentley parked against the curb. I slide into my car and start it up, completely unsuccessful in trying not to run through every single moment of that night in my head while I drive back to my hotel, wondering how I could have misjudged someone so completely. Chapter 3. Quinn. I'm gonna go throw up now. That night. I'm sorry I was dared to kiss a pass rusher's end zone. Nope. Oh, shit. A bunch of confusing words, followed by the scuffling feet and a soft couple of thumps, has me jumping up and quickly turning around from one of the cushioned pool loungers I was relaxing on. I find the woman who insulted my home and my playing abilities in my own living room, sprawled in the grass on her hands and knees after taking a tumble walking out here. Under normal circumstances, there would already be porn music playing in my head to find a gorgeous woman in this position a few feet away. But these are not normal circumstances. She was rude, damn it. Even if she was right, and I should have tried harder to get out of the pocket more that game, and gray really did turn out to be the shittiest color I could have picked for this house. Whatever, not the point. Karma is a bitch. But she's also a woman who just ate shit on my lawn, and that could not have felt very good. To her pride or her hands and knees. Cursing under my breath and shaking my head, since I guess I'm still a gentleman, I jog over to her as she starts to push herself up from the ground, wrapping my hand around her elbow to help her. "I didn't mean to say that. Fuck. Shit, I didn't mean to say that either," she mutters to herself. "I'm not usually this sweary." That's a lie. I'm totally this sweary. When she snorts as I help her get back up to her feet, making sure there isn't any damage other than grass stains to her knees, I find everything happening in front of me adorable as hell. I quickly let go of her arm and take a few steps back. Redheads are crazy, and I'm not allowed to fraternize with them anymore. I signed a paper and everything. I watch silently as she brushes her hands together to get the grass and dirt off them before looking up at me with those stunning green eyes again. The ones that almost made me tell her back in the house that she could insult me all night long if she wanted to. Before I remembered I had a little pride. "Are you okay?" "Probably not." She blows a long strand of red hair out of her eyes from the corner of her mouth, making me chuckle against my better judgment. "I shouldn't be talking to you, but I never turn down a dare, and I'm already fired. My name's Emily. I'm gonna go throw up now." I have not a single clue what she just said other than her name, but this much cuteness from one woman should not be legal. I find myself laughing out loud this time, until I realize she's not laughing with me. "Oh shit, you're serious?" She just nods, gives me a thumbs up, then turns her back on me and starts vomiting in my juniper shrubs. Growing up with a sister 4 years older than me, I spent plenty of nights during her crazy teenage years holding her long hair back while she yacked in my bathroom instead of hers, which was closer to our parents' room. I was all about doing her a solid so they wouldn't hear her and she wouldn't be grounded for life. She drove me and my friends everywhere before we had our licenses, and she bought all our alcohol for us before we turned 21. I wasn't about to do anything to jeopardize that. Quickly moving into action, I lean across Emily's bent-over body while she rests her hands on her knees. Reaching down and pulling her hair back from either side of her face, I secure it in one fist as I gently pat her heaving back with my free hand while she purges all the demons. That's it. Get it all out. This is absolutely a first. Women usually throw themselves at my feet, not puke near them. And I'm definitely not used to a woman who doesn't freak out that Quinn Bagley is talking to her, let alone allowing him to hold her hair back when she throws up. Damn, her hair is really silky and soft. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? She insulted you, now she's killing your favorite bush, and you're thinking about petting her. Snap out of it. Well, this is shaping up to be a great evening. Emily groans a few minutes later when her stomach is finally empty. She stands back up and turns around, slipping the red shiny strands of her hair out of my hand as she goes, until it falls all around her shoulders again. Thanks so much for making sure I didn't vomit in my hair. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll just leave the country, change my name. I heard Japan has 11 cat islands where you can just go and be one with hundreds of cats living off the grid forever. That sounds nice. My laugh is so loud as she starts to walk away from me that I scare some birds that go flying out of a small tree a few feet away. Before I can tell myself, no, bad Quinn, I'm reaching out and grabbing her hand, giving it a little tug to turn her back toward me and keep her there. What the hell am I doing? I don't have time for this shit. When this season is over, I'm an unrestricted free agent for the first time in my career, and I'm supposed to be making a decision about my future, not wasting time with a woman here in California when the decision I'm leaning toward will take me halfway across the country. My life is spent around a bunch of professional football players. Believe me, I've seen worse, I reassure her, giving her hand a squeeze and not listening to one good goddamn thing my brain is telling me. I've done worse, actually. The last time we won the Super Bowl, I drank too much champagne and threw up on the Lombardi trophy. I know. She laughs softly, her smile lighting up her entire face and making my chest feel tight for some stupid reason. I was there for when the video was all over the internet. She stumbles over her words a little, and I wonder for a minute if maybe she didn't manage to get all those demons out and into my bushes. See? Every stupid mistake I make is caught on camera for the whole world to see. I'm the only one who saw you do that completely awful, mortifying, oh my God, you can never show your face in public again thing. You're fine. I won't tell anyone, I tease her, really hoping this woman is cool with joking before I pull my head on my ass and walk away like I should have done 5 minutes ago. Would you look at that? A football player and a comedian. I want my cover charge back. Your show sucks. Emily gives me a little smirk, letting me know she's a good sport and making me wonder where the hell she's been all my life. Aside from my sister and my mom, women never give me shit right back. They just fawn all over me, thinking if they constantly stroke my ego, I'll sleep with them and buy them expensive things. No, bad Quinn. It doesn't matter if she makes you feel happy and lighthearted and normal for the first time in months. Scratch that, years. Walk away. I think I need to sit down, Emily mutters, making me realize I was still holding her damn hand when she pulls it out of mine to rub her forehead. Right this way, I usher her with my arm outstretched toward the chairs I vacated when she came stumbling out here, following right behind her instead of disappearing into the house and locking myself in my room until the party is over like a smart man would do. I'll just stick around for a few minutes, that's it. Make sure she sobers up okay. Grabbing a bottle of water out of the mini-fridge next to the outdoor fireplace, I hand it to her before taking a seat in the middle of the lounger opposite her. With our knees brushing up against each other, she quietly thanks me before unscrewing the cap and taking a few sips. Do you want some coffee or something? I ask, suddenly trying to come up with any reason to spend more time with her, instead of coming up with a reason to get the hell out of here and figure out my life. I think I've put you out enough tonight. I just wanted to come out here and apologize for being so rude earlier, but the tequila decided it should speak and walk for me. She shrugs with that killer smile again, making me forget everything I was just thinking and want to tell her all of my problems so she can cheer me up. I really am sorry for being such a jerk. I'm actually a really nice person, but tequila made me do it. You can go back to the party. I just need a few minutes and I'll be fine. Remembering that no one is going to die if I don't make up my mind right this second, I stop worrying so much and just enjoy being out here away from everyone else, with a woman who makes me laugh and feel like a regular, everyday guy. A woman who doesn't freak out and ask for a million pictures together when she realizes who I am, or throw herself at me, making everything awkward and uncomfortable when she won't stop trying to give me a blowjob in the bathroom, or flat out asks me how much money I make. I have seen and heard it all since I signed with the Vipers, but this spunky redhead who can tease me right back and not be completely mortified and want to run away screaming after what happened is a woman I want to get to know better, even if it's temporary. Leaning to the side to pull my cell out of the back pocket of my jeans, I tap on the phone icon and then the number of the last call I dialed, bringing my phone up to my ear. What do you want? My call is so nicely answered, making me smile. Can you bring 2 coffees out to the fire pit? One the way I like it, and one... Pulling the phone away from my mouth, I whisper to Emily, how do you take your coffee? An image pops into my head of Emily's red hair fanned out on my pillow with a bright morning sun shining on it through the window as I lean over her body in bed and ask her the same, suddenly intimate-sounding question. I have to shake my head and clear my throat to make it go away. 3 sugars with a splash of cream, please, and thank you. I repeat back her order before ending the call, watching the skin of her throat bob when she brings the water bottle back up to her lips and swallows a few more gulps. I try really hard, and fail, not to think about how she smelled like a beach vacation and sunshine when I was leaning over her, holding her hair back, wondering if the delicate skin of her neck smells the same way. Good God, man. It's like you've been locked away in prison for 20 years and haven't touched a woman in that amount of time. What is wrong with you? With a quickness that makes me happy, I asked her to come out for a visit. Before I open my mouth and say something stupid, my sister walks around the corner of the house at a clipped pace with 2 steaming mugs of coffee in her hands. Wow, it's like magic, Emily whispers in awe. Call back and ask for all the puppies and a large pepperoni pizza. The last woman I went on a date with actually asked me to buy her a car while the appetizers were being served. Emily wants puppies and a pizza. I want to keep her forever. Also, this is not a date, you dipshit. That's my sister Rachel. There's a side entrance off the kitchen, so she didn't have to bother walking through all those people who are probably still watching the worst game of my career, insulting my skills and mocking my walls. Look at that, already finding humor in your sad gray home. Good for you. She nods while I stop counting how many times she's made me smile since she tumbled out here. My sister finally closes the distance to us with her head down the entire way, paying attention to her feet out here in the dark so she doesn't trip and spill anything.
I finished packing up the trophy room, but if you want me to... Oh, shit!
Rachel curses as she comes to a stuttering stop a few feet away, finally looking up from the ground and wincing when some of the hot coffee splashes on her hand. And because of her little slip.
Sorry, Quinn. I thought you were out here with Tyler.
I give her apology a chin lift in response, her eyes darting back and forth between me and Emily as she walks the rest of the way to us, knowing she feels bad about what she just let slip in front of a stranger. I'm still not 100% sure where I'm going when this season is over, but I know I'm done with California. I won't be making a move for another few months, but this is a huge house with a lot of shit in it after 15 years. Rachel figured she'd kill two birds with one stone while she was out here to help me make up my fucking mind already, and thought she'd get a head start on helping me pack. Which she's not supposed to discuss with anyone except me and Tyler, including our parents. We just can't risk anything getting out until it's time. I've been telling everyone my home is so boring and lifeless, as Emily so nicely put it, because I'm getting ready to redecorate, when really, Rachel already packed all the family photos I had strewn all over the walls and tables. Nah, Tyler left a few hours ago when I wouldn't let him pat down all the guests, I inform her as she stops next to Emily's and my chairs and hands us our coffees.
He is such a freak,
Rachel says with a roll of her eyes, giving Emily what I know as her I don't trust you smile when Emily quietly thanks her for the coffee. Rachel, this is Emily. Emily, this is my sister Rachel, I introduce as the two women shake hands.
And how did you two kids meet?
Rachel asks in an overly pleasant voice that I know is complete bullshit. She's always been protective of me, but even more so since I became a pro football player, and women seem to constantly try to screw me 6 ways from Sunday.
I made fun of his house and his performance at the last Super Bowl, and then I threw up a gallon of tequila in his yard,
Emily states, lifting her cup of coffee toward my sister in a cheers before taking a careful sip. Her honesty and zero fucks given attitude is seriously turning me on. In front of my sister. This is awkward. Rachel's tense shoulders visibly relax, and her mouth slowly tips up into a grin.
I like you. Next time, puke on his Nikes. He's a shoe whore and has entirely too many pairs.
Hey, I complain as Emily laughs, and Rachel gives both of us a salute before turning and disappearing around the side of the house from where she came. Do you have any annoying brothers or sisters? I ask Emily as soon as Rachel is out of sight.
I have 4, actually. They live all over the place. I'm the baby of the pack and the one who has to pay for all of their mistakes, she says, wrapping both her hands tightly around the mug and shivering a little. I got the strict curfew, I got the strict dating rules, and I get to run the family business I hate because they all went out and made lives for themselves before I could.
Ouch. And here I am just feeling sorry for myself, trying to decide if I even want to play football anymore. Shit, pretend I didn't say that, I tell her nervously, wondering what in the actual hell is wrong with me that I said something like that to someone I barely know. Someone I barely know, who makes my dick hard and makes me want to sit and talk to her out here forever, but a stranger nonetheless. Rachel and Tyler would both have my ass.
Are you forgetting what I did over in your bushes?
She laughs as I lean as far back as I can on my chair, grabbing the remote for the gas fireplace with the tips of my fingers off the stone base of it and clicking the ignite button.
Believe me, I won't be saying a word about anything that has happened here this evening to anyone. Ever.
I don't know why, but I really believe her. I really hope I don't regret it. I seem to regret every decision I ever make with the opposite sex.
It sucks not knowing what you should do with your life,
Emily continues, a sadness coming over her voice, no longer shivering now that the fire is crackling.
Not having a crystal ball to see if the decision you make is going to be the right one, or just make everything worse.
Exactly, I nod, staring at her profile while she stares into the fire, the glow from the Edison lights strung through the trees above us letting me see every emotion as it plays across her face. So, what do you do about it? After a few seconds, she turns her head back to look at me, giving me another smile that I seem to keep holding my breath in anticipation for.
Cross your fingers and hope for the best? Or in my case, drink half of someone else's top-shelf tequila and regret all your life choices up to this point.
We both share a laugh, sipping our coffee in silence for a few minutes, staring into the flickering flames of the fire and listening to the quiet thumping bass coming from inside my house, where Billy must have decided to liven his party up a little. All of a sudden, Emily sets her coffee down in the grass by her feet before clapping her hands together twice.
All right, enough of this depressing nonsense. We're at a party, and this is my last night to have fun before I'm doomed for all eternity with a job I hate.
I laugh at her dramatics when she presses one hand to her stomach and the back of her other hand to her forehead, pretending to swoon.
If we're not going back inside to enjoy the party, then we need to do something fun.
I set my cup of coffee down in the grass by hers, leaning forward to rest my elbows on my knees, bringing myself closer to her. What did you have in mind? She mirrors my pose until our faces are just a few inches apart, my eyes focusing right in on her lips when her tongue darts out to wet them before she answers me. I have never wanted to kiss a woman I just met more in my life. I've dated a handful of some of the most stunning women in the world, and I would rather kiss a woman who just puked less than 15 minutes ago than spend even a second with any one of the others.
Well, there's a perfectly good basketball court over there on the other side of your pool that looks sad and pathetic, just like your walls.
Emily smirks, making that tight feeling in my chest return. Ha ha, I reply sarcastically, even though I just want to giggle like a little kid every time she speaks. It's like she put some sort of spell on me. You thinking about a little one-on-one?
I'm wearing heeled boots that go up to my thighs, she reminds me, sitting back up and away from our close proximity to point one long, gorgeous leg wrapped in a tall, sexy black boot out to the side of us. I can do a lot of things in heels, but running up and down a basketball court isn't going to happen tonight. We're playing a game of pig.
Make it horse, and you're on, I challenge, knowing the longer word means more shots we'll have to take, giving me more time to spend with her while I kick her ass. I can't believe you beat me.
I can't believe you're being such a big baby about it. You're a football player, not a basketball player.
No, it's fine that you beat me, but you beat me in 5 minutes. I don't even remember what happened. I think I blacked out. What are we doing next?
What, do you need to play a different game you can win so you can feel like a man?
Maybe.
Poker?
I just so happen to have a set of playing cards in a drawer in the outdoor kitchen. I'm being swindled.
What are you, an old-timey detective? I didn't swindle you. I'm just better at poker than you are.
I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
Just want to check and make sure I still have a penis. Maybe cry for a few minutes.
Can you bring me another water when you're finished? What you should really be mad about right now is the fact that you spent good money on a ping pong table to put out here by the pool, and you never even practice on it.
I practice? You just cheated. You have a third arm hidden under that skirt somewhere.
Did you just accuse me of having a penis?
Since you turned down my idea of skinny-dipping pool races, I guess we'll never know.
I'd just beat you at those two, and then you'd be a big baby and wet.
Darts?
Sure, why not? But I'm getting hangry, so... Oh my God, did you just have a pizza delivered here to the backyard? What's funny is that you thought pizza would distract me. Pizza just fuels my fire, man.
4 bullseyes in a row. I don't know whether to propose or check you for batteries to see if you're a robot.
Emily, kick ass. Emily, kill human now.
Well, then, I'll just throw you in the pool and short-circuit your battery.
No, put me down, Quinn. Don't you dare throw me in the pool. Okay, fine, I won't kill you. But I will destroy you with that set of Viper's cornhole boards I saw on the other side of your pool house.
Oh, now I know you're a robot, because that's just some bullshit I don't understand coming out of your mouth. Game on.
We're not playing rock, paper, scissors. Emily laughs, both of us lying on our backs on the loungers by the pool, staring up at the night sky after she kicked my ass 3 times in cornhole. You finally got your victory in arm wrestling. Cheer up. Give me a V, dot the I, curl the C, cross the T, O-R-Y. Clap, clap, clap. Victory. Clap, clap, clap. For Bagley.
Even with her adorable little cheer, one of many she's chanted to me throughout the night trying to boost my spirits every damn time I lost to her, I'm still feeling a little salty after the last game. Arm wrestling wasn't even a fair playing field, and now it feels like a gimme. Also, why are you so freakishly strong? Emily just laughs and shakes her head at me, both of us staring at a giant swan pool floaty as it goes bobbing by in the water of the in-ground pool a few feet in front of us, with 5 hula hoops weighing down its neck. 5 hula hoops she effortlessly tossed around that stupid thing's neck from 20 feet away while it moved around the pool, compared to my 1. I instantly regretted buying all of those hula hoops for Rachel's 6-year-old daughter the last time the whole family came for a visit. I've jokingly thrown a fit every time she beat me at something else, and I honestly am joking every time I complain. It's fucking badass being with someone who challenges me and doesn't give 2 shits about any hits my ego might take when she can do something better than me. I will admit the basketball game loss still stings, but watching her bend over to get the ball made everything better. This entire night with her made everything better.
What time do you have to be up to watch films?
Emily slowly turns her head toward me on her chair cushion, arms crossed over her chest and legs crossed at her ankles, just like I'm lying in my own chair a foot away. In a few hours, according to my drill sergeant who has been texting me with my schedule every half hour. I chuckle with a roll of my eyes, Emily laughing right along with me when my phone dings with yet another text from Rachel. Not only has she been helping me pack and trying to help me get my head on straight, but Rachel has been filling in as my assistant, keeping my schedule, and annoying the piss out of me if I'm even 30 seconds late for something. It was pretty hard not to share what Rachel was texting me about, since she kept interrupting every game Emily and I played the last few hours.
You're lucky you have a family who supports what you love to do, Emily tells me.
Without going into too many details with her about the possibility of me switching teams, she let me talk through my current love-hate relationship with football while we played ping pong. She helped me realize I've loved this sport since the day my dad first put a ball in my hands, and I really do want to keep playing for as long as my body will allow. And I know without a doubt now that this job I have won't stop feeling like a job and a chore unless I get away from the egos and find a brotherhood on the field. I don't know where I'd be without my family, I tell her honestly. I wish you could let your family know how you feel. She brought up her family business, something in the hotel industry, I think she said, during our poker game. The frustration was clear as hell every time she'd smack a card down on the table.
I think that ship has sailed,
she shrugs with a sad smile on her face that I do not like.
They let me try to follow my dreams for a few years, but I failed, and now I have to face the music. I'll be fine.
I open my mouth to ask her what her dreams are, but I'm interrupted by a loud shout coming from my sliding glass door. "Bitch, I'm bored. Just admit defeat already." Scrambling up from the chair when I look back and see the guy I'm just now remembering Emily was here with, I look back and forth between the two of them with wide eyes, wondering if I stole this guy's date and he's going to be pissed, until he shouts again. "You know I have to be home by 3 or I turn into a fairy."
That joke is old and worn out. You have to be home by 3 or Joe will call the cops,
Emily shouts back with a shake of her head as she pushes herself up from her chair and we're standing toe-to-toe.
His husband thinks we get into too much trouble when we're together, and now he has a curfew.
I laugh and then quickly sober when I realize our night is ending. She's scooping up those sexy boots from the ground that she pulled off and tossed to the side during cornhole and quickly backing away from me, and I don't even know her full name. "Can I at least get your last name before you walk away, leaving my pride at my game-playing abilities slashed and bleeding all over my backyard?"
I'm sure your pride will be just fine the next time you throw a touchdown pass, she replies cheekily. It's Emily. Just Emily.
Sliding my hands into my front pockets, I come to the conclusion it's probably for the best I don't know everything about her, otherwise she'd probably become a bigger obsession for me than football. And sadly, that just can't happen for me right now, as much as I want it to. "All right then, just Emily. Maybe the next time I need to be brought down a few pegs, I'll track you down," I shout across the yard to her, hoping that didn't sound creepy as fuck as she moves farther and farther away from me, taking her smile, her laughter, and all the fun she brought to my life with her.
Don't worry, I know who you are. Maybe I'll track you down.
She gives me a small wave before she turns, joining her friend at my open sliding glass door and disappearing inside my house. I hope you do track me down someday, just Emily. Someday when my life isn't so crazy.
Chapter 4. Emily. Buckle up, fuckers. I know you two gossiping girls have already explained this to me several times, but I'm gonna need you to do it once more just to make sure I'm not in the goddamn Twilight Zone. I speak to the two people standing in front of me in a smooth, calm voice, but they still cower in fear. They both also take a few nervous steps back until they bump into the check-in counter of the Sandbar Cottage's rental office and have nowhere else to go. I have had the week from absolute hell that has been spent trying to figure out which one of my friends betrayed me, since none of them would fess up to it until recently. On top of changing my email address, getting a new cell phone number, and logging out of all my social media accounts, refusing to look at them again. But not before I was told I'm a fat, ugly, talentless shrew with bad hair who ruined Quinn Bagley's life and quite possibly his career. Not to mention what I've had to deal with from my parents, who have only forgiven me for my betrayal of Ryan, because the only man they love more than Ryan Hutton is their favorite quarterback, who they are just positively delighted plays for the home team now and is dating their youngest daughter. My life could not possibly get any worse right now. But I have kept my cool like always, and I haven't hurt anyone yet. That should give me bonus points somewhere. Thank God for a good police department and tight security on SummerSuite. Otherwise, I probably would have had to move as well. Although at this point, if one more person on this island stops to talk to me about the rumors, I'm going to move to the moon. Please don't hurt us. You're super scary when you're mad. You still smile and act nice, and I don't like it. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk. I reply with a smile that, judging by the wide-eyed looks on everyone's face, might be a little bit frightening. Sweetie, don't be upset with Shepard and Palmer. They were just trying to help in their own sweet, stupid way, Wren says in a soft voice, leaning down from where she's sitting on top of the check-in counter to wrap her arms around her fiancé's shoulders. They are being punished for their betrayal, don't you worry. Bertie assures me with a firm nod, her ass perched on the opposite end of the counter from her sister, leaning forward to wrap protective arms around her own fiancé. Like either one of them could possibly protect their idiot men from me if I decide to do them bodily harm. But I won't, because I'm nice. And nice people don't stab their friends with a letter opener sitting on the counter just to the right of Palmer's elbow. It's just, the girls were so sad and upset on your behalf. Palmer tries to explain to me. We don't like it when they're sad and upset, Shepard adds, making Wren get hearts in her eyes and go all soft on me in my moment of female solidarity need. Yeah. We don't get laid nearly enough when they're sad and upset. Bodhi chuckles from the other side of the room, where he's lying on his back on the guest couch, tossing a tennis ball up toward the ceiling over and over. Tess quickly snatches the ball out of the air from her spot on the arm of the couch above his head and then whips it down at Bodhi's stomach as hard as she can. At least someone is on my side, I mutter as Bodhi groans, clutching his stomach and writhing in pain. I get that they have their men now and they are going to share secrets with the most important person in their lives now, and I'm okay with that. We're all family. What I don't get is why these morons decided to take what they heard and freaking run with it. We're all on your side, and the guys are very sorry for what they did, Bertie tells me. Oh, don't stick up for them. I roll my eyes in annoyance before taking a deep breath to find my zen again, pasting a diplomatic smile on my face when I look around at the three men. I thought when you guys finally came clean and admitted what was happening was all your fault that maybe you just casually mentioned it to one of your agents on accident or let it slip to your PR person, and then a shitty game of telephone spread from there. I would have still been a little cross with you, but mistakes happen. Completely forgivable. Shaking my head at all of them, that fiery pit of rage deep in my stomach I've been pushing down for the last week starts to boil and bubble. But still, I push it back as best as I can. I don't lose my cool unless I'm at my breaking point. It's always been my job to keep everyone organized and under control, and I'm not about to be the one who falls apart. Especially since the one and only time I ever did, I got fired from my dream job. I've got this. I'm a pro at smiling through a loss. It was literally my job. Except now I have to smile through losing my dignity. Everything is fine. Just fine. But oh, no. I laugh humorlessly, trailing off with a humming sigh. It wasn't just a simple mistake that could have happened to anyone, was it, gentlemen? All three of them shake their heads with guilty looks on their faces. What was it you did again, exactly? Just want to make sure I have all the details correct. Don't freak out and scream at them. Don't freak out and scream at them. Cheerleaders always keep their composure, even in the face of defeat. Just wave goodbye to your pride. It's lost forever now. We used a troll account on social media and posted that stuff about Quinn having a secret girlfriend in a reply to the Shark's formal announcement about his move. Shepard mumbles quickly and quietly with his head down. And? I prompt, crossing my arms in front of me and grinding my teeth so hard I start to get a headache. And when the general public and all the digging they were doing was taking forever, we might have supplied them with your name. Palmer adds guiltily, giving me the same damn grimace face that seems to be permanently glued to his good buddy Shepard's face. I'd like to just point out to the jury that none of us had anything to do with that grainy cell phone shot from the back of you puking in the bushes. No one even knows you were puking anyway. It just looks like he's railing you from behind. Nope, we shared that one too. Shepard speaks to Bodhi out of the corner of his mouth with his head still down, staring at his feet. Oh yeah, Bodhi chuckles. Hands on hips, smile on lips. Calm the hell down, you bitch. I couldn't even make this shit up if I tried. All this chaos happening in my life right now is because my friends decided to fall in love with a bunch of idiotic, yet sweetly adorable men who will do anything to make their women, and their women's best friend, happy. Even if that means coming up with the absolute dumbest way to get Quinn Bagley to come out to Summersweet Island, thinking as soon as he saw me again, he'd fall madly in love with me. As if. The jerk hasn't even reached out to see if I'm okay with this shitstorm. I mean, technically it's kind of my fault this shitstorm is even happening, but whatever. We are both injured parties here. Don't worry. Bodhi is officially grounded from reading romance novels for the foreseeable future, so he doesn't get any more romantic, yet unrealistic and would never happen in real life, ideas again. Tess promises. That idea came from a book that was based on a true story, woman. I said what I said. Don't at me. Bodhi complains, finally recovering from the gut shot enough to sit up in the middle of the couch. In our defense, Shepard interrupts Bodhi's pouting. Bodhi is technically the one who initially set up the troll account, Shepard admits. Oh, sure. Blame everything on me, he mutters. What in the hell do you even have a troll account for? Tess questions her husband. To troll Palmer. Why the hell else? Oh, shit. Shepard suddenly laughs. Wasn't Livin4420 the troll account username that first released the video of Palmer throwing his pitching wedge into the water hazard while screaming at his dad at that tournament last year, and set it to Buck Cherry's crazy bitch? Yup. Bodhi smirks, making Tess sigh, roll her eyes, and tell her belly in a soft voice that he or she is never allowed to ask their father for advice. That was you? What the hell, Bodhi? Palmer shouts, Birdie's arms around his shoulders now being used to hold him back from launching across the room at his friend and golf caddy. The username is Living4420. Bodhi shrugs, miming the act of smoking a joint with his finger and thumb pressed together by his lips. Of course it was me. Duh. That video went a long way toward making the love of your life forgive you. You're welcome. Livin4420, out. The two men start to argue with each other from across the room, and I quickly put my fingers in my mouth and blow out an ear-piercing whistle. Can we please remember this is all about me and stop talking about your problems? I remind them, trying to simmer down but finding it close to impossible when I start to list all the crap I've had to deal with this week because of them, ticking everything off on my fingers. Alicia Furlan stopped me when I was jogging on the beach to tell me she always knew I was meant to be with a football player. She already has the Athletic Booster Club organizing a steak, fry, and raffle for Quinn to be the guest speaker at. Katie Corbeil stopped me in the grocery store to tell me the only way to keep an athlete like Quinn Bagley happy is to cook a lot of good food for him. She then stole my grocery cart from me and filled it up with everything I'd need to make her stuffed cabbage rolls. Ooh, her stuffed cabbage rolls are really good. Did she actually give you the recipe? Every time I ask her, she tells me it's a family secret and, oh my God, Ren! I cut her off. Joanna Wright has the knitting club making us matching couple sweaters with Quinn's jersey number on them. Everyone thinks this stuff is true, and no one will let me explain to them otherwise, including my parents. Yeah, I didn't want to tell you, but I got a few requests for some sparkly Quemily shirts the other day, and your mom ordered 2 larges. Shepard admits, referring to his side graphic design business he does out of his and Ren's home. What the hell is a Quemily? Bodhi asks him, saving me from having to do it. You know, a mashup of 2 names together that people ship. That people ship where? Like on a boat? Ooh, they get to go on vacation? My God. Shepard shakes his head at Bodhi, making me want to scream at the top of my lungs like I'm trying to get the attention of 60,000 fans on a Sunday afternoon. You really need to spend some more time with Owen. He keeps me up to date on all the swig teenage talk. It's swag, babe, Ren whispers, making Shepard shoo her away with a whatever wave of his hand before she looks over at me and gives me another placating smile. Those all sound like very nice things. Has it really been that bad? A woman threw her drink on me at Dockside Eddie's for breaking Ryan's heart. Yeah, Ren winces. Ryan's mom was kind of mean until you explained everything to her. Of course. Right when I was going to sit Ryan down and tell him how I felt, or actually didn't feel, he won last-minute tickets to some big professional bowling tournament, and he had to rush out of town for a week. Figuring what's one more week, since this conversation absolutely had to happen face-to-face, I never imagined my entire life would blow up for the whole world to read about. Going by the cryptic text he sent to me as soon as the shit hit the fan that just said, "We'll talk as soon as I get home," I'm assuming he saw the gossip magazine post mentioning him, and how much less of a man he must feel like now that Quinn Bagley stole his woman. Why did I ever complain about my life on this island being so boring? Why? I didn't explain everything to Ryan's mom after she threw her vodka soda on me, but I did tell her it was all a huge misunderstanding that would get cleared up as soon as Ryan got home, which is supposed to be any minute now, and the reason why I made everyone come here, so they could own up to their parts in this nonsense and apologize to him for what I'm assuming was probably as hellish of a week as I've had. You know, before I apologized to him for breaking his heart and not being honest with him as soon as I got home. Or 4 damn years ago. God, I suck, I mumble, blowing out a breath and running a hand through my hair. You don't suck, Ren tells me. Ryan is a big boy and you have nothing to feel guilty about. He'll be here any minute and you'll see that everything is going to be fine. You know he's not a jerk who's going to come in here screaming at you. He's a nice guy who will forgive anything because he cares about you. I told you he sent me a few texts checking on you this week. He doesn't hate you. Great way to make me feel worse. And what a wonderful reminder that, yes, I do still suck. Because my worry about Ryan, who I've known almost my entire life, pales in comparison to how much I've been worrying about Quinn, a man I only spent a handful of hours with 5 months ago. I've been alternating between being hurt that he hasn't reached out to me now that he knows who I am and where I live, to being sick to my stomach with anxiety about everything he must be going through. It's got to be 10 times worse than my drama, especially with the timing of everything and what team he decided to play for, which is still such a freaky coincidence that my head wants to explode every time I think about it. In a moment of weakness the other night, I even tried to message him to see if he was okay and to apologize from my new super secret and private social media account, but he had messaging turned off everywhere. He's not an angry guy, which was clearly evident the night I spent with him, when he easily accepted my apology for insulting him in his own home and spent the rest of the night making me smile and laugh more than I had in a really long time. I just have to hope that fun, sweet, easygoing man who held my hair back when I puked and bought me a pizza when I was hangry knows this was all just one big misunderstanding and realizes I would never do something like this to him on purpose. He has to know I'm not a psycho asshole human being. He might not have known my last name, but the hours he spent with me should have proven to him exactly what kind of person I am. Quinn got the real me that night. The one who is always looking for something fun to do, can't sit still, talkative and motivated, and who will do anything to make someone smile. The real me who has been missing since I got back here. Everything sucks. And now Ryan is going to hate me forever too, on top of everything else I have to deal with. I grumble, my anger starting to boil over. All because you 3 meddling men had to stick your noses where they didn't belong. We're really sorry, and we promise to make it up to you, Palmer says, trying to give me one of his killer smiles that makes Bertie's underwear immediately fly off. But I'm immune to his charms. We'll do any chore you ask. Order us around. We are at your service for as long as you want, to make your life easier. Scream, yell, and get it all out. I promise you'll feel better. We deserve it, so take all your anger out on us, but mostly Bodhi. Right on. I like it rough. Bodhi's response earns him a smack on the arm from Tess. Well, I wonder exactly how much more of this I can take before my head really does explode. I'm not a ragey person. I'm not a crazy hothead like the media so nicely portrayed me. After I'm assuming they spoke to my former boss, who lied like the devil she is about why I lost my temper with her. I don't just go around yelling at people who piss me off. I will stand up for what I believe in, and if you hurt one of my friends, there's nowhere you can hide from me. But I have officially reached my breaking point, and losing my shit on a bunch of grown men who can handle it sounds pretty good right about now. This is all your fault, you dipshits! I am going to rain hellfire down upon all of you! I shout, not really feeling better, but on a roll at this point. You're doing my laundry and the laundry for all the cottages for the next 2 weeks to make it up to me. I am going to be a stage 5 clinger on your asses, the likes of which you have never seen before. Buckle up, fuckers. So this is where the hot-headed banshee-like demanding woman with no respect for authority has been hiding all this time. The wide-eyed, oh shit, looks on every person's face in front of me right now tells me the velvety, deep, familiar voice coming from behind me that has haunted my dreams and my fantasies for the last 5 months is not a figment of my depraved imagination. And he definitely doesn't sound very happy to finally be in the presence of his secret girlfriend again, or our love child that I have yet to locate. I take back what I thought earlier. It turns out my life actually can get worse. Chapter 5. Emily. Awesome. Just an awesome turn of events. Does my hair look okay? Why did you make me wear this shirt? It's a stupid, ugly shirt, and I look hideous. How's my breath on a scale of 1 to 10? Who's got gum? Ignoring the whispering panic between the fangirls, I let Birdie and Wren try to shush their two ridiculous men while the freakiest sense of deja vu washes over me. Slowly turning around and then looking several inches up, I see the same annoyed, breathtakingly handsome face with no hint of any dimples hidden under his 5 o'clock shadow, just like I did 5 months ago. Except this time, I don't have the warm comfort of a gallon of tequila to help me get through it. "Yay, it's QB!" I shout, throwing my arms up in a high V. Although it looks like I'm going to act like it. I'm so thrown off by the fact that Quinn Bagley is standing right here, on my island, in my place of work, that I don't know how to act. He's dressed casually in a pair of black joggers, a long-sleeved Under Armour shirt that clings to his muscles in all the right places, with a Nike baseball cap on his head, looking better than he has any right to. And I've seen him dressed in a tailored suit, which should be damn near illegal. Quinn is clearly not amused by me and crosses his arms in front of him. When all I can think about is how it felt to have those strong arms wrapped around me when he teased me about throwing me in the pool, I quickly drop my own arms down to my sides and get my shit together. "I can't believe you're here. I'm so—"
"Who the hell even are you?"
Those words and the pissed-off tone of his voice get my hackles up, and the apology and concern over his well-being dies on my tongue and in my heart. I know exactly who I am. So I put my hands on my hips and return his glare, pretending like seeing him standing in front of me doesn't make me feel like I'm alive again after 5 long months. "Clearly, you think I'm exactly who the media says I am, so why are you even here?" God, that hurts like a bitch to say out loud, when just the sight of him makes me want to tell him everything that's wrong and let him make it all better with his full belly laugh and teasing smile. I can't believe I actually thought that, after a handful of hours, this man would know me better than this and not think the worst of me. I'm such an idiot.
"I just wanted to see if it was all an act,"
he mutters, like a knife to the heart as he looks me up and down. Well, now he really is going to think that night was all an act. Of course I wouldn't be wearing something sexy and badass like the night we met. Oh no, I'm like a sad, rejected Stevie from Schitt's Creek, in ratty skinny jeans, a t-shirt with a flannel thrown over it, a pair of Converse that used to be white at some point, my hair thrown up on top of my head in one of Wren's signature messy buns, and nary a smoky eye in sight. I look as hideous as Shepard does in that dip-and-twist shirt. Oh, who gives a shit what you look like? You're better than this. Get it together.
"Hi, Palmer Campbell. You've probably heard of me. Dude, that was so douchey. Don't say that. I can't explain what happened without a proper introduction. You guys are so embarrassing. Now he'll never want to play with us. Just
I cut off the men who won't shut up behind me with another ear-piercing finger whistle, not even giving 2 shits if Quinn's open-mouthed stare means he's impressed or that his poor opinion of me was just confirmed. What they're trying to say is that it's all their fault that
doesn't matter."
Quinn cuts me off, taking a step closer to me until we're toe-to-toe. I can smell that damn delicious body spray he wears that makes me want to climb him like a tree, and he lowers his voice so only I can hear him.
"You promised not to say anything, and you lied. I just came here to hear you admit it."
"Oh my God!" I whisper with a shake of my head as he pulls back, the hurt and disappointment stabbing into me again. "You actually think I did this on purpose?" The realization hurts like hell, but I do what I do best. I push my shoulders back and lift my head up high, pretending like everything around me isn't a dumpster fire when he continues.
"I can only be thankful none of that shit got out about me questioning whether or not I even wanted to play the game anymore."
Quinn scoffs, making me wince and close my eyes.
"Yeah, that's brand new information,"
Shepard pipes up from behind me. Take it back, man. That's not funny. The sharks need you, Palmer whines. I open my eyes back up to see Quinn staring down at me with a shocked look on his face. But I refuse to feel bad for him for even 1 second. You didn't say anything about that. It's a statement, not a question, coming from Quinn, now that understanding has hit him. Too little, too late, and I don't care. I'm sorry I told my absolute best friends in the world about one of the best nights of my life. I clamp my mouth shut and internally cringe, wishing immediately I could take back that little tidbit of honesty before quickly continuing so he'll forget all about it. Contrary to what you think, I'm not an asshole human being. I never shared anything personal that we talked about. Nice of you to notice how everything that wound up in the press was only about the stupid shit I said and did and the fun stuff that happens between us. Followed up by people shitting all over me and my character while praising the ground you walk on. Things haven't exactly been a piece of cake for me either. A flash of guilt washes over Quinn's face, but I still don't care. Oh, hey, everyone's here. Like the horror movie my life has suddenly turned into, the sound of Ryan's voice makes me jump like a serial killer just came charging out of the closet with a machete. Well, my friends all greet him like he's Norm on that old television show Cheers as he walks in through the back entrance of the office, and not like this isn't a complete nightmare. This is not happening. This is seriously not happening. And yet, it's happening. Live and in HD, 2 worlds getting ready to collide and blow up in my face worse than anything that's happened over the last week. Ryan, I am so sorry. I apologize, quickly turning my back on Quinn since I can only deal with one major life crisis at a time, and since Quinn has suddenly gone mute now that he realized I didn't spill his damn secrets and I might not be the awful person he assumed I was. Emily, what are you apologizing for? This is awesome, Ryan announces, stopping a few feet away from me while my friends all stand around with their heads ping-ponging back and forth, like they're at a goddamn sporting event and not my execution. With his short, shaggy, dirty blonde hair, dark blue Summer Sweet Wildcats bowling team polo shirt, and adorable boy-next-door good looks, Ryan has always reminded me of a lovable, loyal golden retriever filled with the same exuberant energy. I hate myself so much for hurting him, no matter how hard he's trying to hide it. I mean, some of the stuff they've said in the press sucks, but everyone has been so nice about it. Ryan continues with that sweet smile of his. People dropped off so much food I'll never be able to eat it all. And I heard someone knitted you some sweaters and you got your own seat at the high school football stadium with your name on it for life. And Heather Compton told me to tell you she baked you a cake and she'll leave it on your porch. Sounds like things have literally been a piece of cake for you. Quinn leans forward from behind to whisper in my ear. I clench every muscle in my body so I don't shiver when I feel his warm breath against my ear. And because his voice is suddenly filled with a teasing humor instead of anger, and that's some serious kryptonite for me. Shut up. I whisper back to him out of the corner of my mouth, still staring at my childhood sweetheart, who was looking at me with that same caring nature of his, one of the main reasons I always found myself coming back to him over the years. I am a horrible person. Anyway, I just wanted to stop by and talk to make sure you're okay, but now I see you're more than okay. Everything is going to be great, and I don't have to worry about you anymore. Ryan continues with that exuberant smile on his face, making me realize the last week has officially broken him. Why would you worry about me after everything that's happened? Ryan laughs and blows out a huge breath of air. I suddenly realized he was nervous as hell when he walked in here, and I really have no idea why, since I ruined his life. We should probably be having this discussion in private, but you'll just tell everyone in here as soon as I walk out the door anyway. He smiles at me. That's valid. I shrug, making me wish for the 1,000th time that things could be easier and I could just love this man the way he deserves. But I'm glad everyone is here. I honestly couldn't have timed this any better. You have no idea how big of an asshole I felt for thinking I was leading you on all this time and for those stupid, awkward dinners. Ryan Hutton. Big fan, by the way. Ryan pauses as he leans to the side to give a smile and a chin nod to the man behind me, making me wonder if now is when I'm officially in the Twilight Zone. Thanks. Quinn sounds just as utterly confused as to what the fuck is going on as I am as Ryan continues. What I'm trying to say is, I met someone. Just like in the movies, there's a gasp amongst the crowd. Ren then takes over my cheerleading duties and starts chanting, "Go Ryan," and I'm pretty sure my soul leaves my body when he resumes. It's still kind of new, and I don't want to jinx anything, but I just felt so bad when you came home from California. You were so sad and all alone, so I didn't want to say anything when I was so happy and make you sadder. You know, about you being alone and, yep, got it. I stop him before he says the fucking word alone one more time. Quinn lets out a little snort from behind me, reminding me that I should never, ever think my life can get any worse because it sure as shit can. Well, don't I feel stupid? Here I thought this man had been pining for me all this time and that I was going to crush him, when the man I've actually been pining for is standing right behind me and I want to punch him in the face for thinking I was some psycho bitch. Awesome. Just an awesome turn of events. Anyway, I think it's safe to say we were both fools who should have been honest with each other a long time ago. But now that you're not alone, I can stop feeling like an asshole. You were just so sad because you were missing him. It's just great. I really am happy that you guys are together and you're not alone anymore. Ryan gushes, making me wish a hole would open up in the floor and swallow me down into the pits of hell. I'm still alone, I tell Ryan with a sigh. No, you're not. He chuckles, shaking his head at me like I'm so adorable. Yes, I am. I'm not dating Quinn Bagley. But he's standing right behind you. No, he's not, I replied dumbly, crossing my arms in front of me like a petulant child. Yes, I am, Quinn pipes up, the smile in his voice obvious even though I can't see him, the jerk. He's definitely having entirely too much fun at my expense. We aren't dating, I try again. Oh, I get it. Is this like a secret thing where we have to pretend like it's a bunch of rumors until you guys are officially ready to announce it? Ryan asks. It's not pretend. It is a bunch of rumors. Got it. Ryan winks dramatically. Don't worry. I won't say anything. Well, this just got interesting, Quinn says, a damn smirk on his face when he steps up next to me and holds his hand out to Ryan. Quinn Bagley, nice to formally meet you, man. I'm sorry about all the stuff they've been saying about you in the media. I'm just happy to know I'm not really a homewrecker who stole someone's woman. The two men share a laugh, and I just look back and forth between them with my mouth dropped open so wide it might actually fall off and clatter to the floor. I finally throw my hands up in the air, realizing I have completely lost control of this insane situation. What the actual shit is going on? My thoughts exactly, I mutter, as Quinn and Ryan drop hands when the revolving door that is the Sandbar Cottage's rental office lets yet another person enter my nightmare. Tyler, this is a whole bunch of people. Everyone, this is my agent, Tyler. My friends all give the man who looks like he just stepped off the pages of GQ a wave, while he pulls a pocket square out of his suit coat and dabs at his forehead. Yeah, hi, lovely to meet you. Again, what in the actual shit is going on? Tyler asks. Oh, Emily and Ryan are breaking up, but not really because they agreed to date other people ages ago, but this just makes it official, since they're both seeing other people now. Ren decides to completely not clear the air for him. And I thought actresses were insane, Tyler mutters, shoving his pocket square back and turning to address Quinn. This entire shitty island is full of idiots, and they don't even have a Starbucks. All right, that's enough. Quinn orders him in a low voice that sends shivers down my spine. If you're going to keep insulting this place, go outside. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. Did you hear that? It was the sound of my uterus spontaneously impregnating. Well, I'll just leave you guys to it, Ryan says, stepping forward to shake Quinn's hand again. Seriously, it's great to have you on the island. But if you hurt her, I will fuck you up. Quinn nods seriously, like this is even a serious threat he needs to worry about. Anyway, I'm sure I'll see you guys at the steak fry. Thanks for being the guest speaker, by the way. Ryan smiles at Quinn before he starts walking toward the front door, promising we'll catch up for real very soon. Well, Quinn just smiles and nods right back at him, playing along and saving my dignity in front of Ryan, making me feel all warm and fuzzy and really want to know what his lips would feel like on mine. Don't worry, I'll deny everything if anyone asks me, Ryan shouts back to us with a wave as he walks out the door. You should deny it, because none of it is true, Tyler shouts after him, finally deciding he doesn't want to shut the fuck up anymore. Is everyone here on drugs? I know I am, Bodhi announces with a raise of his hand from the couch in the corner. With a curse under his breath, Tyler reaches into his inside jacket pocket for something, while I chance a look at Quinn to find him staring right at me. My skin instantly heats like he just wrapped his arms around me and yanked me against his body, and I can't pull my eyes away from him no matter how hard I try. You're slacking, Quinn. I thought you'd have her all ready to sign the NDA. Did you even ask her how much money it will take to shut her up? Tyler asks, finally giving me the strength to look away from Quinn. Excuse me? Tyler. No, really. I cut Quinn off, suddenly feeling sick to my stomach that for a few seconds while Quinn was playing along with all this insanity, that maybe he actually came here for different, better reasons. Please, let him continue to tell me how you only came here to pay me off. Quinn opens and closes his mouth a few times, but obviously there's nothing he can say to make this any better. It was bad enough when he thought I was fake and did this just to be a dick, but he actually thought I was an opportunistic gold digger? Your 5 minutes of fame are over, sweetheart. Jesus Christ, Tyler, stop being an asshole, Quinn yells at his agent, but it doesn't even matter. Snatching the folded-up piece of paper out of Tyler's hand, along with the pen he holds out to me, I use the top of my thigh to scribble my signature at the bottom of the page. Emily, you don't have to do that, Quinn says softly while I wish the sound of his pleading voice didn't make my heart skip a beat. Standing back up, I walk right up to Quinn, smacking the NDA and pen against his chest. Don't worry, I will never, ever utter your name again, but you can take your money and shove it right up your ass. I didn't do this to you on purpose, and I definitely didn't do it for fame. In fact, I didn't even do this to you at all. They did, I inform Quinn as I point my thumb over my shoulder. Yup, it is 100% our fault. Please don't be mad at us. Do you want us to do your laundry too? Because we totally will. Get the hell off my island and never come back. I tell Quinn when the idiots behind me stop trying to suck up to him. You sure about that? He whispers with an unmistakable flicker of his eyes down to my mouth when I lick my lips. I realize my hand is still pressed flatly against his warm, muscular chest, and somewhere along the way, he rested his on top of mine. When he starts rubbing his thumb back and forth against the top of my hand, I quickly get my wits about me. Yanking it out from under his while he keeps his hold on the pen and paper, I hate that I can still feel the steady, strong beat of his heart against my palm. At least you kept your promise. I tell him with a shrug, remembering he's a jerk and I'm better than this. And which one is that? Quinn asks, with those heart-stopping dimples on full display. That you'd contact me when you needed to be brought down a few pegs, I remind him. Eat shit. And seriously, get the hell off my island. With a silent scream in my head and a clench of my fists, I turn away from him and walk past all of my unhelpful friends, disappearing into the back office with a slam of the door behind me. Well, it's been a pleasure. I hear Tyler lie to my friends from the other side of the door as I flop down into the computer chair behind the desk. I just need all of you to sign these NDAs and then we can be out of your hair. I cannot believe our driver never showed up, and now we have to walk back to that godforsaken ferry because all of the golf carts needed maintenance at the same fucking time. Oh shit, that was a real job? Bodhi chuckles. When Frank called me from the ferry dock and said 2 hotshots wanted to hire a golf cart driver, I thought it was a joke. Well, if you guys are still game, so am I. I've got nothing else going on. With another silent scream when I hear footsteps several minutes later, followed by the front door opening and closing. I rest my arms on the small desk in the room, then slam my head down repeatedly on top of them. I'm not at all sad and hurt that after 5 long months of wishing I could see him again, Quinn Bagley turned out to be a jerk, and he's doing exactly what I ordered him to do.
Chapter 6. Quinn. What the fuck? And to your left, you'll see Hang 5 Arcade, where I currently hold the island record for no one gives a shit, just drive, goddammit. I don't even bother hiding my laugh when Bodhi, the guy who's driving us around and looks like the coolest surfer ever, conveniently finds another muddy pothole in the street, splashing dirty water up onto Tyler's feet. These are $3,000 crocodile loafers from Italy, Tyler shouts over the tricked-out sound system that's blasting DMX, hanging his foot out the side of the cart to shake the mud and water off as we fly down the street. These are $2 flip-flops from the grocery store, Bodhi replies, waving one of his flip-flops over his shoulder that he slipped off while he took a corner at a high rate of speed. Who's the idiot now? When I chuckle, Tyler whips his head to the side to look at me, both of us in the back seat of the golf cart. Although I don't know if this is technically considered a golf cart or a street-legal racing machine. It's honestly the most badass thing I've ever seen. Black with blue flames painted on it, huge tires with spinning rims, black and blue leather racing seats with multicolored LED lights running under the roof of the cart and the undercarriage, glowing against the asphalt and flashing in sync with the beat of the music as we drive through town. None of this is funny, Tyler growls when I laugh again as Bodhi pumps one fist in the air, shouting about Rough Riders. It's fucking hilarious, and I'm not speaking to you. I remind him. It's fucking hilarious. And I'm not speaking to you, I remind him, crossing my arms in front of me and staring straight ahead as we cruise down the main drag, the businesses all lit up but not too many people out this late in the evening. You were an asshole. You were pretty rude, bro, Bodhi shouts back over his shoulder. Stay out of our conversation. Just because you and all your little friends also signed NDAs doesn't mean you get to— Fuck! Tyler curses when Bodhi hits another pothole. Tyler's head hits the roof of the golf cart, and he shoots me another glare when I laugh. You deserved that after how disrespectful you were to this place and to Emily, I remind him. The hurt written all over her face when Tyler had to open his big mouth and bring up the money flashes through my head, making me sick to my stomach. I was just starting to relax, knowing I could trust my initial instincts about her, still drunk on the beachy coconut smell of her skin after I leaned down to whisper in her ear. And I could tell she was starting to warm up to me for assuming the worst about her when Tyler had to ruin everything. She said it was one of the best nights of her life, and I know I didn't imagine the heat in her eyes when she caught me staring at her. Jesus, I couldn't not stare at her. It was one thing to see her bare, sexy legs all night long in a short skirt, but seeing her so comfortable, relaxed, and at home made me want to curl up with her on a couch, watch a movie, and see if she'd let me slip my hand under the warmth of her tea to cop a feel. Stop pouting. I successfully got rid of another crazy redhead for you. Quickly grabbing onto the seat handle and bracing my feet, I don't budge when Bodhi slams on the brakes while Tyler flies forward, his face smacking against the back of Bodhi's seat and his cell phone clattering to the floor of the cart. "Oops, sorry," Bodhi quips, clearly not sorry at all, going by the smile I can see in his profile as he slams his foot on the gas and starts moving again, forcing Tyler to fly back onto our seat in an annoyed heap. "What the fuck?" he screeches as he swipes his cell phone up from the floor and glares at Bodhi's reflection in the rearview mirror. "You are literally the worst driver I've ever had." "Endangered crocodile crossing the road," Bodhi shrugs. "Didn't want to hit it. He probably smelled your shoes, man. You want to stop at the grocery store for flip-flops?" "No, just take us to the fucking ferry dock and stop dicking around." "Got it. No dicking around," Bodhi replies with a salute, making me smile and wish I could hang out with this guy longer. He catches my eye in the rearview mirror, turning the volume down a little bit on the sound system. "She's not crazy, bro. Far from it. She's pretty fucking badass. We're just a bunch of idiots who tried to be helpful and we drove her over the edge," Bodhi tells me before turning the music back up, pumping his fist in the air and singing along like he didn't just make me feel 1,000 times worse about what happened. I didn't even ask her if she was okay. I'm used to the publicity and people saying shitty things about me on the internet. I can't even imagine what it must have been like for her. Sure, as a professional cheerleader, she's been in the public eye and under scrutiny, but never to this magnitude. I know how to shut it off and remember who I am at the end of the day, and that a stranger's opinion of me doesn't matter. And I just let her walk away from me, hurt and confused, making her think I'm a complete asshole. "You're just lucky we avoided any kind of messy confrontation with the boyfriend." "Ex-boyfriend," I remind Tyler while he finally gets smart and holds on to his side handle with one hand, glancing up from typing on his phone with the other hand to scoff at me. "Wipe that smug grin off your face and stop being happy that she doesn't have a boyfriend." But I really, really am happy about that. Honestly, when Tyler told me about the infidelity gossip and how she had some long-term childhood boyfriend, I was horrified that I might have ruined a relationship, even though the hours we spent together were completely innocent. It's just what was in my head that was in no way innocent at all. "Maybe he'll teach me how to bowl," I mutter, remembering how one of the articles online said he was the high school bowling coach and he was wearing a coach's shirt tonight. "Who, your fake girlfriend's ex-boyfriend?" Tyler laughs, shaking his head at me as he types away on his phone. "Yeah, that sounds totally normal. Will you fucking listen to the words coming out of your mouth? You are not friends with these people. She is not your girlfriend, and I will hire you 10 fucking bowling coaches if you want to learn how to bowl. Now, can we talk about the statement you're finally going to release to the press? We were thinking keep it simple, say it was all a misunderstanding and leave it at that. Then remind everyone you're still very much single with a little wink to the camera to make sure all your female fans remain on your side." That sick feeling is back in the pit of my stomach, and Bodhi's eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror again with a raise of one eyebrow, almost as if he's asking permission to find another pothole. "This isn't a battle to see who likes who better," I remind Tyler. "They really have been shitting all over her in the media." She could have screamed at me just as much as she was yelling at her friends when I walked into the office behind her, which was actually pretty damn hilarious, and it took a lot of effort not to laugh out loud. But she didn't. She just gave me attitude and stood her ground, and fuck if that doesn't just turn me on and make me want to have Bodhi turn this golf cart around. "Again, who gives a shit? She is not your girlfriend, she signed the NDA, and now you can forget she ever existed once this all blows over," Tyler states. Just like she'll forget that I ever existed? Well, that just seems like a giant ball of suck now, doesn't it? "We are getting the hell off this island and never coming back, so you can do what you're supposed to do and just concentrate on football," Tyler continues, leaning forward over the front seat when Bodhi stops to let a few people cross the street. "The longer we stay here, the more chances of someone recognizing you, and then no one will believe your statement to the press." Bodhi smacks Tyler's hand away from the cup holder he was reaching for, making me laugh again, even though the thought of never coming back to this island and having all the free time in the world to focus on nothing but football doesn't make me feel as happy as it should. "That's $100 for a napkin," Bodhi informs Tyler. "It's a fucking paper napkin," Tyler argues, pointing to the stack shoved into the cup holder. "Right, but they're imported, made out of crocodile and shit. You want to wipe off your fancy shoes, you gotta pay fancy money." Bodhi waves at a few people who shout his name as he hits the gas, while Tyler bitches and moans as he pulls 250s out of his money clip, thrusting them into the front seat. "Hey, Quinn," someone shouts to me with a wave as we cruise by. "Pretty sure I've been recognized," I inform Tyler, smiling as I wave back while Bodhi hands him one single napkin over his shoulder once he's pocketed the money. Ever since we pulled away from the cottage rental office where Emily works, no less than 10 people have waved and shouted greetings to not only Bodhi, but to me as well. There aren't that many people out wandering the main drag, but every single one of them knew who I was. "How's it going, Quinn?" "Good to see you, Quinn." "Hiya, Quinn." Friendly shouts, like they're my neighbors just getting ready to ask me if they can borrow a cup of sugar. "I want to give them my sugar," I whisper, waving at another island resident who just tips his hat to me as we go by. "Jesus Christ, you're already succumbing to the horrors of this place," Tyler complains. "Seriously, man, what's the deal with everyone being so low-key here?" I ask Bodhi as he turns the music down again while Tyler tries cleaning up his shoe. I recognized Palmer Campbell and Shepard Oliver as soon as I walked into the office. As a fan of all sports, I was familiar with their careers, and I remember hearing some rumblings about how, now that they've settled down and fallen in love, they keep their private lives on complete lockdown. I get that people aren't constantly mobbing them since they live here, but no one rushes up and asks me for an autograph when we stop, and no one runs after the cart trying to get a selfie. I haven't even seen one person lift their phone and try to get a secret shot of us driving through town. It's the wildest thing. It's not like I get chased down the road or people scream when they see me and come charging, unless I'm at the stadium or doing something team-related, but as soon as someone recognizes me, my time is always interrupted with a request. "Yeah, no one is really going to bother you while you're here, unless they need you to make something for a church bake sale, or you forgot to buy your tickets to the steak fry," Bodhi explains. "Which you really should consider going to, man. Kick-ass raffle baskets, all you can eat and drink, and the money goes toward the high school football program. Anyway, as far as the general public goes, we have really good security here that Palmer and Shepard both pitch in with to make tighter and to secure their privacy, and their PR people are pretty good helping out with that too. This place is magical and pretty much like Fantasy Island." That sounds like heaven. I want to stay here forever. Jesus, what is wrong with me? As much of an asshole as Tyler is, he's right. These are not my friends, Emily is not my girlfriend, and this place isn't my home. I still need to find a home, but it's not going to be over here on Fantasy Island with a beautiful redhead I need to finally put out of my mind so I can concentrate on my job. Go away, nausea. I don't need your kind of negativity right now. My phone rings in my hand, making me let out an unmanly squeal as I bobble it a few times. I don't at all feel like I was just caught red-handed, scrolling through Emily's social media accounts in between holding on for dear life during our drive, looking through all her photos like some creepy pervert trying to find an ass shot from when she cheered. 24th photo from the top, tiny sliver of a pale, perfect ass cheek while she jutted her hip out on the 50-yard line during our game against Denver. I'm so busy glancing around guiltily that I quickly bring my phone up to my ear without even paying attention to whose call I just answered. That's my first mistake. "How is everything going with my favorite quarterback?" The sound of my boss's voice in my ear throws a bucket of cold water on my spank bank, makes me sit up straighter in the back of the golf cart, and makes Bodhi immediately turn the music all the way off, probably seeing the look of panic on my face in the mirror. "It's excellent, Jeannie. Thank you for asking," I tell her, even though things aren't really excellent and none of this feels right. Tyler mutters an "oh shit" under his breath, smoothing his hair back and straightening his tie like we're on a video call and she can see us. "Wonderful," Jeannie purrs through the line. "So you took care of the problem?" "Yes, I absolutely took care of the problem," I nod with a wince. Knowing nothing about Emily feels like a problem, except for the fact that I'm driving away from her. "Perfect. I knew I could trust you to handle things. Make sure you call my assistant in the next few days and set up a lunch for the three of us in the next week." "I'm sorry, the three of who?" I ask nervously, my head still in the clouds, reminding myself I have nothing to panic about because I did exactly what Jeannie asked me to. "You, me, and that island girlfriend of yours, of course." Jeannie laughs, making my blood run cold and my skin break out in sweat at the same time. "You did just assure me you took care of the problem and established that... Emily, is it? That Emily is okay after all of the nonsense the media has been saying about her, correct?" What the fuck? "Quinn?" Jeannie repeats my name when I forget how to speak for a solid minute, waking me the hell up, while Tyler looks at me like he might vomit after leaning his head close enough to mine to hear what Jeannie was saying. "Yes, I'm here," I shout a little too loudly. Mistake number 2 coming right up, folks. And yes, Emily is definitely my girlfriend's name, and I definitely did do that, and yes, everything is fine, just fine. She's absolutely fine. Lunch, you say? We could do lunch, although brunch is fun too, but I just like saying the word brunch. I babble like a lunatic, while Bodhi laughs at my expense in the front seat, and Tyler dry heaves out his side of the golf cart when we pull up to a stop next to the curb. "Good," Jeannie replies, completely unaware that I might actually be having a heart attack as I try to rub the sharp pain in my chest away with the heel of my hand. "The love and support of a good person makes for a very excellent leader. I'll let Melissa know you'll be in touch soon to set something up. Give Emily my best, and tell her I look forward to getting to know the woman who stole your heart." "Righty-ho," I reply right before she disconnects the call, rolling my eyes at myself when I drop my hand into my lap and let out a huge sigh. Oh no, did I just do what I think I did? "Why the hell are you stopped?" Tyler asks Bodhi when he finally collects himself. "None of this matters. It's fine, and we can still salvage this. We'll explain everything to Jeannie in person when we get back, and we'll have a nice big laugh about it. Take us to the ferry dock and get us off this godforsaken island before some other bad thing happens." I mean, is it really a bad thing? It's not like Emily is the crazy psycho Tyler thought she was. And okay, that I might have thought she was for just a teensy tiny minute before I pulled my head out of my ass. It's just one lunch. "No can do, buddy," Bodhi says, throwing his arm over the back of his seat and looking at him over his shoulder. "Last ferry off the island was a while ago. Probably right around the time Ems was telling this guy to eat shit. We're still on the off-season ferry schedule for another week." Bodhi starts chuckling, Tyler starts looking green again, and I'm somewhere in the middle. I lied to my boss. I get to see Emily again. She's going to stab me right in the throat. Jeannie or Emily? Definitely both. But I get to see Emily again while I bleed out at her feet. "Why in the hell have you been driving us around then?" Tyler shouts to Bodhi, oblivious to the argument between the voices in my head. "I don't know, man. You're the one who hired a driver. Therefore, I drove you around. But now I gotta get this golf cart back to Palmer. He's been texting me nonstop, and he's pissed I took it without asking. There's the Summer Sweet Island Hotel," Bodhi says, pointing to a sprawling, upscale building right on the shoreline that he parked us in front of. "I would have taken you back to Emily's place to rent a cottage, but she's super mad, and bloodstains are really hard to get out. I was in a sticky situation once with a Mexican drug cartel and my friend Millie, and let me tell you, she was not happy her favorite Birkin bag got ruined. Anyway, it's best to just give Emily some time to cool off before you ask her to pretend to be your girlfriend to impress your boss." Tyler and I just silently blink at Bodhi for a few seconds until I shrug, actually believing the guy for some crazy reason. "No!" Tyler shouts at both of us as I slide out of the golf cart. "We are not staying here, and you cannot possibly be entertaining this ridiculous idea." "Doesn't sound like there's anywhere else to stay," I tell him, wondering what in the hell I'm doing. And it's not that ridiculous of an idea. Am I really thinking about crawling back to Emily on my hands and knees, begging her to go to this lunch with me and put on a good show for my boss, promising her we can immediately break up amicably right when it's over, and she'll never have to see me again? I think about how happy and carefree she made me feel that night playing games all around my backyard. And I think about how much fun it was to tease her, and how hot it was for her to give me shit, and about how much I just wanted to wrap her in my arms tonight and see if she still fit as perfectly as she did that night in my backyard when I was teasing her about throwing her in the pool. But with a lot less teasing, and a lot more finding out what her lips taste like. I see absolutely nothing wrong with this plan. "Any other advice you can give me?" I ask Bodhi as I walk to stand next to him sitting in the driver's seat. When Tyler realizes we really have nowhere else to go, and I really am contemplating this idea, he lets out a string of curses before getting out of the golf cart and stomping up the walkway toward the hotel, already yelling at someone on his phone. "If you hear your name and the words sippin' bitch in the same sentence, run. Make sure my wife never gets a hold of a lighter when she's anywhere near you, and fire your agent." I laugh at Bodhi's advice, spinning my baseball cap around backward on my head as he lounges in his seat of the idling golf cart with one hand resting on the steering wheel. He's not that bad once you get to know him.
Which one was your wife? The pregnant one wearing a Radiohead concert shirt with the faded blue hair that's grown out and a side-eye that makes you feel like someone just kicked you in the balls. Bodhi smiles like he's the luckiest guy in the world. I should be afraid of your pregnant wife? I ask, returning his smile. Oh my God, man. You're gonna die. Bodhi laughs and shakes his head at me, pulling a piece of paper out of the back pocket of his cargo shorts. Here's my cell number. I also provide quick getaway services for any bro in need, but if my wife answers, pretend you're my weed dealer. Bodhi gives me a fist bump. Oh, and just dare Emily to pretend to be your girlfriend. She'll have no choice but to accept. She literally can't turn down a dare. With that, he takes off away from the curb, leaving me more confused than I was before I asked him for advice. With the thumping bass of Eminem's Lose Yourself and the flashing disco lights of the golf cart fading off into the distance, I start to worry if this is the absolute best idea ever, or if Bodhi's right and I really am going to die. Thinking about the smell of Emily's skin, the way her hand felt pressed against my chest, and just how fun it would be to get to hang out with her again, even if it's just for a little while and even if it's just pretend, makes me realize it would be a wonderful way to die. Shoving Bodhi's number into the pocket of my joggers along with my hands, I stroll up the walk to join Tyler in the lobby, enjoying the ocean breeze coming from the vast darkness on the other side of the hotel this late in the evening. Whistling a little DMX as I go, I rack my brain trying to come up with some way to get Emily to stop hating me long enough to jump on board the fake dating train.
Chapter 7. Emily. I'm sensing some hostility here. I can't believe I told him to eat shit. My feet pound into the sand harder, trying to push all the unwanted thoughts from my head as I jog down the shoreline, making my way past Summersweet Island Golf Course, where I'll loop around the far end of the island. Once there, I'll pass the Summersweet Island Hotel and the public beach, finishing at the ferry dock where I'll cool off with a 1-mile walk up through the middle of the island back to my cottage. This is one of my favorite things to do when I'm home, and it reminds me of every morning of my life starting in middle school, when I would set my alarm to wake up before everyone else, getting a 5-mile jog in before school. Not only was I determined at an early age to do whatever it took to be a professional cheerleader and dancer, but there's nothing better than the view from Summersweet Island first thing in the morning, when the sun is just starting to peek over the horizon, blanketing everything in a soft, hazy light. The beach has been freshly combed into neat lines from the cleanup tractors in the middle of the night. Dolphins pop out of the water every so often in the distance, and nothing can be heard but the crashing of the waves to the shore a few feet away from me. Well, except for the seagulls crying overhead as they dive-bomb the water, looking for breakfast. I can't believe I ordered him off the island. Too bad my enjoyment of the view all around me is hindered by worry that I was too hard on Quinn last night. And the only thing I hear right now is the angry rock music blasting from my earbuds from my workout playlist I put on when I walked out the door in the hopes it would pump me up, instead of sending me back into a spiraling pit of despair. You were mean to him. He only came here to buy my silence. But he's a famous professional quarterback. Of course he felt like he needed to protect his life and his career. He didn't even ask if I was okay. Did you forget about the whole rubbing his thumb against the back of your hand, not wanting you to move away thing? He thought I did this for fame. Technically, his agent said that, and he called him an asshole for you. Oh, you can eat shit too. Ignoring the voices in my head, considering I already spent an entire sleepless night tossing and turning and arguing with myself. I shake the thoughts of Quinn away when the sign for the hotel comes into view, focusing on the future instead of the past. He's out of my life for good, and now I need to put him out of my mind as well and figure out a way to break it to my parents and the entire island that none of it was true, so we can all go on with our lives. Because that's not going to be mortifying at all, considering I already wore one of the sweaters Joanna knitted to bed last night, ate the entire cake Heather left on my porch, and inhaled the lasagna Alicia stopped by to give me when I got home from work, after I accidentally agreed to buy a whole table of tickets from her to the steak fry, because of course Quinn would want to invite his family to hear him speak. My skin is sticky with sweat and the cool wetness in the air, and I push myself harder and pick up the pace as I make my way past the hotel, refusing to think about the fact that it was just so easy for him to walk away after he got what he came for. And now I'm stuck here to pick up the pieces, not finding any enjoyment in one of my favorite activities because of him. Any resident will tell you the off-season is their favorite time of year, no matter what month you ask them. The beach is empty aside from one person walking their dog and another person on their morning walk with a metal detector, looking for money and other treasures buried in the sand. I recognize both of them and give them a wave as I run past, thankful that my earbuds and my quick pace deters them from trying to stop me to talk about he who shall not be named. The sooner I can never think about him again, the better off I'll be. He doesn't give a shit about me, so I don't give a shit about him. I mutter to myself before I start to sing along with the song playing in my ears, while I easily jog over a piece of driftwood that washed up on shore. When a hand wraps around my arm right at my favorite part of the song that always gets me hyped, I'm so fired up and completely confused as to how anyone is touching me when I'm running at a pretty fast pace along the shore that I whirl around and act without thinking, just like I was taught to do in the self-defense classes I took when I moved to LA. What the fuck? Me and my attacker scream at the same time when we come face to face, both of us stumbling away from each other. We both let out another blood-curdling scream at the same time, except he's freaking out because I whirled around with my arm up in the air and sprayed him with the tiny canister of pepper spray I always run with. And I'm freaking out because what in the actual hell is Quinn Bagley still doing on my island, grabbing my arm at 6 o'clock in the morning? What the fuck? Quinn shouts again as I yank one of my earbuds out. Although at this point it's more of a gurgled choking sound than a shout, since he's now bent over at the waist with his hands on his knees, snot and tears running down his face while he coughs, dry heaves, and spits into the sand. Quickly shoving the pepper spray into the tiny pocket of my running shorts, I move over to Quinn's side and gently start rubbing circles against his back. I'm a woman running alone on the beach and you grabbed my arm. What did you think was going to happen? I ask him as he chokes and gags. I continue moving my palm soothingly up and down his spine, careful to keep my face turned as far away from him as possible, while I breathe fresh, clean ocean air instead of the cloud of tear gas currently surrounding Quinn. Yep, immediately regretting that decision now. He nods in between coughs as he lifts the bottom of his shirt and wipes the snot and tears off his face from his bent-over position. I was grabbing your arm to warn you that you shouldn't be running alone, because someone could grab your arm. It sounded better in my head. I'm happy to know I don't have to worry about your safety now. No, my heart absolutely does not pitter-patter, because he's probably lying about any concern he had over my well-being. I think we're even in the humiliation department, Quinn continues, in between hacking coughs and loud heaves. You can try to hold my hair back if you want, but I just got it trimmed, so that might be tricky. When I have the urge to throw my head back and laugh, I remember who the hell I'm trying to comfort right now and quickly jerk my hand off his back, taking a step away from him in the sand. Not the kind of music I thought you'd be listening to. Quinn looks up at me pitifully, with watery eyes and red splotches all around them, while he continues to gag and spit into the sand, pointing to the earbud draped down into my cleavage, still blasting Corn's Freak on a Leash. I press the off button on my ancient iPod that's velcroed to my upper arm, yanking the other earbud out of my ear. What? Did you expect a ditzy cheerleader would listen to Bieber or Britney Spears? I question. Hey, no hating on the Biebs and free Britney, Quinn announces, holding his fist up in the air when he can finally breathe again as he stands back up. He brings the bottom half of his shirt with him that he still has his other hand stuck under, using it as a towel to wipe his face. Jesus. Pants out of my mouth, along with a sound that's part moan, part cat in heat, when I'm treated to a close-up view of Quinn's mouth-watering washboard abs. And you are very far from being a ditzy cheerleader. Quinn's muffled voice comes from behind his shirt as he wipes his face once more before finally pulling his hand out from under his shirt, letting it fall back into place. Right now, judging by the look you're giving me, I expected you to be listening to Goodbye Earl or some other anthem about killing a man. Don't smile. Do not smile. He's not funny, and you should just be happy he didn't realize the look you were actually giving him was one filled with lust and not murder. That Korn song was actually the one I danced to the first time I auditioned for the Vipers. I mutter, my eyes still staring at Quinn's cotton-covered stomach, where I just had a glimpse of heaven. Seriously? Quinn chuckles. My friend Tess dared me to do it. She said it would leave an impression. She also refused to be friends with me when we were younger unless I got better taste in music. She set fire to my NSYNC and Spice Girls CDs while they were still on the bookshelf in my room. Shut up! Why are you telling him all this? Stop letting the power of the abs compel you. What are you doing here? I question, crossing my arms in front of me and getting control of myself when I finally meet his eyes again. I told you, I was trying to stupidly warn you about your safety. Quinn smiles at me, casually shoving his hands into the front pockets of his black joggers. The same ones he was wearing last night, along with the same light blue long-sleeved Under Armour shirt that perfectly matches his eyes. Which means he really did spend the night here for some reason, and I'm not dreaming. Clearing my throat to try to focus again, I tighten my crossed arms and glare at him. Not here on the beach. Why are you here on Summersweet Island? I remind him. Oh, right. You ordered me to leave. He smirks. He freaking smirks at me like my order wasn't serious. Don't act like that smirk isn't making your underwear as damp as your skin right now. I'm really sorry about everything last night, Quinn says, suddenly serious. The smile falling from his face and a look of complete honesty coming over it as he takes a step toward me. That is not at all how I wanted things to go. I'm sorry Tyler was such an asshole. I'm sorry about the money thing. I'm sorry about the stupid NDA. And I'm sorry things haven't been easy on you. But I promise I'm going to make it up to you. Is that why you stayed? To make it up to me? A tiny sliver of hope sparks in my chest, but I refuse to give in to it completely. Yes, and to possibly ask you for a teeny tiny favor. His smile is now big and toothy and nervous. He's got his hands folded together under his chin, and that sliver of hope dies right where it was born. No. With that, I turn and start walking away from Quinn until he reaches out and grabs my arm again, tugging me to a stop. Do you remember what happened the last time you did that? I mutter, staring down at his big warm hand wrapped gently around my upper arm, liking the heavy feeling of it entirely too much, until he quickly lets go, holding both his hands up in the air in surrender. Look, I know things have been rough, and the media has been awful to you, and I really am sorry about that. I just need your help with one little thing that won't take long at all. Let me make everything up to you by helping you out with something too. I don't need your help with anything, thanks. You can go now. Turning away from him, I run smack into Bobby Boyens, president of the Summersweet Island Athletic Boosters, also known as the person searching for treasure with a metal detector, who I thought I successfully avoided when I ran past her a little bit ago. Oh, sorry about that. Good morning, Quinn. Bobby smiles and waves happily over my shoulder before addressing me again. I'm so glad I saw the two of you out here jogging together. Oh, for fuck's sake. We weren't jogging together. I'm jogging alone. Oh, right. The big secret. Brian told me about that. Bobby winks dramatically, making me wonder if everyone on this island has gone mad. Don't worry, I won't say a word. Anyway, Alicia told me how many tickets you bought to the steak fry, and I just wanted to personally thank both of you for your selfless contributions. The banana I ate before I went on my run starts to churn in my stomach as I quickly try to come up with something to put a stop to one of the many train wrecks I'll have to clean up around the island. Unfortunately, Mr. Bagley won't be able to make it to the dinner. He won't? Bobby asks with a loud gasp, her hands flying up to press against her chest like I told her someone in her family had died. I won't. Quinn also asks from behind me. I subtly bring my elbow back and right into his gut, making him let out a soft grunt. He, doesn't like steak, I tell her. Yes, I do. Quinn happily informs her. He has a thing. I try again, as Quinn smartly steps up next to me, moving his stomach away from my elbow. Oh, you mean that one thing? Quinn asks as Bobby's eyes bounce back and forth between us. Yes, that one thing you have to do and why you can't make it to the dinner. I stress that last part, staring at him a little harder. Right, the thing. He trails off, breaking my stare to smile at Bobby. I do have a thing, but I actually canceled that thing. The other thing is still a go, but I moved the time of that thing for this thing, so now I don't have any things. I'm about to punch you right in the thing. I threaten Quinn through a whisper, while Bobby claps her hands together happily. We have never, in the history of the Summer Suite Athletic Boosters, sold this many tickets to one event. Everyone is just so excited for our guest speaker. Bobby gushes as Quinn shoos her away with one hand in an aw shucks manner. We are already able to afford the new uniforms for the football team, as well as the band, and we haven't even sold tickets for the raffle baskets yet. What about the cheerleaders? Are they getting new uniforms too? Quinn's question to Bobby and the serious look on his face just makes me want to rip off my tank top and shorts and throw myself at him. What the hell kind of game is he playing? After Bobby assures him that the cheerleaders will also be getting new uniforms, she says goodbye, saying she'll see both of us at the dinner. You can count on it. Quinn shouts to her as she walks away, giving me a cheeky smile when I look at him with a raised eyebrow. What the hell are you doing? You're not going to the steak fry. I shake my head at him. Sounds like I'm the guest speaker. And now you need me to help you with something. You wouldn't want to let all those kids down, now would you? His smile is so big it's infectious, and I can't help but return it. But not for the reason he thinks. Hovering my earbuds by my ears, I start backing away from him. I think you're forgetting I'm friends with 2 professional athletes, I remind him, watching his smile falter. They're a couple of duds, but I'm sure they know someone much more impressive than the quarterback for the Sharks. Pretty sure Shepard went to college with Vic Anderson. Now there's someone who can sell a lot of tickets. Take it back. Quinn hisses in horror when I mention the quarterback for Baltimore, the Sharks' arch rivals. Since my heart can't stand looking at his handsome face or his playfulness any longer, knowing he only stayed on the island because he needs a favor and not because he wants to get to know me better or anything, I force out a laugh, turning my back on him as I walk. I'm not helping you with any favor. I don't need you. Go home. I shout over my shoulder, putting my earbuds in and reaching for the power button on my iPod. But you want him. We're not talking about want. Eat shit. I dare you. Quinn's shout right before I turn my music on has my feet stuttering to a stop, kicking up sand as I quickly turn back around. Who did you talk to? I growl, cursing every single one of my traitorous friends, while my heart starts thumping and my adrenaline starts rushing with the need to scream, yes! Doesn't matter. Quinn shrugs. Did it work? The hopefulness on his face my burning need to know exactly what kind of favor he needs, and the physical impossibility of me turning down a dare, not to mention wondering whether or not this thing involves clothing, has me cursing under my breath. Fuck me. According to TMZ, we did that on Wednesday. Quinn retorts with a wink and a click of his tongue, which is in no way adorable at all, and I make sure he knows it by giving him my best resting bitch face. I'm sensing some hostility here. Quinn nods seriously. What happened to the NDA? I thought I wasn't allowed to talk about you. I'm certain that includes helping you out with anything, I remind him. Oh, I ripped those up as soon as I got to my hotel room. He chuckles. Didn't you hear Tyler screaming from there? It was quite loud. Nope, I am not going to laugh. He's not funny. This entire situation is not funny. I'll give you some time to think about whether or not you want to accept this dare. I don't have a checkout date for the hotel, so you know where to find me. Ooh, maybe we'll run into each other. With that, he gives me a salute, then turns and starts jogging away from me down the beach. Oh, this is not good. This is so not good.
Chapter 8. Quinn. Go away. I'll take a large decaf, black, and she'll have a large morning roast with 3 sugars and a splash of cream. You can't just cut in front of me in line at Island Brew and order my coffee for me. I thought you'd be impressed I remembered how you take your coffee. I'd be more impressed if you didn't order joyless bean water. My trainer would kick my ass if I had caffeine. Decaf is a sad, lonely existence. I might need a hug. Go home. Home to the hotel? Excellent idea. I'm exhausted. I woke up a little too early this morning trying to make sure a beautiful woman running on the beach didn't get mugged. How'd that pepper spray taste in your mouth? Your eyes are still a little red and puffy. Might want to get them checked out. Why don't you come back to the hotel and check them out for me? I can't believe you just asked me that. Emily Flanagan, I am shocked. I just wanted to sit in the lobby and chat about the favor I need from you and the dare you can't turn down. So I guess sexual harassment is why you got fired from the Vipers. Wow, just when you think you know a person. You don't know me, and I, clap, clap, don't care, clap, clap, about the dare, clap, clap. Go away. That was a cute little cheer. Did you just make that up last night when you couldn't stop thinking about me? Wait, come back. Teach me the arm movements for the cheer so we can do it together at the steak fry. Ooh, I'll have what she's having. That looks delicious. No, he won't. He's not staying. Yes, I am. No, he's not. Yes, I am. No, Look, I can do this all day. It's the off-season, and I'm bored. Wouldn't it just be easier to let me sit here next to you at the counter at the Barge, which I've been told has the best diner food anywhere? Check, please. You didn't even finish your cheeseburger and tater tots. Oh, these are good. Stop eating my tots. Stop refusing to accept my dare. This favor I need includes food, really good food, which neither one of us has to pay for. How good? Baby, you will weep after one bite of the truffle mac and cheese. No. I saw you shiver. The truffles turned you on, didn't they? Just accept the dare and I'll tell you all about this super easy and really quick favor. Go home. I can't believe you're going to just abandon the tots like this. Now I see why you got fired. Oh my God, did you just throw a tot at me? Fancy running into you at the grocery store. Chili cheese Fritos, Cool Ranch Doritos, dark chocolate truffles, cookie dough, Oreos, and a whole wheel of cheese. Is someone having a bad day because of me? Go away. Not until you accept my dare. Come on, you know you want to. The only thing I want to accept right now is that your fly is open. Like I'm gonna fall for... Shit. Getting a dick pic on the internet is horrifying enough. I don't need to see one in person. Have a lovely day. Now go home. Are you following me? I think you're following me. I was in the pharmacy first. Got a little headache and needed some aspirin. If you're looking for condoms, they're in aisle 4, and I'm an extra large. I guess I'll need an extra small then. Yikes, tough break. Sounds like you're going to have a really bad evening. My condolences. Please go away. Not until you accept the dare. Wow, you actually flinch when I say the word dare. This is fun. I dare you, I dare you, Hey, don't walk away now. It was just getting exciting. And you forgot your extra small condoms for the horrible evening you're going to have. Girls, shake that Laffy Taffy shake.
Will you stop singing that song?
We're in Chew on this, and I'm currently perusing a selection of the finest saltwater taffy. Exactly what song would you suggest I sing?
We are not in Chew on this. I am in Chew on this, helping Ren refill Shepard's vanilla taffy drawer, and you followed me. You don't need to sing any songs because you need to go away. Yes, we've established that.
I'll go away if you say yes to the dare. And show me the dance you guys did to this song when we played Kansas City. It was hot.
Have you been watching my old videos? That dance was from my first season with the team 4 years ago.
I was just scrolling and it happened to pop up.
Uh-huh, sure, creeper. Don't listen to her, Quinn. She has a poster of you hanging in her bedroom. Ren, what the fuck? My, how the tables have turned. There are no turning tables. It's a poster of the entire team from the bicentennial game at Viper Stadium. It's a collector's item. Then why is Quinn's face the only one rubbed off? Because you kiss it every time you walk out of your room?
Ren Bennett, you're my new best friend.
You shut up and go home. And Ren, you're dead to me.
I heard a rumor. Want to know what it is?
Oh my God. I can't even grab a drink at Sig alone. I swear to all that is holy, Tess, if you snitched about my location,
She's dead to you. Yeah, got it. Your friends seem to be dropping off at an alarming rate. Tess, I'll take whatever you have on draft, and I promise you'll never be dead to me.
Don't you dare smile at him or fall for his charms, Tess. Sorry, I was actually daydreaming about the synthetic cotton blend he's wearing and how fast it would go up in flames.
Okay, so I guess I really do need to fear the pregnant one. Anyway, go ahead. Ask me about the rumor I heard.
Is it the one about Quinn Bagley finally going the fuck home?
No, haven't heard that one. It's about a dare I found out you took the night we met. Something about kissing me. Oh, so you have heard it.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The shock and horror on your face right now says otherwise.
It's constipation.
From the wheel of cheese, huh?
No, from your annoying ass.
Been looking at my ass, have you? It is a great ass. So about that night, I found out you actually failed at a dare. Emily Flanagan failed at a dare. You probably should have kissed me that night, and then you'd have a better dare track record.
I still can't believe you failed. You successfully completed that dare in college with a naked Brett Crawford, the bucket of chicken, and 2 garden snakes, and you couldn't even kiss one stupid man.
Well, now we're definitely not getting matching BFF bracelets, Tess. I'm also going to need to know more about Naked Brett.
No, you don't need to know more, and the successful completion of that dare included backstage passes to a Green Day concert.
And the successful completion of this one will restore your good name, so no one ever has to remember that Emily Flanagan failed so epically at a dare. Or you could just kiss me now and finally put that one in the win column.
For the last time, Bagley, go away. Tess, call the girls. I need a sippin' bitch. Damn, that boy can run. Someone must have warned him about sippin' bitch when they were spilling all your secrets.
Chapter 9. Emily. She said yes. Tess promised me that Bodhi has been reprimanded and he will no longer be divulging any more secrets to Quinn. Ren assures me after I spent the last 5 minutes talking her ear off about my latest troubles. She hid all of his bongs, but between you and me, she's going to crack long before he does. Bodhi is going to annoy the piss out of her. I laugh when I think about Bodhi chasing Tess all over this island until she gives in. And then quickly stop laughing when I remember Quinn did the same thing to me all day yesterday. At least I never gave in before he left, but I'm not going to think about the fact that he left, because I don't care. I feel sick, I mutter, resting my hand against my stomach as I stare out at the 50-yard line of the Summersweet Island High School football field. The bright floodlights illuminate the entire field. My green Sandbar Cottages hoodie keeping me warm with the cool evening breeze coming in off the ocean just beyond the visitor stands. I try to remember that I'm in my happy place, doing what makes me happy. You feel sick because you ate an entire pound of Vermont sharp cheddar and a bucket of raw cookie dough last night at Sippin' Bitch, Ren reminds me. Oh, shut it. I roll my eyes at her. I ran 10 miles this morning to make up for it. And because I may or may not have been hoping someone would grab my arm again, but without all the unpleasantness of pepper spray. So I ran my usual route twice, like some pathetic loser. It was one thing for Bodhi to tell Quinn to dare me in the first place, but then he had to go and explain to him in more detail about how it's impossible for me to turn down a dare, I remind her. And to really drive his point home, he thought he'd add the super neat story about the kiss dare when he saw him in town. Why is everyone trying to ruin my life? The fact that the boys never shared that little tidbit of information during their social media troll tour is astonishing. I planned on taking it to my grave. It's humiliating enough that Emily Flanagan did not complete a dare. Having Quinn know I was too chicken shit to follow through with the dare is almost too much to handle. He just isn't aware that I didn't want to ruin the perfect evening we had once I got to know him by throwing myself at him, just like every other football groupie. Also, I don't care how much coffee and water I drank or how much pizza I inhaled after. I still threw up that night. Vomit was in my mouth. No way in hell would I allow the hottest man I have ever met to put his tongue in there as well. No one is trying to ruin your life, Ren says with a roll of her eyes. I thought helping out with coaching at cheer practice tonight would put you in a good mood. I smile out at the formation of 15 girls on the field, even when they all completely screw up a move in the middle of the dance they've been practicing for the last hour and a half. Girls, get it together. You need to get those high kicks in sync. I shout over the music currently playing from a portable speaker sitting on the sidelines next to me. Once more, from the beginning. Grabbing my phone off the top of the speaker that's connected to the Bluetooth, I restart the song. While Billie Eilish sings about bad guys again, I keep my eyes glued on the girls, doing a toned-down version of their moves with them, and continue my conversation with Ren, who's sitting on one of the sideline benches a few feet away. You know I love you more than anything for telling me Kristen had anniversary plans with her husband and needed a fill-in tonight. Coaching definitely cheers me up, pun intended. Before I tried out for the Vipers and moved to California, I was the varsity cheerleading coach for the high school. After I moved away, whenever I came home for a visit, I always made it a point to stop by and say hello to the girls and to give Coach Kristen a break at practice. Kristen Gray and I cheered together all through high school, and she was the best person to take over the job when I left. I love being able to give back to my community, sharing my experience of being a professional cheerleader with these girls and spending a few hours doing what I love most in the world. It makes me forget about all my troubles. Unless those troubles start with the letter Q. I'm now realizing nothing in the world can make me forget about him. Can you just admit you're not pissed Bodhi divulged your secrets and that you're just sad and feel sick to your stomach because Quinn left and you screwed up yet another chance with him? I completely forget the next move I'm supposed to be executing, helping the girls out from the sidelines in case they forget. I don't mess up. Ever. It doesn't matter that I just learned this intricate routine less than 2 hours ago. That's what life as a professional cheerleader is. A choreographer walks into the studio at 6:00 p.m. and by 7:30 p.m., you have to do the entire routine you just learned. Absolutely perfect and game day ready. By yourself, in front of everyone. Because at 7:45 p.m., that choreographer is ready to move on to the next dance you need to learn for the game that weekend, which will be nationally televised, in which you stand at the very front point of the entire 40-girl formation. If you mess up even one little thing, if you bob your head when you're supposed to look left, you don't cheer that weekend. And if you don't cheer that weekend, an alternate will happily take your place. And your paycheck. We work 40 hours a week, only to be paid for the handful of hours we work on Sunday. It's hardcore, and not for the weak. I don't screw up. Even when I'm wearing a hoodie and cutoffs, doing half-assed moves with no one watching. Fucking Quinn Bagley. You just messed up, Ren whispers, her eyes wide with shock, as I quickly recover by pretending like I meant to stop right there in the middle of the routine and redo my messy ponytail. Aw, you really do miss him. Shut up, I fire back at her, shoving my hands in my hoodie pocket when the girls can't get it together and completely shit the bed on the rest of the routine before they all fall into exhausted heaps on the turf. It's not like he owes me anything. He doesn't need to tell me what he's doing or where he's going, but that's what it all boils down to. I am sad that he left. And in just one day, I seem to have slipped right back into the sad, pathetic existence I was living here on the island before he showed up out of the blue and flipped my world upside down all over again. And now I can't even focus on cheerleading. Quinn Bagley broke me. I'm sad because he spent all day making me have the most annoying fun I've had since the last time I spent a few hours with him, and then poof. He just left and took all the good times with him without even a goodbye. He sure gave up easy, didn't he? Not very dedicated to his favor cause, if you ask me, I grumble, smacking my finger against the screen of my phone to turn off the music. I still don't understand why you tortured him all day. You know you wanted to say yes to that dare the minute he asked you. Of course I did, I scoff, and the girls all start pushing themselves up from the ground. I would have said yes the second he asked me on the beach. Then why the hell didn't you? Ren screeches, smacking me on the arm. Because I have some pride, and I'm easy, but I'm not that easy. And because you had entirely too much fun giving him hell all day. You should have just agreed to it. I don't even know what it is, I complain, throwing my hands up in the air as the girls start making their way toward us. And yeah, I'm sad he left, but I'm pissed off more that I never got to find out what this favor even was. Of course I was going to say yes. After I left him sitting at the bar at Sig last night, I fully planned on finally giving in the next time I saw him. And then I woke up this morning to find out he went back to the mainland. You know, when I casually walked into the hotel lobby after my second jog passed and asked Levon Barber, who runs the front desk, if he'd been down yet. Only to be told he checked out hours before. Ugh. Why am I letting a man dictate my happiness? This is not me. Put him out of your mind. You kept turning him down, he finally got fed up, and now you can just move on once and for all. Ms. Flanagan, tell us again how you beat Quinn Bagley at cornhole. Jenny was late to practice and didn't get to hear it. No. Tell us about how he was so sweet and ordered you pizza when you were hangry. Come on, the best part was when he held her hair back for her when she was sick. I cannot even right now just thinking about it. I just want to hear her describe how he smelled like taking a hot shower in the cool, fresh mountain air after chopping cedar on a leather couch next to a crackling fire. Jesus, I really should have cooled it with the analogies on that one. I probably should have known that coming to this practice after being the talk of social media for the last week would mean a group of teenage girls would want to do nothing more than ask me hundreds of questions about Quinn. I gave up trying to deny the relationship, especially after his world tour of the island yesterday, popping up wherever I was, and getting tongues wagging all over the place. I figured it wouldn't be long now until he did some sort of press conference or released some sort of statement denying everything, so people would finally move on. Since no one would listen to me anyway, I didn't figure there would be any harm in giving the girls something to calm their curiosity and get them to stop badgering me. I felt like it was important to make sure he didn't sound like an asshole in any way, because he really wasn't. Unfortunately, once I started talking about Quinn and all of his good qualities, I might have gotten carried away and went a little overboard before I pulled myself together and called an order to practice. Whatever. It could happen to anyone. With my usual ear-piercing whistle, I finally get the girls quieted for a few seconds. Okay, that's enough. This is why you guys couldn't get it together at practice tonight. Your heads are in the clouds with a quarterback who does not play for the team you cheer for and who you're supposed to be perfecting this dance for, I remind them, refusing to think about how much my head has been in the clouds tonight, promising myself I will tell Kristen that I will fill in for her as much as she wants, to make up for the disservice I gave the girls with my own stupid quarterback obsession. One more question, and then I swear we'll never ask you another one. Madison, the captain of the squad, says, stepping forward from the cluster of girls. It's just so cool that you're dating a quarterback for the Professional Football League. Like, it just doesn't get any cooler than that. You're going to meet so many famous people. I'm so jealous. Hey, you've met my husband. Ren smiles at the peppy 17-year-old. He's all right. I mean, it's baseball. Kinda boring. My son wouldn't be happy if I killed her, right? Ren whispers as she leans in close to my ear. Probably not. She's a senior and the homecoming queen, and he's but a lowly freshman. Be cool, Mom. I whisper back before addressing Madison. Fine. One more question, and then I never want to hear his name out of any of your mouths again. And that includes my own. They all giggle and whisper for a few seconds before a blonde freshman in the back is brave enough to ask the final question, hopefully ever. We really just want to know what it's like to kiss him. Did anyone else hear that record screech and a hush fall across the crowd? No? Just me? Why am I so nice? I should have put an end to the Q&A session as soon as it started. Instead of blathering on and on about that man for 20 minutes. You give teenagers an inch and they take a mile. Yeah, we need to know what it's like to kiss Quinn Bagley. He's so nice. I bet he kisses really nice and gentle and his lips are super soft. Nope. He just grabs on tight and goes for it. Have you seen the muscles on him? I heard my mom talking on the phone last night to her best friend, and she said she would totally take a hall pass for Quinn Bagley and cheat on my dad. I mean, ew, but also, yes, please. Come on, give us the details. He's always chewing gum on camera. Does he taste like peppermint when he kisses? I stammer, stalling for time. It's not like I can exactly wax poetic about kissing the guy since I have no real experience with it. Although, thanks to a bunch of teenagers, I now have plenty of visuals. Seriously, you can't keep this kind of information from us, Miss Flanagan. Yeah, Miss Flanagan. What's it like to kiss him? Ren asks with a wag of her eyebrows, egging the girls on. I'm going to punch you right in the throat. I threaten under my breath while the girls just won't let up. It's a kiss. I internally cringe at how dumb I sound, wondering what it would take to get the high school mascot changed from a wildcat to a damn badger. Ugh, teenagers. Come on, Miss Flanagan, you have to tell us. God, the boys around here kiss like dead fish. The kiss from Quinn Bagley has to be toe-curling, and we need all the deets. Yes, I imagine it would be quite toe-curling. What with all those hard muscles, his soft lips kissing their way down my neck and across my collarbone as he pulls the front of my shirt down, too. You'd know more about how I kiss if you wouldn't have failed at that dare. Fuck everything. Just burn my entire life to the ground so I can start over already. Since I couldn't differentiate between the giggling scream of the girls talking about kissing Quinn and the giggling screams of the girls when he walked out to the sidelines and up behind me, I slowly turn around when I hear the only voice in the world that can turn me on and make me shit my pants at the same time. And, of course, I'm greeted with a smirk on those damn soft lips that had my head in the clouds once again. I kiss really, really well, FYI. Quinn whispers. His face only inches from mine before he stands up to his full height and turns that panty-melting smile on the cheerleading squad, currently freaking out a few feet away. Good evening, ladies. Looking great out there. Oh, flipping hell. How much did he hear? I need to start acting like I work for the CIA and never leave my back open. Son of a bitch! You really need to start wearing a bell. I complained to Quinn as the girls all giggle and titter amongst themselves that the guy they were just talking about is standing right here. If it weren't for the fact that my mouth is completely dry after this man just had to make things worse by telling me how well he kisses, I'd probably be a giggling, tittering mess myself. And you need a whistle. Quinn chuckles, the sound making my stomach do flip-flops. Although that thing you do with your fingers is pretty hot. Never been able to master that myself. Ren finally jumps up from the bench, waves a little greeting to Quinn, and then gathers up all the squealing girls who are acting like typical teenagers in front of a gorgeous professional football player. She ushers them back to the middle of the field where they left their pom-poms and water bottles, so they can get started on their cool-down stretches to end practice. You're a great coach, Quinn tells me when everyone is far enough away that they can't hang on our every word. I was up in the stands watching for a little bit. Oh, thank the heavens above. He was way up in the stands, and I have one less thing to be completely mortified about. He didn't hear anything. So, I smell like taking a hot shower in the cool, fresh mountain air after chopping cedar on a leather couch next to a crackling fire. Why? God, why? How much did you hear? I regrettably ask him. Oh, nothing until you so kindly turned the music off and I walked down here. But feel free to fill me in on what I missed, particularly if there was any talk about my great ass. His smile is infectious, and I'm just so damn happy he's standing here in front of me again that I can't help but return it. I also can't help but drink in the sight of him wearing a pair of black Nike athletic shorts that show off his powerful thighs and his great assets. A red Sharks t-shirt that molds to every definition of his chest and upper arms, and a baseball cap spun around backward, giving his devious smile a boyish charm that I can't resist. Why are you here? You seem to keep asking me that question when we meet again. I'm here to see if you've decided to clear your good name and take the dare. I thought you left. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them, and Quinn definitely notices how peevish I sound, going by how quickly the corner of his mouth tips up. Did you miss me? With his hands shoved casually in the front pockets of his shorts, Quinn leans his head down and puts his mouth close to my ear, making me hold completely still, and I refuse to breathe. Don't tell anyone, but I really missed you. And the tater tots from the barge, but mostly you. Fuck, you smell really, really good. With those final muttered words, Quinn pulls back and lets out a small huff, running his fingers through his hair like he's actually nervous or something, while I try not to scream like the girls behind me, who lost their ever-loving minds when Quinn got close to me. I'm sorry. He quickly apologizes when Ren gets the girls to quiet down and focus on their stretches once more, and I remember how to breathe again. I told myself when I left this morning to work out with the guys, have lunch, and help Miles grocery shop that I would stop pissing you off so much when I came back, even if you are kind of fun to piss off. I'm glad I amuse you, I reply, still unable to wipe the smile off my face. So, you took a break from annoying me for OTAs? I guess that can be forgiven. The impressed smile from Quinn that I'm familiar with the terminology and what the off-season looks like makes me want to puff up my feathers and be proud that I impressed him. I really am pathetic. Look, I'm just going to come right out and say it, so you can get all your annoyance with me out of your system once and for all. Quinn starts, suddenly looking serious and even more nervous. I lied to my boss about us dating, since I freaked out when she called because I was probably drooling over your social media pictures, and if you happen to still have that tight black dress you wore to the APL charity dinner last year, I wouldn't mind seeing it again. And I spoke without thinking. He rambles, looking so adorably flustered I want to wrap my arms around him and tell him to take a breath. And also making me really glad I still have that black slinky corset dress with the thick satin pinstripes that hugs my curves down to my knees in the back of my closet. I don't want her to think I'm a dumbass when she just hired me, and I fucking love this team, by telling her I panic lied because I was being a perv. Pretty, please just go to one lunch with me. Pretend to be my girlfriend for a few hours and impress my boss, because you are really fucking impressive, and she's going to like you more than me. And then we can amicably break up, where I'll say all kinds of nice things about you and how I couldn't give you the time you deserved because I need to put all my focus on football, and boom, your name is cleared with the fans as well as in the ultimate dare industry. I laugh when he finally finishes and takes a breath. This big, strong professional football player, looking like he would rather do anything else right now than admit the truth to me and why he needs my help. I just make sure it doesn't show on my face that the whole breaking up talk put a damper on my good mood. And the fact that after this lunch, I'll probably never see him again. It's fake. He doesn't want to real date me. He just wants to fake date me so he doesn't get fired. It's fine, and I'm fine that he's just here because he needs me to play pretend with him for a few hours. And we can't just pretend to be friends to accomplish the same thing? Quinn scoffs at me, then presses one of his palms against his chest. You wound me. I totally thought we were already friends. You shared your tots with me. You stole my tots. Details, he says with a wave of his hand. Besides, no one would believe we're just friends. Would you look at us? We're hot. A football player and a cheerleader were literally made to be together. Let's give the fans what they want. And feel free to really fall in love with me instead of just making it pretend. Every teasing word out of his mouth that's probably meant to annoy me just makes me want him that much more, the rat bastard. Fine. I accept your dare. There's an entire minute of silence between us, where I almost start to worry if Quinn changed his mind as soon as the words left his mouth. But then a huge smile breaks over his face, and he lets out a whooping cheer. She said yes! Quinn stupidly shouts, making all the cheerleaders look over this way, not even realizing what those words would sound like to teenage girls with hearts in their eyes and happily ever after on their minds. Oh, shit, he quickly mutters, smacking a hand over his mouth when the sounds of the girls screaming as they jump up and down rival that of the thunderous roar of the crowd at the Super Bowl. Well, you have fun with that. Quinn is smirking at me again as he starts backing away from me, and I just stand here shaking my head at him. Thank you. I really mean that. I'll text you the details about the lunch. You don't have my number. I remind him as he increases the distance between us, and I just want to run after him and make him stay. Oh, Bodhi gave it to me. Quinn smiles. Of course he did. I mutter when Quinn pauses for a minute in the middle of the track as he thinks of something else. I totally knew you were going to say yes, by the way. If you knew I was going to say yes to the dare, why did you bother spending all day annoying me? Did you miss the part where I said it was fun pissing you off? He retorts with a playful roll of his eyes, clapping his hands together twice like I do when I need to get people in order. Keep up, we're having fun now. Also, I dare you to do a toe touch thing. With a sigh, another shake of my head at him, and another curse at Bodhi for giving up my secrets, I go through the motions, thankful I stretched with the girls a few hours ago. Clapping my hands together in front of me, then throwing them up in a high V, I bend my knees and wind up, launching myself into the air and executing a perfect toe touch before landing softly on my feet with a few bounces. Quinn whistles with wide, impressed eyes, clapping for a few seconds before he gets serious once more. I dare you to take off all your clothes and go streaking around the track. I throw my head back and laugh before trailing off with a sigh. That's not how it works. Why not? A dare is a dare, Quinn questions, making me wonder where all of this fun has been all my life. No, you only take a dare if it's something you really want to do, deep down inside. I don't want to take my clothes off and go streaking around the track, so that's a no from me. Interesting, he muses, crossing his arms in front of him and tapping his lips with one finger. So you really did want to kiss me, and you really do want to date me. Damn it. Fake date you, I remind him, when he drops his arms and shoves his hands back into his pockets. Right, of course. Lots of technicalities in these dares. Wanting to both smack and kiss that smirk off his face, I start walking backward away from him this time, before I do something stupid. A smack would probably put me in jail, and a kiss would probably put me in a grave, from making my head explode. I have to go now. As you can see, I need to hose down some teenagers, I tell Quinn, pointing over my shoulder to the still screaming group of girls before I turn back on that maddening smile and walk away. You don't even want to give me a goodbye kiss? Quinn shouts after me, the girls now breaking the sound barrier as I sigh and continue walking toward them. Payback is a bitch, Bagley, I shout back over my shoulder, ignoring the sound of his laughter, which my ears somehow instantly zone in on through the ruckus. Why did this have to happen in front of a bunch of cheerleaders whose job it is to literally scream the loudest? It couldn't have happened in front of a bunch of nuns who took a vow of silence. Fucking Quinn Bagley.
Chapter 10. Quinn. I am shooketh. Quinn, should I wear the blue shirt or the white shirt to lunch on Saturday? Photo attachment. Emily. Who is this? Quinn. Exactly how many men are you going to lunch with on Saturday who text you a picture of clothing options? Emily. You'd be surprised. I had to settle an argument last week between Palmer and Shepard about what they were going to wear to Palmer's bachelor party in a few months. Quinn. Who won? Emily. The point had to go to Palmer. I agreed with him that matching glittery shirts that say Palmer's farewell tour is a bit much. Quinn. They sound fun. I want to hang out with them. Emily. No, they aren't, and no, you don't. Wear the blue shirt. It matches your eyes. Emily. Don't you dare say one word about me noticing your eyes. Yes, I noticed them. Yes, they're nice. Don't make a big thing out of it. Quinn. Wouldn't dream of it. Signed, Nice Eyes. Emily. What if your boss asks me personal questions about you? Quinn. Good morning to you, too. Nice to know you're thinking about me. Emily. Oh, I sure was. I was bored to death at work, thinking about shoving these scissors right into my brain to end my misery, and boom, there you were. Quinn. You're really going to ace this lunch and make my boss believe you can actually stand me. I should probably clean up my resume. Emily. Oh, calm down. I can pretend to not be annoyed by the sight of you for a few hours. Which brings me back to my original question. What if your boss asks me something personal about you? We've technically been dating for 5 months. I should probably know more about you than what's readily available on the internet. Quinn. My favorite color is blue. My favorite city to visit is New Orleans. My favorite movie is Varsity Blues. My favorite snack is Nutter Butters. And my first word when I was a baby was ball. Your turn. Emily. My favorite color is red. My favorite city to visit is Nashville. My favorite movie is Bring It On. The original, of course, because all the remakes are trash, and I will fight anyone who says otherwise. My favorite snack is Oreos, and my first word when I was a baby was touchdown. Quinn. You're lying. Emily. Seriously, every remake of Bring It On, including Part 2, was trash. Quinn. You know damn well that's not what I was referring to. Your first word was not touchdown. Emily. Swear on everyone I love's life. You can ask my family. My brothers had this handheld football game they were constantly playing when I was a baby. A little jingle would play when you'd score, and the robotic voice would say, touchdown. One time, the little robotic voice didn't say it, so I did. True story. Quinn. Marry me. Emily.
No.
Quinn. I really don't like how quickly you replied to that. What if I was serious? You wouldn't even want to think on it for a minute? Emily.
Thinking.
Emily.
No.
Quinn. Wow. Wow, you're lucky you noticed my nice eyes, otherwise I'd be really offended right now. Quinn. Emily Flanagan, I am shooketh. Emily.
Am I supposed to do a cheer about this or something? Help me out here.
Quinn. You made poor Brett Crawford walk through the dorm halls naked, squawking like a chicken, while he tossed out pieces of Colonel Sanders like rose petals at a wedding after he pissed the bed when he woke up to find the 2 live snakes you put in there while he was sleeping?
Emily. Fucking Bodie, how did he even get to you when you're on the mainland?
Quinn. Oh, he gave me his number that first night I stayed at the hotel in case of an emergency. Finding out what happened to naked Brett was an emergency. It was keeping me up at night, man. And don't be too hard on Bodie. I honestly think he forgot he was speaking to the enemy. That guy smokes a lot of weed. He's fun.
Emily. Whatever. And I don't want to hear poor Brett out of your mouth again. I overheard him talking about slipping something in a girl's drink at a party in college, and when I called home to tell the girls and ask for advice, Tess dared me to make him rethink his life choices.
Quinn. What a piece of shit.
Emily. Don't worry, he rethought his life choices. He actually became president of our college's rape prevention group.
Quinn. I am equally amazed by you and scared of you. Keep that shit up. Quinn. I'm picking you up on the island.
Emily. For the last time, you are not coming all the way out here to the island just to take me right back to the mainland a block from your hotel. That's a complete waste of time. I'll meet you at the restaurant like we agreed.
Quinn. I never agreed to that. I just let you have the last word this afternoon because I felt like being a giver.
Emily. I will meet you at the Varsity Club right across from Shark Stadium at 12:30. Be a giver again and shut your yap.
Quinn. Fine, I'll let you have your way this time, but only because I'm going to be coming right from a workout and I'm only going to have time for a quick shower before I get dressed and leave.
Emily. All of that arguing with me when you wouldn't even have had time to pick me up anyway?
Quinn. I like being difficult. It keeps you on your toes. Remember, the car service will drive you around to the private back entrance of the restaurant because my boss's brother owns it and he's opening it early just for us. I'll meet you back there where you will be overjoyed and not at all argumentative again that I'm sending a car for you.
Quinn.
Oh, and Emily, I dare you to have a good time with me tomorrow.
Emily. Yeah, I don't want to.
Quinn. You're cute. Sweet dreams. Chapter 11. Quinn. Game on, lover. Your mimosa, my dear, I trail off with a little smirk as I hand the glass of orange juice and champagne to Emily that the bartender just gave me. The same little sound comes out of her when she takes the crystal flute from my hand that I've heard multiple times since she got out of the car. Part sigh, part huff, and completely annoyed with me. It's so quiet and subtle that most people wouldn't notice, but I'm not most people when it comes to this woman, and I'm quickly finding out I notice everything about her. She did it when I opened the back door of the black SUV she arrived in, when I offered her my hand to help her step out of the vehicle, when I gave her my elbow to hold on to as I walked her across the parking lot, when I opened the door of the restaurant for her, when I asked her what she'd like to drink and ordered it for her. Every time I've done whatever I typically do on a date for a woman, she seems flustered. She does it again when I hold my arm out in front of me, indicating she should lead the way to our table. It's so goddamn adorable when she purses those full, gorgeous lips and then quickly tries to hide it with a smile before walking away from me, but I'm clearly doing something wrong here. When Jeannie sent me a text to let me know she was running a few minutes late and we should relax and grab a drink at the bar, I thought it would be the perfect opportunity for both of us to calm our nerves and get our shit together before the show begins. Except she seems to be completely cool and calm, and I'm the one losing my shit. I know it's a fake date, but I want to impress her. I want her to see I'm not an asshole professional football player with a bigger ego than a heart. I want her to think that maybe real dating me wouldn't be so bad. Fine, so she doesn't like chivalry. The chair I was in the process of pulling out for Emily when we got to the only set table in the middle of the empty restaurant makes a loud, screeching scrape across the hardwood floor when I quickly thrust it back into place. "You can sit or not. Whatever," I mutter, flopping down into the chair next to the one I just aggressively shoved back to the table like a disgruntled toddler. "Yeah, this is so much better." "Are you okay?" Emily asks as she sets her champagne glass on the table, and I have a mini nervous breakdown watching her pull her own chair out and sit down, expecting my dad to come up behind me and smack me upside the head for not being a gentleman. "You're acting weird. Are you sure you're going to be able to pull this off? Maybe you're the one who's going to have a problem acting like you can tolerate me." "My only problem is going to be acting like I don't want to drag you into the coat check room and fuck you against the first available wall." When she stepped down out of the SUV wearing a short-sleeved green dress that clung to her mouth-watering curves and her red hair long and flowing all around her shoulders with a pair of sexy, sky-high nude heels, I almost dropped to my knees on the pavement and wept like a baby. She took my breath away, and I couldn't believe she was mine. You know, for the afternoon. "I'm fine," I reassure her as she places her cloth napkin in her lap and takes a sip of her drink. "Just completely distracted by how beautiful you are." Emily lets out a quiet laugh as she sets her champagne glass back on the linen-covered table. "You can cool it with the compliments," she tells me, since I said something similar as soon as she stepped down out of the SUV. Although I believe once I remembered how to breathe again, I whispered, "Jesus, you are fucking stunning." "Your boss isn't here yet, and there's no one to impress," Emily finishes, making me bristle at her words that she thinks I'm only complimenting her as part of this fake date. But I did this to myself, didn't I? Instead of asking her out on a real date where she could really accept my compliments, I acted like a pussy and made her think any interest I had in her was just because of this insane situation I've gotten myself into. Fuck. Why don't we make it interesting so we can both make it through this lunch without dying? I smile at her, leaning forward in my chair to rest my elbows on the table right next to hers. "What did you have in mind?" Her green eyes sparkle mischievously at me, and I know I can't tell her what's actually on my mind because it involves being kicked out of a restaurant for public indecency. Let's make it a game. Whoever impresses Jeannie the most today wins the bragging rights of being the ultimate champion of the world. "Still trying to beat me at something, I see," Emily smirks, making me want to kiss that confident smile right off her face. "Of course you think you can win at something you have an advantage at. You're so cute and innocent." Closing the couple of inches between our faces, I bring my mouth right by her ear, breathing in her soft, beachy smell, with her silky hair brushing against the tip of my nose before I speak. "The thoughts I've been having about you since you stepped down out of that SUV are far from innocent, sweetheart." Pulling back, I quickly grab my own mimosa and take a healthy swallow, mentally patting myself on the back when I hear not a sound coming out of Emily, and I can see her staring at me with her sexy mouth dropped open out of the corner of my eye. 10 points go to me. "Sweetheart isn't going to work either," Emily finally mutters, letting out another one of those quiet sigh huffs as she fidgets in her chair, straightening and re-straightening the napkin in her lap. "You didn't like Babe, Honey, or Pumpkin either," I complain, smiling to myself when I remember the look of death she gave me with each new endearment I've tested out on her since we got here. "I need some kind of cute nickname for you if we want this to be believable." "Ooh, what about Lover?" "Ew, gross. Sure, go ahead and call me that if you want me to stab you with my butter knife," Emily informs me with a gorgeous smile right when the front door to the restaurant flies open. I quickly reach over without thinking and grab Emily's hand from her lap. Flipping it over and lacing my fingers through hers, I give her a gentle, reassuring squeeze. "You ready for this?" I whisper as Jeannie Bidwell breezes into the room, pulling her dark sunglasses off her face when she greets her brother, the owner of the restaurant, with a kiss on the cheek and a few shared words. "The question is, are you ready to lose to me?" Emily asks boldly. "Let the games begin, sweet cheeks." With a chuckle when Emily squeezes my hand back so hard I hear one of my knuckles crack, I get ready to play the most exciting game of my life. That hopefully won't end up with me being fired.
Well, you've certainly sold me. I will definitely be convincing my husband that we need a weekend getaway to this magical summer sweet island. Jeannie smiles at Emily as the waiter clears away our main dishes when Emily finishes telling her all about the island she grew up on and where our supposed secret relationship has been taking place. Just like I knew she would, Emily completely won over my boss from the moment she stood up from her chair with me to politely greet her with a handshake, waiting until Jeannie sat down to retake her seat. After a few-minute discussion with me about the team and how everyone is getting along, Jeannie turned her attention to Emily, and it hasn't left since. All through the appetizer, salad, and main course, Emily charmed Jeannie with stories of growing up on a small island with everyone knowing your business. She made this no-nonsense woman who has never cracked a smile or made a joke since the day I met her throw her head back and laugh several times throughout lunch. Emily is a born entertainer, and her ability to make even the hardest of people smile and make a tense situation fun is just one of the many reasons she has completely captivated me. 20 points go to Emily. Well, I'm just happy to see you two seemed to have fared quite well after all that nasty business in the media. Sometimes a little adversity strengthens a bond, Jeannie says, turning her attention away from us momentarily to ask the waiter to refill our waters. Stop touching my hair, Emily whispers to me out the corner of her mouth. My fingers continue twirling a lock of her soft, shiny hair, just like I've been doing since we finished eating. I leaned back in my chair to rest my arm across the back of Emily's while she finished up a story about her and her friends having too much to drink one night and riding all their bicycles right off the dock and into the Summersweet Island pond. My fingers are bored. What else should I do with them? I tease back under my breath, thoroughly fascinated by the little shiver she makes whenever I twirl a lock of her hair, the tips of my fingers grazing the soft, exposed skin on the back of her shoulder. Stick them up your ass. What I'm really interested in discussing with you, Jeannie begins again when the waiter walks away, making Emily cut off her whispered threat, is what actually happened when you were fired from cheering for the Vipers. A smile is pasted on Emily's face, but I know by the tension in her shoulders as she sits forward in her chair to fold her hands together tightly on the table that talking about this isn't something that makes her very happy. And now I feel like a dick for teasing her about being fired when I was chasing her around the island trying to get her to accept my dare. Since Tyler's family is friends with Ellen Westwood's family, he got all the details about Emily's firing when the rumors started circulating, and he wanted to know who the hell she was. He called me last night at the hotel, still trying to get me to end this ridiculous charade, since, according to him, Emily was still a loose cannon who could go off at any minute and embarrass me. I thought he was a dumbass when he said that to me last night, and I still think it right now, especially after witnessing with my own two eyes just how amazing Emily is. It doesn't matter if she lost it for whatever reason and got fired. Everyone has done something stupid they regret at least once in their life, and there is no way I'm going to hold it against her. Do you want the truth, or what everyone thinks is the truth, which Ellen Westwood twisted for her own selfish, narcissistic reasons? Emily finally answers Jeannie, making my head whip to the side to stare at Emily's profile in confusion. I do so enjoy your brutal honesty, Jeannie smiles at her before continuing. I'm not an idiot, my dear. I do my own research. I know better than to trust internet trolls or even the words that came directly from Ellen's mouth when I asked her about it last week. I never really liked that woman when I met her at a charity event a few years ago, and the conversation we had last week did not change my opinion of her. So I'd like to hear it in your own words. Well, fuck. What the hell? Emily's tense shoulders relax just a bit, but not enough for my liking. I basically got fired for asking for water, Emily shrugs, while another waiter just so happens to come up to the table and refill all our water glasses at that moment, and I sit up straighter in my chair and pay attention. I mean, not just for that. Over the last year I cheered for the Vipers, I asked for a bunch of silly things. Emily laughs, but it's not my favorite mischievous chuckle. It's full of hurt, and I don't like that either, but I try to keep my cool while she continues, gripping tightly to the back of her chair where my arm still rests. I also asked that we get paid for all the hours we work, and not just for the 4 hours we cheer on Sunday. On a typical week, I would get off of work from one of the 2 other jobs I needed to have in order to be able to afford living in California, to rush to get to the studio by 6, where we would practice until at least 10 at night. And that's on a good night when everyone can get it together quickly. Normally we didn't get out of there much before midnight. We also practiced for at least 5 or 6 hours on Saturday and a few hours before game time. We don't get paid for any of that, not until the clock starts ticking on the scoreboard. We were just expected to be appreciative of the opportunity we've been given and keep our mouths shut. And we were. Of course we were appreciative. Being on that team can open a lot of doors for a lot of women. But they used our bodies and our faces every single day to make money for that team, and I just wanted things to be fair, Emily explains, making me feel ill that these girls put in so much work and don't even get compensated for it. I also asked that we get parking spaces closer to the stadium on game days for safety reasons, Emily continues. It's usually well after dark by the time we get changed and head out to our cars. Since that request was denied and actually laughed at, I then asked if the team could provide security for the girls and walk us out to our vehicles at the end of a game. They expected us to park miles away with the rest of the fans and didn't see the problem with a bunch of young women walking out to their cars after dark in a parking lot filled with drunk fans from both teams who may or may not be in a good mood depending on the score. That was also denied because they didn't have the funds to provide us with extra security. Remembering the gated-off assigned parking spaces that required an ID badge to enter that I and every other player had 5 feet from the entrance to the stadium, it makes me want to punch a hole in the wall. And it wasn't even just for the players. Our trainers and the one guy whose only job is to put our game day jerseys on a hanger and hang them on the front of our fucking lockers got to park in that area as well. I asked for a small handful of things over the course of that year, none of which I thought were extravagant, out of the ordinary, or anything we didn't deserve. Emily continues, the passion for what she believed in and the frustration that she couldn't succeed loud and clear in her voice. The final straw was when I asked that the team provide water for us at every home game after one of my girls passed out from dehydration. I didn't even ask for water at away games. What the hell were you supposed to do for water? I asked angrily, taking a few deep breaths and trying to remember that as Emily's boyfriend, I would probably already know this information. Because, Jeannie will want to hear this part. Wow, real smooth, dipshit. Oh, if we forgot to bring our own water with us, we were told we needed to wait in line at one of the vendors and purchase a bottle of water along with every other fan. Emily smiles through the pain of her words like a fucking trooper. Jesus Christ. All I had to do was think about being thirsty, and no less than 3 trainers would be up my ass, jumping around like eager puppies trying to be the first one to shove a water bottle through my face mask and squirt water into my mouth. It's super fun when fans think they can take liberties with us because we're all dolled up in uniform walking amongst everyone. I lost count how many times someone grabbed one of our asses or accidentally brushed their arms up against our chests without an apology. That is appalling, Jeannie says with a disgusted shake of her head, while I wonder how hard it would be to get the name of every man who thought he could touch Emily without her permission and beat the fucking piss out of them. So yes, Emily says, finally unclenching her fingers and crossing her arms together on top of the table, I told Ellen Westwood she could take my pom-poms and shove them up her fat, lazy ass when she told me it wasn't in the budget to provide 1 bottle of water to 40 girls at 10 home games. Like it was in my budget on the pathetic salary they paid us on top of my waitressing and dog-walking jobs. But I still did it anyway, pulling change out of my couch cushions so my girls were taken care of every week. I am sorry I was so disrespectful to someone I looked up to and admired for so long. If I had to go back and do it again, I would be more careful with my words. I would still have told her to shove my pom-poms up her ass, but I'd probably take out the fat and lazy part next time. She is a pretty hard worker, and she has a great ass. And just like that, Emily's sarcasm lightens a tense situation, making all of us share a laugh, even after Jeannie fumed through the entire explanation, and I almost ripped a few rungs off the back of Emily's chair. Stupid me. I trusted Tyler a little too much, and I should have known better. His family is friends with Ellen Westwood's family. They all belong to the same country club or some shit, and when he told me he had an extensive conversation with Ellen over tennis, I believed what he said to be the truth. Thank you for being honest with me. I'm sorry you had to deal with such a horrible situation for so long, Jeannie tells her. I spoke to several of the cheerleaders, and they had nothing but wonderful things to say about you. They respect you, and they miss your leadership and your support very much. I'm sorry, too, I whisper quietly, hoping Emily knows I don't mean just about the situation, but for the fact I believed the lies along with everyone else. I'm just sorry I couldn't make things better for the girls before I left, Emily says sadly, making me admire the hell out of her for still being worried about them. Don't worry about your girls. I'll be making a few phone calls to the Vipers after I leave here, Jenny reassures her, making Emily's mouth drop open in shock when Jeannie returns her attention to me. I can see now why you fell in love with her, and I would enjoy hearing the real story of how you two met and what drew you to each other, since I know nothing can be trusted in the media.
Well, shit. It was stressful enough when Jeannie just thought we were dating, but now she thinks we're in love? I don't know how to do that. Oh, I'll let Emily tell that one. She's such a better storyteller than I am. I laugh a little uncomfortably when the waiter comes back, clearing up the last of the empty stemware and plates.
Don't be modest, Quinn. You tell it so well, Emily says, with a smile through clenched teeth, making me want to laugh out loud and forget all about my nerves.
Nonsense, Boo, I reply, hiding my wince with a cough when Emily reaches over under the table to pinch my thigh for that nickname, wondering why the hell it's so much fun annoying her. I could listen to the sound of your voice forever. And that's the God's honest truth.
I've dominated so much of the conversation already. Please, I insist you do it.
God, this woman would be so easy to love if I actually knew how that shit worked. Should I leave out the part about the present you left in my juniper bush, or keep it in? I watch Emily's face get a little pale and enjoy a few seconds of making her worry that she just gave me the perfect opportunity to tell a woman I can clearly see she respects that I was initially drawn to her because she insulted me in my own home and couldn't hold her liquor. Jeannie already admitted she read some of the stuff that was said online, but she doesn't know what's true and what isn't. I've been hard as a fucking rock under this table every time Emily has so casually and naturally reached over to rest her hand on my thigh, or grabbed onto my forearm resting on the table while she told a story, or leaned closer to bump her shoulder against mine when she said something cheeky. It's all I can do to not grab her face and finally see what those lips taste like, and she deserves a little uncomfortable payback. I don't want to bore you with all the little details, I finally tell Jeannie, putting Emily out of her misery. Unfortunately, her shoulders are still tense since I don't follow orders, and now that she's relaxed back into her seat, I've gone back to twirling a lock of her hair around my fingers while I speak. Emily completely mesmerized me from the first moment she fell into my life. My little pun is rewarded with Emily raising one of her eyebrows in warning when she glances over at me, and I give her a wink before turning my focus back on my boss. I've learned more about her in the last week than I have over the last 5 months, I tell Jeannie honestly, feeling Emily's eyes on me the entire time I speak. She's strong and sweet, funny and determined, all rolled up into a stunningly beautiful package. Whether she's at home in a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, or taking my breath away in heels and a dress the same color as her eyes, that's now my new favorite color. She does things she doesn't want to do with a smile on her face just to make other people happy. She gives up her free time to help anyone who asks. She's a strong leader and a good friend, and with each new thing I learn about her, I fall more and more under her spell. When I'm greeted with nothing but silence from the two women, I wonder if I laid it on a little too thick, even though every word out of my mouth is the truth and not something I made up or embellished to further the ruse and impress Jeannie. It's either a tied game, or I'm about ready to get ejected for too many personal fouls.
Well, I'm definitely glad I got the chance to get to know you better and get things cleared up. Jeannie finally breaks the silence a few minutes later by addressing Emily, pushing her chair back from the table. I can already see you've been a good influence on Quinn. He looks happier and more settled in Virginia, and I expect nothing but great things from him this season with you by his side. If there's anything you need from me, please don't hesitate to call. Quinn, I'm sure we'll talk soon. Getting up from the table, Jeannie reminds us we are more than welcome to exit through the back of the restaurant the way we came in, since one of the waiters just informed her there might be paparazzi waiting out front. While Jeannie argues with her brother in the doorway about whether or not she's paying the bill, I make a few phone calls while Emily excuses herself to use the restroom before she goes back to Summer Suite and I go back to my hotel. A few minutes later, she's joined me again at the table, and with my hand resting against the small of her back, I lead her toward the rear entrance, pausing by the coat check room so she can grab the light sweater she brought with her and her purse. Thank you for today. You're pretty amazing, you know that? I tell Emily as she drapes her sweater over her arm. My breath catches in my throat when she turns back to face me and steps closer until we're standing toe-to-toe,
the height of her heels bringing her face up closer to mine and only a few inches away.
I know.
She smiles at me, making my heart beat faster in my chest, like I just got done running 5 miles.
I'm pretty sure I won this game. I think she likes me.
The scores have not been tallied yet. I'm pretty sure it's a tie.
And I'm pretty sure I'm going to clinch it in overtime.
Emily smirks at me. You're awfully cocky for someone who... Tunnel vision and a complete short circuit of every brain cell I own ends my complaining when Emily cuts me off by quickly stepping forward, pressing her palm to my chest and pressing her lips to mine. For just 1 second, I'm completely frozen in shock, my brain and my body unable to comprehend what in the fuck is actually happening right now. And then I wake the hell up and feel the soft heat of her perfect lips molded against mine, and I grab onto her hips. A rush of fire explodes through my veins, and I want nothing more than to pull her body against mine, slide my tongue past her lips, and devour the hell out of her. Neither one of us moves, and this kiss is just a gentle press of our lips together, but I feel this damn thing all the way from my head to my feet, and I hope to God Emily can't feel the thundering of my heart against the palm of her hand that's still resting against my chest. She suddenly pulls her mouth away from mine long before I'm ready, the easy-breezy smile on her face in complete opposition to the chaos going on inside me right now, wondering if she felt the goddamn earth move or if it was just me.
See? Told you I'd clinch it in overtime,
Emily whispers before she takes a step back, my hands dropping from the grip they had on her hips, taking all that fire and heat with her until it feels like someone dumped a bucket of ice over my head.
Jeannie was looking over here. It would be pretty awkward if I didn't kiss my boyfriend goodbye.
Right. The fake date and making it look good. Well, doesn't this just suck?
I do believe that means I am the ultimate world champion, and if I'm not mistaken, I now have a perfect dare track record.
Emily grins at me happily. Even if it feels like she just punched me in the stomach, I can't help but return her infectious smile when she shakes her hips and does a little cheer.
Victory is so sweet, and Emily can't be beat.
Dropping her arms when she finishes, she holds one hand out to me, and I grab onto it, letting her give me a firm shake.
It was nice doing business with you, QB.
It's really cute she thinks that just because our date is over, I'm not going to want anything to do with her. The game's not over yet, sweetheart.
Quinn,
Jeannie shouts from the other side of the restaurant as Emily drops my hand.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I borrow you for a minute? I need something cleared up about summer camp.
Giving Jeannie a nod, I turn my attention back to Emily as she starts backing away from me to the car waiting outside for her, which I called when she was in the restroom, along with one other call I made. Thank you again for helping me out today. I hope you don't mind, but I decided to host a couple of OTAs on the island. It's just such a magical place that offers a bunch of privacy, and I couldn't pass it up. The crowd goes wild as Quinn Bagley heads into double overtime, determined to take home the win.
Why would I mind?
Emily shrugs casually, but I can see a tenseness come over her body again, and she's breathing a little faster.
The hotel is all the way on the other side of the island. I'm sure we won't even run into each other or have a chance to annoy each other.
Oh, that's right, I forgot to tell you, since I made the call while you were in the bathroom, I say, shoving my hands in the front pockets of my tailored suit pants, enjoying how she's fidgeting from one foot to the other now and not looking so calm and cool. I spoke to a nice woman named Stephanie and rented one of your cottages. They are just adorable going by the pictures online, but I'm sure you can give me a tour when I check in. Okay then, good talk, and I'll see you again really soon. Leaving Emily to curse me under her breath, I turn and head back across the restaurant to speak to Jeannie, hoping I made the right call. Literally. There's no way in hell I was going to say goodbye to that woman once this date ended, and that was before she shocked the shit out of me with that kiss. She's lost her goddamn mind if she thinks I'm going to be able to stay away from her now. I don't care if she only did it to complete that stupid dare. She needs to see there was nothing fake about how perfectly we fit together today, and how perfectly I know we could fit together in every way if she'd just give me a real chance instead of a fake one. Game on, lover, I mutter to myself as I make my way to Jeannie. Ew, God no, she's right. That's gross and should never be said out loud.
Chapter 12. Emily. We are never, ever getting back together. Quinn. Just checking to make sure you made it back to the island safely. Thank you again for your amazing performance today. My boss officially likes you more than she likes me. Emily, I am safe and sound, bored out of my mind, waiting to close up at work. I should be the one thanking you. Getting dressed up and going somewhere off the island was a nice treat. I miss going to fancy events and putting on pretty clothes. Quinn, I wasn't lying when I told Jeannie you're stunning no matter what you wear. Emily, that's very sweet. Thank you. Quinn, look at you, finally taking a compliment like a good girl without any argument. Emily, don't ruin my good mood. Quinn, see? If you would have completed that kiss dare the night you met me, you could have been in a good mood all this time. My lips obviously hold a special power. Emily, yes, the special power of not being able to stay closed and shut up. Quinn, okay, make that 2 special powers. Emily, I'm going back to work now. Have a good night. Quinn, sweet dreams when you get home, Emily. I'm sure they will be. Hashtag dreaming about my lips. Emily, hashtag nightmares for days. Quinn, well, that was just uncalled for. Quinn, is my check-in time still 4 o'clock next weekend, and are pets allowed? Emily, you can't still be serious about that. Quinn, I'm always serious about the tolerance of pets. Emily, stop it. Quinn, oh, are we doing a cheer? I don't usually stop things in a game. I make them go. Go, Quinn, go. Emily, be serious. Quinn, okay, is check-in time seriously at 4 o'clock? You can't tell, but I used a serious font with that serious question. Emily, no, the time changed. Quinn, care to tell me what time it changed to? Emily, 1:30 never. Quinn, is that Eastern Standard Time or Pacific? Emily, look, I think it's great that you like Summer Sweet, but after having some time to think about this, it's really not a good idea for you to stay here, and especially not at the cottages. We are broken up now. You being on this island is just going to keep people talking and not clear any of this up. Quinn, oh, but we didn't break up yet. Emily, yes, we did. Quinn, I think I'd know if I went through a breakup. I have a very strict breakup regimen that I follow. I'd be listening to We Are Never Ever Getting Back Together by Taylor Swift on repeat while eating my feelings. And I'd be telling everyone I'm fine while crying in a bubble bath. None of these things have happened. Therefore, we didn't break up. Emily, Taylor Swift? Quinn, I will throw hands if you come for my girl. Emily, okay, go listen to some T-Swift because we are definitely broken up. It was nice chatting with you, but I have to go yell at 3 men who somehow turned all of our white linens pink the other day while I was at lunch with you. Quinn, I will pray for their souls. Quinn, you never answered me if pets are allowed at the cottages. I mean, I don't have a pet right now, but I could possibly find a pet while I'm staying there, and I just need to know if I'll be allowed to bring it home. Emily, I thought we already decided it wasn't a good idea for you to stay here. Quinn, no, you told me it wasn't a good idea, and I decided not to listen. So pets, yay or nay? Emily, yes, pets are allowed. We let Tess bring home Bodhi, and he wasn't even housebroken. But you cannot honestly think this is a good idea. Everyone will assume we're still together. Quinn, according to US Weekly, we're vacationing in Costa Rica. That sounds fun, and definitely like we're still together. Emily, OMG, my point exactly. The longer you wait to release a statement about our breakup, the worse this is going to get. Quinn, clearly you've never been to Costa Rica. It's the best you can get. It's not like they said we were vacationing in Cleveland. Emily, will you just release the statement already and make all of our lives easier? I'm still fielding questions from everyone here on this damn island who still refuse to believe me when I say we aren't together. Quinn. Sounds to me like it would just be easier to go along with it until something more exciting comes along. Emily. Have you not been paying attention? This is literally the most exciting thing that has ever happened on this island. They're already planning on naming a street after you. And April 20th is now officially Quinn Bagley Day. Quinn. April 20th? That's National Weed Day. Oh, God. Bodhi will never forgive me. Emily. And I will never forgive you if you don't get this shit cleared up already. Quinn. Fine. I'll take care of it ASAP. Emily. Thank you. Emily. Remember when I told you to take care of our breakup? Funny thing happened, and well, I'm gonna need a little more time. Quinn. Who is this? Emily. Very funny. Emily. Wait, are you fake dating more than one woman? Quinn. Fake dating you is exhausting enough. What happened to you wanting to get rid of me? Emily. Look, I was a different person when I said that. Quinn. I believe it was an hour ago. Emily. Right. That was before my mother called and guilt-tripped me into bringing you for dinner Saturday night, because everyone on the island got to meet you except for them, and she found out we had lunch with your boss. She wouldn't take no for an answer because she still thinks I'm playing up the we're not dating thing for privacy reasons, and that I'm just being selfish for keeping you away from them. It's really a special kind of hell on earth for me right now. It's easier to just agree with everything she says. This is why I still run their business even though I'd rather eat glass. Quinn. That's not what your mom is serving for dinner, is it? Emily. Look, can you make it to dinner Saturday night and suffer through my parents telling you embarrassing stories about me so at every family function for the rest of my life I don't have to hear, remember that time Emily disappointed us and let the entire island meet her famous professional football league boyfriend before us? Because she still brings up the time when I was 6 and wrote her a Mother's Day card that said the thing I liked best about my mom is when she's not talking, every single year on Mother's Day. I can't live with this kind of negativity for the rest of my life, too. Quinn. So what you're saying is, you need me. Emily. Sure. I did you a favor and went to lunch with you, and now I need you to do me a favor. Attend this one dinner with me, and then we can break up and never annoy each other again. Quinn. Flattery will get you everywhere. Emily. Is that a yes? Quinn. I'm really busy staring at my reflection in this store window while I wait for Patrick to get finished at the dentist so we can go get lunch. I'll have to get back to you when I don't have so much on my plate. Emily. Ha ha. Will you do this for me or not? Quinn. I can't talk right now. I'm doing hot guy shit. Quinn. For fuck's sake, your mom is scary. Emily. How do you know how scary my mom is? Quinn. Oh, she somehow tracked down my number and called to ask if I had any food allergies. Emily. OMG, I'm so sorry. And yeah, she raised 5 children. My parents were outnumbered. If she wasn't scary, we would have taken over. Quinn. I'm not certain, but I think she grounded me. Emily. Okay, that's it. I'm calling her and canceling. Quinn. The hell you are. I spent 30 minutes on the phone with her when she couldn't find your grandmother's homemade gravy recipe, and she thankfully found it when I suggested she look in the last cookbook she used. Sure enough, it was shoved between the pages. I'm invested in this gravy now, Emily. Don't deny me the gravy. Emily. For all you know, my grandma's gravy could taste like absolute horseshit. This is all just too ridiculous, and I'm canceling. I'm sorry I even asked. Just forget about the whole thing. Quinn. What's ridiculous is your need to keep me and gravy apart. This might actually be what breaks us up. Also, did you know your mom has a shirt that says Quemily on it? She sent me a picture. It's adorable, and I want one. Who do I need to speak to about this? Quinn. Your silence tells me you do not know the name of the vendor. No worries. I'll figure it out. Emily. After this, we are never, ever getting back together. Quinn. See? It's a catchy tune. I knew you'd start singing it before long. You're a little off-key, though, and that song is for post-breakup. You're too early for that, since you still need me. Emily. Photo attachment. Quinn. A picture of your middle finger was unnecessary. I can't believe you would treat your boyfriend this way. Your mother is going to be so disappointed if you aren't nicer to me on Saturday. Chapter 13. Emily. I am completely losing this game. This is a really bad idea. I'm just going to take you back to the ferry dock, I mutter. I'll just tell them you had an emergency, or you got a concussion at practice, or you were hit by a bus. Oh, that's a good one. My mom might send flowers, but she'll give you time to heal and won't bug you with phone calls and uncomfortable questions. Quinn takes a quick step to the side, blocking my way when I try to walk around him in my parents' driveway and back to my golf cart, where I've been pacing for the last couple of minutes since we pulled up. I was perfectly fine as he slid into the golf cart next to me when I picked him up at the ferry dock a little bit ago. I was like an eager puppy, just happy to be in his presence again, and we talked easily nonstop about random stuff the whole way here. My nerves and anxiety not coming into play until I shut off the cart and remembered where we were and what the hell we were about to do. Crossing his arms, Quinn raises an amused eyebrow at me. I'm in my happy place now after a week away from it, and you want to throw me in front of a bus. I even bought a new shirt and everything. When Quinn asked me what he should wear to dinner, I told him anything that happens on this island is 100% casual. I never expected to pull up to the dock and find him lounging on a park bench, people watching and looking like he completely belonged here. In his white American Eagle t-shirt with a blue surf logo over his chest, khaki shorts and flip-flops, with his black hair tousled from the golf cart ride, he looks like any other resident, as opposed to his asshole of an agent who stuck out like a sore thumb in his designer suit and did nothing but put this island down. Quinn only raves about the island, and there's a different kind of peace that comes over him when he's here that I've noticed. His shoulders aren't as tense, his smile isn't forced. He just looks happy and at ease, like all the pressure he has doesn't even exist. And doesn't that just make me feel some kind of way I have no business feeling? As much as I can't stand it here sometimes and need to get away, this is still my home. I'm proud of where I come from, and knowing this man enjoys his time here and feels like he can relax and be himself makes me happy that I'm able to give that to him. Yep, this was a really, really bad idea, because now my stupid heart is getting involved. I never should have kissed him. That just made everything worse. Jeannie wasn't even looking, for fuck's sake. I kissed him because I wanted to kiss him, especially after all those amazing things he said about me to her, even if he didn't mean half of them. And now I have to sit through a dinner with my parents, knowing how soft and perfect his lips are, pretending like we've been dating for months and I've kissed those lips 1,000,000 times before, but in a much more intimate way than the stupid little peck I gave him. We can't do this. It's never going to work, I mutter again nervously. Having him so close to me isn't doing anything for my sanity, so I take a few steps back, tightening my ponytail so I have something to do with my hands, when all I want to do is reach out and touch him. To remember what it was like to press my hand to his hard chest and feel the steady beat of his heart under my palm, and have the warm and spicy smell of him surrounding me like a blanket, while he gripped my hips and I held my lips against his. Is it hot outside tonight, or is it just me? It's going to work. Quinn chuckles as I fidget with my shirt and readjust a few bangle bracelets on my wrist. Even though a part of me wanted to pick out something super pretty to wear to try to impress Quinn and make him look at me the way he did at lunch when I stepped out of the car, a much bigger, smarter part of me said, fuck that shit. I don't need to impress anyone. He's already seen me at my worst. Technically, the white anthropology tee with a bright yellow sun in the middle of it that I tucked into my favorite pair of cutoffs is one of my dressy shirts here on the island. And okay, so maybe I did video chat with Carson earlier so he could help me with a subtle smoky eye, and I exchanged my usual pair of Converse for a pair of flat, strappy sandals to show off my freshly painted toenails. Whatever. Maybe I just wanted to look pretty for me, okay?
Why are you suddenly so nervous? It's just dinner with your parents. You were calm as hell with Jeannie.
Quinn reminds me quietly, the soft glow of one of the streetlights letting me see the concern on his face.
I promise I won't tell them how we met and just how much vomit can come out of their daughter.
For the first time since I met him, I am physically unable to return his laugh. Nothing is funny or amusing about this situation, and I feel more nervous right now than I did cheering at the Super Bowl, with over 100 million people watching. I should be ecstatic and patting myself on the back that Quinn in no way sensed just how much I was losing my mind during that lunch. That he didn't know every time he pulled out my chair or held open a door, I wanted to melt into a puddle at his feet and beg him never to leave me, and it frustrated the hell out of me. He had no clue that every time he playfully twirled a lock of hair around his fingers, my entire body hummed with need, and my brain immediately brought forth an image of him gripping my hair in his fist while he fucked me, making me drink so many glasses of ice water during lunch, I'm surprised I was even able to make it to the bathroom when it was over. Focus, Emily. Stop thinking about Quinn naked. Exactly. It's dinner with my parents, I stress, starting to pace back and forth in the driveway again, when my feet want nothing more than to launch me into his arms. It was one thing to pretend in front of Jeannie. She's a stranger I never had to see again. These are my parents. They may not know me very well, but they know me well enough to recognize when I'm faking something. Quinn lets me pace a few more times before he finally steps in my way again, resting his hands on my shoulders.
Truth or dare?
He suddenly asks, a twinkle in his eye as he stares down at me. Truth, I immediately reply. Quinn jerks his head back in surprise.
Wow, you really are nervous.
He chuckles softly. He runs his hands off my shoulders and down my arms, making my flesh break out in goosebumps, the whisper-light touch of his fingers drifting off when they get to my wrists, then shoves his hands in the front pockets of his shorts.
What's so bad about your parents?
Quinn asks softly as I cross my arms in front of me. They're good people, I quickly reply, not wanting him to think he's about to walk into a house of horrors or anything. I can't really blame them for not understanding me that well. They had a business to run and 4 other kids to raise, and I have older siblings who could keep an eye on me when they weren't around or were too busy. My siblings were the ones who put their lives on hold to cart me all over the place for competitions and dance classes. They were the ones who sat in the emergency room with me every time I sprained a wrist or twisted another ankle. And my friends were the ones who came to every single game I cheered at in high school, and the home games in college, and came out to see me cheer for the Vipers whenever they could.
Your parents never came to any of your games?
Quinn asks. I just shrug. The hurt from their absence for all those years not as sharp as it used to be, thanks to the support of the best friends in the world. They caught a few games on TV on random Sundays when they didn't have anything to do. I tell him, pausing when I see the sparkle has disappeared from his eyes and there's a muscle ticking in his clenched jaw. It's fine, I swear. I got over that a long time ago. I'm not telling you these things so you'll hate them. It's just, I don't want you to think I'm weak. It's one thing to tell him how miserable I am at Sandbar Cottages and how my family doesn't really pay attention to what I want. It's a whole other kind of vulnerability I'm in no way equipped to handle for him to actually see it with his own 2 eyes. He knows the Emily who likes to make people smile, is always ready with a sarcastic comeback, headstrong, determined to get her way and win at any cost. He doesn't know the Emily who is afraid of disappointing her parents and will willingly lose every battle with them just to keep the peace. I don't want you to think I'm an idiot. I finally finish.
I would never think that in a million years,
Quinn says seriously with a shake of his head. My parents don't care much about my dreams, but they're still my parents and I don't want to piss them off. I remind him, starting to pace again, feeling all kinds of out of sorts and really wishing I could have picked Dare instead.
So, you're just nervous because you don't think you'll be able to fake it that well, and they'll get mad at you.
I stop pacing to narrow my eyes at him and put my hands on my hips. Don't say just like this isn't a huge thing to be nervous about. My mom has caught me in every lie I've ever told, which really has not been that many because I'm an honest person, but still, she's scary and she knows everything. Quinn nods, pulling his hands out of his pockets.
Right. Let me think.
He trails off, staring down at a spot in the driveway with a serious look of concentration on his face, until he finally lets out a huge sigh a few seconds later, shrugging as his eyes meet mine again.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
See? I told you. Right when I think we're on the same page and that getting the hell out of here is the best plan, Quinn stalks toward me, separating the few feet of distance between us in the driveway in the blink of an eye. What are you... His hands cut my face, and his lips crash down against mine so hard and fast I completely forget what I was going to say next. My mouth instantly parts for him with a surprised gasp, and Quinn doesn't even hesitate. He just dives right in, putting everything he has into this kiss, taking everything I have to give in return. It only takes a few seconds for the shock that this is actually happening to leave me, and I remember how to become an equal participant. My hands remember how to work after they flew up in surprise from my hips and just remained suspended in midair, and I move them between us to Quinn's chest, gripping the front of his shirt in my fists, tugging him closer and kissing him right back. There's nothing gentle about the way he moves his mouth against mine. It's hard, hungry, and deep, and he kisses me with an urgency I've never known before. Like he can't get enough, and he never wants to stop. His tongue moving against mine in a rough, commanding way that makes me think about his body moving the same way between my legs. Nope. He just grabs on tight and goes for it. Have you seen the muscles on him? The words from one of the high school cheerleaders flashes through my mind, making me realize a teenager was able to perfectly describe what it's like to kiss this man. This sweet, playful, sarcastic man with a wild intensity hidden inside that perfectly matches my own, one that's been screaming to get out for years, feeling like I was trapped in a boring, safe, and easy relationship, dying to know what it felt like to want someone so much you can't think straight. Quinn devours my mouth, completely wrecks me, and I let him. I let him because with every demanding clash of his tongue against mine, and with every low, rumbling groan I hear from deep in his chest when I match his fervency, all the cold and lonely parts of me are heated, lighting me on fire from the tips of my toes to the top of my head. Quinn kisses me like he's been doing it all his life, knowing exactly what to do to turn me inside out, like he's laying claim to me and reminding me that I'm his. One minute I was freaking out, and the next minute I'm seeing stars and forgetting my own name, and I never want this feeling to end. But it does, because it's not real and I'm not really his. Right when I start to get so lost in Quinn's dizzying, powerful kiss that I seriously contemplate stripping naked out here under the moonlight, he yanks his mouth away from mine, making me let out a pitiful little whimper. He's still tightly gripping my face in his hands, and when I slowly open my eyes, Quinn is panting just as hard as I am, with his eyes glued to my mouth. My entire body shivers when he lets out another low, rumbling groan from deep in his chest, when my tongue darts out to wet my now dry lips from trying to get my breathing back under control. My sanity is completely gone at this point when I can still taste him on my lips, still feel the heat and heaviness of his tongue in my mouth, and the rugged scratching of his unshaven face as he moved his mouth against mine. There. That should make it feel more real. Quinn speaks in a low, hoarse voice. I hold my breath when his face moves slowly back down to mine, hoping to God he plans on putting his mouth back on me. But he just drops one hand from my face and replaces it with his cheek, putting his mouth right by my ear and lowering his voice to a whisper. Believe me, you will never need to fake anything with me. My breath hitches in my throat when thoughts of hair-pulling and orgasmic bliss invade my brain as he drops his other hand from my face. All that heat he spread through my body disappears in an instant when he takes a step back, my hands letting go of the tight grip I still had on his shirt and falling to my sides. As he lets out a slow breath and runs one hand through his messy locks, for just 1 second, I wonder if he's having as much trouble recovering from that kiss as I am. My knees are threatening to give out. I need a change of underwear, and my heart is racing so fast I feel like I might have a heart attack. But this maddening man just tips the corner of his mouth up until I can see his damn smirking dimple. You okay now? Okay? I'm anything but okay. I might be in a coma. I should check my pulse. And going by the stupid humor in his voice, he knows damn well I'm not okay. In just a few minutes of kissing, he equally calmed me down and threw me into a tailspin. But the cheerleader in me quickly comes back to life, and I remember who the hell I am. And I remember that I don't lose at anything. Pasting a smile on my face, I vow to win the game of who can be the most calm and cool, and I pretend like that kiss was no big deal. If he can do it, so can I. And if the past is anything to go by, I'll definitely come out of this victorious. I just need to be confident. Oh, I'm great. How about you? I fire back sweetly. Fine. Just fine. Quinn nods and smiles, his eyes giving him away when they flicker down to my lips when I wet them again. I do a little silent cheer in my head when I see his throat bob as he swallows a few times, and then clears his throat before his eyes dart back up to mine. We should probably head inside. I think your parents know we're here, or that light is just having a stroke. He points to the rapidly blinking decorative lamppost my parents have in the middle of the yard that started going crazy a few seconds ago, flashing off and on repeatedly. Yeah, that's my mom's universal sign for I know you're here, but take your time coming in, because I haven't fluffed all the pillows or lit all the scented candles in every room to impress our guest. I tell Quinn as he steps back up to me, grabbing one of my hands and lacing his fingers through mine. Bringing my hand up to his mouth, he kisses the top of it, throwing me completely off my game with how natural he makes this seem, like he does it all the time. He holds his lips against the top of my hand just long enough for my brain to short-circuit, remembering that those warm, wet lips were just inhaling me mere moments ago. Dropping our joined hands back down by his side before I pass out, Quinn starts tugging me up the driveway. And here I thought your mom was maybe just inviting the whole neighborhood to a rave. He smiles down at me as we make our way past the flashing light and onto the walkway that leads to their front porch. Honestly, if you have any ecstasy on you, it might be beneficial. You'll have a much more enjoyable evening here tonight on drugs, I promise you. Quinn just laughs softly, the sound warming me back up again and reminding me that, regardless of what he just did to me back in that driveway, he's still a guy I'm comfortable with and can joke around easily with. I need to stop being so nervous and just have a good time with him, like I always do. Come on, fake girlfriend. I've got some parents to impress with my sparkling personality. I groan, shaking my head at him as we walk up the steps, the heavy weight of his hand wrapped around mine giving me courage. Your ego called. He'd like a night off tonight.
You're cute. He never gets a night off.
Quinn chuckles as he lifts his free hand and gently raps on my parents' front door. And the time Bertie dared her to go one full day at school, talking to all her teachers at the top of her lungs, pretending a firecracker had gone off too close to her ear the night before and she couldn't hear.
Or the time Tess dared her to have an argument with a wall in the middle of a blind date in college. Oh, remember when she was in Chicago at that dance competition, and Valerie Gear dared her to sit down at someone else's table at a restaurant and start eating their food?
In my defense, I finally cut in after my parents have spent the last 20 minutes regaling Quinn with every dare that they know about I've completed. Those people were super nice when I asked them if the bread was any good, and they invited me to sit down and try a piece.
Right, but you also sampled their salad, their calamari, and one of their spaghetti meatballs.
My dad so helpfully reminds me. He's a man of few words, my father. But when it comes to embarrassing any of his children, he goes all in. My parents' relationship is pretty much exactly like that old black and white TV sitcom, The Honeymooners, except the roles are reversed. My mom is the one who stomps around, yelling until she gets her way, and my dad is the one who calmly rolls his eyes and humors her just to get her to stop talking. I pretty much deal with my mom the same way my dad does, just to get some peace and quiet. They were damn delicious meatballs, I sigh, remembering that night in a tiny little hole-in-the-wall Italian place off the beaten path of the bustling city. It was my first time leaving Virginia, and my first taste of freedom. It all tasted perfect. And the dare specifically said I had to eat something from the main course and not just the free bread.
So you thought all the courses would cover your bases. Got it.
Quinn snorts, making me playfully reach over and smack his arm. After we walked into my parents' home and dealt with a solid 15 minutes of them fawning all over Quinn, and my dad asking him to sign every piece of Sharks memorabilia he owns, they finally calmed down and we were able to enjoy a nice meal, where Quinn did indeed impress them with his sparkling personality. He drove me absolutely insane doing that damn hair twirl thing in between courses, but he also impressed me right along with my parents. He was so laid back and at ease, being completely open with them, talking about everything from what it's like to be a professional football player to what he was like as a child. Even though that kiss knocked me for a loop, it really did make me feel more comfortable with this stupid ruse and make this all seem so natural. Quinn makes me forget this isn't real, that it's just pretend. And now that I've gotten a taste of what it would be like to actually date this man, I don't know if I'll ever recover. Well, we're just happy Emily is finally home, where she belongs, doing what she should be doing, my mom says with a smile. Ever since we finished dinner of roasted chicken with mashed potatoes, and my grandmother's gravy that is absolutely not horseshit and really should be considered its own food group, we've all been sitting out on my parents' back deck. It's right on the beach where we can enjoy the sound of the waves crashing to the shore from the inky blackness 100 yards away, in the matching Adirondack chairs, where Quinn has been holding my hand. Our fingers are laced together, and he's pulled my chair right up against his, so we can tangle our arms together on the chair arms. Because of this, Quinn immediately feels the tightening in my body and the sweatiness of my palm when my mom talks about this being where I belong, doing what I should be doing. Yep, home on the sidelines, where a cheerleader belongs. I finally reply, chuckling softly and poking fun at myself to make everyone feel better, like I always do.
Bullshit.
Quinn whispers just so I can hear him, leaning his head closer to mine and looking seriously into my eyes.
You don't belong on the sidelines. You deserve to fucking shine.
My throat immediately clogs with emotion, and I have to blink away tears as he pulls his head back and gives my hand a gentle squeeze that he's still gripping. While my mother continues, oblivious to what's happening in the dark, quiet corner of the deck on the opposite side of the softly flickering flames from the small fire pit that separates us. And what's happening is, I am quickly losing this game. And my heart. Did you know her great-grandfather built all the cottages with his own 2 hands with barely 2 nickels to rub together? I finished for my mom, entirely too familiar with this same guilt-ridden story. Remind me again, was it during a hurricane or a rare blizzard? It changes every time you tell it. And it seriously does. Every time I try to talk to her about possibly doing something else with my life, she tells me the story of great-grandpa Flanagan. And every time she tells the story, it gets more and more depressing, with harder and harder things my grandfather suddenly had to endure, which sure as hell weren't in the story the last 75 times she told it, just to dig the guilt in even deeper. They've always just expected me to toe the line and support them in their dreams of successfully running the family business, do my part, and be thankful, when they've never once supported me or my dreams. And I've always accepted it, and I've been as okay with it as I can be because they're my parents. But after the last 4 years of seeing what's out there and what I'm capable of, it's getting harder and harder to toe the line and keep a smile on my face. Oh, hush now. My mom scolds with a wave of her hand as my dad tosses another piece of wood on the fire. He put his blood, sweat, and tears into that business. Not many people have something like this to fall back on when their hobby can't pay the bills. Something that will give them security and a home forever. I always find it funny that this is my dad's family business, and my mom defends it as if she built it with her own blood, sweat, tears, blizzard, and alligator attack, which sometimes changes to a shark, depending on how much wine she's had and if she forgets that sharks can't fly. I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Flanagan, Quinn suddenly says, sitting up taller in his seat as he gives my hand another reassuring squeeze. But you have a very talented daughter. And calling what she's done a hobby is just, I'm sorry, again. I mean no disrespect, but it's insulting. The things she's been fighting for and all the hard work she's put in, it's nothing short of amazing. And it's impressive. I'm just lucky she lets me be in the same room with her. I'm so in awe of her every goddamn day. Quinn pauses to look back at me while still addressing my parents. I wish we would have met sooner while she was living in California. She could have brought a lot more fun and happiness to my life that was sorely missing. Tears flood my eyes again as I stare at Quinn's profile when he turns back to look at my parents, firmly gripping my hand while he continues to defend my honor, and makes me lose even more of my sanity and my heart to him. She's brilliant, and she's a rock star, and she can do whatever she sets her mind to. And I'm not the only one who thinks this and believes there's so much more she could be doing with all of her talent, Quinn explains, now making me sit up straighter in my chair, while my parents remain mute on the other side of the fire. My boss, the owner of the Sharks, who absolutely no one impresses, was so blown away by your daughter that she called me earlier today and personally invited her to a charity event in 2 weeks. She wants to pick Emily's brain and ask Emily to help her with the contracts for the Sharks cheerleaders for the upcoming season. Oh my God, I whisper. Are you serious? Dead serious. Quinn nods, leaning closer to me and lowering his voice. I wasn't going to tell you because you wanted to break up with me after tonight. The nerve. He gasps playfully with wide, shocked eyes, and I can't help but laugh. Emily, that's wonderful. My father finally says while my mother puts a diplomatic smile on her face for Quinn's benefit and nods right along with my dad. I know she wants nothing more than to remind everyone that cheerleading doesn't pay the bills, which does indeed make it a hobby in her eyes. Something she liked to remind me every time we spoke over the last 4 years, after I made the mistake of telling her I had to pick up extra shifts at the restaurant in order to be able to afford groceries. sensing my need to get the hell out of here before my mother decides she no longer wants to be a pleasant host. Quinn pushes up from his chair, pulling me right along with him as he goes. Releasing my hand once we're standing, he wraps an arm around my shoulders and pulls me securely against his side, giving the top of my head a kiss and making me shiver, even though we're practically standing right on top of the fire.
Mr. and Mrs. Flanagan, thank you so much for dinner. I hope I didn't overstep my bounds.
Quinn addresses them again, putting his own diplomatic smile on his face, even though there's still tension radiating off him every time he looks at them. I can feel it in the stiffness of his arm around me and in the tightness of his body I'm pressed up against.
If you don't mind, I'm going to need to call it a night. I've got an early workout in the morning, and your daughter and I have a lot to discuss about this charity event and just how much she's going to blow everyone away.
Goodbye, heart. You're lost to me forever now.
Chapter 14. Quinn. Eye on the prize, man. Emily.
I'm sorry again I can't be there to check you in at the cottage today.
Quinn. I still feel like you're lying.
Emily. Why would I lie about needing to take Owen to one of his games on the mainland because Wren and Shepard had to go out of town for a night at the last minute?
Quinn. Because you still don't want me to stay here, and you're probably afraid if you're alone with me, you might not be able to keep your hands off me. Totally understandable.
Emily. I've accepted the fact that you aren't going to listen to me, and you're right, I probably wouldn't be able to keep my hands off you. I've always wondered if I could successfully choke a man out.
Quinn. Kinky. I like it.
Emily. Stop annoying me, or I'll go back to your cottage and remove the presents I left for you.
Quinn. Was the charred remains of what I think used to be a Vipers football jersey in the sand right off the deck of my rental cottage one of the presents you referred to?
Emily. Son of a bitch. Tess must have gotten hold of a lighter.
Quinn. No, I'm definitely not going inside. What if she's hiding in a closet? God damn it, I can't believe I'm afraid of her.
Emily. You'll be fine, I swear. That was actually her way of welcoming you and saying, fuck the Vipers. You should really be quite pleased. Tess welcomes no one.
Emily.
But if she is hiding in your closet, please try to wrestle the lighter away from her.
Quinn. I'm not fighting a pregnant woman, Emily. Quinn. You got me presents!
Emily. Oh, good. You finally went inside. I thought you would continue being a big baby.
Quinn. I'm going to ignore that, but only because you left me Nutter Butters, a DVD copy of Varsity Blues, and a pet. You got me a fucking pet.
Emily. Technically, the cat is on loan from Birdie in the golf course. She has a bunch of strays she feeds that keep all the vermin and seagulls off the greens. The one you have is named Crouton.
Quinn. That's odd.
Emily. Don't ask. Birdie named them all weird shit. She's also got one named Meth, Chevy Tahoe, Lamp, and Rotisserie Chicken. Enjoy your pet salad condiment.
Quinn. I already am. He's currently purring on my chest. We might take a nap on the couch later after dinner, where I've heard someone has already ordered me a pizza to be delivered. I think you like me, Emily Flanagan.
Emily. I fake like you, QB. Eye on the prize, man. Eye on the prize. Gotta go, Owen is up to bat, and if I don't embarrass him by cheering the loudest, then what good is me being here, filling in for Wren?
Quinn. How did Owen do at bat last night?
Emily. Almost shit the bed with 2 strikes, but pulled through in the end with a double, and then flipped me off when he got in the dugout.
Quinn. Did you cheer too loud and over-embarrass him?
Emily. No, I heckled him when he swung at the high ones. He's 15. It's fine. He can take it.
Quinn. I'm now rethinking letting you come to any of my games.
Emily. Good, because those are in the fall and will definitely be broken up by then.
Quinn. Keep telling yourself that, kid. Quinn. I believe there was something you failed to mention about dear sweet Crouton.
Emily. Birdie said he's the nicest cat out of all of them. What happened? Did he scratch you or something?
Quinn. No physical scarring, but the emotional toll this has taken on me could have lasting effects.
Emily. I feel like you're being dramatic again.
Quinn. The cat knows how to use the toilet, Emily.
Emily. Oh, that's right. Birdie told me she's been training him. Isn't it cool?
Quinn. Cool is not wandering into my bathroom with my eyes partially closed, still half asleep after the nap I took when I got back from having lunch with you at the barge, whipping my dick out, flipping on the light switch, and making direct eye contact with the cat who was currently shitting in my toilet.
Emily. You'll get used to it. It's probably best if the two of you work out a bathroom schedule. I'm sure Crouton will be reasonable.
Quinn. This is not funny. He stared at me the entire time. I'll never forget the haunted look in his eyes.
Emily. It could have been worse. Women have to sit down every time we use the bathroom. Birdie actually sat on him one night.
Quinn. You have very strange friends.
Emily. You're just now realizing this? Also, this is payback for stealing my tots at lunch again.
Quinn. Thanks for going on a run with me this morning.
Emily. I didn't go on a run with you this morning. You were waiting for me when I ran by Sig and insisted on running with me.
Quinn. Just wanted to look out for your safety again.
Emily. I had to protect you from a group of seagulls.
Quinn. I have a fear of birds, okay? I'm picking the music next time we run.
Emily. Who says I'm going to let you run with me again?
Quinn. LOL, that's cute. Do you want to start off with Adele or Nirvana tomorrow morning?
Emily. Nirvana, obviously.
Quinn. I need to tell you something, but you have to promise not to be mad.
Emily. Oh, hell no. That's not how this works. You're clearly going to tell me something you know I won't like. What did you do?
Quinn. Not until you promise. You're scary when you're mad. You still smile and act sweet. It's honestly kind of frightening.
Emily. You know I have the key to your cottage and can enter it at any time, right? Like when you're sleeping? Tell me.
Quinn. Is this supposed to reassure me that you won't get mad? You suck at this. A statement like that should be hot. Now I just want to sleep with the lights on.
Emily. Annoyed emoji.
Quinn. Fine. So, my teammates all know about the whole fake dating thing. I had to be honest and upfront with them, Emily. I'm finally with a team that is cool, filled with guys I want to be real friends with, and to do that I have to trust them and be honest with them about everything. I swear to you they will never betray us, say anything to the media, or be assholes. They're awesome and they can't wait to meet you.
Emily. Okay.
Quinn. That's it? Just okay?
Emily. I mean, this is your team, and you know them better than I do. If you trust them, then so do I.
Quinn. Drinks are on me at Dockside Eddie's tonight.
Emily. I didn't invite you to drinks at Dockside Eddie's so I can catch up with Ryan.
Quinn. Oh, I know. Ryan invited me. He's going to teach me how to bowl. Isn't that cool?
Quinn.
You got your wish. I'm leaving the island.
Emily. Come on, the cat toilet situation can't be that bad.
Quinn. Oh, that part is fine. You're right. Crouton was very reasonable, and after we both slept on it overnight, we came to the agreement that he can have the bathroom and I'll just shit outside.
Emily. I'm glad you two could come to an understanding.
Quinn. I'm actually going back to the mainland for a couple of days because Tyler set up a bunch of radio interviews for me. It will just be easier to stay there and get them all done back-to-back in 2 days instead of spreading them out through the week.
Emily. You know you don't have to check in with me, right?
Quinn. Just trying to act like a real boyfriend so you don't get nervous again.
Emily. I'll be fine, but thank you for your concern.
Quinn. So, since I'll already be on the mainland on Wednesday, I'll pick you up at the dock over there so we can go to the charity event together. Quinn. And don't even think about arguing with me. You are not meeting me there. I will pick you up like a proper boyfriend.
Emily. Are you sure about this? This charity event is a lot different than a private lunch with your boss in an empty restaurant, or dinner with my parents here on the island, or even just hanging out around the island. No one bothers us on Summer Suite, but this charity event is public. Press will be there, all of your coworkers will be there, and fans will be there. People will be posting pictures of us before you even say hello to anyone.
Quinn. This is all part of my master plan to restore your good name in the media. The world will finally see you're not a hot-headed woman with a banshee-like voice who's trying to ruin my career.
They'll love you,
and they'll see how much I don't hate the sight of you.
Emily. You say the nicest things.
Quinn. I mean it. I really do. Just behave and don't scream at anyone.
Emily. I make no promises.
Quinn. It will be fun. It's only for a few hours. The team will be there to sign autographs and take pictures. There will be stadium tours to show off some of the new upgrades Jeannie made, a fancy dinner with a band where you can wear a pretty dress, and a cornhole tournament where the winners get to decide what charity they want to give 10 grand to. Emily.
Now I see why you invited me, so you'd actually be on a winning cornhole team.
Quinn. Well, now we're definitely playing on opposite teams.
Emily. Do you really want to embarrass yourself in front of your teammates and fans?
Quinn. Right. So we'll be on the same team. Quinn. Hey, it's Quinn. Would one of you guys possibly be able to stop by my rental cottage a few times in the next couple of days and feed my cat? I need to go back to the mainland until Wednesday night, and I don't want to annoy Emily and ask her to do it. Bodhi. Wise decision, man. I can handle Chevy Tahoe for you. Quinn. I don't have Chevy Tahoe. I've got Crouton. Bodhi. LOL. Did you almost sit on him when you went to take a shit? The first time is always the hardest. You get used to it, just don't make eye contact. Shepard. OMG, how did you get my number? I mean, I don't mind at all. Text me anytime, day or night. Bodhi's busy. I'll take care of Crouton for you. Want me to straighten up? Wash the linens? The pink sheets were all Bodhi's fault. I know how to do laundry. I even make my own fabric softener. Palmer. I'm sorry, Quinn. Shepard has zero chill. I'll take care of Crouton. Shepard. You just screenshot this conversation and sent it to someone to prove you know him, didn't you? Palmer. I did not. Quinn, I would never. Bodhi. We are literally sitting right next to you at Dockside Eddie's. You just sent it to your agent and said, Booyah, motherfucker, we're totally friends. I told you. Palmer. He won't tell anyone or I'll fire him. I swear, Quinn. Quinn. I still don't get why Emily won't let me hang out with you guys. You make me feel so normal. Shepard. We get that a lot. Don't worry about the next few days. We'll fight amongst ourselves for Crouton care. Have fun. Chapter 15. Quinn. You're totally going to fuck this up. Another great interview. Tyler greets me as I exit the studio and meet him in the radio station hallway. Did you have any doubts? I smile, rolling my eyes when I have to wait for him to check out his hair in the mirror hanging on the wall of the hallway before we can start walking. As anxious as I've been about being away from Emily, when I just got her to be sort of agreeable about me staying on the island, and she hasn't tried to murder me when we've hung out together, the interviews have gone better than I expected. I've always sort of begrudgingly done these things because I had to and couldn't wait for them to be over. Now that I'm on a team I'm excited to play for, with a bunch of guys I admire, respect, and have a hell of a lot of fun with, I can't seem to shut up. Which, of course, leads the DJs to ask if the new woman in my life is the cause for all of this chattiness. They've been really cool about me not wanting to discuss my personal life and just focus on the Sharks, since I don't want to say anything out of turn that would piss Emily off. I can't believe you're still getting away with saying no comment on the crazy redhead situation. My good mood thinking about Emily is immediately squashed. I'm in Tyler's face and shoving him up against the wall so fast, we're both a little shocked it happened, but I recover faster. Cut that shit out, I snap in a low voice. Her name is Emily. Use it. The only person who hasn't been cool during all of these interviews is Tyler. Every time I've walked out of another radio station the last 2 days, he's referred to Emily by anything other than her name. The crazy redhead, the mess we'll never be able to clean up, the wolf in sheep's clothing, the ticking time bomb. I was a fucking ticking time bomb with each new shot he took at Emily, and now I've finally had enough. I love you, man, but if you don't start being more respectful toward her, I will knock you the fuck out. Tyler shakes his head at me, smoothing out his suit coat and straightening his tie while I drop my hands from his chest and step back from him. Jesus Christ, he mutters, looking up and down the empty hallway to make sure no one saw anything. You really like her. I thought it was all supposed to be fake because you're a dipshit who couldn't tell Jeannie the truth. Do you want to tell Jeannie the truth? Fuck no, she scares the hell out of me. Tyler shudders. I'm sorry. I promise I'll try to be nicer. With a nod, we both start walking down the hallway again. I'm not the type of guy to hold grudges, and Tyler isn't the type of guy who apologizes. As long as he holds up his end of the bargain, I won't have to rearrange his face. I'm already on edge enough after meeting Emily's parents, hoping I didn't fuck everything up for her with them. I have never met two people I've been more disappointed in. They don't even see the absolutely amazing person they created, and I couldn't just sit there and listen to her mother call what she does a hobby one more time. I couldn't watch the beautiful, smart, talented, strong woman I've gotten to know look so defeated when it came to the people who were supposed to love her unconditionally and support all of her dreams. And I can't even think about that goddamn kiss or my head will explode. Both of them. I knew kissing Emily, really kissing her, would be an otherworldly experience, but I didn't expect it to almost knock me on my ass, or for her to just melt into me, kiss the hell out of me right back, and then still think it's all pretend. Being around her day after day and not being able to kiss her like that again, constantly reliving every minute of her mouth on mine and her body pressed against me, has almost driven me insane, and definitely driven me to a lot of jerking off when I get back to my cottage. Good thing I'm persistent. It's not fake for me, I finally tell Tyler when we both slide our sunglasses on, push through the double glass doors at the front of the building, and walk out into the bright sunshine. A smile finally takes over my face, thinking about all our text conversations. Everything I say and do with her is the real me and how I really feel about her. It's just easier for her to keep telling herself it's fake so she doesn't fall madly in love with me. Tyler throws his head back and laughs, walking around to the other side of the black SUV waiting for us in front of the building. When we both slide into the back seat, he gives the driver the location of the next radio station we have to be at, and then actually turns in his seat to make eye contact with me when we pull away from the curb. "How long are you planning on letting her think this is all pretend?" he asks me quietly when the driver answers a call on his Bluetooth earbud. "Until she realizes it's not," I smile at him. "Maybe tonight will finally be the night." Although I doubt it, her stubbornness is one of the things I like most about her, and I do enjoy a good game. I've lost enough of them to her at this point. "You know you won't be able to say no comment anymore if you show up to this thing with her," Tyler reminds me. "That's my plan, and you better do nothing but kiss her ass tonight or I will fire yours." Tyler sighs heavily like it's such a big chore to be nice to someone. "Fuck! Fine, it doesn't mean I have to trust her, but I'll be on my best behavior with the island girl." When I ball my hand into a fist and start to aim it in Tyler's direction, he quickly throws his hands up in the air and scoots his back up against his door. "Emily, I meant Emily," Tyler quickly amends. "I just got Botox, don't you dare hit me." Dropping my fist and settling back into my seat, I see Tyler pull out his phone and start working, and I pull mine out of my back pocket when it dings rapidly with multiple incoming text messages. Emily, "Why is Shepard asking me if you have an allergy to dryer sheets?" Emily, "And for that matter, why is Palmer asking me if it would be weird if he rearranged all your Nikes in color order?" Shepard, "Look at this stud. He wears that shirt like a beast." Photo attachments. Shepard, "FYI, shirts make Crouton mad. His claws are really sharp. I think I got all the blood off the carpet." Laughing to myself when I see Shepard has sent me 3 different photos of Crouton wearing a little sparkly cat shirt that says, "I am small and sensitive, but also fight me," I thank him for helping out and tell him I owe him a beer before explaining the cat feeding situation to Emily. Setting my phone down on the seat when I'm finished replying to everyone, I stare out the window at the quickly passing landscape as the driver gets on the ramp to take us to the highway, looking forward to getting this last interview over with so I can get to my fake girlfriend faster. "Another glass of champagne for you." "Hey, what about me?" I complain when Tyler hands Emily a glass that he just brought back from the bar for her. "Are your arms broken? Get your own drink." Emily smiles at me before thanking Tyler and taking a sip. "We should have brought you around ages ago. You're fun." Tyler smiles at her, clinking his glass of bourbon against her champagne flute. True to his word, Tyler has done nothing but kiss Emily's ass all night, starting with being in the parking lot when we pulled up and opening Emily's door to help her out of the vehicle. He's lucky he's like a brother to me, and I don't really fancy killing him. Any other man would have found my fist lodged in his throat with the look Tyler gave her when she stepped out of the car. I'm pretty sure it was the same look that was on my face when she first stepped off the ferry ramp. Eyes wide, jaw dropped, with a little drool dripping down my chin and an instantly hard cock. She looked like Jessica Rabbit, with her long red hair wavy and flowing down over her shoulders, wearing that skin-tight black dress from the APL charity dinner I mentioned I liked when I admitted to creeping on her pictures. The black dress that clings to all her curves and pushes up a mouth-watering amount of cleavage, with a pair of super-high black heels that bring her full shiny pink lips closer to mine when we're standing together.
The fact that Emily didn't hold a grudge after how shitty Tyler was with her the first time they met, and she killed him with kindness all night long, definitely threw Tyler for a loop and shockingly put him on his best behavior. You were right and I was wrong. Are you happy now? She's perfect, Tyler says, stepping up next to me when Emily starts chatting with another player's wife. I know she is, I reply, setting my empty beer bottle on a passing waiter's tray and shoving my hands into the front pockets of my suit pants. She's more than perfect, and her experience with the Vipers taught her exactly what to do and whose ass to kiss at charity events. She has dazzled everyone tonight with her charm and quick wit, fitting in effortlessly with the other players' wives and girlfriends like she's been hanging out with them for years. Her busting of my teammates' balls has endeared her to them forever, and the way she easily steers the conversation away from her when the press start asking her personal questions, relaying my stats and talking about how hard I've been working to make this a great season, has completely endeared her to Tyler and every other member of my team with the Sharks organization. And the fact that she could so easily rattle my stats off the top of her head, when I sometimes still have to look them up, made me so goddamn hard I had to excuse myself to step outside and take a couple of deep breaths of fresh air. The Sharks GM even gave her his personal phone number and told her to call him if I messed things up, because he has a son who's single. I tried not to be offended by that and just be happy when I told Emily everyone would like her more than me. I was right. Just like I told her parents at dinner 2 weeks ago, she's a rock star. She completely amazes me, and I can't believe she lets me be in the same room with her. She's also too good for you, Tyler adds, both of us glancing over at Emily when the sound of her laughter fills the air. My chest gets tight, and I have to take a couple of deep breaths to stop myself from shoving Patrick's wife out of the way and yanking Emily's body against mine so I can taste her lips again. You're totally going to fuck this up. Tyler's loud, obnoxious laugh makes me pull my eyes away from Emily to glare at him. He just continues laughing as he pats me on the back, then walks away to talk to one of my teammates who just signed with him. The sad thing is he's right. She is too good for me. I think I knew it the night I met her, when she made me forget about all my responsibilities and the pressure I was under. She understands the world I live in and my hectic schedule better than anyone. And she fits into my life so seamlessly, I almost forget she hasn't been here by my side, supporting me all this time. I know she's too good for me, but goddamn, she makes me want to be the best that I can be, just so she has another person in her corner cheering her on for once. I want to be that person, and I refuse to fuck this up. When you said band, I thought it would be something fun and upbeat we could dance to, Emily says, stepping back up next to me, her arm brushing against mine when she takes a sip of her champagne, making me want to lean down and kiss every inch of her smooth, bare skin that's on display. The band is actually a small orchestra of a few violinists, cello players, and bassists the Sharks hired to play once dinner started in the conference center. When all the interviews were out of the way, photos were taken, autographs were signed, and the cornhole tournament was completed out on the field, we moved inside to a huge room on the ground floor of the stadium with one whole wall of windows that look out onto the field. The room has been dressed up with fancy linens on the tables and expensive flower arrangements everywhere, with the orchestra over in front of the windows, giving it the final elegant touch worthy of a charity event, regardless of the music they're playing. I know it seems a little pretentious, but do you know of any other orchestra that can play such a beautiful rendition of WAP? I ask, suddenly mesmerized by the smooth column of Emily's throat, watching her swallow her sip of champagne and then laugh softly when she pulls the glass away from her lips. Jesus Christ, she's becoming more of an obsession to me than football after just one earth-shattering kiss. What the hell would she even do to my sanity if she trusted me enough for more? I seriously cannot believe they're playing this right now, along with all the other covers they've played tonight. Did you hear Blank Space during dessert? What am I saying? Of course you heard them playing Taylor Swift. Emily smiles, turning her face back to me and bringing her mouth only a few inches away from mine. I've kissed her on the cheek several times tonight, acting like I was playing it up in front of the cameras, when I really just needed to put my mouth on any part of her I could. The cheek seemed like the safest bet that wouldn't make me crave more in front of all these people. But the smell of her skin and the way her body would melt into my side while she rested her palm territorially on my chest for every cheek kiss photo
made me want to drag her into the closest empty room and lick every inch of her sexy body she's been torturing me with all night. Standing here right now, with Emily's lips a breath away from mine, in a room full of people, with an orchestra playing an enchanting song about wet pussies, I don't know how much more I can take of this game we've been playing without completely losing my mind. As if she senses I'm about 2 seconds away from saying fuck it and just devouring her in front of all these people, she pulls back from me a little, looking out at the crowd to take another sip of her champagne.
"Thank you again for donating the money to Shepherd's charity," Emily says, pulling me out of my dirty thoughts as I stare at her profile, while she smiles and returns a wave to one of the many sports reporters she had eating out of her hand tonight before looking at me again. "Shepherd is seriously going to freak out, and now you'll never be able to get rid of him."
I join in her laughter, taking her glass of champagne from her when she finishes it and handing it to another waiter who walks by with an empty tray. "Well, considering you made me look good in front of everyone, and all that heckling you did with Malcolm and Craig's team didn't come back to bite us in the ass, you deserved to have the money from the cornhole tournament go toward a charity that's close to your heart." And close to mine now. I heard about Shepard Oliver's foundation, Little Cleats, not too long ago, which donates over 5,000 Little League uniforms to teams that can't afford them every year. Chatting with him the last few days, I found out they recently added football, softball, and soccer uniforms to their list. It was really a no-brainer who the $10,000 should go to. Fine, so maybe I also hoped it would give me a few brownie points where Emily is concerned. Whatever, I'm only human.
"You're a good man, QB."
"Wanna go make out?" I joke, wagging my eyebrows at her, even though I'm really not fucking joking. I would give my left nut to kiss her again right now. Emily just smiles and rolls her eyes at me when a tap on my shoulder forces me to turn away from her. "Everything is all clear now, sir. Ready whenever you are." With a nod at one of the security guards for the stadium, who I slipped $100 to earlier, I turn back to Emily and hold my hand out to her. My chest tightens again when she slides her hand right into mine without question or hesitation. "Come on." I tug her closer and start walking us toward the door that will take us out of the conference center and into the tunnel of the stadium. I felt bad you didn't get to go on one of the tours earlier, since Craig's girlfriend was talking your ear off. Everyone has finally trickled back in here, and we have the place all to ourselves now. I tuck Emily's hand into the crook of my elbow as we move to the outer edge of the room and away from the crowd, pausing and quickly glancing back over my shoulder when we make it to the door. I'm happy to see no one is even looking this way or noticing we're slipping out, thanks to the crowd of partygoers now gathered around a man dancing like a complete idiot on the other side of the room to the orchestra's cover of Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses.
"How much did you have to pay Devin for that?"
Emily muses as she looks back over her shoulder with me at one of our linebackers, who is currently spinning around on his back like a turtle who got stuck on a shell and can't roll over, before we quickly exit the room and step out into the tunnel. Absolutely no money exchanged hands, I inform her, the sounds of her heels click-clacking against the cement echoing through the tunnel as I walk her to our first destination on the tour. I may or may not have agreed to go to 3 of his daughter's ballet recitals while his wife is out of town, but it was totally worth it. The sound of Emily's laughter echoing through the tunnel along with her heels solidifies just how much it was worth it. Even if it's just a tour of the new stadium upgrades that will probably bore her to death, it's still a little bit of quiet, uninterrupted time I get to have with her. That's worth all the ballet recitals in the world. Let's just hope I can behave like a proper gentleman during this quiet, uninterrupted time.
Chapter 16. Emily. Stop pretending. Wow, I didn't expect it to be so huge. Impressive, isn't it? Definitely the biggest one I've ever seen. I'll let you stand there for a few minutes and take it all in. I think I just got pregnant. I don't know whether to be proud or offended that you're so impressed by our locker room. Looking back over my shoulder with a cheeky smile at Quinn, I find him leaning against the wall of the archway that leads into the kitchen right off the locker room, with his hands shoved in the front pockets of his tailored black dress pants and dimples popping. He lost the matching black jacket that accompanied his suit during dinner, draping it over the back of his chair and leaving it behind when we snuck out, which leaves him in just his fitted white dress shirt neatly tucked into his pants, with a shiny black belt around his trim waist and a thin black tie. He's a devilishly handsome, mouth-watering package, leaning casually against the archway wall, making it harder and harder to keep my hands to myself. His short black hair is neatly styled with product, making the thick strands look even darker, and his sexy eyes even bluer when they've tracked my every movement tonight, while the muscles in his biceps strain against the material of his dress shirt, caused by his bent arm. My heart skips a beat, just like it has every time he smiled at me tonight, or laughed at something I said, or nuzzled his nose against the side of my face before kissing my cheek, or gripped my hip possessively whenever his arm was around me, or found my eyes in the crowd, letting me know he was looking for me whenever we got separated, or just freaking breathed in my general direction. All of this touching and playful banter back and forth between us has just been the most torturous form of foreplay I've ever known, starting with the night I met him. It's been 6 long months of fantasizing about this man, and I don't even have the strength to do the math on how long I fantasized about him before I ever spoke to him or got to know him. At this point, I'm about ready to come out of my skin if he touches me one more time, or looks at me the way he did when he first saw me step off the ferry. Like he wanted to peel this dress off my body and kiss every inch of me, and I would gladly let him and return the favor, because, God, he smells so good, and I already know he tastes even better after having his tongue in my mouth. Stop thinking about his tongue in your mouth. It's a very impressive locker room, I tell Quinn, trying to remember I'm supposed to be paying attention to all the new improvements he's been showing me, not imagining what his big, rough hands would feel like gripping my hips while I rode his cock. That's a good picture of you. I nod to his new Sharks publicity photo and clear my throat. Glad this man can't read my thoughts. With Quinn in full uniform, staring seriously into the camera, with a football palmed in his hand down by his side, it really is one of the best ones he's taken in his career. When you've seen one professional football locker room, you've seen them all. I had been on plenty of stadium tours during my years with the Vipers, to be jealous of the kind of facility they had available to them when we were expected to get dressed in an employee bathroom right off the tunnel. Needless to say, a hot-as-hell glossy poster of Quinn hanging above his locker in the long row of matching handcrafted wooden lockers, along with a brand-new Sharks jersey with Bagley printed on the back on a hanger in the front of his locker, fills me with enough pride that I forget all about my jealousy. Thanks. I felt really bloated that day and had a zit on my chin. I laugh at Quinn's ridiculousness, pulling my eyes away from his stare to look around the room again, his penetrating gaze making me feel like I'm standing in front of him naked. I wonder what he would do if I told him Ren dared me to fuck him tonight. He'd probably laugh, or he'd be insulted. Or he'd happily help me complete this dare, rock my world, and then everyone wins. Yay, go team! You need to just take your own advice already, take your clothes off, and get laid. Shaking Ren's voice out of my head from our phone call while I was getting ready for tonight, I turn and walk back to the archway, leaning my back against the wall opposite Quinn with just a few feet separating us. Crossing one of my stiletto-covered feet over the other at the ankles and then crossing my arms, I mirror his casual pose, even though I'm feeling anything but casual right now. This is the first time we've been alone together tonight, and I don't know how to act. When we're out there with all those people watching our every move, it's easy to forget, play pretend, and touch him as much as I want, making flirty comments, because that's what I'm supposed to be doing. But in here, where it's just the two of us, with no one watching to analyze our fake relationship, I'm second-guessing everything I say to him, and I suddenly feel like a virgin on prom night who doesn't know what the hell to do with her hands. I've been working myself into a frenzy all night long, being able to be so free with him that I'm starting to wish I would have packed a vibrator in my clutch. I'm horny, and it's all his fault. Does he want me to touch him? Would he freak out if I just walked over there and kissed him right now with no one around to snap a photo? It's not like anyone was watching when he stuck his tongue down my throat in my parents' driveway. Since when am I so nervous around a guy? I'm the woman who gave my first kiss on a dare, gave my first blowjob on a dare, had my first and only one-night stand on a dare, and moved to fucking California on a dare. Why am I acting like I have no balls? No wonder Ren is so ashamed of me right now, feeling the need to throw it in my face that when she was sexually frustrated with Shepard during their "what the hell are we doing with each other" phase, I so helpfully told her to grow some balls, take her clothes off, and order him to screw her. These last few weeks with Quinn, hanging around the island and him popping up wherever I am, has just completely confused my brain and my heart with this pretend relationship we're supposed to be in.
The first time I walked into the Viper's locker room and saw my picture and jersey hanging on my locker, I cried like a fucking baby.
Quinn says softly, finally filling the quietness in the room my lust-filled freaking out caused. It's almost creepy, being in here all alone, with all the lights turned off in the massive carpeted room aside from the small recessed lighting above each locker, shining down on them and the handful of flat-screen televisions hanging on the walls, flipping through a slideshow of the current Sharks roster. The quiet stillness in the room makes you feel like you have to talk softly or whisper. I did the same thing the first time I put on my Viper's uniform, I tell Quinn, my heart flip-flopping around in my chest, thinking about this man being emotional and shedding tears.
I still feel like a dick that I didn't recognize you the night we met.
He admits after having told me during one of our runs that he never bought a calendar, giving me the explanation why, and apologizing to me so many times I had to jokingly threaten that I was going to pepper spray him again.
You'll be happy to know I have since looked through all your calendar photos, and July from last year is definitely my favorite.
I swallow thickly when his eyes trail down my body, remembering that last year's calendar was a special swimsuit edition. I was kneeling in the sand with my legs spread, one arm flung over my head, wearing a white bandeau bikini top with the thumb of my other hand hooked into my tiny white bikini bottoms, starting to tug them down my hip. It was a pretty good photo, taken right at sunset, with my wet hair clinging to my face and down over my shoulders. The fact that Quinn has seen it and is remembering it right now makes my skin feel hot and itchy, like it did that day of the photo shoot, when I was covered in sand and sweat under the scorching setting sun. Have you been doing dirty things with my calendar photo? I tease, trying to lighten the situation and cool off my heated skin, waiting for him to come back with a sarcastic reply. It takes a few torturous seconds for his eyes to make their way back up to mine. He holds my stare quietly for a few minutes, making my heart pound even harder than it already was, and the teasing smile slip from my face.
Are you asking if I looked at that sexy as fuck picture of you, with beads of water dripping off all that smooth, creamy skin, biting that full bottom lip I already know tastes like heaven, while I gripped my cock in my fist and jerked off so hard I almost passed out when I came?
Quinn asks casually with a raise of one eyebrow, each word that effortlessly comes out of his mouth instantly forming visuals in my head, making me pulse with need and the flimsy black G-string I'm wearing soak with wetness.
Would that be considered a dirty thing?
Well, shit. This just got a little too real. What are you doing? I whisper, wondering how I even managed to get the words out of me. I'm breathing so hard.
Not being a proper gentleman. That's for goddamn sure.
Is what I think Quinn mutters under his breath, but I honestly can't be sure, since he changes subjects so quickly it makes my head spin.
Wow, that orchestra is really all over the map with their song choices tonight.
There's an amused smile on his face as he looks at me while I stand here panting, like he wasn't just talking about cock and gripping and coming, filling my head with so many dirty images of him I might pass out. Both of us stay quiet for a few minutes, listening to the faint sounds of celebrity skin by Hole, hoping he can't hear the thundering of my heart as well. Even with being a little ways down the tunnel, we can still hear the muffled sounds of the orchestra's music making its way to us. And it's actually kind of nice and doesn't make this room seem so church-like. Another plus, what with all the cock, gripping, and coming, definitely not appropriate for Jesus. This is the song I auditioned to my 3rd year with the Vipers. I giggle nervously, trying to think about anything but Quinn's head thrown back in ecstasy, while his hand shuttles up and down his hard length, all because of a picture of me. Still remembering every single move to this audition dance, I automatically uncross my arms and do a few subdued arm movements. Just like accepting dares, it is physically impossible for me not to do the moves for a dance I know that goes with whatever song is playing. It's as natural to me as breathing, and most of the time I don't even realize I'm doing it until someone points it out.
Of course you dance to this song, my little rebel.
Quinn chuckles, my stomach dropping right into my toes when he calls me his.
I'm not even going to bother denying that I've stalked every single video of you I could find. Please tell me you can still do that thing where you lean back to the side and pull your leg straight back over your head like you don't have any bones. Or that twisty thing where you kick one leg out and spin and kick and spin.
Quinn begs. His eyes are big and hopeful like a kid on Christmas morning, and I swear my cheeks are going to fall off if he keeps making me smile anymore tonight. Humor is definitely a turn-on for me. If this man turns me on anymore, my body is going to self-destruct. I can't do any of those things without stretching properly or with this dress on, I remind him, gesturing down the front of my body with my hands. Quinn's eyes take their fill of me once again, making me really glad I decided to wear the dress he mentioned he liked, and also wondering if the power of his heated stare alone would be able to rip this dress right off my body. I recall someone telling me not that long ago that I needed to show Shepard what I wanted, because I was a sexy piece of ass who deserved a good dicking. Get yourself some good dicking out of this arrangement already, Emily. My best friend's words pop into my head again. I do my best to ignore them once more, but Quinn doesn't make it easy.
Have I mentioned how much that dress has been torturing me all night?
He asks softly, hands still in his pockets, back still casually leaning against the wall. Something about the tenseness in Quinn's shoulders, the way his shiny black dress shoe on one foot is rapidly tapping against the carpet, along with the bulge he definitely isn't faking that I can't seem to keep my eyes off of, that has definitely grown in size the more Quinn stares at me, tells me he really isn't feeling very casual when he looks at me. And I like it. I like it a little too much. I like it enough to have maybe found where I've been hiding my balls. Ren is right. I deserve a good dicking out of this arrangement. I want him. He seems to want me too. Guys do it all the time. They fuck anything that moves and then never give it a second thought. Yeah, but you're already giving him about 1,000,000 thoughts an hour. Adding sex into the mix on top of this whole fake dating thing is not going to be good for you. Shut up and eat shit. I deserve this. Remembering I am a strong, confident woman who has never shied away from taking what I want before, I return his heated gaze with one of my own, taking my time to look him over from his head to his feet. I could say the same thing about you. You wear that suit well, QB. The corner of Quinn's mouth tips up when I use his initials, something I've found absolutely adorable about him ever since I learned it back in college, when he gave his first interview. Obviously, QB is what everyone calls a quarterback for short, but when it came time to name his son, Mr. Bagley, who had a very promising football career until he blew out his knee in college, had high hopes for his baby boy, and refused to give him a middle name. Therefore, his initials are legally QB. He was literally born to be a quarterback. "You need to stop looking at me like that," Quinn mutters, my eyes flickering up from the bulge in his fitted suit pants, where they got a little stuck for a few seconds in my slow perusal of him. "Looking at you like what?" I question innocently, cocking my head to the side, which earns me a dimpled smirk from him. "Truth or dare?" he suddenly asks me. God, I want this to be real. I want this to be real so badly I can't think straight. And that scares the hell out of me. So I keep making excuses. And I'm still riding the pretend train. Because if it's pretend, it won't matter if it all goes away. It won't hurt as much if it all ends. Because it wasn't real anyway. Truth. Just like in my parents' driveway, Quinn's head jerks back a little at my surprise, making me laugh. Like I'm really going to make it easy on you. I smile at him, uncrossing my arms and bringing them down to my sides to slide my hands behind me, between my lower back and the wall. The move pushes my boobs up even more with the corset-style top of this dress, and heat spreads through my body when Quinn's eyes narrow on my cleavage before they move up to my face, a knowing look in his eyes that tells me he just might be on to me. "Worst date you've ever been on?" Does this one get added to my long list of choices? I inquire with a serious look on my face. "Cute. You know this is the best date you've ever been on," he says with a cocky grin. And I don't even argue, because he's right. Fake date and sexual frustration aside, this is the best night I've ever had in my life, and it's not even over yet. "Easy. The panty sniffer from 2 years ago," I quickly reply. "This doesn't sound like it's going to end well." He trails off, making me laugh. He was a cousin of one of the Vipers cheerleaders. We went on a few dates. They were pretty nice, so I invited him back to my apartment for dinner and a movie, I explain, Quinn's eyes staring at my mouth the entire time I talk, making my breath come out a little faster. He excused himself during the movie to go to the bathroom. When he didn't come back after 20 minutes, I found him in my bedroom, sniffing all of my underwear. "Oh, God," Quinn mutters with a grimace. That wasn't even the worst part. I laugh at his horrified expression. When I told him to get the hell out, he asked if he could take a few pairs with him. "On behalf of the un-creepy men out there, I'd like to take a moment to apologize to all women everywhere." "What about you?" I nod to him. "Worst date you've ever been on?" All of them." Quinn shrugs, making my heart clench a little. "I don't really have normal dates in my line of work. A lot of nut jobs seem to find me, and a lot of women who just want something from me or want to use me to get something else. Until you came along and made me chase you." Now my heart full-on tries to beat its way out of my chest, but I do my best to ignore it. "Too bad we're not really dating," I remind him. The casualness in Quinn is gone in a split second. His eyes are no longer sparkling with humor as he yanks his hand out of his pocket when he pushes away from the wall, taking a step toward me and holding one of his hands out to me. "Dance with me." "What?" I laugh, looking around the empty locker room like I'm suddenly expecting it to be filled with people we need to pretend for. "Come on, dance with me," he urges, as the muffled sounds of the orchestra can be heard through the walls when they start playing Wicked Game by Chris Isaak. A little bit of the sparkle comes back into his eyes, and an easy smile takes over his face, while my throat gets tight with emotion, wondering if he has any earthly idea how fitting this song is right now. "My dad always asked my mom to dance whenever they were fighting, because he said it's hard to be mad at someone when you're holding them close." "I didn't realize we were fighting," I reply with a grin, removing my hands from behind my back and sliding one of them into his.
I always feel like you're 1 second away from punching me in the dick, so I figured I'd just be safe.
Our soft laughter mingles in the quiet room with the muted strains of the violins, cellos, and bass as he wraps his hand around mine, tugging me away from the wall with a little jerk and right up against him. My free hand flies up to his shoulder, and I forget how to breathe when I can feel every hard inch of him pressed into me. Every hard inch. Including the ones currently poking me, definitely confirming the want is there on both sides. Bringing our joined hands up to rest over his heart, Quinn slides his other hand over my hip and around my waist, making my breath hitch when he tugs me tighter against him, his arm remaining securely around me to keep me pressed snugly into him. Neither one of us moves or acknowledges the elephant in the room. Or should I say the giant elephant trunk in the room that Quinn is packing between his legs, making my brain fizzle out and a quiet hum fill my ears, drowning out any rational thought I have left. Truth or dare? I stutter when Quinn tightens his hold on me and starts gently swaying us to the muffled music.
Truth,
he whispers, dipping his head and pressing his lips to my cheek like he did a handful of times tonight for the cameras. He holds them there just long enough for the warmth of his lips to drive me insane, before slowly pulling back just far enough to look at me, our noses a few inches apart. I feel him everywhere, from my breasts pressed against his chest down to our thighs. Every hard inch of him is smashed up against my soft parts, rubbing together while he slowly rocks us to the music and stares into my eyes. The rapid beating of his heart perfectly matches my own. I can feel it pounding inside his chest with how closely he's holding me to him, not letting even a whisper of air between us. Best date you've ever been on, I finally say stupidly, unable to form any kind of coherent thought in my head or come up with any other question for him to answer for his truth response. All of a sudden, Quinn swoops his head down again, this time pressing his lips against mine. It's only for a few seconds, just like I did to him after our lunch date with Jeannie. But having his mouth on any part of me again sets me on fire and makes me want more. He pulls his mouth away too quickly, his eyes back on mine when he speaks.
This one.
Be serious, I scoff, even though I'm having trouble breathing again. They couldn't have all been bad. A muscle ticks in his jaw as he looks at me, our bodies no longer swaying to the music, just standing still, plastered up against each other under the archway. He moves his hand off the top of mine that's pressed against his chest, bringing it to rest against the side of my neck, his thumb tracing back and forth over my jaw.
Truth or dare?
Quinn's voice is low, but he practically growls the words at me, making my entire body shiver in his arms and the pulsing ache in my core grow to an uncomfortable level. I want to be bold, do something daring, be the risk-taker I've been all my life. I know he wants me. I know this dating shit is just pretend, but the attraction isn't. Ren is right. I deserve this. Dare, I whisper back to Quinn, my eyes focused on his lips, while his thumb brushes back and forth over my jaw, and I wait for him to dare me to kiss him.
Stop pretending.
My eyes fly up to his when he says these words to find him staring at me like he's trying to look into my soul. I have to swallow thickly and will the butterflies flapping around in my stomach to calm the hell down. With his thumb continuing to brush maddeningly close to my lips, his eyes never leave mine as he keeps talking, making my scalp tingle, my heart pound, and the need inside me fly off the charts.
If none of this were pretend, what would you do, Emily?
Quinn asks, the sound of my name in his deep, hoarse voice making my body instantly react and subtly grind against him. A guttural groan comes out of him as he drops his forehead to mine. For 5 minutes, just stop fucking pretending with me and be real. I dare you. His final words are a whispered plea to me, but I hear them like he shouted them at the top of his lungs into this quiet room. He's seriously daring me to be real right now? This is what I've been trying to avoid. Doesn't he get it? It's easier to pretend. It's safer. For fuck's sake, be bold. Be daring and take what you want. Stop pretending with him just for a little bit and just imagine this is all real and perfect and you're really with your smoking hot boyfriend at a charity event, sneaking away for some alone time like a real couple would. You can think about how much it's going to suck when it ends later. With all the strength I have, I pull my head back from his, pushing my palms against his chest to move away from him. Like the gentleman Quinn is, he immediately drops his arm from its tight hold around me and his hand from my face. A worried look comes over his own face as I take a few steps back from him and farther into the locker room, probably wondering if I'm going to kick him in the balls or storm out of here. There's a reason why I was the captain of every squad I've ever cheered for. Because I take charge, I get the job done, and I'm confident in my abilities. He wants real, and this is as real as it gets. I'm confident in my abilities to win this goddamn dare, because I deserve it. Is there a possibility of anyone joining us in here? I ask Quinn casually, gathering all of my hair together and pulling it over one shoulder. No. He trails off, still looking at me nervously, like I might bolt. There are 2 security guards at the mouth of the tunnel. No one's getting in until I let them know we're done with the tour. Excellent. I nod, reaching up under my arm next to my boob and quickly unzipping my dress down to my hip. Shit. What about security cameras? Didn't really think of that. Don't know, don't care. I'll find them and burn them all to the ground. Holy fucking shit. Quinn's mouth starts to slowly drop open when I push both straps of my dress down my arms, peel the corset over my boobs, shimmying and pushing the tight material down over my hips and thighs until it falls off at my knees to a puddle at my feet, where I kick it off to the side with the toe of my stiletto. What the fuck? Quinn says in a near-panicked guttural voice that almost makes me giggle, his eyes flying up and down my body, having no idea where to look first. Now that I'm standing in front of him in nothing but my heels, a black G-string, and a black satin push-up bra that is defying the laws of gravity. I thought you were just going to be real and maybe show me a secret tattoo or an old scar or something. Oh, sweet Christ. I was not prepared. Oh, sorry. I shrug breezily, crossing one of my ankles over the other and folding my hands together down in front of me. You said the dress was torturing you, so I took care of that problem. Good God, woman. Quinn pants, messing up his neatly styled hair when he runs one of his hands through it. I was trying to be a gentleman. You're killing me here. Be real. Isn't that what you said? I ask softly, pushing down the panic that I'm opening myself up to him completely right now and letting him know that I really want him. Quinn just nods. Then that's what the fuck, I tell him, my voice a little bolder. Also, I know you said 5 minutes, but I really hope this is going to take more than that, or this was a complete waste of a new bra and panty set. Oh, so you planned this, did you? My favorite smirk is back on Quinn's face, but his voice is raspy and it sounds like he's having a really hard time speaking, or keeping his eyes off all the exposed skin I've got on display for him right now. The tent in his pants and how he clenches and unclenches his hands down at his sides tell me he's having a really hard time not launching himself at me, and it makes me even brasher. Not really planned, per se, more like hoped. I mean, a woman can only take so much before she... Just like in my parents' driveway, Quinn is on me in a heartbeat, his hands cupping my face and his mouth crashing to mine before I can even finish my sentence. Chapter 17. Emily. You better hold on tight. My back slams into the wall behind me, right next to a flat-screen television, the bite of pain making desire burn hotter in my belly. 1 minute I was standing alone, being my usual sarcastic self, and the next, Quinn was suddenly just on me, everywhere all at once. There's so much to feel, so much happening all at the same time that I don't know what to focus on first. Quinn's hot, hard body pinning me to the wall with his powerful hips, his thick cock straining through his dress pants and pressing right up against my core, with my legs wrapped tightly around his waist, his hand touching any part of bare skin he can reach. Warm, rough hands, gripping my thighs that cling to his hips, running up my sides, skimming over the tops of my breasts, over the side of my neck, before tightly cupping my face again. His urgent, hungry kisses attacking my mouth with a savageness that borders on crazy. I feel crazy with every swipe of his tongue and with each rumbling groan he breathes into my mouth when I jerk my hips against him, needing more. Reaching between us, I blindly grab onto Quinn's tie and yank it loose from the knot, tug his shirt out of his pants and make quick work of the tiny buttons, my hand shaking with each deep, swirling swipe of his tongue through my mouth. When I finally get the buttons undone and can push his shirt open, I slide my hands down the hard muscles of his chest and over his washboard abs, reveling in the feel of his hot, smooth skin under my palms. Quinn moans into my mouth again, his hips bucking against me, pinning me harder to the wall behind me as he deepens the kiss. When my hands move off his abs and quickly unbuckle his belt, my fingers move at the speed of light, wanting nothing more than to finally have this man fill the ache inside me he's been building since the night I met him. Right when I get the buckle undone and his pants unbuttoned and unzipped, reality slams into my brain, making my hands pause. With all the power I can muster, I wrench my mouth away from Quinn's. One of his hands is still tightly gripping my cheek, while the other wandered down to my breast when I was working on his belt buckle. The heavy weight of it cupped in his palm over the satin strapless bra makes me forget for a few seconds why I stopped, as both of us remain perfectly still, breathing heavily against each other's mouth. I feel like I need to be honest with you about something before we go any further, I pant, my eyes rolling back into my head when Quinn starts rubbing his thumb back and forth over my satin-covered nipple. I like honesty, Quinn huffs back. His stomach muscles clench when I just can't help myself, and my fingers skim across the skin right above the waistband of his boxer briefs, peeking out of the V of his unzipped pants. He lets out a hissing breath when I dip the tips of my fingers inside the elastic, and they brush against the wet tip of his cock. Wanting to get this over with as quickly as possible, so we can either resume the previously scheduled activities, or my vagina can die a slow, painful death, I spit out what I need to say. Ren dared me to fuck you tonight, so technically this is all her idea, although a smashing idea indeed, but I just wanted to lay all the cards on the table before we do this, because my friends are lovable idiots, and I'm sure they'll bring this dare up to humiliate me at some point in the near future. I finish with a sigh, and then another roll of my eyes into the back of my head when Quinn replies by easily slipping my hardened nipple out of the cup of my bra with his thumb, then swooping his head down to capture it between his lips. The sucking pull of my nipple into his warm, wet mouth sends a straight shot of liquid heat between my legs, and I tighten my thighs around him. My hands fly out from between us to grab the back of Quinn's head, holding him in place while he sucks and licks at the sensitive tip, and I rock my hips against him, trying to ease the burning ache. All of a sudden, he pulls his mouth away from my breast to bring his eyes up even with mine.
Sorry, I got distracted when you used the word fuck and me in the same sentence.
Quinn smirks, driving me more insane than I already am when his thumb replaces his mouth, swiping and swirling around my nipple again while he speaks.
So you're saying this is all happening right now because of a dare?
All I can do is whimper, my head thunking back against the wall when he doesn't stop his sweet torture, pinching and rolling my nipple between his thumb and forefinger, with my hand still gripping tightly to the back of his head. Please don't be mad, and please don't stop what you're doing, I beg, my words coming out choked and needy when Quinn dips his head again, peppering soft kisses along my cheek as he makes his way to my ear.
I seem to recall you telling me that you only take dares you really want to complete,
he whispers, his warm breath skating over my ear, causing goosebumps to break out on my heated skin. Quinn moves his hand away from my breast, sliding his palm up my chest and across my collarbone until his big hand is gently gripping my throat. When he pulls his head back just enough to look at me.
Does that still hold true?
I know he can feel the rapid beat of my pulse under his thumb, and something about the possessive hold he has on me and the heat in his eyes as he looks at me makes me want to agree to whatever he asks of me and give him everything I have. I just nod, afraid if I open my mouth I might say what's on my mind. This is just sex. My heart is absolutely sitting this quarter out, damn it.
Then, the only thing I'm mad about is that you didn't bet on it too. Looks like you're about to remain an undefeated dare champion.
Quinn smiles at me. His mouth is immediately back on mine, giving me just a quick hard press of his lips before pulling away again. A moment of confusion enters my lust-filled brain when he unwinds my legs from around his waist and sets my feet back on the ground. Quinn gives me another smacking kiss before pulling back and winking at me.
Be right back.
I'm about ready to punch him in the throat with all this starting and stopping until all the breath in my lungs leaves me on a whoosh when Quinn drops to his knees on the carpet in front of me. Gripping tightly to my hips, he buries his face right between my legs and just inhales me, making my entire body quiver when he pulls back just enough to look up at me through hooded eyes.
Panty sniffer was an amateur,
he muses.
It's much better doing this when they're on your body.
I start to laugh, but it's quickly cut off with a choked gasp. Quinn suddenly hooks his fingers into the flimsy string of material on either side of my hips, roughly yanks my G-string down my legs, then buries his face back between them, this time without any barrier between me and his warm, wet mouth. A long, drawn-out moan comes out of me when Quinn flattens his tongue and licks his way up my center, sucks my clit into his mouth, and then quickly releases it.
Christ. You even taste like a fucking tropical beach.
He breathes against my wet, pulsing core, his heavy hands sliding down from my hips to grip my thighs and spread me wider.
You better hold on tight. I've been dreaming about this for 6 goddamn months.
He stops speaking after that, and I stop using any sort of brain cells after doing what Quinn orders, and clutch tightly to the short strands of hair on top of his head. With the heels of his palms digging into my inner thighs, holding me open for him, Quinn dives back in and feasts on me. There's no better word to describe what he does to me other than that. His lips and his tongue greedily devour me, sucking and licking until there really is nothing I can do but hold on tight. Hooking one of my legs over his shoulder and opening myself wider to him, The vibration of Quinn's moan against my core when I give him better access is like a jolt of electricity through my body, and I whimper his name while I unabashedly grind myself against his face. One of his hands roughly grips my leg thrown over his shoulder, and the other glides up the inside of my opposite thigh until his thumb is spreading me open to fully expose my swollen, throbbing clit. He backs away just enough to blow a breath of air over the sensitive bud. My hips churn erratically, trying to gain access to that heavenly mouth again as I whimper in frustration.
"Do you want to come on my mouth or my cock?"
Quinn asks softly, his eyes never leaving the juncture of my thighs, completely mesmerized as he watches his thumb dip into my wetness, bringing it back up to brush back and forth over my clit, making me moan softly as my hips jerk. "Yes," I breathe, a chuckle coming out of him at my response. Leaning his head forward, the barest whisper of the tip of his tongue floats over my clit, and I let out another sound of frustration when he pulls back without doing anything else. "Please," I beg, my chest heaving with every breath I take as I grip his hair tighter. "Eat me, fuck me, I don't care what happens as long as it ends with me screaming your name while I come." Quinn blinks up at me a few times, then lets out a slow breath.
"Jesus, Emily," he mutters. "Do you have any idea what it does to me to hear those words come out of your pretty little mouth?"
He doesn't wait for me to respond, and thankfully, I think he's had just about enough of this teasing nonsense as I have. Spreading me open again with his thumb, he dips his head and goes to town. Just like when he kisses my mouth, it's like Quinn's been going down on me for years, knowing exactly what to do to drive me over the edge. How fast to lick, how hard to pull and suck. Everything he does feels like he was given an instruction manual just for my body, pushing me faster and faster to the release that's been pooling in my belly since he first pulled me against him to dance. My hips rock against him, and the tip of Quinn's tongue flicks rapidly back and forth over my clit, sending me higher and higher, making me hotter and hotter until it feels like my skin is going to melt right off my body. I should probably be embarrassed that after only a few minutes of his mouth on me, I can already feel the hot tingles of release starting to pulse against the tongue that is so expertly bringing me so much pleasure. I've never come this fast with any man, and if I'm being honest, not even this fast with myself. I finally can't take it anymore, my head falling back to the wall with my eyes squeezed closed, when one of Quinn's long, thick fingers joins his mouth. His name is a loud moan on my lips when he clamps his mouth around my clit, sucking and sucking and sucking, while his fingers drenched with my wetness shallowly pump in and out of my body. As much as I want this moment to never end, I'm powerless to stop this orgasm from exploding out of me when his thrusting finger joins the mix. "Oh God! Oh fuck! Oh!" Shouts and curses and moans and gibberish fly out of me when the most powerful release I've ever felt washes through me in wave after wave of pleasure against Quinn's lips, as he licks, sucks, and greedily pulls every last pulsing drop out of me until I think I might pass out. Before I can catch my breath, Quinn is quickly standing back up, his powerful body pressing into mine, pushing my back up the wall right along with him as he grips my thighs and brings them back up to wrap around his hips. I'm floating on a cloud, in a haze of orgasmic bliss, with everything between my legs still pulsing and throbbing. But an amused smile takes over my face when I hear the crinkle of a condom wrapper. Looking down between us as Quinn holds me pinned to the wall with his hips, I see his hands shaking as he struggles with the foil wrapper that he pulled out of somewhere when he got me against the wall. Want courses through me again just knowing what's about to happen, and I shift my hips against him, needing him inside me as soon as possible, making Quinn groan softly and pause what he's doing. "Oh, So you planned this, did you? I question with a panting grin, anticipation making it almost hard for me to speak when he finally gets the condom out and tosses the foil to the carpet. With a grin of his own, he presses his lips to mine and gives me an achingly sweet, slow kiss, my body humming with desire when I can taste myself on him. He takes his time worshipping my mouth, while I feel his hands moving between us as he pushes his pants and boxers down far enough to sheath himself with a condom, before pulling his mouth away from mine. Not really planned, per se. More like hoped. Quinn repeats the words I said to him just a little bit ago, making my already pounding heart beat faster. I'm always fucking hopeful where you're concerned. He presses his forehead to mine, both our chests moving up and down quickly with eagerness now as he wedges his hands between my thighs wrapped around him and hooks his arms under my legs. A gasp flies out of me, and I cling tighter to his shoulders as he hefts me up higher and spreads me wider against the wall. He bends his knees and lines the head of his cock up against my soaking wet entrance, pausing to brush his lips back and forth against mine. This is real, Quinn whispers against my mouth. My breath hitches, and my throat gets tight, and then all thought escapes me. Quinn pulls his hips back, and then roughly thrusts them forward, sinking into me in one hard drive of his body. He quickly captures my mouth to quiet both our groans of pleasure, heating me up more than I thought possible with a quick, desperate kiss, until I'm tilting my hips and clinging to him tighter, needing him closer, deeper, more. Jesus. He breathes against my mouth, holding himself still deep inside me, giving me a second to adjust to him, on the verge of exploding again with how deliciously full and stretched I feel. Your pussy feels like heaven wrapped around my cock. His dirty words make me clamp down around his hard length, forcing a guttural moan out of Quinn as he swirls his hips against me, rubbing my clit and making me pant against his lips. I'm really sorry, but this isn't going to last long. I'll make it up to you with unlimited orgasms. I'm pretty sure I have never laughed in my life when a man's penis has been inside me, yet here we are. My laughter is immediately cut off with a sob of pleasure that Quinn quickly swallows with his mouth as he pulls his hips back and thrusts into me roughly again. There's nothing slow or gentle about what happens next, and Quinn was right. It really doesn't last long, but there is absolutely nothing I would change about it. He hefts my legs up higher that are hooked over his arms, and this sweet, sarcastic man that has been the star of every fantasy I have ever had fucks me up against the wall in the locker room. His mouth bruises my lips with the force of his kiss as his body does the same between my thighs, smacking me against the wall over and over with the force of his need for me. He's like a wild animal, thrusting and bucking between my legs like he can't get deep enough, can't fuck me hard enough. And still, I want more. I cling to him, and I dig my nails into his back, and I grip his hair in my fingers so tightly I probably pull some out. And I hear myself chanting for him to do it harder, faster, deeper. With each needy, rough, erratic drive of his body between my legs, knowing he can't hold back, knowing he's not afraid to use my body and take what he needs, it makes another orgasm quickly work its way up through me. My arms are wrapped so tightly around Quinn's shoulders to hold him as close to me as possible that I'm starting to lose circulation, and I don't even care. My goddamn arms can just fall off at this point if they want. Nothing else matters but the pounding rhythm Quinn is delivering between my legs as he takes me against this wall, showing no mercy as I cling to him and meet him thrust for thrust with the jerky movements of my hips, the tingling burn of release growing stronger and stronger. He suddenly wrenches his mouth away from mine and we both take in gulping breaths of air as he buries his face in the side of my neck, cursing and muttering against my skin as he continues his relentless and mind-blowing assault on my body. "Feel how good your pussy takes my cock." Quinn groans into my ear, punctuating his words by spreading me impossibly wider with his arms, his cock sliding in and out of me in fast, shallow thrusts. All I can do is whimper and moan, the sound of his tortured, raspy voice making everything dirtier and hotter. "Jesus Christ, you feel so good. I can't. I'm gonna come. I need you with me, baby." The sound of his begging and him calling me baby, with his face buried against the side of my neck and his cock pounding in and out of me, is all it takes for another release to detonate inside me, and I come with a shout of his name. As soon as my body tightens around his hard length and I'm milking his cock with another release, Quinn follows right behind me. Grabbing the back of his head, I crash his mouth against mine, swallowing his shouting roar of release as he comes, his hips never stopping their pounding rhythm as he empties himself inside me. Our kiss is long and deep, and it's never ending as Quinn shudders and jerks between my thighs, still moaning into my mouth as he comes. With one last jerking thrust, he finally yanks his mouth away from mine, burying his face into my shoulder as he collapses against me, plastering me against the wall as we both try to catch our breaths. Reality smacks me in the face as soon as I peel my eyes open a few minutes later, looking around the Sharks' locker room and remembering we're in a very public place, with a lot of very important people in Quinn's life just down the hall, probably wondering where the hell he's been. "Quinn, are you in here?" Okay, so not down the hall. How about right around the corner in the locker room kitchen, folks? There's nothing like the sound of Jeannie Bidwell's voice to pour a bucket of ice water on your post-coital bliss. The fact that we're both athletes is quite possibly the only reason we're able to recover as quickly as we do and move as fast as we can. Quinn is pulling out of me, and I'm pushing away from him so fast we're nothing but a blur of tangled limbs and whispered arguing as we race around in circles, bumping into each other while we try to find my damn underwear. I wonder when my shoes fell off and tumbled so far apart on the carpet, and I curse myself for wearing such a tight dress, because there's no way I'll be able to get it untangled from the ball it's in and shimmy it back on my body in time. "Quinn!" Jeannie's voice is even closer than before, and I let out a squeak of fear as my horrified eyes meet Quinn's, while he rapidly buttons his shirt and tucks it back into his pants. Quickly scooping up my shoes and giving up on my underwear, and hugging my dress to the front of me, I bolt away from Quinn, racing as fast as I can around the first row of lockers until I'm hidden from sight, bent over and panting when I hear Jeannie greet Quinn. "There you are. No one seemed to know where you disappeared to," I hear Jeannie say as I scramble to untangle my dress, shaking it out as quietly as I can and then stepping into it. "Oh, haha, just, getting some air," Quinn tells her, making me roll my eyes since Jeannie found him in the locker room and not outside. Lie better, man. Right. Jeannie pauses for a moment as I hop up and down, wondering if this goddamn dress shrank while Quinn was rearranging my guts against the wall. "Well, I was just looking for Emily. We agreed to wait until after dinner to have our chat." Shit. Finally tugging the dress up my hips and stuffing my boobs back inside, I pause and roll my eyes again when Quinn answers her. "Oh, yeah, haven't seen her, but I'll let her know you're looking for her." "Right," Jeannie says again as I quickly pull the straps up over my shoulders and slip my shoes back on, my hands immediately pausing when I go for the zipper, when Jeannie's voice suddenly gets louder. "When you finish getting dressed, Emily, just meet me in conference room C. Quinn can show you where it is." "Yep, see you there," I shout back with a wince. No point in keeping quiet now. as I drop my head into my hands with a soft groan. A few seconds later, I hear Quinn chuckling, and I lift my head to find he's come around the corner of the lockers to my hiding place. He walks right up to me, his fingers grazing my hip, a small shiver working its way through my body when I remember how tightly he gripped my hips in his hands when his mouth was between my thighs, as he grabs my zipper and slowly tugs it up for me. That moment is over. We're moving on now, Emily. Focus. He smiles at me when I turn to face him, smoothing my hair out and running my hands down the front of my dress to get rid of the wrinkles, as Quinn holds his hand out to me. Missing these? Narrowing my eyes on him, I quickly snatch my underwear dangling off one of his fingers, bending over and stepping into them. It takes me a second to shimmy into them, since I have to get them up under this damn tight dress, but I do it, and a few seconds later I'm smoothing down the skirt again. That was hot. You should do that again, but in slow motion. That was embarrassing, I correct him. And now I have to go sit in a conference room across the table from her, pretending like she wasn't standing a few feet away from my underwear. Oh, she was standing right on your underwear, Quinn helpfully adds with a smirk. I think the jig is up. With a sigh, I step forward, fixing Quinn's tie for him since it's a little askew, smoothing it down the front of him before dropping my hands. Back to playing pretend. My chest constricts when the words come out of my mouth. But that's what we agreed, right? A few minutes of being real, and then it's back to what we're supposed to be doing. Quinn doesn't say anything, and a ball of anxiety forms in my stomach, wondering if I said the wrong thing. But after a few seconds, he just gives me one of those dimpled smiles before leaning down, pressing a quick kiss to my cheek and then pulling back. Yep, I guess we are.
Chapter 18. Quinn. It's a food baby, goddammit. Emily.
Now that the charity event is over and the press and everyone bought it, I'm guessing you'll be making that announcement?
Quinn. Look at you trying to get rid of me after a little good publicity.
Emily. I don't know what you're talking about.
Quinn. You would only know the press and everyone bought it because you've seen all over social media just how much everyone loved you last night. Emily Flanagan outshined Quinn Bagley. Looks like the cheerleader was the one scoring all the points. And my personal favorite, Quinn Bagley who? We're on Team Emily. Quinn. At least I have one fan left. Someone with the username livin4420 said I looked positively dashing in my Tom Ford suit.
Emily. Oh, FFS, that's the guys. Palmer, Shepard, and Bodie, remember? That's their stupid troll account that started this whole mess. I'm going to kill them. They promised to stop posting from that damn thing.
Quinn, don't you harm one hair on their angelic heads. They said I looked dashing. I'll give Bodie a stern talking to when he gives me my surf lesson this morning.
Emily, I don't think it's a good idea for you to hang out with them. You're supposed to be enjoying your downtime and the privacy you can get here and planning OTAs for your team.
Quinn, what will people think if I'm staying on this island and I'm not friends with your friends, Emily?
Emily, they'll think we're broken up, which is what's supposed to be happening now that the charity event is over.
Quinn, no, they'll think I'm a shitty boyfriend who snubs your friends. I'm not about that snub life. I gotta do what I gotta do while the relationship is still hot.
Emily, the fake relationship you're supposed to be ending.
Quinn. Yeah, well, that didn't happen yet. We're a hot commodity in the media at this moment. If we break up now, no one will believe it, especially after you put on such a good performance last night and couldn't keep your hands off me. Hashtag Team Emily.
Emily, I think your memory of last night and my memory of last night differ greatly.
Quinn. Oh, believe me, the memory of last night will be burned into my brain forever. I won't forget one single detail about what you felt like coming on my mouth and my cock.
Emily, was that necessary?
Quinn, it's definitely necessary for you to come every single time, preferably more than once. I have standards.
Emily, we're supposed to be talking about the breakup announcement.
Quinn, you're forgetting we still have a steak fry to attend next weekend. You didn't tell me there would be a raffle basket filled with grilling supplies. I fucking love to grill. I already bought 200 tickets from Alicia Ferlin when I ran into her at the diner this morning. I definitely got to see this through now. She also told me the table you bought for my parents weeks ago would have a reserved sign on it. Sounds to me like someone really wanted me at the steak fry from the very start. Emily. Fine. Steak fry, then the announcement. Quinn. Don't want to talk about the parents' table, do you? You're just lucky they'll be out of town next weekend. My mom is going to be pissed you didn't tell her. Don't worry, I'll smooth things over. Gotta go or I'll be late for my surf lesson. We'll talk more about this later. Have a good day at work, sweetheart. Emily. Middle finger emoji. Quinn. You really like that emoji. Is that another invitation? Emily. What did you do? Quinn. I did not inhale, I swear. The Professional Football League drug tests us. I might have enjoyed a little second-hand sniffing during my surf lesson with Bodhi the other day, but that's it. Why? What did you hear? Emily. A package was just delivered to the office from you. Quinn. Yay! Happy 6-month anniversary. Emily. What? Quinn. Wow, you forgot our anniversary. This is definitely why we break up. Technically, we've been dating for 6 months. I felt it was necessary to honor the momentous occasion of the day you puked at my feet. Open it. Emily. A shirt that says, Tequila made me do it, you ass, LOL. Quinn. Shepard made it for me. I also got you a Quemily shirt. Feel free to sleep in it and nothing else, and dream about me. But wait, there's more. There's also a Quinn Bagley Sharks jersey in there, so you can support your man and look swag at the steak fry. Emily. I'm not wearing your jersey to the steak fry. Quinn. Excellent. Nudity was my second choice. Quinn. Also, I dare you. Emily. God damn it. Quinn. Is there something you failed to tell me? Emily. No. I reminded you there might be painters coming to touch up some of the cottages before the official opening day this weekend, right? And I know I told you that you don't have to feel bad for not putting crouton in all the new shirts Shepard left on your back deck. Since you're now invading my space on this island, you get to hear all about my life from island gossip, probably before I even hear about it. Welcome to Summer Suite. What have I been up to lately? I've been busy scheduling bookings all day and haven't heard. Quinn. Oh, well, according to Shanna Pope, when I was at the gas station filling up the golf cart, you might buck tradition and propose to me soon, so that should be fun. Let's see. Jenny Kaiser stopped me in the checkout at the grocery store to make sure I know you're not allergic to mushrooms, but you will vomit if you see one near your food. And when I stopped at the Dip and Twist for a milkshake, Ren told me that you told her that I have a giant penis and know how to use it. Emily. She did not. She would never divulge my secrets. Quinn. So you did tell Ren I have a giant penis. Emily. Annoyed emoji. I guess 1 out of 3 isn't bad. Quinn. OMG, 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 you're going to propose? Emily. Summer Suite official opening day is in a week. Do you really want to annoy me right now when I'm up to my ass in bookings and the phone is ringing nonstop? Quinn. Oh yes, that thing you failed to mention to me. Hold please, let me copy and paste it from the online article. Emily. Or you could just send me the link, Grandpa. Quinn. It's much more fun this way when I can read it again and be horrified that you didn't tell me this big, life-altering news. Quinn. Quinn Bagley and his island girlfriend, a former professional cheerleader for the Los Angeles Vipers, were seen at their first public outing since rumors of their secret affair began swirling over a month ago. The happy couple attended a charity event at Shark Stadium last week, unable to keep their hands or their eyes off each other. Several stunning photos of the pair were taken throughout the night, but fans are chattering the most about the one in this article, showing the couple talking to Bill Riley, the Sharks' general manager. Is that a baby bump we see on Miss Flanagan? Only time will tell if the Sharks' new quarterback made the ultimate pass and will find himself starting his own football team in the coming months. Emily. Are you freaking kidding me? I told you having that second piece of chocolate mousse torte for dessert was a bad idea. It's a food baby, goddammit. Quinn. You know what this means, right? Emily. Yes, that I am never eating in public again. Quinn. If I ever hear those words come out of your mouth again, I will take you over my knee and spank that sexy ass of yours. You are perfect. Your body is perfect. Every curvy, mouth-watering inch of you is perfect. Watching you enjoy a piece of chocolate cake and hearing the little sounds you made every time you pulled that fucking fork out of your mouth has now been added to my spank bank. Quinn, want to know what else was added to my spank bank? On top of the Miss July bathing suit photo? Emily, not particularly. Quinn, are you sure? It involves the number of times you shouted, "Oh God, yes, fuck me harder, Quinn." Emily, you're going to make it really easy to not shed any fake tears when we fake break up. Quinn, anyway, back to my original point. You know what this Quemily baby watch means, don't you? This means we definitely can't break up now. What will people think? That I'm a deadbeat dad who runs away from responsibilities? Hell no. Emily, yeah, except I'm not actually pregnant. Quinn, sorry, but little chocolate Tort Bagley and I have already formed a bond. Plus, I kind of sort of agreed that we would be the parade marshals for the Summer Sweet Island opening day parade next week. Surprise! Emily, OMG. Quinn, I'm sorry, your mayor is very persuasive. We can't let Summer Sweet down. They're counting on us to lead them on a jaunty march through town while whipping hard candy at the faces of unsuspecting children. Emily, you are ridiculous. Quinn, come on, I want to throw candy at kids. We've got the steak fry in a few days, then the parade and opening day festivities next weekend. Then maybe you can get rid of me after that. Emily, I feel like you're just doing all of this because you want a locker room repeat. Quinn, well, I never. That thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Quinn, but if, during all of these festivities, you do happen to trip and fall on my penis, you won't hear any complaints out of me. Emily, I'm going back to work now. Quinn, see you at the steak fry. I'll be the one wearing the Quemily shirt. I got us matching ones. You didn't tell me they were so sparkly. Chapter 19. Quinn. Cut that shit out. Okay, I'm back, Shepard announces, handing me a red and white striped box of popcorn and a bag of M&Ms as he sits down on the bench next to me. Where the hell are my Skittles? Bodhi complains from the other side of me after Shepard handed a soft pretzel back to Palmer and leaned around me to hand Bodhi a hot dog. Palmer reaches forward from his seat in the row behind us and smacks my hand when I start to give Bodhi my bag of chocolate. Rule number 1 if you're going to hang out with us, don't give Bodhi any sugar. It makes him crazy, Palmer says, taking a big bite out of his pretzel and then leaning back in his seat. Bodhi and Palmer start to bicker back and forth, and I just lean forward and rest my elbows on my knees, enjoying the fresh-made popcorn and the view in front of me. After the best damn steak dinner of my life that included a baked potato, corn on the cob, and a whole crap ton of baked goods from a new bakery that just opened on the island, now we're sitting in the stands of the football field. I was here the night I was snooping on Emily while she was coaching, but it was after dark and you couldn't see the view. There really are a lot of perks to living on an island, and one of them is having your home stands face the ocean. The sun is setting, and everyone moved out here to watch the cheerleaders perform their new dance routine, and for the band to play a few songs, followed by the announcement of the winners of the raffle baskets, and then the grand total of how much money was raised tonight. I'm so used to doing the big fancy charity events that are publicized. It's nice to do something small like this, where I can relax with a bunch of good people who all pitch in to help each other out, because they want to and because they care. And that's exactly what I said in my guest speech right before dinner, which got a standing ovation, thank you very much. And I'm also having a hell of a lot of fun hanging out with Emily's friends while she's busy, especially because she told me not to. All right, before the cheerleaders get out here, spill the tea, Shepard says. Yeah, give us the goods, Palmer urges. The girls won't tell us anything now after the last time, but look how good that turned out. I laugh, shoveling a handful of popcorn in my mouth, and then sit up a little straighter when I see Emily walk out onto the field down below with all the varsity cheerleaders, unable to wipe the smile off my face when I see her wearing my white home jersey with red and blue trim. The first time I saw Wren wearing my name on her back, I completely lost it, and we had sex in the back room at the Dip and Twist. Shepard chuckles. Which reminds me, I need to help her close again one of these nights. Emily, the little minx, not only successfully completed my dare, but she also made sure I would have to shield a stiff cock all evening, and not just because I seemed to be having the same reaction as Shepard, seeing the name Bagley big and bold printed across the back of her shoulders. She's wearing a pair of cut-off jean shorts that make me want to sink my teeth into her juicy ass, and then tied a knot into the jersey up above her belly button. So now I also have to wipe drool off my chin, appreciating all the hard work she put into those ab muscles, watching her walk around all night, dazzling everyone with her smile and charm. It makes me realize she definitely won this game. Can I just say again that Tom Ford suit was an excellent choice for the charity event, Shepard adds. Definitely looked like you two kids had a great time, and you always seem to be smiling and laughing when we see you together around the island, so what's the deal? Bodhi questions around a mouthful of chips. I refuse to think about how soul-crushing it was to hear her say we were back to playing pretend after what she gave me in that locker room last week. She stopped being the perfect girlfriend, and she was just real with me. She really wanted me, and she really trusted me, and she really made it impossible for me to make it through even 1 minute since that night without thinking about what it felt like to sink into her tight, wet heat, taking everything I had to give and begging for more. She thinks it's all still pretend until I make the formal announcement that we aren't together, I finally tell the guys. Pride fills me as I watch Emily give the girls a pep talk in a huddle on the sidelines, especially knowing she gave up a few hours of her free time this afternoon when the cheerleading coach got sick to fill in with practice and help them fine-tune some things. "And when are you doing that?" Shepard asks. "Hold on, let me check." Setting the box of popcorn down by my feet, I lean to the side, pull my phone out of the back pocket of my shorts, and start scrolling through my email. "Oh yeah, here it is. That would be never." The guys all let out roars of laughter as I slide my phone back into my shorts and lean down to pick up my popcorn. "This is awesome. You're definitely going to need some advice from the experts," Bodhi says, still chuckling as he brings the bag of chips up to his mouth and tips it back to get all the crumbs. "He should find out what her favorite color is, add up how many days they've known each other, then have that many colored roses delivered to her cottage. I know a guy. I can hook you up with a good discount." "Nah, he should just screw her brains out repeatedly until she forgets what she was even mad about. I've got the keys to the 8th hole maintenance shed at the golf course you can borrow. My dude should maybe just tell her he's crazy about her and that none of this is pretend for him." "That's dumb. He should definitely set up a candlelight dinner on the beach. I've got 200 glass votive candle holders just sitting in a box in a closet. They're all yours." "Screw her on Bertie's desk after hours. I've got a spare key to her office I can leave under the welcome mat at your cottage." "Take her on a helicopter ride over the island at sunset, but make sure Bodhi is not in charge of writing a romantic message on the beach down below. Do you know how many compliments I got on that giant sand penis? You should see the pictures of the ones I did in the snow in West Virginia. Perfection. I'm telling you, man, honesty is the best policy." You do realize if he comes clean with her now, the fun is over, right? That's a boring story no one wants to tell their grandchildren. We need more drama and excitement first. He should screw her. Is there anywhere you and Bertie haven't screwed? Is there anywhere you and Ren haven't screwed? Touché. If you aren't going to tell her how you feel, then let me give you our new friend Allie's number. Maybe a weekend away in the mountains of West Virginia will make her not want to punch you in the face. Why is it whenever I find you yahoos together, you're always talking about your feelings? The guys finally all shut up with their rapid-fire advice when an older gentleman who looks like a really pissed-off Santa interrupts them, standing in the aisle of the bleachers right next to us. "Quinn, this is Murphy Swallow. Murphy, this is the great Quinn Bagley," Palmer introduces us. He was Ren and Bertie's neighbor growing up and is kind of like a fill-in grandfather for all the girls, Shepard adds as I stand up and hold my hand out to the older gentleman. "It's nice to meet you, sir." "I'm not impressed by you," is all Murphy says, bringing his drink up to his mouth and taking a loud, slurping sip from the straw. "He's also always got a stick up his ass," Palmer snorts, making Murphy glare at him before turning his grumpy Santa eyes back my way, and I finally drop my hand since he's clearly not going to shake it. "Emily is a sweet girl, a little too peppy for my liking sometimes, but sweet. If you take away any of that sweetness, I will lodge a 9-iron into your skull." "Always a pleasure seeing you, Murph," Bodhi salutes him as Murphy just walks away after that, heading up the stairs of the bleachers to sit closer to the press box. "Whatever you decide, we're here for you, man," Shepard reassures me with a pat on the back when I take my seat again. "But if you piss her off, I know. Don't let Tess near any lighters," I finish for Bodhi. He just laughs, snatching my M&Ms off the bench before I can stop him and quickly scooting at least 10 feet down on the bleacher seat out of reach. "Oh, that became a full-time job I just didn't have time for anymore. I was going to say just make sure you aren't wearing any synthetic fibers around her. But you're an athlete. I'm sure you can stop, drop, and roll faster than anyone."
The field is emptied out now, so you can leave whenever you're done and drop the keys off to me tomorrow. I'd stay and help, but I think you two have it covered.
I give Wren a smile and a conspiratorial wink behind Emily's back while she's busy pushing a box of Snickers onto a shelf in the cupboard below the counter before I shove a case of water in the cooler. Wren is currently smiling at me through the concession stand window like the cat who ate the canary and is most definitely getting out of here to give us time alone now that everyone else has gone home. Emily volunteered to close up the stand at the end of the steak fry, and it only took 10 minutes of arguing before she finally agreed to let me help her. I'm making progress. A few weeks ago, it would have taken at least 30 minutes. Since the concession stand is shared between the baseball, softball, and football teams, and Shepard is the high school varsity baseball coach, Wren is the team mom who manages the concession stand during baseball season. She has the master keys, and she's in charge of setting up the schedule to make sure there are enough volunteers to work the stand during events and games, and that the place is always fully stocked.
Don't lie. You're rushing out of here to make sure you pick up Owen from his first date at 11 p.m. on the dot and not a second later.
Emily laughs, splaying her hands out flat on either side of her on the counter.
You'll be happy to know I agreed with you that he might want to talk to a man immediately following such a momentous occasion, and I let Shepard go pick him up from that skank's house at 11 p.m. on the dot and not a second later.
Wren smiles back at Emily. I thought you said she was a very nice girl, I remind her with a laugh as I close and lock the cupboard next to Emily's hip, where all the chocolate bars are stored.
She is a very nice girl. Polite, sweet, a straight-A student, and captain of the freshman volleyball team.
Wren sighs, grabbing her golf cart keys from the counter where she left them and taking a few steps back from the open window.
But any girl who wants to date my baby will be a skank from now until the end of time. I'm going to go home now and wait by the door so I can shower him with hugs and kisses as soon as he gets back and remind him that he can never, ever leave me. Good God, if I ever have a kid, please don't let it be a boy. You're psychotic.
Emily shakes her head at her best friend, making me laugh at the dynamic between the two of them. I can't believe you've already forgotten about chocolate tort Bagley. You are a horrible food baby mother. Very neglectful, I tisk, which earns me an eye roll and a smack on the arm from Emily.
I just can't handle how cute you are together,
Wren gushes, pausing from backing away from the building to look back and forth between us through the small window.
We're not together,
Emily reminds Wren, making me want to let out a loud, deep sigh. I keep that shit to myself, leaning down to put my mouth right against Emily's ear instead. Wasn't I just inside you last week? Emily immediately starts choking on the drink of soda from the can she just picked up, which she's been sipping off and on while we were closing up, and I pat her on the back until she shoos me away with her hand and an annoyed glare. Wren finally says goodbye and disappears around the corner, and a few seconds later the bright floodlights surrounding the football field go out, plunging everything surrounding this tiny brick building into complete darkness.
Well, that's not creepy at all,
Emily mutters, tossing her empty soda can in the garbage and starting to back away from the counter, but she's immediately stopped by the solid wall of my chest. Resting my hands on either side of hers on the counter, I lean closer until my chest is pressed up against her back, dipping my head down and pressing my lips to the side of her neck.
What are you doing?
She whispers, moaning quietly when my tongue darts out to taste her skin. I smile against Emily's neck as she tilts her head to the side to give me better access. Taking one of my hands off the counter, I slide my arm around her waist, securing her against the front of me as I pepper kisses up the side of her neck until I get to her ear. I've always wanted to do dirty things with my cheerleader girlfriend at a football field, I whisper, gently tugging her earlobe through my teeth until I feel her shiver against the front of me. I shouldn't be doing this. I told myself I wouldn't touch her again until we finally had a talk and she stopped pretending with me, but I just can't help myself. She really is a bigger obsession than football, and not just because I know the skin of her chest flushes when she comes or the raspy way she says my name when she does. I want more of this life. I want to fuck her while she's wearing a fancy dress at a charity event on Friday and hold her hand while she's wearing shorts and a tee at the Dip and Twist on Saturday. I want to feel that excited knot in my stomach every time I get another text from her, just waiting to see what smart-ass comment will come out of her next. I want to watch her roll her eyes and snatch my cell phone out of my hand to change the song during one of our runs when she hates the choice I made. I just want her in my life, and I want it to mean something, and I want it all to be real. Removing my other hand from the counter where Emily still has hers flattened, still refusing to look back at me, I run the tips of my fingers down her bare arm. Goosebumps pebble her skin in the wake of my fingers, and her chest starts rising and falling more rapidly when I drop my hand and start skimming my fingers back and forth over the exposed skin of her stomach that's been torturing me all night long, right above the button of her shorts. Are you going to let your hot football player boyfriend, who just made the winning catch at the state championships, do dirty things to the captain of the cheer squad in the concession stand? I tease against the side of her ear, while my fingers continue teasing back and forth across her stomach. Emily's head drops forward with a small laugh, pressing her hands harder into the counter and grinding her ass against my cock that's been trying to bust out of my shorts since the minute I met her here earlier and saw her wearing my jersey.
Who says you made the winning catch?
She pants as I crowd her more against the counter, needing to feel every inch of her hot body against mine, while my fingers make quick work of the button and zipper of her shorts. I bury my face into her hair falling around the side of her face and breathe her in, my palm flattened against her belly as she pants out a few more words.
You probably shit the bed. The whole school hates you, and now I'm here to save the day and console you with my magic vagina.
Christ, this woman. My chest rumbles with laughter against her back, and I take a second to enjoy the musical notes of her own laughter echoing around this small room before I quickly put an end to it by dipping my hand right down into the opening of her shorts.
Oh my God.
Fucking hell, Emily and I groan at the same time when my fingers slide between her legs. She's wet, so goddamn wet for me. No one has ever felt this perfect, sounded this perfect, smelled this perfect, or been so made for me in every possible way. I've never been this hungry for a woman, never wanted to tear down every wall in the fucking room with the need to bring her pleasure. A choked gasp comes out of Emily when I swirl two of my fingers through all that wet heat, bringing them up to circle her swollen clit, loving the way she whimpers and squirms in my arms, turning her hips and wanting more. Loving the way she trusts me so freely with her body, loving every minute of making her lose control against my hand, holding her securely against me. You feel so good on my fingers, baby. So fucking wet, I mutter against her ear, nudging her legs open wider with my knees. My goddamn balls ache with every panting, whimpering breath that comes out of her, and with each jerk of her ass back against me while I continue to circle her clit with the pads of two of my fingers, drenched in her wetness. You did such a good job tonight. You definitely deserve a reward. Dipping my fingers down into her wet heat, I pump two of them in and out of her, squeezing my eyes closed against the side of Emily's face, doing everything I can not to rut against her ass that keeps grinding back against me, wanting this to just be about her.
Yep, such a good job,
Emily pants, one of her hands flying up off the counter to grip onto my arm anchored around her waist as I keep shallowly thrusting my fingers inside her, trying not to remember how tightly she clenched my cock when I took her against the wall. Brushing my thumb back and forth over her swollen bud, her hips thrust forward, urging me deeper and making me grit my teeth.
I'm the best fake girlfriend ever. Maybe that should be my new career. Although I'll have to charge extra for these kinds of perks, QB.
My hand immediately stills between her legs. She thinks I'm talking about her doing a good job pretending to be my girlfriend? For fuck's sake. When I'm talking about all the hard work she put into practicing with the girls, helping serve the steak dinner, helping clean up, coaching the girls from the sidelines, being the proudest mama bear in the world when they nailed every move, and happily helping her best friend out at the concession stand at the end of the night, even though I know she must be exhausted after working all day on top of everything else. My heart pounds in my chest, and there's a loud buzzing in my ears that won't go away as I tug her back harder against the front of me with a huff, squeezing my eyes closed again when I feel her clench around my fingers that are still buried inside her. Cut that shit out, I whisper hoarsely in her ear, her hand gripping harder to my arm that's locked tight around her body. I'm Quinn, and you're Emily. When we do this, when you trust me enough to let me inside your body, you fucking trust me enough to call me by my goddamn name. When we do this, it's fucking real, and it's not pretend. Emily doesn't say a word except for a quiet sob she tries to stifle unsuccessfully, and it completely breaks my fucking heart in two. but her silence right now tells me she's not ready to hear this. Not even weeks of two-a-days, daily training in the gym, or hour after hour of slamming into the blocking sled prepares me for the kind of strength it takes to pull my hand out of Emily's body and slide my other arm out from under her hand that's still clutching my forearm, letting go of my tight hold on her. Taking a few steps back, I cram my hands into the front pockets of my shorts before I'm tempted to walk right back up to her and put them on any part of her body she'll let me again. I know I'm going to be cursing myself for the rest of time for this, but I need her to understand what's going on. Bodhi's right. Honesty really is the best policy, and right now I don't care if she's not ready to hear it, because I have to say it. I've been a chicken shit for long enough. This isn't pretend for me. Nothing about this has been fake for me since the first day you puked your way into my life. I pause, wishing she would turn around and give me the finger or call me an ass. Since she doesn't and just keeps her hands on the counter in front of her with her head bowed, I keep going and speak to her back because nothing is going to stop me from getting this out now. I will hate myself for the rest of my life that I was such a goddamn pussy and didn't just ask you out on a real date like I should have, because you deserved that. You deserved for me to tell you on the beach that first day jogging that I couldn't stop thinking about you from the first moment I met you. For 5 months, even when I didn't know your goddamn full name, I couldn't stop thinking about this beautiful, smart, funny woman who lit up my fucking life for a few hours one night when I was feeling sorry for myself. I pause, watching Emily's shoulders move up and down faster with each word I say, wishing she'd just turn around and give me those gorgeous green eyes of hers. I take a few deep breaths before I continue when she doesn't move. And when I pulled my head out of my ass and realized you really were a good, honest, and kind person who wasn't trying to screw me over, I should have told you that. I should have told you that I have adored you from the first moment I laid eyes on you, even when you were insulting me in my own home. I let you slip away from me once, and when I found you again, there was no way in hell I was going to make that same mistake twice. I really wanted to date you, and I really wanted you to say yes, but I didn't think you would, so I chickened out. I made it all about playing pretend, just so you wouldn't tell me to get the hell off your island again, and just so you'd let me spend time with you again and light up my fucking life again with your smile and your sarcasm and how you just let me be me. You keep me on my toes, and you keep me grounded at the same time. You drive me fucking crazy, and I love every minute of it, but I don't want anything to be fake anymore, Emily. I want to see where this could go when you stop pretending like you don't want this to be real. I really like you, and I think you really like me too, but you're afraid. That does it. That makes my little fireball finally whirl around and face me, with heat in her eyes and her hands on her hips. For 5 months, you couldn't stop thinking about me so much you never even tried to find me. There's fire in her glare, but there's quivering emotion and hurt in her voice that almost brings me to my goddamn knees. But something finally clicks in my tiny, stupid brain when I figure out what's happening here. She trusts me with her body, but she doesn't trust me with her heart. She doesn't believe the words I'm saying, and why would she when she thinks we've been playing pretend this entire time? I quickly realize this is going to take more than a few flowery words in the back of a concession stand. I actually did try to find you, for weeks. Not one damn person at that party would return my calls or my texts, because I'm pretty sure they thought it wasn't really Quinn Bagley leaving a message on their phone, I inform her. She studies my face for a few quiet minutes, and I don't know if she sees the truth in my words or not, since she doesn't say anything else to me. With my heart pounding in my chest after laying everything out in the open, I walk back up to her, pressing one hand against the side of her face and leaning down to kiss her cheek, holding my lips there for a few beats before moving them to her ear. When you're ready to stop with the bullshit and be real with me all the fucking time, you know where I'm staying. Dropping my hand from her face and pulling back, I give her a wink to soften the blow of everything I just said to her, and maybe to annoy her just a little bit, before turning and walking out the back door of the concession stand, hoping I didn't just screw everything up with her by taking Bodhi's advice. And hoping Shepard has that florist on speed dial.
Chapter 20. Emily. Sip and bitch really does fix everything. I swear to God, if that doorbell is another delivery, I'm going to start crying again and bring you all down in misery with me. I shout when the musical notes of Shepard and Wren's doorbell can be heard upstairs. Calm down, crazy. It's 7 o'clock, and the exact time a few of Owen's teammates were stopping by to use the batting cage in the side yard. Ren reminds me as I glare at the huge bouquet of red roses lying on the couch next to me that was delivered a half hour ago. And then give another glare to the bouquet sitting in a vase in the middle of the bar that was delivered a half hour before that. This isn't pretend for me. Nothing about this has been fake for me since the first day you puked your way into my life. And then I squeeze my eyes closed and try to block out Quinn's words that have been torturing me for the last 2 days, but they stay right where they are, permanently etched in my brain and carved into my heart. I knew, right? A part of me had to have known it wasn't fake for him either, but I ignored it. And I thought it would be easier to play this pretend game with him, when I should have known better. I just stood there with my back to him, letting him pour his heart out to me because I was afraid. I am afraid. I believe that last delivery made it a grand total of 187 red roses, Emily's favorite color, and the number of days Quinn has known Emily, so that should be the last of them. Sorry about that, and what Shepard may or may not have shared with him. Ren grimaces, making my shoulders droop and my eyes fill with tears, thinking about all the flowers filling every available space of my cottage. Can you stop being stingy and tell us what this note says, pretty please? Bertie asks softly, folding her hands under her chin. Not a chance, I mutter, staring down at the note in my hand that came with the last delivery. I lost my virginity to Joanna Nunez in the 11th grade. She was an older, more experienced senior. Her brother, who was home from college, walked in on us in her room and she flew right off me, taking the blankets with her. Instead of covering myself up, I grabbed my phone and pretended like we had just been lounging around, watching videos, with my dick out. Quinn. With a quiet laugh, I lean to the side and start to shove the note into my purse. My hand stills and the smile slips from my face when I see the other matching notes shoved inside my bag. With each new flower delivery that showed up at my cottage, at work, at the Dip and Twist while I was helping Ren restock supplies, at Tess and Bodie's house last night when I went over for dinner, and twice now since I've been at Ren and Shepard's house, there's been a handwritten note accompanying the flowers from Quinn, telling me something new about himself. Pulling the rest of the notes out of my purse, I slowly start flipping through them, the girls all still annoyed with me that I won't share what they say. Just like the personal stuff he told me the night we met, it doesn't feel right to share these things with anyone else either. The first woman who broke my heart was Sherry Lord, sophomore year of college. She slept with my RA when I was at a football camp over the summer. I actually introduced them before I left and told him to keep an eye on her. I probably should have specified he did not need to keep an eye on her vagina as well. They're happily married now with 3 kids and living in Denver, so all in all, they owe their immeasurable happiness to me. Those bastards don't even send me a Christmas card. I wet the bed until I was 7. Fine, it was 8. But I swear to God, if you tell anyone I wet the bed until I was 9, I will deny. It was actually 10. Shut up. The hardest part is admitting it. My favorite thing about playing football is watching all your hard work pay off. Watching a perfect spiral sail across the field and seeing it land right into your receiver's hands, right where you were aiming. Jesus Christ, there's nothing in the world like that high of hearing the crowd roar when you did your job perfectly. I never wanted to do anything with my life other than football. Honestly, I don't know what I'd do if I wasn't playing. Probably shrivel up and die, LOL. I literally have nothing to fall back on. Man, my college advisor would be so pissed at me right now. I do have a communications degree, so I guess I can just bullshit my way into any job. That's how that works, right? With a sigh, I stop reading the rest of them, since I have them all memorized by now, sliding the notes back into my purse. With each new delivery that arrived, I learned something new about Quinn. He shared everything from the sweetest to the most embarrassing, and I knew exactly what he was doing. He was showing me I could trust him with my heart, because he was trusting me with his, along with all his secrets, hopes, and dreams. He's making me want to trust him with everything, and he's making me want to put down my guard and stop being afraid that being with me is going to distract him from his job. Because that's what it boils down to. It doesn't matter if he breaks my heart. I'm strong. I'll survive. Maybe. But I wouldn't be able to survive knowing I did something to mess up any part of his happiness. And football is what makes him happy. Being here in Virginia, playing for a team that respects him instead of envies him, is all he's ever wanted. I don't want to get in the way of that. Picking up my phone, I start scrolling through the comments again that I was reading online before we were interrupted by the doorbell. Anonymous 6783 said, "Can't wait to see Bagley's career go down the toilet now that he's got a woman distracting him." I read. And Sports Talk in Virginia said, "Looks like Bagley cares more about wedding rings than Super Bowl rings. So much for the Sharks finally winning a game." With a silent scream, I flop back onto the couch, tossing my phone down to the carpet and flinging my arm over my face after making the mistake of checking social media. Why are you letting the opinions of strangers online dictate how you live your life? Ren asks me for the 10th time since I got to her house. Don't ask her any hard questions right now. She's clearly insane. She let Quinn walk away from giving her a perfectly good orgasm 2 nights ago. Tess has to remind everyone. I lift up the hand that isn't covering my eyes high above my head and give Tess the finger, in the corner of the room where she, Bertie, and Ren are sitting on a replica of our purple picnic table. When Shepard surprised Ren by buying her the home of her dreams on Summer Suite, a 6,000-square-foot, 3-story monstrosity that sits right on the water with its own private dock, he also surprised the rest of us by turning half the finished basement into a bar, because obviously the other half was for his giant craft room, complete with a ladder on wheels to get him around his floor-to-ceiling shelves for all his craft supplies. For Christmas this past year, he even got us a purple neon bar sign that says "Sip and Bitch" to hang on the wall, and he had someone custom make a purple picnic table that, yes, we did indeed carve our names into on Christmas Eve. Shepard wanted to make sure we had a safe place to hang out during the cold winter months, when the heat lamps Laura put around the picnic table area of the Dip and Twist just don't cut it, and when the crowds get to be a bit much and we don't want to take a perfectly good table away from a paying customer. My best friend has the perfect life. Bertie has the perfect life, and Tess has the perfect life. Jealousy is an unwelcome feeling I try to push away, but it doesn't work. Tears pool in my eyes, and I'm thankful for the covering of my arm to hide them. I'm nothing but a distraction, who's bad for his game and ruining his career. I speak quietly, hating how weak and pathetic my voice sounds. Don't you think Ren and I have those same fears being with professional athletes? Bertie asks, making me finally fling my arm off my face and sit up on the sectional. How do you get past it? I ask them. How do you get past the worry that you've already brought enough chaos into a man's life, and you know how much it means to him to finally be playing for a team that feels like family to him and makes him remember how much he loves the game? You know you're fucking worth it, Ren says sternly, smacking her plastic cup down on the table and narrowing her eyes at me. Exactly. Bertie nods firmly in agreement, making Tess snort. Some just take a little longer than others to know it. Oh, shut up. I figured it out soon enough, Bertie complains to her. He's been telling you since that lunch just how amazing he knows you are, and he just told you 2 nights ago none of it was pretend and it was all real for him. How in the hell are you still questioning that you were worth it to him and that you deserve all this hot, sweet goodness he's brought into your life? Ren asks with a shake of her head. Shepard comes down the stairs at that moment, saving me from having to answer, lugging a big bag of ice in his arms as he walks through the room. I promise I won't interrupt your bitching for very long. he says, pausing by the picnic table to lean down and give Ren a sweet kiss that lingers for a little too long, making all of us groan good-naturedly and Bertie throw a handful of popcorn at their faces. With a laugh against each other's lips, Shepard finally pulls back, moving over to the counter against the wall behind the bar, where he had a giant slush machine installed to empty the bag of ice into it.
I just ordered a few pizzas that will be here in a couple of minutes, since I know you ladies get hangry when you're sipping and bitching,
Shepard says over the loud clinking of the ice being dumped into the machine.
Bertie, I've got Palmer finishing up your bridal shower invitations upstairs and stuffing them into envelopes. Honestly, this whole idea to have a tea time with a tea party under a tent on the golf course is just brilliant. The decoration ideas I've been mulling over will blow you away. Tess, if you don't mind, I think I'm gonna let Bodhi go crazy with your baby shower invitations. He's really taken to calligraphy quite fast.
For fuck's sake, I said no baby shower, Tess complains. You're getting a baby shower. We all shout back at her in unison, including Shepard, as he balls the empty ice bag in his hands and tosses it into the trash can under the bar. We already promised it would just be a room full of people bringing you gifts, where you can eat a whole bunch of really good food and then go home and take a nap, Bertie reminds her. I'm not opening jack shit in front of people staring at me, or playing any of those stupid games where you put baby food in diapers and make people guess what it is. Tess mutters petulantly, rubbing her hands over her belly.
Here, you look like you could use a double.
Looking up from the couch, I smile at Shepard as he holds out a plastic cup to me that he filled with a brand new boozy slush the machine just spit out. I take it from his hand and thank him, smiling at the purple cup that says Sippin' Bitch on it. He made us an entire cupboard of reusable Sippin' Bitch cups with his cricket, also for Christmas. Jesus, Ren is a lucky woman. Also, so is Bertie. And so is Tess. And I could be too if I just stopped being so afraid that I'm going to mess up Quinn's life. Did Ren ever feel like a distraction to you? I ask Shepard quietly, while Tess continues to argue with the girls about her baby shower. I mean, I know you were retired when you two got together, but the whole time you were flirting leading up to that, did it take your focus off your game? Shepard laughs softly, turning and flopping down on the couch next to me.
You need to stay off social media,
he says, making me roll my eyes.
When you find someone who's worth it, it's the best damn distraction in the world.
Shepard smiles at me, taking a minute to glance over at Ren.
She made me want to do better and make her proud. She still makes me feel like that, every damn day. So no, she didn't throw me off my game, then or now. And Palmer will tell you the exact same thing about Bertie. In case you haven't noticed, Palmer is at the top of his game now with her by his side. Quinn's been doing this for a long time, sweetheart. He knows how the pressure works, and he knows how his schedule works. He knows what he can handle on his plate, and he knows what he can't. And it sounds to me like you're the best damn distraction he can't wait to handle again.
He gives me a wag of his eyebrows that makes me laugh, patting the top of my knee twice before pushing up from the couch to go make Ren and Bertie new slushes. Once he delivers the slushes and gives Ren another kiss that makes everyone yell at them, he disappears back upstairs with the rest of the guys.
I couldn't stop thinking about you from the first moment I met you.
The words Quinn said to me that were another one of the main causes for all the tossing and turning I did the last couple of nights, and the ones that are still keeping my ass rooted in place in Ren and Shepard's basement, instead of getting to him as fast as possible, flash like the neon Sippin' Bitch sign in my head. Scooping my phone off the floor, I get up from the couch as I pull up my contacts, putting Carson on speaker as I walk over to the picnic table and straddle the bench next to Ren.
Bitch, I was just thinking about you. Carson answers the call, making me smile. I was showing that sexy photo of you from the charity event to one of my friends like a proud mama, bragging about your smoky eye.
I'm at Sippin' Bitch with the girls. Everyone say hi. I hold the phone out so Carson can shout at everyone and everyone can shout at Carson before pulling the phone back to me. I swear I'll call you back later so we can talk longer, but I just have a quick question. I tell him as the girls all lean in closer. After that party at Quinn's house, do you remember if you ever got any texts or voicemails from someone saying it was him? Carson's loud peal of laughter comes out of my speaker, making me miss him, and I make a mental note to beg him to come for a visit as soon as he can when we talk later. Girl, I can't believe I forgot about that until just now. Carson continues to laugh, making butterflies start to flap around in my stomach as Ren quickly reaches across the bench and grabs my hand. It was the funniest thing. Literally everyone I spoke to who was at the party said they got a message from some loser claiming to be Gwen Bagley. Never went into much detail, just said it was really important someone get back to him because he was trying to find a woman. So freaking random. My heart drops right into my stomach to frolic around with all the butterflies as Ren squeezes my hand, and Birdie and Tess's mouths drop open in shock. He was telling the truth. Why didn't you call him back? Why didn't anyone call him back? Ren asks Carson, while I'm finding it hard to breathe and speak. Because it was obviously a prank caller. Duh. Carson snorts. Like Quinn Bagley would really contact a bunch of strangers and leave a desperate message like that, looking for a woman. He could snap his fingers and have 10 of them in his bed in 5 minutes. That prank caller sure was persistent, too. I think he left me 4 voicemails and at least 5 texts. Same with everyone else. We all had a good laugh about it, though. I think I replied to one of his texts with a link to an escort service. I can't believe I forgot about that until just now. Carson's still chuckling to himself, oblivious to the fact that I'm holding back tears and my hands are shaking so hard that Ren has to take the phone and say goodbye to Carson for me. He really did try to find me, I whisper after a few quiet minutes, where nothing can be heard but the muffled shouting of Palmer to Shepard upstairs to put the damn glitter away already because it's getting on everything. All of a sudden, the quiet basement is filled with the ear-piercing screams of 4 grown women completely losing their shit, flapping their hands in the air and bouncing up and down at the picnic table. My crush on Quinn has lasted longer than I care to admit. For all of my adult life, that man has starred in every one of my fantasies. Having him actually be a part of my life after so many years of dreaming, and having the reality of him be so much better than the fantasy. It definitely took me longer than it should have before I let myself believe everything he said to me in that concession stand was true. I want to see where this could go when you stop pretending like you don't want this to be real. I deserve to have a man fighting about glitter in my home, too. And I deserve to be with a guy who makes me deliriously happy. I don't know if I'll get the white picket fence and the happily ever after, but I deserve to try, damn it. And I deserve to try with a man who attempted to hunt me down for weeks, sounding like a prank-calling loser, and has done everything he can to be around me ever since he found me again. Go get yourself that orgasm, bitch. Birdie nods once everyone has finally quieted down. If he wants to keep fucking me like he did in that locker room, I'll let him burn my entire life to the ground. That's what I'm talking about. Tess smiles, giving me a high five. I clink my slush cup with everyone else's while I let them shoot rapid-fire ideas at me about what I should do to apologize to Quinn for letting him walk away from me the other night and for not trusting what he said to me. I know I'm worth it. I still can't stop that little bit of nagging doubt in the back of my head that says Quinn still doesn't need the distraction, and I'm going to make his life more chaotic when he's finally playing for a team that makes him happy. I push all those thoughts aside for now and just think about how much fun it will be to keep playing these games with Quinn, but for real this time. Because he really likes me, and I really like him, and I was an idiot for letting him walk away from me. Sippin' Bitch really does fix everything. Chapter 21. Emily. This is real. When Quinn doesn't answer my knocks on his door, I get a little nervous he might be asleep and that it was a really, really stupid idea to come over this late. Until I glance into the window next to the door as I start to walk past it, and I can see through the dark living room to the open sliding glass doors that lead out onto the back deck, where a softly flickering fire glows in the fire pit. With another deep breath of courage and a quick glance around the neighborhood, I'm thankful it's after 11, dark, and no one is outside who can see me, or what I'm wearing. I quickly make my way around the side of the cottage, to the back deck in the sand right on the beach, my feet stuttering to a stop when they get to the base of the stairs. Quinn lounges back on a folding chair a few feet away, wearing a pair of athletic shorts, with his bare feet crossed at the ankles and perched up on the deck railing in front of him. His short black hair is damp from a recent shower, and he's got his phone in his hands in his lap, the glow from the screen lighting up his face as he stares down at it, completely mesmerized by something on it, while I'm completely mesmerized by the sight of him. And I can't help but laugh softly to myself when I see he's wearing a red, lightweight Sharks practice jersey. I feel a little better about the clothing choice Tess was so adamant about me wearing and just how perfect this actually is right now, even if it is a little ridiculous. Kicking my flip-flops off in the sand and pressing my hand against my bare stomach to try to calm the butterflies, I quietly move around in front of the stairs and right up to the deck, setting my arms on one of the wooden slats at chest level and then resting my chin on top of them. The smile on my face hurts my cheeks when the closer proximity to Quinn and the way he has his phone angled lets me see what has him so fascinated that he just keeps playing it over and over again. After the double slush Shepard made that gave me some liquid courage, Wren dared me to send Quinn a video. She wanted me to send him something naked, but there was no way in hell that was happening. So I gave him what he asked for in the locker room. I leaned to the side using Wren's basement wall for support, and I pulled my legs straight over my head like I didn't have any bones, which I'll be paying for tomorrow, followed by a pirouette, adding in a back bend for the hell of it, and because I was buzzed, shaking my ass a little when I popped back up. "You creeping on my videos again, QB?" I ask softly. My voice makes him jump a little in his chair, and it smacks to the deck on all four legs instead of the two he was rocking back on. His eyes are bright from the softly flickering flames of the fire as he looks over at me, where I'm mostly hidden behind the slats of his deck, but his lips remain in a thin line, and he doesn't say anything to my sassy comment as he stares at me. His annoyance with me in the concession stand the other night when I called him by his initials as he had his hand down my pants makes my body heat with guilt, as well as the need to feel his hands on me again. And I realize I really haven't called him by his name through all of this. Ever. At least not when I wasn't in the throes of an orgasm. That thought makes my heart clench, knowing I really was trying to keep him at a distance. Trying and failing to keep my heart out of it. Pulling back from the deck slats, I walk around to the base of the stairs again, grabbing onto the railing as I slowly make my way up them. A little bit of my nerves drop away when I finally come into full view at the top of the stairs, the glow from the fire helping out with that, as Quinn's feet drop down from the deck railing with a loud thunk as they hit the wood. Sweet Christ. His words come out on a whispered breath, and his phone slips from his hands and clatters to the deck, his eyes now mesmerized by the real me instead of the video I sent him. "We're not at a football stadium, but do you still want to do dirty things with the captain of the cheer squad?" I ask, putting my hands on my hips and jutting one out. Some of my happiness right now stemming from the fact that I could still fit my ass and my boobs into my college cheerleading uniform. "The video you sent was exceptionally hot, but this..." His eyes trail over my body in the white, skin-tight skirt with a thick red stripe across the bottom hem that sits low on my hips and barely covers my ass cheeks, and the white cropped tankini-style uniform top with the same thick red stripe. It shows off my entire torso and just barely covers my boobs.
This is what football dreams are made of. I think I might have a stroke.
I laugh softly, my feet finally remembering how to move as I drop my hands from my hips and walk across the deck. The last of the sand falling off my feet and crunching under them as I go until I'm standing right between Quinn's spread legs and bent knees. He immediately leans forward and grabs my hips, making me let out a little squeal as he quickly turns me and then yanks me down to sit sideways on one of his powerful thighs. My knees are bent and legs together in between his, one of my arms thrown over his shoulder as I lean into him. Keeping his eyes locked on mine with our faces a few inches apart, Quinn wraps one arm securely around my back to hold me against his chest, and the other one is draped across my bare thighs.
Can I just say again, that video was exceptionally hot. Can you do it again right here, so I can witness it live and in person?
He asks, the sparkle still in his eyes and the dimples now popping in his cheeks. He has every right to be annoyed with me, but he isn't. And that makes guilt stab into me like sharp knives all over again. I let him walk away from me after he poured his heart out, and I kept him waiting for 2 days. And if he did that to me and then just showed up at my house, the cops would probably have to be called. I was such an idiot. That video took an hour of stretching and 2 boozy slushes before it could be completed. I'm out of shape. I laugh, resting my free hand against his hard, warm chest, reveling in the feel of his quickly beating heart under my palm.
You don't want to get back out there and audition for another team?
He asks softly, the tips of his fingers tracing small circles on my thigh where his hand is draped. The crackling of the fire right behind us and the crashing of the ocean waves not too far off the deck sets the perfect ambiance for this quiet confession out under the stars. Definitely not. I did my time and it was a blast, even though it was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. But I can't put my body through that all day, every day anymore. I shrug in his arms, wanting to bury my face in his chest and breathe in the fresh, clean smell of him. I still want to dance, and I still want to have some sort of involvement in cheerleading. I'd much rather be a coach at this point. I want to lead, be supportive, share my experience, and make things better for the future generations of the sport.
You deserve to fucking shine,
Quinn says quietly, the conviction in his voice the same as it was that night at my parents' house when he said those same words to me. I know, but I'm okay shining from the sidelines now, I tell him honestly, pausing for a few minutes to take some calming breaths before I continue. You know, you forgot something in that speech you made in the concession stand the other night. Quinn raises an eyebrow at me, an amused grin on his face as he stops tracing circles on my thigh to rest his heavy palm on my inner thigh of the leg closest to him, making me have to swallow a few times and really focus on Quinn's face and what I'm supposed to be saying to him.
What exactly did I forget to say to you, beautiful?
He asks, my hand against his chest curling into a fist and clinging to his shirt when he calls me that. You didn't dare me, I tell him, the corner of my own mouth curling up into a grin when laughter shakes his body, and mine along with it held securely in his arms.
Honestly, I didn't think it was something you actually wanted to do,
he finally says, all traces of humor gone from his face as he looks at me, my throat getting tight from emotion, his thumb brushing back and forth over the top of my thigh, making me shiver. I really do like you, Quinn, I speak softly, a low groan rumbling in his chest, his eyes darkening as he looks at me, his arm tightening around my body, and his hand tensing into a tighter grip on my inner thigh as soon as I say his name. I've really liked you for an embarrassingly long time. But you're right. I'm scared, and that's not something I'm used to. I'm not afraid of anything, and you scare the hell out of me. Because you deserve to fucking shine too. And I don't want to get in the way of that. I don't want to distract you or take away your focus or mess anything up with... My words are cut off when Quinn moves his head forward and presses his lips to mine. My fist grips his shirt tighter, tugging him closer when he kisses me soft and sweet and with a gentle slide of his tongue through my mouth. It makes me squirm on his lap, feeling him hot and hard poking into my hip until he ends the kiss, pulling back just enough to look at me. "Say my name again," he whispers with a smile. "Be serious." "I am being serious. I just want to hear you say it again while I'm not balls deep inside you." The memory those words elicit makes me instantly wet and an ache pulse between my legs as Quinn's hand on my thigh inches higher before stopping, still brushing his thumb back and forth on the top of my leg, teasing me, like he knows exactly what those words did to me. With a laugh as I try to regulate my breathing and remember we're supposed to be having a serious discussion, I move my mouth to his ear and whisper, "Quinn, be fucking serious." Even through his laughter at my whispered words, he lets out a satisfied groan and nuzzles his face into the side of my neck when I say his name again, warming everything inside me. Along with his hand that has inched up even more between my thighs, stopping just shy of touching me and finding out that I'm not wearing anything under this cheerleading skirt. "I will always be serious when it comes to talking about how I feel about you. And you will always fucking amaze me that you think of everyone else and their happiness before your own. You are the best kind of distraction I've ever had in my life," Quinn tells me, pulling back to meet my eyes. "Please, just trust me, Emily. I would never have approached you or started anything with you if I knew I didn't have the time to be with you, or if it was going to do anything to the focus on my game. You've only made it better. You've only made me want to be better and play better and make you proud." He says something similar to what Shepard said to me earlier in his basement, and once again, I'm annoyed with myself for wasting 2 days worrying over nothing. "I do trust you," I reassure him, leaning forward and giving him a soft, quick kiss before I pull back again, my breath hitching in my throat when Quinn's fingers inch a little closer, wondering if he can feel the heat that's surely radiating out of me from how close he is to soothing this ache he left with me 2 days ago. "Good. Let's see what happens when a ridiculously hot and talented quarterback gets serious with a ridiculously hot and talented cheerleader. I see nothing but good things ahead for us." Quinn winks at me, making me shake my head at him with a laugh, even though my body is about ready to go up in flames. "You're ridiculous." "You really like my ridiculousness," he fires back with a smirk. "It seems I do." Quinn leans forward and kisses me again, soft, slow, and sweet. But it doesn't last that way long. 2 days away from him felt like an eternity, especially when I let him walk away from me, when he'd been 30 seconds away from giving me an orgasm with his magical fingers. Not only have I been on edge worrying about Quinn being mad at me, but I've also been on edge from a denied orgasm. Within seconds, the kiss has grown hungry and desperate. I've turned more in Quinn's lap until my chest is smashed up against his, and my hand is fisting his shirt so tightly my knuckles are starting to hurt. The force of my kiss and how desperately I'm clinging to him finally gives Quinn the green light to cross the finish line, his hand sliding the last few inches up until his fingers come in contact with my wet, bare skin. Quinn immediately jerks his mouth away from mine with a groan, and I cling to him tighter, the feel of him thick and hard through his shorts pressing into my side, and the soft brush of his fingertips as they teasingly sweep through my wet folds, making me see stars. "Oops," I mutter, panting as he drops his forehead to mine. "I think I forgot to wear my spanky pants." The teasing laugh that comes out of me is cut off with a choked moan. my thighs immediately opening wider on Quinn's lap when he slides one of his long, thick fingers inside me. "Oh, God, Quinn," I pant, my arm around his shoulders tightening, my fingernails digging into his back. "Again," he orders gruffly, the slow pull of his finger back out of me making me let out a choked whimper before I do what he asks. "Quinn, Quinn, Quinn, Quinn," I chant softly until I can't speak any longer when he uses my wetness to circle my clit twice with a feather-light touch, before sinking his finger right back into me again. Pumping in and out with shallow thrusts, he lifts his chin and gently presses his lips to mine before moving away again.
"I feel the need to tell you something before we go any further,"
Quinn says hoarsely, my breath coming out faster when he says the same words I said to him in the locker room. I immediately start remembering everything he did to me in that room, his long finger moving so achingly slow in and out of me, the complete opposite of how frantic and hard his cock slammed into me that night, making my need for him climb to new heights as I squirm in his lap, desperate for more.
"Walking away from you the other night, knowing I left without giving you any relief, did not make me feel good about myself."
I whimper when Quinn's thumb joins in, brushing back and forth over my swollen clit with each slow push of his finger into me, my hips churning against his hand as I squeeze my eyes closed. He moves his head away from mine to kiss his way across my cheek until his mouth gets to my ear, his thumb moving in tight circles around my clit while his finger remains deep inside me.
"Did you touch yourself after I left you? Make yourself come with your pretty fingers?"
Quinn whispers in my ear, his words making me whimper his name, and my hips move jerkily against him as his arm tightens around my back, holding me closer. All I can do is shake my head against his mouth, still pressed against my ear, listening to his labored breathing each time I moan his name, begging for more.
"Good girl,"
Quinn says, kissing the side of my neck as he drags his finger out of me, bringing it up to circle my clit a few times before plunging it back inside me, with a second one this time, stretching me wider, making curses and nonsense fly out of my mouth. His thumb quickly circles my clit again, the release I was denied a couple of nights ago working its way back up my body, teetering just on the edge, building and pulsing and aching so much it almost makes me want to cry.
"If we're going to do this, you always come first. End of story. I'm not going to be able to focus again until I feel you coming on my fingers, and I know I finished what I started the other night. Give me what I need, Emily."
The whole point of me showing up in this cheerleading uniform was supposed to be so I could seduce him. But with the guttural way Quinn says my name and when his mouth captures mine in a searing kiss, with his fingers pulling out of me to move the wet pads of them quickly back and forth over my clit, he definitely won the seduction game. I give him exactly what he needs, coming on his fingers, as he expertly moves them between my body. Wave after wave of pleasure washes through me as I rock against his hand, moaning into his mouth as he swallows my cries with a kiss. The orgasm does nothing to calm my need for him. If anything, it just makes me want him even more. As soon as Quinn's hand moves out from between my thighs, we're just a blur of frantically moving limbs as I scramble to straddle him, hiking up my skirt until it's around my hips. Our lips only parting long enough for him to rip his shirt off and toss it to the deck, and then practically growl at me that the cheerleading uniform stays on. With our mouths fused together, we both make quick work of shoving Quinn's shorts and boxer briefs down just far enough for his cock to spring out, heavy and hard between my legs. My arms fly around his shoulders, a shiver working its way through my body when he groans into my mouth as I kiss him harder, while he quickly works between our bodies, rolling on the condom I conveniently and hopefully shoved in my bra before coming over here. Yanking his mouth back from mine, Quinn brings one of his hands up to cut my cheek, the other one gripping tightly to my ass as I reach between us and wrap my hand around his thick length, loving the raspy groan that comes out of him when I touch him. Lining him up with my entrance, my thighs shake with need to just drop right down on him and ease the ache that's built back up within seconds. "This is real," he whispers against my lips, making my heart and my vagina clench as I lower myself just enough for the head of his cock to slip inside me, the pulse of need flaring back to life when Quinn lets out a low moan, his hand on my ass gripping me tighter as I wrap my arms back around his shoulders and just hold myself still. "It sure as fuck is," I whisper back. Quinn's laughter against my mouth is instantly cut off when I sink myself down on his cock, both of us moaning loudly when I'm fully seated on him and rock my hips against him. His hand slides off my cheek to wrap around the back of my neck, sliding into my hair to grip a handful in his fist. "Want to know one of my fantasies?" I ask him through choked words, grinding my hips against him, finding it hard to breathe and speak now that he's finally filling me and stretching me so perfectly as I brush my lips back and forth against his. "Having you hold my hair in your fist while I ride your cock. Think you can make that happen?" "Jesus Christ, woman." Quinn pants against my lips, his hips bucking up and bringing him deeper, making me moan low in my throat. "Your dirty little mouth is going to be the death of me." His palm smacks one of my ass cheeks, gripping it tight and digging his fingers into my flesh as he helps me start to move my body up and down on him. I push my feet into the deck on either side of his chair, holding tighter to his shoulders, riding him harder, bouncing up and down on his thick, hard cock faster, my ass smacking against the top of his thighs. "Game over. You definitely win this one." Quinn's mouth immediately comes back to mine, and after that we stop talking. Out under the stars with the waves crashing to the shore, the fire crackling behind us, Quinn keeps my hair tightly wrapped around his fist, making one of my many fantasies starring him come true. And I decide to stop being afraid and see what happens when a ridiculously hot and talented quarterback gets serious with a ridiculously hot and talented cheerleader.
Chapter 22. Quinn. Sparkle-tastic. "This is it?"
Yep, this is it. Glamorous, wouldn't you say?
"So you just sit here all day in the office waiting for the phone to ring?"
Sometimes I get to take people clean towels when the staff is busy. That's fun.
Jesus Christ.
You're the one who wanted to hang out with me at work today. I told you it would be boring. Want me to teach you the rap and no scrubs? We've got about an hour to kill before we can go get some lunch.
Nope. I don't like this. Let's go.
Quinn, put me down. We can't just leave Sandbar Cottages in the middle of the day.
Stephanie is in the back and she can handle it.
Don't you want to hear me rap?
Well, duh. You can do it on the way.
On the way where?
Anywhere but here. I need to fuck some life back into you. Yeah, you like that, do you? Take some more.
Please, no more.
Should I do it harder? Faster? You can't just do nothing. You have to be an equal participant in this.
Believe me, you're doing enough for both of us.
That's right, I am. Tell me how much you love it when I grab a whole handful.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's right, baby. Fuck, this is so good. Take it all, bitch.
We are never going to be asked to be parade marshals again. You just hit a girl in the forehead with a Jolly Rancher.
I'm a quarterback. What did you expect? I never should have been given the entire box of candy. It's too much power. Take it away from me. Swindler!
Will you stop shouting that? The neighbors will hear you.
Good. They should hear me. The entire island needs to know that you are a cheating swindler.
I'm really regretting inviting you over to my cottage now.
I love everything about your place. It's bright, bold, colorful, and fun just like you. I particularly love the framed Bring It On movie poster in the living room signed by the cast. What I don't particularly love is seeing a dartboard in the kitchen, a ping-pong table in the garage, along with 3 sets of cornhole boards, and a basketball hoop in the driveway. You're just missing the poker table, you cheater.
Oh, that's over at Ren and Shepard's place now, since Ren hosts our monthly poker games. And you can stop looking in all the closets. I don't have a swan float or a ridiculous amount of hula hoops. That was just dumb luck. Although I did work the hula hoop carnival game at the Summer Sweet Festival every summer.
Swindler!
No, it's not happening.
Come on, where's your sense of adventure?
My sense of adventure is just fine. I believe I was quite adventurous, suffering through 18 boring holes of golf with you guys today without murdering anyone. I'm not supposed to be tagging along on these OTAs with you.
Did you forget how much they all bitched and whined when you tried to get out of it? Sorry, but you're stuck with my teammates now. Back to my original suggestion.
For the last time, we are not having sex in the 8th hole maintenance shed.
But Palmer gave me the key. Come on, we can't let it go to waste.
We are not having sex in the same place Bertie and Palmer defiled.
That was like a year ago.
And I guarantee you it still smells like golf cum.
What the fuck does golf cum smell like?
Boredom and desperation.
And those are all my trophies and stuff from high school. Oh, Christ, that's so good. Oh, fuck.
Very impressive.
Are you talking about all the awards in my childhood bedroom? Or my dick that you keep popping out of your mouth so you can chit-chat?
A little of both. Please resume the tour we're supposed to be on while your parents are cleaning up from dinner.
Oh, fuck. Jesus, Emily, That's the bed, and that's the dresser, and that's... Oh, God, your mouth should be illegal.
I think your mom really likes me.
Can we maybe not talk about my mom right now when Fucking hell, woman.
Such language in front of a poster of James Vanderbeek.
It's the Varsity Blues movie poster, and you know it. I don't have a thing for James. Jesus, holy shit. Oh, fucking hell.
You're being a little loud. You might want to keep it down.
You think I don't know that? I never should have dared you. Christ, that's so good. Don't stop.
We've got 5 more minutes before we've been gone too long. Focus, man. I need to complete this blowjob dare.
I swear to God, if you keep... Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Shit. Just broke that lamp. Oh, holy shit. God damn, I fucking love dares.
Seriously? It's all over my stomach. What a mess.
Sorry, I was actually aiming for your tits.
Your aim is off. Don't you throw a ball at moving targets for a living?
Look, this is way harder to control, all right? It just came out before I was ready.
Why is there so much? Oh my God, it's in my hair, too.
Glitter, man. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
The next time we accept an invitation for dinner at Ren and Shepard's house, it's going to come with some rules. Namely, we do not craft.
Shepard won't let me play in the batting cage until we help him finish these invitations for Palmer's bachelor party.
What kind of men, A, send out bachelor party invitations in the first place, and B, use fucking glitter on those invitations?
Kick-ass men, that's who. Wait until you see the matching shirts I picked for us to wear. Sparkle-tastic.
You're sure no one was hurt?
Emily, they are grown-ass men, and professional football players. I promise they were not injured in any way.
I still can't believe you sent the team to my parents' house to spring clean, and my mom didn't kill anyone.
Look, it's my fault she's still not talking to you. I wouldn't change one thing about what I said to your parents the night I met them, but I can still do whatever I can to suck up to your mom. It just gives me better peace of mind, since I'm railing her daughter on the regular.
You were doing really well there for a minute with the sweetness, and then you had to go and ruin it. She really wasn't mad?
She was definitely good and pissed when they didn't use the carpet steamer the right way, but she got over it when they gave her some wine.
Oh, no. How many times did she tell my great-grandfather's building of the cottages story?
Patrick said 3, Marcus said 7. Do you really have flying sharks here? I thought that was just in the movies.
The next time you want to do something creative with OTAs for the team, send them to the sandbar cottages instead.
Oh, they'll be there tomorrow watering all the flower beds, mowing the front lawns, and restocking all the wood for the deck fire pits, because you're not doing it. You have plans tomorrow.
I do? Care to tell me what those plans are?
Nope, it's a surprise.
You want to go back to Hang 5 Arcade and try to beat my skee-ball high score again, don't you?
I just want to know how. How in the hell do you get that fucking ball in the 100-point cup 10 times in a row?
Remember that thing I did you last week under the bleachers of the football stadium when you picked me up from coaching practice?
That was good.
Yeah, that's how I do it. It's all in the flick of the wrist, baby. What are you doing?
Snuggling up behind you on the couch while we watch Varsity Blues.
I meant with your hand.
You're all soft and warm, and I just want to lay here with my hand up your shirt, playing with your tits while we watch the greatest movie of all time.
I think Crouton is getting jealous.
Look, he already gets the bathroom. He's not getting your tits, too.
I meant there's plenty of room on the couch for the three of us, you crazy man.
I really like you, Emily Flanagan.
And I really like you, Quinn Bagley. And your hand on my boob. Keep that shit up.
Where have you been all my life?
Right here, waiting for you to come find me, so I could bring you down a peg or two.
Chapter 23. Emily. Get a room before you melt all the ice cream. 2. Emily Flanagan at sandbarcottages.com. From Jeannie Bidwell at sharks.org. Subject: Job offer. Good morning, Emily. I hope this email finds you well. I just wanted to thank you again for meeting with me and Bill at the charity event. The information you provided was invaluable. After much discussion these last few weeks and with some more changes to our internal organizational structure, we now have an opening for a new director to the Virginia Beach Sharks cheerleaders, and we'd like to offer that position to you. Bill and I both feel you are the type of person who can help us bring some much-needed change to this organization with your passion and determination. I know this offer might come as a surprise, and I'm aware you have responsibilities with the family business you run. This isn't a decision that needs to be made overnight. We have some time before audition camp begins. Attached, you will find your official offer letter, salary, and benefit package information. Please, take whatever time you need to think it over. If you have any questions, I can be reached at any time here at the office or via my personal cell phone number included in this email. I have not discussed this with Mr. Bagley. I felt this type of news might be something you'd like to share with him yourself, so it will remain confidential until that time. All my best, Jeannie Bidwell. What the hell do you mean you haven't told Quinn yet? It's been a week. Wren turns her back on me to hand a customer their chocolate-dipped cone through the window, and I huff from where I'm perched on top of one of the back counters at the Dip and Twist. First of all, I still can't even believe it's real. I keep opening my email, expecting it to just not be there one of these times, and it was all a dream. But if I take this job, you know people are going to think I only got it because I'm dating Quinn, and they'll think I'm only dating Quinn to get the job. I remind her, a ball of anxiety taking up entirely too much room in my stomach. Anxiety mixed with, oh my God, what the hell do I do? No one is going to think that, Wren shouts from deep inside the chest freezer as she leans her stomach on the edge to reach the strawberry container in the far back, her short legs kicking out behind her and making me laugh. Do you want me to get that for you? Shut up, stop bragging that you're 4 inches taller than me. Wren shouts back as she slides off the lip of the freezer and comes back to her feet with a sugar cone perfectly piled high with strawberry ice cream. No one is going to think you're only dating Quinn to get a job with the Sharks. All they have to do is look at the two of you together. You're so adorable, I want to puke. Says the woman who makes us vomit daily with her shepherd PDA. I reply dryly, the cash register dinging when the drawer pops open, and Wren hands the customer their change. It still feels weird accepting the job. I want to say yes. God, do I want to say yes. But I don't want Quinn to think this is why I started dating him. Literally, right after we officially start dating, I suddenly get my dream job. That doesn't sound fishy at all. Do you know how many times he's told me about past dates and past girlfriends who only used him to get something from him? It's literally been every single woman until I came along, Wren. And that's not an exaggeration. That's all his parents talked about at dinner.
Remember Michelle Wilson, who dated him for a week so he'd pay for her ticket to France? Remember Allison Westcott, who broke up with him after he got her and all her friends' Super Bowl tickets? Remember the one who ghosted him after he helped her get that job with his old college professor? I finish, mimicking his parents. Okay, so that wasn't all his parents talked about at dinner. I got to see his adorable baby pictures, found out his parents were high school sweethearts, and got to see their adorable pictures, and listened to them do a lot of bragging about their son and his accomplishments. It was an absolutely wonderful evening, spent with very nice, warm people who didn't even notice when we locked ourselves in his old bedroom so I could hoover their son's dick. They clearly adore Quinn, and they're proud of him. And I know they would be proud of him even if he told them tomorrow he was quitting football to raise cats. I envy their relationship, and it makes me want to say yes to this job even more, just to prove to my mom that cheerleading isn't a hobby. It can pay the bills. But it's all happening so fast, and it's all so crazy it makes my head spin. I'm suddenly dating the man of my dreams, and now I'm being offered the job of my dreams. I don't want him thinking I went into the meeting with Jeannie and the general manager for the Sharks with any intention of getting a job. I was just being helpful, answering their questions and giving them suggestions. Is he going to think it's weird? If I actually did something crazy and said yes to this job, we'd sort of be working together. He just wanted to see where this thing could go when we started being real, and now he'll probably think I'm turning into a stage 5 clinger, getting a job at his same place of employment again, this time right after we start dating, traveling to every game he goes to and turning into a crazy stalker, like he originally thought I was. Hey, honey, want to carpool? I made your lunch, PB&J with the crust cut off, and I carved my initials into the bread, so you never stop thinking about me because I'll find you wherever you go. I need to stop watching so many Lifetime movies when I can't sleep at night. You're being ridiculous, Ren says, knowing me so well that she probably knows exactly what kind of detour my brain just took. Are you planning on ghosting him after you accept the job? No! I immediately shout in horror. Just the idea of Quinn, poof, suddenly not being in my life anymore makes me feel queasy. And I didn't say I was accepting the job. It just feels wrong somehow, and like I'm taking advantage of my relationship with him. You know he will never see it that way, so stop being an idiot and to hell with what complete strangers think who don't even know you, Ren says, holding a cup of vanilla ice cream under a dispenser and squirting a heaping mound of hot fudge on top, before setting it on the counter and moving to the other side of the room. Do you know how many times someone on social media makes a snarky comment about the small-town ice cream girl and how good she must be in bed to land herself a big, fancy house on the beach? I mean, it's true. I'm amazing in bed, but that's not the point. I don't give a shit because they don't know what Shepard and I have. Why does she always have to be so smart? Besides, Ren continues, laughing with her head in the fridge, grabbing more maraschino cherries to add to the toppings container. Quinn knows the only reason you're dating him is because he has a giant penis and knows how to use it. I knew you told her about my awesome penis. Ren yelps in surprise as she whirls around from the fridge, and I just sigh. Quite used to Quinn sneaking up on me at the most inopportune time at this point. And also since I saw him walk in the back door like he owned the place, sliding his sunglasses off his face with a huge smile right when Ren was giving away the secret dick facts report. Thank God he didn't show up a minute earlier. Walking the rest of the way into the back of the Dip and Twist, Quinn waves at Ren as she goes back to serving another customer, the island in full swing now that opening day has come and gone. Stopping in front of me where I'm sitting on the back counter, Quinn rests his hands on my knees, pushing them apart and moving his big body in between them. Sliding his warm, heavy palms up my bare legs, he keeps going up and over the material of my cotton running shorts until he's gripping my hips, tugging me to the edge of the counter and closer to him. Hi, how was your run after I left? He smiles down at me,
making my heart beat faster and my body feel flushed, just like it always does whenever he's close to me. Hi yourself, and it was good, but boring without you. How was your first workout at the stadium facilities? Quinn leans forward, pressing a kiss right under my ear as I slide my hands up his chest and over his clean Sharks t-shirt, inhaling the soapy smell of him from his shower at the field before he came back here.
Not as good as the workout you gave me before I left,
he whispers in my ear, making me shiver when he places another kiss against the side of my neck, and when I remember the sex we had on his kitchen counter after I made him breakfast.
I like waking up with you in my bed. That needs to happen more often.
My heart thumps wildly in my chest as Quinn kisses his way across my cheek until he gets to my lips, thinking about our first sleepover and how there was no awkwardness. It all just felt so right and natural. Brushing our teeth together in the side-by-side sinks, setting the alarms on our phones, saying goodnight, curling up under the covers with me draped over his chest. I fell asleep with his arms wrapped around me, the sound of his steady heart beating against my ear, the waves crashing outside the open bedroom window, and Crouton purring at our feet. And even now, with him just barging into my best friend's business, like she's his best friend too, and he's just as comfortable being here as I am having him here. Everything about dating Quinn feels so right and natural in such a short amount of time, like he's always been here on this island and in my life. He fits in like he's always belonged here, like he's always belonged with me. All this time, I've been searching for something to finally make me happy and feel fulfilled, and I always thought it was cheerleading and dance and performing. Yet here he is, the missing puzzle piece, my key to happiness. He's funny and he's sweet, kind and supportive, and he bends over backward just to make sure I'm happy, wanting to fix anything that doesn't. And let's not forget the things he does to my body and how easily he can make me fall apart. Sometimes it's all so perfect it's overwhelming and I can't breathe, and I'm just waiting for something to happen to screw it all up, bursting this bubble of perfection we've wrapped ourselves in. Get a room before you melt all the ice cream, Ren shouts at us, throwing a handful of sprinkles at our faces, pulling me out of my thoughts and making both of us laugh as we move apart.
I have a video interview with ESPN in a half hour, and then a call with my publicist. I'll see you later at SIG around 3, right?
Quinn asks. You have a photo shoot. I remind him as he pulls my hand up to his mouth and kisses the top of it before moving out from between my legs.
I canceled it.
He shrugs easily, making that pit of anxiety in my stomach grow stronger. Quinn!
It's just this one thing. It wasn't important anyway.
He chuckles softly at my distress, leaning back in and kissing the tip of my nose. He didn't tell me what the photo shoot was for, but he's Quinn Bagley. I'm sure it wasn't just a few hours frolicking in the park, so one of his friends could snap a cell phone picture to use for his next Christmas card. I'm sure it was definitely for something important for his career. And this isn't important either, I remind him. It's a boring golf tournament.
It's a nationally televised, huge golf tournament that is kind of a big deal all over the world, and Palmer is playing in it.
Like I said, boring. I grimace, really regretting that I agreed to this months ago, when Bertie invited me during that dark, depressing time in my life before Quinn came back into it. Now that we're no longer pretending, we no longer have to be nice and say yes to everything. People need to learn boundaries, and you need to learn how to say no.
These are your friends. They don't know what the word boundaries means.
I heard that, Ren shouts to Quinn, looking back at us as she hands a milkshake through the window. We know what it means, we just don't give a shit. Welcome to the Thunderdome, bitch. She used to be such a quiet, sweet girl, I mutter when Ren turns back around to help another customer. Quinn just laughs again, pulling his sunglasses out of where he hooked them in the neck of his t-shirt and sliding them back on his face.
I will see you at 3 for this more important, totally fun thing.
Quinn shouts a goodbye to Ren while she's busy with a customer. leaning down to smack his lips against mine once more before disappearing through the back door, making that little bit of nagging doubt in the back of my head start working its way forward again.
Jesus, that was
really boring. I told you, I complain. Quinn and me flopping back onto the couch in my living room with long, exhausted sighs.
I mean, it's one thing watching golf on television. You can record it and fast forward through all the boring parts. You can't fast forward real life, man.
Quinn complains, making me laugh that his dream of going to a nationally televised huge golf tournament, thinking it would be super exciting, was dashed in several long, boring hours.
Thank God for Bodie. If he heckled Palmer one more time, I think I would have pissed my pants.
Calling him a dill sack on the 17th hole was unnecessary. I sigh, closing my eyes and towing my sneakers off, my feet killing me after walking and standing all over the damn course all evening. And he did it right by a camera. That's definitely going to be on social media before tomorrow.
Palmer won, didn't he? That part was actually pretty exciting. I need to hire Bodie to heckle me on the sidelines for every game.
Watching Palmer sink his putt to win the tournament and get to see Birdie duck under the spectator rope, race across the green and jump into his arms in person instead of on television really was the most exciting part of the day. It made me think about being in the stands for one of Quinn's games and being able to do the same thing after he wins. Don't even mention that in front of Bodie, or you won't be able to get rid of him every Sunday, I laugh. My laughter quickly ends with a squeal when I'm suddenly on my back on the couch, with Quinn climbing over my body and settling himself between my legs. I can't even stop the contented sigh that comes out of me when I feel him on top of me, his hard body pressing into mine in all the right places. I immediately bring my legs up to wrap them around his waist, locking my ankles together behind his back and resting my hands against his sides as he holds himself above me. Taking one of his hands off the cushion by my head, he moves it down to my thigh, running his palm up my bare leg locked around his waist, until he gets to my hip, the skirt of my dress bunched up around them now.
I really like this dress you wore today,
Quinn says softly, shifting his hips, rocking his erection against my core, and showing me exactly how much he likes the short, flowing sundress I put on this afternoon.
And I like hanging out with your friends. And I like everything about this island and the people here. But you are my favorite part.
My heart clenches when he drops his head for a kiss, rubbing his hand up and down my thigh while he takes his time worshiping my mouth, slowly swirling his tongue along mine, making my body heat and tingle with need.
I like where this is going,
Quinn says softly when he pulls his head back, smiling down at me, rocking himself between my thighs again, making me let out a soft moan.
So do I.
My reply comes out a little choked when Quinn's hand slides around to my ass, clutching it tightly in his big palm and helping my body rock against him as he drops his head to the crook of my neck.
Enjoy all this boring stuff now,
he mutters against the side of my neck, kissing his way up to my mouth and making me squirm beneath him.
This weekend, you get to come to the stadium and watch me put on the Sharks' yearly Pee-wee clinic, followed by dinner with some of the guys across the street at the varsity club. Our little bubble is about to pop.
Quinn chuckles softly against my lips, but something about that statement feels ominous. I know he's not referring to our bubble of perfection I keep thinking about, but it still doesn't sit right with me. Not wanting to ruin this moment, I push everything aside and just enjoy what's happening right here, in this moment. You can stop talking now. Quinn chuckles against my lips again, and I slide my hands off his waist, up his chest and across his shoulders, to wrap them around the back of his head, pulling him back down to my mouth. We make out like teenagers on the couch, Quinn's body slowly moving against mine while we kiss and touch everywhere we can reach, taking our time removing each other's clothes in my dimly lit living room, with just a small reading lamp switched on in the far corner by the window. For the first time since the locker room at the charity event, there aren't any dirty words, and there isn't any hard and frenzied fucking. Quinn's arms slide under my back between the couch cushions, and he tucks my naked body as close to his as possible, kissing me slowly and sweet as he enters me the same way. Tears fill my eyes when he's seated deep inside me as I wrap my arms tightly around his back, feeling like I can't pull him close enough to me. Like this moment is more powerful than any other time we've been together. Quinn's forehead rests against mine, softly chanting my name as I squeeze my eyes closed, rocking his body against mine, the slow push and pull of his cock in and out of me making me whimper and cling to him tighter. In this moment, I know the job doesn't really matter. It's not mine yet, but this man is. It would be a dream to say yes, but I know I don't really need it to be happy. I need Quinn to make that happen. And we're seeing where things go, and we're liking where it's going, and I don't want to do anything to ruin that. I need to stop worrying. We can figure everything out later. Maybe I'll take the job, maybe I won't. Maybe that job wouldn't even be the right fit. But Quinn is. And living this life with him, where I can be at home on summer suite, comfortable and relaxed, and then put on fancy clothes and shine at fancy events is all I've ever really wanted out of life, isn't it? And I get to do that. Working at Sandbar Cottages is actually fun with Quinn by my side. I already have the best of both worlds, and anything else would just be a bonus at this point. Quinn grabs my hands from clinging to his back, pulling them up over my head. He presses them into the couch, lacing his fingers through mine, pumping into me deeper and achingly slow, hitting the right spot over and over, pulling his mouth away from mine just long enough to whisper against my lips, "You're my favorite part." Right now, I just want to enjoy this man of mine and the way he makes me feel. And he makes me feel like I might be falling in love. Chapter 24. Emily. The shit has hit the fan.
That was so amazing. I can't handle it. Did you see how happy all those kids were? They didn't want to leave. I can't even imagine what it would have been like when I was little. To go to a professional football league stadium and get to play and hang out with a bunch of pro football players. It must be totally mind-blowing.
Quinn's giddiness is infectious, and I can't wipe the smile off my face as he practically bounces on the balls of his feet in front of me in the private back room of the varsity club after a very successful Pee-wee football clinic he and his teammates ran. "Is your ego saying that you are mind-blowing?" I ask, making sure his head doesn't get too far up in the clouds. Quinn's arms are around me, and he's yanking me against him as soon as I get the words out, the corner of his mouth tipping up as he looks at me, my hands resting on his chest.
I think you said I was mind-blowing last night when I licked you into 2 screaming orgasms.
All right, we're in public, I mutter, shaking my head at him, trying to bite back my smile as I glance around the room.
I believe we were on a very public beach on a blanket last night when you screamed,
"Oh God, I'm come." One of my hands quickly flies up from Quinn's chest to clamp over his mouth while I look around the room again. All of his teammates and their wives and girlfriends are standing around the long table set in the middle, not even paying us any mind as they chat and sip the drinks they brought in with them from the bar. I didn't pay much attention to the restaurant when I came here for lunch with Quinn and Jeannie, because my nerves were too frazzled to care that day. The upscale sports bar restaurant has a silver and blue color scheme, with black and white framed photos of legends that have played for the Sharks throughout the years hung on the walls. It's classy without being pretentious, and I look forward to the day when a photo of Quinn is hanging on one of the walls, like I know it will be. Quinn laughs behind my palm as I look back at him, his blue eyes sparkling with humor, until I feel safe enough pulling it away from his face.
Sorry. It's the power of the jersey, beautiful.
Quinn states, my insides getting all warm and gooey whenever he calls me that.
Seeing you wear my name on your back just does something to me.
For tonight's festivities, even though I love nothing more than putting on something fancy and getting all dolled up to go to an event with Quinn, a Pee-wee clinic at the stadium for kids did not require elegance. Wearing another fitted jersey Quinn got me, this one navy blue with red trim, I paired it with dark skinny jeans, dressing myself up a little with big hoop earrings, more dramatic eye makeup, and 4-inch red heels. My long hair curled with loose waves and up in a high ponytail. If someone would have told my younger self, drooling over pictures of Quinn Bagley playing college ball, that someday we'd actually be dating, and one of those disgustingly cutesy couples who dress alike, since Quinn is also wearing his navy blue home jersey paired with jeans, I probably would have punched them in the throat and laughed in their face. Every day I spend with him, I still feel like someone needs to pinch me, and it's all a dream I'm going to wake up from.
I also like it when you wear your hair up. I have better access to your neck.
Quinn proves that point by dipping his head and nuzzling his nose into the side of my neck, nipping and kissing until I'm giggling and squirming in his arms. Finally pushing away from him after a few seconds, I order him to behave as a few more of his teammates enter the room and greet everyone with high fives and congratulations on another successful clinic. Pride flows through me as I watch Quinn chat with Tristan, seeing him so happy and settled with this team. Thinking back to the night I met him, the decision he was wrestling with at the time, and the stress that was written all over his face, I'm glad he made the choice he did, and not just because it brought him closer to me. This is where he's meant to be, and this is the team he's meant to play with. And I know it won't even matter to him if they win one game or if they win them all. He's just happy to be playing again, with a team that feels like a family. And I can't wait to support him and cheer him on with the rest of the wives and girlfriends, and watch him lead this team to amazing things. Oh my God. I can't believe I'm actually in that category now. I'm Quinn Bagley's girlfriend.
What are you so smiley about?
Quinn asks in amusement, pulling me out of my thoughts when Tristan walks away.
Wait, are you thinking about kicking me in the balls or something? Is that why you're smiling? I'll hold him down if you need me to, Emily,
Marcus announces as he walks by, lifting his glass in cheers, making me laugh and Quinn shake his head.
I told you they like you more than me.
Leaning into his body, I press my lips to his for a quick, soft kiss, pulling back to smile at him. I'm smiling because I'm happy. Although it's good to know I'll have backup if you get out of line. Quinn swats my ass and makes me squeal as I pull away, both of us laughing, when all of a sudden, the dings, chimes, and buzzing of a bunch of cell phone notifications going off start filling the room, mine included. Pulling my phone out of my back pocket, my eyes narrow in confusion when I see the text flash across my lock screen. Ellen Westwood. You mess with my life, I'm going to mess with yours.
What the fuck?
Quinn mutters, standing right next to me and looking down at my phone, just as confused as I am. I have no idea. I shake my head, lifting it when Craig rushes over to Quinn with his phone in his hand.
Dude, this isn't good. Check out social media. The shit has hit the fan.
My stomach drops as Quinn snatches Craig's phone out of his hand, right as an SOS text from Ren flashes across my screen. I ignore her text as Quinn reads the article out loud that Craig has pulled up, every word out of his mouth making all the happiness I felt just seconds ago vanish in the blink of an eye.
Exclusive interview with Ellen Westwood, former director for the Los Angeles Vipers cheerleaders for the last 25 years, after her recent firing from the organization following a unanimous vote from the board, amid claims of the unfair treatment, overworking, and underpaying of the cheerleaders throughout her career.
Oh my God, she was fired? I mutter, realizing that must be what her cryptic text was all about. Fear starts to claw at my throat and make it hard to swallow, since I know exactly what Ellen Westwood is capable of when she's pissed.
Jeannie said she was going to call the Vipers, but she never said anything more after that. She's just an angry woman lashing out. No one is going to believe anything she has to say.
Quinn reassures me, reaching over to place his hand on my back to rub a few comforting circles up and down my spine, the laid-back, happy smile on his face from moments ago long gone. Dropping his hand from my back, he looks down at Craig's phone to continue reading, while I continue having a silent panic attack next to him.
Westwood says it was all a disgusting ploy to get her out from the very beginning, stating, "Emily Flanagan wanted my job, and when she didn't get it, she found a way to get it for another team. Her whole relationship with Quinn Bagley is a sham, and it's all been pretend from the very beginning. She had her sights set on him the night they met, planning it all from the start, just so she could sleep her way into getting what she wanted, and I have proof. She's made fools out of everyone, Mr. Bagley included. This is all just a game to her."
What in the actual hell? How does she even know any part of it was pretend? At least she's only dragging my name through the mud and Quinn isn't going down with me.
Jesus, they even have recordings,
Patrick mutters as he walks up to us. With a curse, Quinn shoves Craig's phone back at him, exchanging it for Patrick's as he yanks it out of his teammate's hand, pressing play on whatever Patrick has pulled up on his phone. My voice comes through the speakers, a little muffled, but it's very clearly me. It's not exactly a hardship playing pretend with Quinn Bagley. Everyone bought it, didn't they? I'm very good at what I do. Oh my God, I whisper, alarm bells going off in my head as every muscle in Quinn's body goes rigid. I said that at the charity event. I didn't mean... Quinn's eyes meet mine just long enough for me to see the storm brewing in them, making the words die in my throat and my breath quicken as he looks back down at Patrick's phone, scrolling through the article. I said that to Tyler when we had a private moment together after dinner. He asked if I was okay with everything, and he seemed genuinely concerned about me being able to handle the pressure of whatever Quinn and I were doing, under public scrutiny. He was worried, and I was just trying to ease his fears with my usual sarcasm. That asshole. He was so nice to me all night long, making me think my initial impression of him was wrong because I wasn't exactly in a great mood the day I met him. Quinn hits play on the next recording in the article. The quiet hum of everyone in the room whispering and talking all around us as they look at their own phones. Nausea churns in my stomach when Quinn's deep, muffled voice comes out of the phone speaker next.
"I told you, I really like her, Tyler. Let's just say everything changed with a sexy cheerleading uniform and her fulfilling all my fantasies out under the stars, and leave it at that."
I wince when the recording ends, but not because Quinn was talking about something personal like that with Tyler. He's one of Quinn's best friends. At least he was gentlemanly and clean. When I told Ren about that night, I told her he made me come so hard when I was riding his dick that I almost bucked myself right off his lap with the force of that second orgasm. And you can definitely quote me on that, but at least I don't have asshole friends who record our private conversations.
"That son of a bitch. That goddamn son of a bitch!"
Quinn shouts angrily, making me jump at the ferocity in his voice. Patrick quickly grabbing his phone back from him before Quinn launches it across the room.
"Why in the actual fuck would Tyler screw you over like this?"
Patrick asks, almost as much anger written all over him as Quinn, while Craig starts telling Marcus what happened. Marcus then tells someone else, and so it goes, until everyone in the room gets heated within seconds.
"Who's got the champagne?"
Everyone in the room immediately quiets, and all eyes turn toward the man who just walked through the doorway, wearing his usual three-piece designer suit and so much product in his hair, it must be a bitch walking by any open flames. I wish Tess were here.
"Why all the long faces?"
Tyler asks with a chuckle, scanning the room as he walks farther in, pausing at the head of the table and a few feet away from us.
I thought this was a celebration for a job well done at the clinic. What the fuck did you do?
Quinn's voice, simmering with rage, breaks up the silence in the tension-filled room as he glares at Tyler, and it makes me break out into a chill.
I've done a lot of good deeds today. You're going to have to be more specific.
Tyler smirks, not even realizing he's poking a bear who looks like he's seconds away from ripping the man's face off.
Why in the hell is Ellen Westwood blabbing all of our personal business everywhere? And why in the fuck does she have recordings of private conversations we had with you?
Quinn asks, his hands clenching and unclenching into fists down by his sides, while everyone's eyes ping-pong back and forth between the two men, and my heart starts thundering in my chest. I want to reach out and put my hand on Quinn, get him to take a couple of deep breaths and calm down, but I can't move. My feet are rooted in place, like I'm watching a car accident happen right in front of me, and there's nothing I can do to stop it.
Oh, shit, Tyler laughs. That wasn't supposed to happen until tomorrow. I guess she jumped the gun.
There are a few beats of silence in the room as Quinn processes what just came out of Tyler's mouth. Quinn, no! My quickly shouted words are too late. Quinn has closed the distance and is shoving Tyler in the chest as hard as he can before I even take my next breath.
What the fuck?
Quinn roars, making everyone in the room jump as Tyler stumbles back, tripping over the leg of a chair and quickly grabbing onto the end of the table before he falls.
Don't you what the fuck me?
Tyler shouts back, breathing heavy as he rights himself and jerks the front of his suit coat back into place, his face getting red with anger.
How about what the fuck, Quinn? Suddenly you start shirking all your responsibilities when you get a little slutty cheerleader pussy.
Quinn's fist is slamming into Tyler's face before he barely finishes the sentence. I gasp, and my hands fly up to my mouth, not even realize someone is standing behind me until I feel a pair of hands gently come down on my shoulders in comfort. Everyone starts shouting, and Patrick, Marcus, and Craig quickly flank Quinn's sides as Tyler holds his hands to his face, screaming as blood pours through his fingers.
You son of a bitch! You ruined my fucking nose job! I told you what would happen if you disrespected her again.
Quinn snaps, his chest heaving with his anger as he stares at the man who has been his best friend for 15 years.
I'm going to ruin more than your goddamn nose job. How could you do this? How about you point the finger of blame on the person who started all this and brought all this chaos into your life? Because it sure as shit wasn't me.
Tyler screams, swiping a cloth napkin from the table and holding it against his nose, glaring at me from across the room as my stomach drops right into my feet.
I told you that shit in confidence as my friend, not as my agent.
Quinn reminds him, every muscle in his body tense like he's just waiting to throw his fist again.
Yeah, well, as your friend and agent, I was getting a little tired of you fucking up your career, turning down endorsements left and right, just to play house with her.
You said it was just one thing, and it wasn't important. I speak quietly, that nagging seed of doubt I tried to push away coming back to life, as Quinn's head whips back to look at me, a little of his anger slipping away when his eyes meet mine.
It's fine. It wasn't a big deal, I promise. I didn't want you to worry.
Too late.
Will you fucking listen to yourself?
Tyler shouts again, making Quinn turn away from me.
It's not a big deal. This is your fucking job, your goddamn dream, and you're screwing it all up, letting yourself get distracted and lose focus.
I knew it. I knew this would happen.
What the hell was all that shit you said to me at the charity event about her being too good for me? And all the positive, encouraging things you've said when we talked since then?
Quinn asks, the hurt in his voice momentarily replacing his anger, and my heart cracking right in half for him.
What the hell do you think it was?
Tyler sniffles, gently dabbing at his nose and wincing when he pulls the cloth back and sees all the blood.
I told you what you wanted to hear, just like I've done for the last 15 years. I did my job. I thought it was time to remind you that you have a fucking job to do too. You piece of shit, Quinn mutters, shaking his head in disgust. Ah, please, don't turn into a crybaby on me now. You're the one who's finally where you're supposed to be, and you're going to throw it all away over some gold-digging slut. Quinn's fist is slamming into Tyler's stomach before anyone can even stop him. Although the guys definitely seem to take their time walking up behind Quinn and wrapping their arms around his chest to pull him back, as Tyler stays bent over, gasping, wheezing, and clutching his stomach. You're seriously throwing away 15 years for that bitch, Tyler pants, looking up at Quinn with wide, disbelieving eyes. Call her one more name that isn't Emily, and we'll stop holding him back, Patrick threatens Tyler, warming the chill that has spread through my body for just a few seconds, as they finally use their muscles on Quinn while he struggles against their tight holds on him. I didn't throw it away. You did. Because you care more about me lining your pockets than you do about what makes me happy, Quinn reminds Tyler, spitting the words out with the force of his pain and anger. Everything happening in front of me suddenly feeling like a nightmare I can't wake up from, instead of the dream it was just a few minutes ago. But I would throw it all away for her, because she's worth it, and you aren't. No, 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 what the hell is he doing? Jesus, how are you this fucking blind? Tyler shouts, waving his bloody napkin around with his flailing arms. She used you, and you don't even fucking see it. She got what she wanted out of you all along, and now she doesn't need you anymore. She got a nice, cushy position as director of the Sharks cheerleading organization that Jeannie offered her a week ago. Oh, God. No. In all this chaos, I completely forgot about the job. I thought Ellen's interview was just her grasping at straws to be a bitch, not because she actually knew I was offered it. I should have known better. I should have known it wouldn't be something as simple as her bringing the fake dating into light. Quinn, I start, kicking myself in the ass for not telling him about this as soon as I got the email, when his confused eyes meet mine over his shoulder, where the guys are still keeping him off Tyler a few feet away from me. Little Miss Cheerleader got exactly what she wanted. She definitely picked the right player to fuck, Tyler snorts. Quinn's imploring eyes are still locked right on mine, and he doesn't make a move to put Tyler in his place again for saying something like that, and I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. There's no way he actually believes what Tyler's saying. I'm guessing she didn't tell you Jeannie sent her the formal offer letter last week, Tyler continues, Quinn's eyes never leaving mine as everything inside me just starts to wither and die. She doesn't need you anymore, man. She got what she wanted, and you played right into her hands. You heard her say it in her own voice. She's very good at what she does. Tyler laughs cynically again, while I quickly shake my head back and forth, trying and failing to blink back tears when Quinn finally speaks, so quietly I can barely hear him. Is it true? She offered you a job. Even a complete stranger who had never met Quinn would be able to hear the raw pain in his voice, and it almost brings me to my knees. Panic is like a vice around my throat, making it hard to breathe and think and figure out how this could have all gone so badly in such a short amount of time, and what the hell I can say to him to make this better and to make him understand. I was going to tell you, I swear, I just needed... Stop. Quinn's quietly muttered word sounds like a gunshot in the room, and it feels like it just ricocheted off the wall and hit me square in the chest. I want to crumble into a ball in the middle of the floor when his emotionless eyes jerk away from mine to glare at Tyler. You're fired. Get the fuck out of my sight. My heart plummets right into my feet when Quinn says these final words to Tyler. Every fear I had about him being with me coming to fruition right in front of my eyes. Are you shitting me right now? I just told you she's fucking you over and you're still picking her over me?
Tyler screams, louder than anything he's shouted in this room tonight.
After everything I've done for you, I will fucking end you.
Quinn doesn't reply. He just turns his back on him to look right at me, while it takes 3 very large professional football players to drag Tyler's flailing, screaming, and cursing body out the back door of the restaurant, and everyone else just quietly stands around in shock, watching it all happen. Once Tyler is finally out of the building, Patrick's wife tells me everything will be fine and not to worry, and I realize she was the one who came up behind me when all this started, placing comforting hands on my shoulders. Fighting back the tears, I give her a thankful smile and a nod as she moves away from me to go to her husband. Everyone starts moving around the room then, grabbing their drinks from the table where they set them down, talking amongst themselves, until it's just me and Quinn standing here a few feet away from each other. I want to apologize for all the chaos I've brought into his life. I want to beg him to forgive me for not telling him about the job sooner and for not explaining I wasn't even sure if I was going to accept it, and certainly not before I discussed it at length with him. I want to wrap my arms around him and give him all the comfort I know he needs after such a harsh betrayal from someone he thought was one of his best friends. But I don't do any of those things, because the look in Quinn's eyes as he just stands there staring at me tells me everything I need to know. He begged me to trust him, but he can't give me the same in return.
Quinn!
Marcus shouts from where he moved to the other side of the table, his voice making Quinn look away from me to find his teammate holding his phone up in the air.
Jeannie's on the phone. She's looking for you, man.
Quinn stares at him silently for a few seconds, then gives him a nod before looking back at me, still not moving closer to me. Nothing but anger shooting out of his eyes now.
I have to take care of this.
He trails off, running one of his hands through his hair in obvious frustration.
I can only deal with one problem at a time right now. I need to talk to her and deal with this first.
I ruined everything, and now I'm a problem he has to deal with and take care of. It's fine. You need to talk to her. I reassure him with a smile that takes everything in me to put on my face, the cheerleader inside me who can shine through the pain gasping with her last breath. Without another word, Quinn stalks away from me and over to the phone Marcus holds out for him. Well, everything inside me dies. Everything. It withers and dies, and I don't even feel a thing. Every part of me is numb from my head to my feet. I can't feel my too tight ponytail that started giving me a headache an hour ago, or the underwire in my bra digging into me, or the button of my jeans biting into my stomach after too many nachos at the stadium, or my toes being pinched from standing around in heels for hours. I stand here watching Quinn walk away from me, the problem he has to deal with, and I feel nothing.
Chapter 25. Quinn. That's not good enough for me. 3 goddamn seconds. That's all it took for me to fuck everything up last night, just like Tyler, that piece of shit, told me I would at the charity event a month ago. He lied to my face about everything else, but he sure as shit knew what he was talking about when he said those words to me, didn't he? 3 fucking seconds of doubt, letting all my past insecurities and Tyler's bullshit flash through my mind and show all over my face before I realized I was being an idiot and Emily would never do something so cold and callous. And then I was just pissed. Pissed Tyler had screwed us over, pissed that Ellen Westwood was a vindictive bitch, pissed that once again Emily's name was being dragged through the mud all over social media, and pissed that she was offered the job of her dreams and didn't even get the chance to tell me herself. I was so fucking proud of her, and so angry that her moment was ruined. I made her stop talking about it because it felt wrong doing it in front of everyone, especially that narcissistic asshole Tyler. That kind of news is something that should have been celebrated and screamed about and rejoiced over with nakedness and orgasms. I didn't want to hear one more word out of that beautiful mouth of hers until she could say it happily and without the cloud of doom Tyler had brought into the restaurant, ruining everything with his greed. After everything that happened last night, if I could go back in time, those 3 seconds of doubt after Tyler was dragged from the room are the only things I'd change. And the fact that she saw it, and she knew that for those couple of seconds in time, I didn't believe in her. I asked Emily to trust me. I fucking begged her to trust me, and at the first sign of trouble, all I could think about was every other woman who used me to get something she wanted, instead of the smart, beautiful, intelligent light of my goddamn life that stood right in front of me.
You look like shit.
Lifting my head from my hands, with my elbows resting on my bent knees, I leaned my back against the siding of the Sandbar Cottage's rental office, where I'd been sitting on the floor of the front porch since before the sun came up. Thanks. I feel like shit too, I reply to Ren as I push myself up from the floor, brushing sand off the seat of my pants that's been tracked up onto the porch from people's feet, including mine, when I trudged up here in the dark a few hours ago. Pulling a set of keys out of her back pocket, Ren unlocks the office door, glancing back at me with a shake of her head. Taking pity on me, she lets out a huge sigh, pushing open the door and leaving it open for me to follow. Walking inside, I gently close it behind me as she flips a switch on the wall, filling the room with light.
Did you sleep out there all night?
Ren questions over her shoulder as she moves around behind the check-in counter. I pause a few steps into the room, jerkily running one of my hands through my hair, wanting to yank it out by the roots. Does it look like I got any sleep? Cursing under my breath, I quickly give Ren a contrite smile. I'm sorry. I'm not mad at you, and no, to answer your question, I was on Emily's porch until 5. Since she never came home, I was hoping I'd catch her here at work. The fact that she didn't come home last night, and I don't even know if she came back to the island, that she slept somewhere else because of me, and no one would fucking tell me where she was so I could see with my own 2 eyes that she was okay, drove me insane. It would have made it impossible for me to get any sleep, even if I were in my cottage in a comfortable bed. Ren sighs again as she powers on the computer. That she's opening for Emily this morning is not making me feel any better.
Yes, you are mad at me because I won't tell you where she is.
After I got finished dealing with all the bullshit that comes with my job, I walked back into the restaurant to find Emily gone. I had to reassure Jeannie that I would handle everything when the only 2 words she said to me on Marcus's phone before she hung up were, "Fix this." I needed to have a lengthy discussion with my PR team, and then another one with my business manager to make sure Tyler's access to everything that has to do with me was immediately revoked, and put him on the hunt for a new agent as soon as possible. 20 minutes of bullshit when I should have been making sure Emily was okay. No one knew where she went when I came back inside, and no one even saw her leave. My phone calls to her went right to voicemail, and every phone call and text I made to her friends all came with a reply that she was safe, and that's all I needed to know. It didn't hit me until that exact moment as I stood there in the middle of the private back room of the varsity club with my phone in my hands, just how much I'd fucked up. And just how deserving Emily was at winning every hand of cards we played the night we met. The smile she gave me when she told me to go ahead and take care of Jeannie was clearly a better poker face than mine when I spent 3 seconds doubting everything she meant to me. You telling me she's safe isn't good enough for me, and you know it, I remind Ren, trying and failing to keep the bite out of my words. I won't be able to calm down until I see her face again, say something annoying to make her smile again, wrap my arms around her and hold her as close as possible, telling her I'm sorry and that everything is going to be okay. What I should have fucking done last night before I walked away from her and took that damn call. But I was vibrating with anger, still wanting to throw my fist into something at the unfairness of it all, and I just needed a few minutes to calm down and get my head on straight, not wanting to taint any of Emily's light with my dark mood.
Believe me, I know it's not good enough. You're so much like Palmer and Shepard it's almost scary.
Ren laughs softly before getting serious again.
We weren't lying when we told you we didn't know where she was. We still don't, but we're trying really hard to trust her and give her the space she needs. She just told us she didn't feel like being at home, not to worry, and she'd be back soon. Pulling my hands out of my back pockets,
I walk the rest of the distance to the counter, lean down and rest my elbows on top of it. I fucked up, I tell her, my voice cracking and my throat getting tight.
Yeah, you did.
She nods, making me feel like the scum of the earth with the next words out of her mouth.
She wasn't going to take the job, and definitely not without talking to you first. The only reason she didn't tell you right away is because she was afraid you would think exactly what you did last night. And I told her she was crazy, and I told her you would never in a million years think that. I told her you would be nothing but supportive if she took that job.
It was just a couple of seconds, I whisper brokenly, hating the pathetic, flimsy excuse as soon as it comes out of my mouth.
It was a couple of seconds too long,
Ren snaps, quickly softening her voice because that's how Ren is. She will cut you off at the knees but feel really bad about doing it.
Do you know what she said to me after I told her how crazy she was?
Ren pauses just long enough for the pain of those 3 fucking seconds to stab into me all over again, and I have to lift one hand off the counter to dig the heel of my palm against my chest, trying to make it go away.
She said, "Quinn's the dream, Ren. I already have everything I need."
And just like that, my head is in my hands on the counter and I'm trying really hard not to cry like a fucking baby. I'm such an asshole, I mutter, gripping my hair in my fists as I stare down at the top of the counter. I never should have walked away from her to take that call from Jeannie. I should have grabbed her hand and dragged her over to the table with me, held onto her and never let her go until I was finished so we could talk. I just wanted to take care of all the nonsense first as fast as possible. Keep it as far away from her as I could so we could just forget about it and I could tell her how fucking proud I was of her once everything calmed down.
But you didn't,
Ren reminds me quietly, her words packing a punch, even though she doesn't scream them at me like she should.
You looked her right in the eyes and you doubted her. It doesn't matter if it was 3 seconds or 3 hours. She saw it and she felt it, and now you have to go find our girl and fix this, because she has spent the last 12 hours thinking she's the worst thing that could have ever happened to you and hating herself for it. She doesn't care that she's being trashed left and right on social media. She doesn't care how much pain she's in. She only cares about what this has done to you and your career, and that's not good enough for me, and you know it.
When she throws my words back at me from just a few minutes ago, combined with everything else she threw at me, it's almost too much to handle, and I can't stop one of my fists from letting go of the tight grip on my hair to slam down on top of the counter, cursing at myself as the cup of pens next to me rattles. The multiple concussions, the broken ankle in college, the countless number of brain-rattling hits from 250-pound linebackers, and not even Tyler's betrayal compares to the pain I feel right now, knowing I hurt Emily. Knowing I let her down and just walked away from her when she was hurting, leaving her alone in a room full of virtual strangers while she was being ripped apart by strangers all over the world to deal with my bullshit instead of taking care of her. So this is what it's like being in love, feeling completely destroyed when you let the other person down. Awesome. Really wish I would have done this sooner. Doesn't anyone answer their phones around here? Finally lifting my head to look back over my shoulder, I find Bodhi has flung open the office door and is standing in the doorway. "Dude, you look like shit," he mutters, looking me over from my head to my feet before glancing at Ren, waving his cell in the air. "Phones. You guys still use them or what? Tess and I have been calling both of you."
"I must have left mine out in the golf cart,"
Ren mutters when I push away from the counter to stand up and feel around in the pockets of my jeans, realizing I must have left my phone back out on the front porch.
"What the hell did you do to your wrist?"
Bodhi looks down at the hand his cell phone is in when Ren points at it. It's currently wrapped in a tan bandage, and he chuckles as he drops his arm. "Saw a video online of a dude roof surfing with a skateboard. Thought I'd give it a try but skated clean off the damn roof and sprained my wrist." He chuckles again. Anywho, Tess found Emily. "Maybe you could have led with that?" I shout, already running toward the door. "Where the hell is she?" "On her way to the stadium." My feet stuttered to a stop in the open doorway after flying past Bodhi, hope flaring in my chest that Emily is looking for me and I didn't screw all this up. "You definitely need to hurry," Bodhi continues as I start digging in my back pocket for the keys to my golf cart. "She's going to meet with Jeannie to officially turn down the job." My heart plummets right into my feet, not even giving two shits that Emily isn't currently on her way to find me. The idea that she wouldn't take this job is just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, and I really thought I would have time to tell her that as soon as I fucking found her. She's worked her entire life for this, and there's no way in hell I'm going to let her throw it all away.
You better fix this,
Ren shouts after me as I race out the door, scooping up my phone as I go, not even bothering with the 4 stairs as I jump off the porch and onto the sidewalk. I plan on it, sweetheart, I shout back, scrambling into my golf cart when Ren and Bodhi come out onto the porch.
Don't call me sweetheart, you asshole. Your charm is no good here right now.
Giving Ren an imploring look as I fire up the cart, she throws her hands up in the air and shakes her head at me.
I'm sorry, you're not really an asshole. Get the hell out of here and fix this.
Good luck, Bodhi shouts to me as I start backing out of the driveway. And if my wife happens to call you, maybe don't tell her about the roof surfing. I'll just tell her I was chilling up there and someone pushed me.
Chapter 26. Emily. I dare you.
Is this football or a romance novel? Bagley won't be able to pull the sharks from the ashes if he's too busy putting out the flames in his relationship. A hot piece of ass is not worth all this drama. Stick to football, Quinn, and stay away from the crazy chicks. Another egotistical quarterback thinking with his dick instead of his head. Like this post if you're sick of hearing about Quinn Bagley's love life. I bet Jeannie Bidwell is really wishing she wouldn't have spent all that money on Bagley right about now.
Squeezing my eyes closed, I try not to think about everything I read on the internet last night when I couldn't sleep, but it's impossible. It's fine when they were just trashing me, but now they've brought Quinn into it and I feel sick to my stomach. This feeling of helplessness and panic hasn't left me ever since I was hugging my knees to my chest on the couch in my hotel room, too much of a coward to call Quinn. Instead, I scrolled through social media, each post and comment stabbing into my heart, filling me with so much guilt I thought it would choke me. I didn't go back to the island, because for the first time in my life, it didn't feel like home. All I could think about was every memory I've made there with Quinn. The idea of taking the ferry back there without him, going back to my cottage without him, and curling up under my covers that smell like him, and him not being there after he spent the night prior with me suddenly made it hard for me to breathe. I hailed the first taxi that drove by the varsity club and had the driver take me to the first hotel I could afford, just so my friends wouldn't bombard me with their questions and worry. They did it anyway over the phone, but it was easier to handle that way, rather than having to see the pity from me on their faces. Jesus, I look like death. My raspy voice even sounds like death as I open my eyes and stare at my reflection on the back of the elevator doors, as it slowly moves me up to the 5th floor of the building attached to the stadium, where Jeannie's office is located. I called her from my hotel room to see if she would meet with me, not expecting her to tell me to come to the stadium in an hour. Her short, clipped voice did absolutely nothing to calm my anxiety. The fact that I'm still wearing the same clothes as last night yanked out my ponytail and finger-combed my long red locks as best as I could, and used the hotel's complimentary soap and toothpaste to freshen up, with a visitor's badge around my neck and puffy, bloodshot eyes from crying for 12 hours straight. Does nothing to calm it either. Why didn't I just tell him about the job as soon as I got the email? I drop my head and close my eyes again when the elevator pauses on the 3rd floor, since looking at myself still dressed in Quinn's jersey just makes them sting with more tears. I squeeze them closed harder and try to find the strong, independent woman I know I am, but she's not there. I try to dig down deep for some anger I know I should be feeling, but it's nowhere to be found either. I wouldn't even have the energy to pull it out and use it, even if I did find it. I hate myself for being so weak and pathetic, and for letting a man make me feel this way. I've rolled my eyes at women who let themselves get so consumed by a man. I've laughed at TV shows and movies depicting the same thing, knowing I would never be the type of person to fall apart over one guy. I never have before. The problem is, he's not just any guy. He's a good man, the best man, and he's sweet and he's kind, and he doesn't deserve all this chaos that surrounded him ever since I fell into his life. How in the hell can I possibly be mad at him? All of this stems from the fact that I told him I trusted him, but I didn't back up my words. I kept something from him because I was still afraid, and he has every right to be mad and think the worst of me after being blindsided like that in front of everyone. I have no one to blame but myself for this pain in my chest that won't go away. Not even Ellen or Tyler. If I would have been honest with Quinn the second I got that email, he never would have looked at me the way he did. Like I just killed Crouton and laughed in his face about it. Now he'll never trust me. And now he has to deal with a bunch of bullshit and chaos he doesn't deserve. Because of me, he lost his agent and his best friend. Because of me, the fans are more focused on this unnecessary drama instead of on how much work Quinn has put in with the team, at the gym, in training, meeting with the coaches daily, and with OTAs. Not only do I have to apologize to Jeannie for deceiving her, and for her offering me the job under false pretenses, I have to apologize to her for the turmoil this has brought to her team, and the extra work it's put on her plate, right when she's worked so hard bringing the Sharks back to glory, right when she took on Ellen Westwood for me, and I should be meeting with her to kiss the ground she walks on, not groveling at her feet, hoping she doesn't sue me for the time she lost having to deal with all this and for the bad press it brought to the Sharks. I hear the elevator ding, and the doors open on the 5th floor. I slowly open my eyes and stare down at my feet with a deep sigh as I quickly step out into the corridor, wishing I was meeting with Jeannie under different circumstances. Wishing I wasn't wearing last night's clothes and looking like complete garbage, and wishing I was meeting with her without pretending for once. The last 2 times, I was pretending to be in a relationship with Quinn. Now I have to pretend that I'm okay. I'm so lost in my thoughts as I rush forward so I can get this over with as quickly as possible that when a big, heavy hand wraps around my arm, my instincts pick up the slack my brain can't handle. I'm immediately whirling around, bringing my fist up with me as I go, my knuckles slamming right into a solid brick wall. "Son of a bitch!" I shout, shaking out my hand and then hugging it to my chest, the throbbing pain making me bite down on my bottom lip. "Jesus Christ, that hurt!" Quinn pants, rubbing the spot on his chest my fist slammed into, the sound of his voice and the sight of him standing right in front of me making my heart flutter. "Remind me to send a big donation to whoever taught you self-defense. Worth every goddamn penny." Laughter bubbles up in my throat, but I quickly swallow it back when Quinn drops his hand from his chest to step right up into my personal space. Grabbing my wrist and pulling my hand away from my chest, he studies my knuckles and gently runs his fingertips over the top of them. "You need ice, right now." I tug my wrist out of his hold, since him touching any part of me at this moment is going to make me crumble. Something that looks like pain flashes across his face when I take a few steps back and put some much-needed distance between us. But it's gone in a flash with my next words. "I'm fine," I say with a tight smile, my hand freaking throbbing as I lower my arm to my side. "Stop," Quinn orders. He says the one word in the same pissed-off tone he did last night when I tried to explain to him about the job offer, and it hurts just as badly. "Stop saying you're fine when you're not. Stop being a cheerleader when you don't have to be. You've been crying. You're still fucking crying, and it's because of me, and that's not fucking fine," Quinn growls, my hands pausing from swiping at my tears, more than a little shocked that his anger is because of them, and not because I messed up his life. All of a sudden, he's in my personal space again in the blink of an eye, this time crowding me backward until I bump into the wall next to the elevator. He stops a foot away from me, his hands coming up and brushing mine out of the way so he can cup my face in his palms. "I put those tears there," he says gruffly, swiping the wetness on my cheeks with his thumbs. "At least let me wipe them away." My breath hitches, and more tears fall when Quinn drops his forehead to mine with a groan. I should be pushing him away, telling him this isn't necessary and apologizing for the pain I've caused him. But I can't move now that he's touching me again, and I can't think straight now that he's standing so close. I'm sorry. I'm so goddamn sorry, Emily, Quinn whispers brokenly, making me wonder what the hell is going on, and if he was even paying attention to the nightmare I turned his life into last night. 3 fucking seconds, and I would take them back in a heartbeat if I could. His words continue to confuse me, and I shake my head in his hands, pulling it back just enough to look at him. My stomach flops when I see nothing but complete devastation on Quinn's face as he looks at me, still holding my face in his hands. Please tell me I didn't fuck everything up with you, he begs, his gravelly voice filled with so much pain that my hands quickly come up to grab onto the material of his shirt at his sides before my knees give out. What are you talking about? I ask. I'm the one who's sorry. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the job, and I'm sorry your life is a mess again because of me, and I'm sorry I didn't... Quinn's mouth is on mine before I can finish my apology, swallowing the sob that flies out of me as soon as I feel his lips against mine, breathing life back into me in the blink of an eye. I want to tug him against me and let him warm all the cold parts that have been miserable without him for the last 12 hours. But my head is spinning, and Quinn's tongue gently swirling through my mouth doesn't help things or make me think any clearer. Pulling back from the kiss, Quinn groans in frustration, and I just shake my head at him. I don't understand what's happening right now, I whisper. You're not letting me kiss you properly. That's what's happening right now, he informs me, his thumb still brushing back and forth against my cheeks. Be serious. Why aren't you mad at me right now? Quinn curses under his breath, bending his knees a little bit so his eyes are even with mine. I am seriously disgusted with myself that I let you think for even 1 second that I was ever mad at you, he tells me. I was mad at Tyler, and I was mad at the situation, but never you. Never you. I'm so fucking sorry I made you cry. I'm sorry I hurt you, and I'm sorry you were nervous to tell me about the job. I'm so proud of you, baby. So goddamn proud of you, I can't even handle it. A whimper comes out of me, and Quinn quiets me with another soft kiss, whispering apologies over and over against my lips before he pulls back again. I fucked up, and I said all the wrong things, and I did all the wrong things, and I'm so sorry. You scare the hell out of me too, Emily, he says quietly, his eyes never leaving mine. I'm scared I'm going to screw everything up, and I'm scared you're going to realize I'm not worth all the headaches and the bullshit that comes with my job, and I'm... Quinn pauses and lets out a slow breath, licking his lips and swallowing nervously before he continues. I'm scared to death that I am so fucking in love with you I can't see straight, and you might not feel the same way. The breath I was holding leaves me with a whoosh, and my heart beats so fast it feels like I just got finished running my 5-mile circuit around the island. What? I ask on a shaky, uncertain breath, wondering for a minute if I actually cried myself to sleep in the wee hours of the morning and I'm really dreaming. One of Quinn's hands drops from my cheek to wrap around my waist, tugging me closer as he dips his head down to press his cheek against mine, whispering in my ear, I love you. I can't shine without you. He tightens his arm around me as he continues, like he's afraid if he loosens up even the tiniest bit on his hold, I'm going to disappear. And if you ever spend the night away from me again and don't tell me where you are, I cannot be held responsible for my actions, which may or may not include jail time for fighting all your friends, if this shit happens again. Laughter shakes my body, even as tears fall from my eyes, and Quinn kisses them right off my cheeks. Oh, good. You fixed it. The sound of Jeannie's voice makes both of us quickly move apart, but Quinn refuses to move too far away, grabbing onto one of my hands and lacing his fingers through mine as we turn and face the woman standing in the opening of the hallway.
I wasn't sure if this was the type of fixing you meant on the phone last night.
Quinn shrugs.
No disrespect, ma'am, but I didn't really care.
Jeannie laughs. Don't worry. This is exactly how I was hoping you'd fix it. She says, the second person to shock the hell out of me this morning.
I'm sorry I wasn't honest with you from the beginning. The day you initially called me and asked me if I fixed things.
Quinn tells her, giving my hand a squeeze. No need to apologize, Mr. Bagley. Jeannie waves him away with her hand. I knew you two weren't really dating when you met me for lunch, although I did quite enjoy the show. Quinn and I both look at each other with our mouths dropped open in shock before looking back at Jeannie. We find her still smiling at us with amusement, instead of chewing us out for the media shitstorm we've created. To be completely honest, you had me fooled, right until I asked you what drew you to Emily when you first fell in love with her.
What gave it away?
Quinn asks in confusion, making me wonder right along with him. He might not have been in love with me at that time, but I still want to melt into a puddle on the floor, thinking about the things he said about me that day and just how convincing he was. Because he was telling the truth, you dummy. The complete look of shock on Emily's face when you listed all the things you love about her, Jeannie says. You wear your heart on your sleeve, Mr. Bagley. One of the many reasons I hired you. I found it very hard to believe that after you'd supposedly been dating for 5 months, you wouldn't have told her many, many times by that point just how much you adore her and why. I can't help but laugh, knowing she's right. Quinn is not shy talking about how he feels, and the 3 words he said to me, then whispered again in my ear right before Jeannie interrupted us, make butterflies start flapping around in my stomach, wishing we were alone again so I could say them right back. Miss Flanagan, I hope you wanting to meet with me this morning means you've come to discuss the job offer, one I'm very sorry was unintentionally leaked by someone on my staff, Jeannie says, folding her hands down in front of her, making the butterflies flap around even harder, and Quinn grips my hand even tighter in his. You earned this job, with or without Mr. Bagley, and you would have been offered this job with or without him as well. With that, Jeannie turns and heads back down the hall, telling me she'll give us a few minutes alone and I can meet her in her office when I'm ready. As soon as the clicking of her heels fades away, I turn to look at Quinn to find him staring at me with a huge smile on his face. I don't need the job. It was never about the job.
I know.
Quinn quickly nods, still smiling at me, bringing our joined hands up to his mouth to kiss the top of mine. I love you too, I whisper, my voice shaking when I say the words.
Thank fucking Christ,
he breathes, turning to face me, bringing our hands up to press mine against his chest, right over his rapidly beating heart.
Come on, you know you want it all. The dream guy and the dream job.
With a laugh, I shake my head at him. Pretty full of yourself, aren't you?
There's my little fireball,
Quinn whispers softly before continuing.
Just hopeful. Always fucking hopeful where you're concerned.
He sighs with a smile, cocking his head as he rubs his thumb back and forth over the top of my hand still against his chest.
I can't be the only shining star in this relationship, Emily. It's way too much pressure. I can barely fit my ego through the door as it is. You're supposed to be bringing me down a peg or two, remember?
My loud groan is cut off with a squeal when Quinn wraps both of his arms around me, lifting me off my feet, hugging my body tightly up against his with my arms draped over his shoulders. He buries his face into the side of my neck, tickling me with his nuzzling nose and scratchy facial hair. I giggle and squirm in his arms as he kisses his way up to my ear, saying those 3 little words that make my heart skip a beat and a thrill of anticipation rush through me. I dare you. Chapter 27. Emily. Vanderbeek better not pull any shit this time. 1 week later. Last night's press conference with Quinn Bagley, the first one he's given since rumors of his relationship with Emily Flanagan started swirling 7 months ago, combined with online forums blowing up in recent weeks about their relationship all being pretend, definitely got fans back on his side and finally put the rumors to rest that anything with a former professional cheerleader is fake. With Flanagan right by his side and his hand wrapped tightly around hers, Bagley apologized to fans for any deceit, saying, "I'm kind of annoying. I had to do whatever I could to get this woman to spend time with me. She's a little stubborn, but it didn't take too long before she fell madly in love with me." This response from Bagley was met with a roar of laughter from the crowd and a good-natured smack on the arm from Flanagan. Spending the final few minutes discussing the upcoming season with the Sharks and how much work the entire team will be putting in this summer, the press conference has Virginia fans chomping at the bit for the first preseason game in August. The star quarterback finished up by proceeding to make everyone hoot and holler when he pulled his cheerleader into his arms and laid a kiss on her that made even this seasoned reporter blush. We see nothing but great things ahead for the Virginia Beach Sharks, with Bagley leading the way. 2 weeks later. Quinn. Which one do you like better for tonight, the blue or the yellow? Photo attachment. Emily. Please tell me this is a joke. Quinn. One does not joke about a cat backpack for Crouton that has a little bubble window for him to see all the adventures we'll go on together. Emily. You are not taking Crouton with us to the Jimmy Buffett concert at Dockside Eddie's. Quinn. I already told him about the concert, and we've been practicing Margaritaville. His pitch is a little off, but we'll get it together by tonight. Emily. I'm going to pretend like I don't know you. Quinn. Well, now I'm definitely wearing my Quemily shirt. Good luck with that. 3 weeks later. Quinn. Count to 50 after I leave, and then meet me in my old bedroom. Emily. We are not sneaking away again at your parents' house for a blowjob in the bedroom. That was a one-time thing. I still see James Vanderbeek's haunting face following me wherever I go. Emily. And don't you even think about daring me. Your mom is not going to be on the phone with your aunt that long. Quinn. It's cute you still think I'll be able to last more than a minute when your mouth is on my dick. Emily. Your dad is also going to be right back. He just went to fix that leaky faucet in the laundry room. Quinn. It's also cute you think my dad isn't going to take an hour to find the right tool he needs. Another hour to yell and curse because nothing in this goddamn house was built right, followed by another hour calling around for a plumber. Emily. No. And you can stop giving me those puppy dog eyes from over there on the love seat. Quinn. How about, instead of a blowjob, I lift up your skirt, push that purple lace thong to the side I watched you put on earlier, and use my mouth and tongue on you just the way you like. Emily. Count to 20 and meet me in your old bedroom. Vanderbeek better not pull any shit this time. Palmer. Hey, any chance you guys still have those extra keys to the 18th hole maintenance shed? Quinn. Oh yeah, sorry. I forgot to give them back. Did you lose yours or something? Palmer. Sure, we'll go with that. Birdie. We're stuck in the goddamn shed. The little button you turned to lock the door on the handle inside broke off. Hurry up. Emily. Have fun with that, Quinn. I'm at work and it's your day off. Plug your nose. It's gonna smell like golf cum in there. Birdie. Oh, fuck right off. Palmer. LOL, it totally does. Wait, what does golf cum smell like? Quinn. Don't ask. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Crouton wanted to go for a ride in his backpack anyway. 4 weeks later. Quinn. Have I told you how fucking stunning you look tonight? Emily. Several times, but I'm always up for more compliments.
Quinn, I love it when you're agreeable. I dare you to take your panties off.
Emily, don't say panties ever again. It's skeevy. Also, you're sitting right next to me at this Football Hall of Fame dinner. You know you could just lean over and say these things to me instead of texting them, right?
Quinn, where's the fun in that? These speeches are boring, and we've never had phone sex.
Emily, and we're not going to start now. When the Sharks GM is across the table, your new agent is on the other side of you, and an ESPN reporter is on the other side of me.
Quinn, I dare you.
Emily, fun fact, I'm not wearing anything under this dress, which is causing a problem, because I've been wet ever since you walked out of the bedroom of the hotel in that tux. I'm throbbing for you, Quinn. No one will know if I just slip my hand under my skirt under this table and fuck myself with my fingers. Can you feel how tight and wet I am for you, baby? I think it's time to lose the condoms. I need to feel every inch of you inside me, hot and hard, stretching me with that big cock, driving into my pussy and filling me with your cum. Quinn.
Jesus Christ.
Quinn.
Holy shit.
Quinn.
I have made a grave mistake, and now everyone is looking at me.
Emily. The loud moan right when the room got quiet probably wasn't your best moment. Honestly, man, when will you learn? Don't mess with a Dare Queen. 5 weeks later. Emily. What time will you be finished with work tonight?
Quinn. I should be out of here around 5. What about you?
Emily. For once, same. Want to meet me at that Italian place a few blocks from the stadium, or do you want to just eat here on the island when you get back?
Quinn. I could go for some tots at the diner. I'll just pick you up at your cottage around 5:30. No arguments, Emily.
Emily. The only argument I was going to make is, keep your hands off my goddamn tots this time. Order your own. See you when you get here. Don't work too hard. Emily. OMG. Have you looked at social media yet, or are you still watching films?
Quinn. Just got done and heading to the locker room, which means I'm now going to have an instant boner when I walk in there, just like every time. Fucking you against that wall was the best idea and the worst idea at the same time.
Emily. I need you to focus here. Tell me you saw the article about Ellen Westwood and Tyler.
Quinn. Negative. Send me the link.
Emily. I'll just copy and paste the best part of it.
Quinn. Okay, Grandma.
Emily. Oh, shut it. Emily. Tyler Deal, from the world-renowned Deal Agency, was recently spotted in Beverly Hills, folding shirts at a men's boutique clothing store on Rodeo Drive. Looks like a new line of work for Deal after his father, founder and owner of the Deal Agency, fired his son from the firm and cut him off financially, following all the drama that surrounded the agency after losing Quinn Bagley, as well as half of their client list. In related news, Ellen Westwood, the former director of the Vipers cheerleading organization, who played her own part in the Deal Bagley scandal, seems to be suffering from a similar fate as Deal. Westwood's father, and owner of the Vipers, has also cut her off, and she's been in hiding ever since. I'm sure we'll see her flipping burgers at McDonald's in no time.
Quinn. Wow. Wow. When we go to California next month to get the last of my stuff out of the house before the new owners move in, we're making a stop on Rodeo. I'm feeling the need for some new shirts, perfectly folded. Get naked. I'm coming home to celebrate.
Epilogue. Emily. You could say it was a first and tension. Oh God, yes, Quinn, don't stop. I try to be quiet. I really do, but it's impossible with Quinn's mouth between my legs, humming in satisfaction when I shout his name with his lips wrapped around my clit. The vibration of his voice and how perfectly he uses his tongue and fingers push me right into a screaming orgasm, just like Quinn dared me to let him do as soon as we walked into the locker room. It's like there's some sort of magical orgasm force field in here that just makes it impossible to say no. With a long sigh as the last wave of my release washes through me, I finally let go of my tight grip on Quinn's hair, and my legs slip off his shoulders when he stands back up in front of me, a big grin on his face. Quickly shimmying my body to pull the tight skirt of my dress back down my thighs, I grab the back of Quinn's head, yanking him down to my mouth to kiss the hell out of him, loving how tightly he immediately wraps his arms around me. I want to do nothing but get lost in his kisses and forget about everything around us, just like every time his lips are on mine. But we've got people waiting for us, and they're going to start wondering where we are. It's an absolute miracle this room was even empty when we walked in here, especially right now. Are you sure this dress is okay? I ask for probably the 10th time as I pull back from Quinn to look down at myself, smoothing the skirt of my dress again and fiddling with the sleeves. The cream-fitted dress with a deep V neckline, 3/4-length sleeves, and a pencil skirt that I paired with a black belt around my waist and black heels felt like the right choice to wear tonight. But now I'm second-guessing everything, and I don't want to make Quinn look bad. We've been out in public plenty of times since the press conference, and fans have been nothing but supportive, but this is big. This is an exhibition at the stadium, so family and friends, press, and VIP fans can see all the hard work that's been going on. All eyes will be on us, whether we're on the field together or not. Grabbing my hips, Quinn yanks me back against him, and my hands fly up to his chest. You look absolutely perfect. It's gonna be a good night. My heart flutters as he reaches up and brushes a lock of hair out of my eyes, then leans down and kisses my forehead as he slowly rocks us back and forth. Just like the last time, the muffled sounds of music can be heard floating down through the tunnel, where the sound system at the stadium is currently blasting warm-up music. We've got to stop meeting like this in the locker room. I smile at Quinn, laughing in his arms as he slow dances us to Turn Down for What. Grabbing one of my hands off his chest, Quinn spins me around until my back is to him, before wrapping his arms around me and tugging me back against him, dipping his head down to press his cheek to mine. We both look around the expansive, carpeted room. Yeah, but this time it's your locker room. A shaky breath comes out of me as I look around the Sharks cheerleaders' locker room, which construction was just finished on a few days ago. With custom-made wooden lockers lining the walls, crisp and clean cheerleading uniforms hanging on each one, glossy photos of each cheerleader mounted on the walls above the lockers, a wall of makeup tables and lighted mirrors for each cheerleader across from the lockers, with a kitchen and a weight room attached. It's every bit as perfect and fancy as the football players' locker room, right across the tunnel from this one. There's no stopping the huge smile that takes over my face when my eyes land on my absolute favorite part of the locker room. 2 industrial glass door refrigerators standing side by side next to the door that leads out to the tunnel. One filled to the brim with bottled water, and the other filled with every flavor sports drink they make. You did it, baby. I'm so proud of you. Quinn whispers as I sniffle and turn back around in his arms before I start crying all over again, like I did the first time I walked in here yesterday. The last 6 weeks have been a complete whirlwind that started with me accepting the job offer when I walked into Jeannie's office. Or should I say, when Quinn dragged me into the office, told Jeannie I was taking the job, then kissed me on the cheek and walked out of the room. Quinn dared me to have it all, and there's no way I could say no to a dare like that. And with how quickly everything happened afterward, I didn't have time to worry about what everyone would think about me accepting the job as the new director of the Sharks cheerleading organization. Quinn supported me, and that's all that mattered. 10 hours after meeting with Jeannie and signing my contract with the Sharks, after a much-needed shower, nap, and multiple rounds of sex with Quinn, I came back to the stadium to meet with 40 young women I hoped wouldn't have a bad opinion of me after everything that had been in the media. But unbeknownst to Jeannie, until right after that first lunch we had together at the varsity club, the Sharks cheerleaders had suffered similar treatment at the hands of their previous director and were more than welcoming to me when I took over, and I made sure they had everything they could possibly need to do the jobs they were hired to do. And the absolute best part of my job is that Jeannie told me I was more than welcome to use the dance studio on Summersweet Island to hold practices, if it was more convenient for me. Not only is it more convenient for me, and that dance studio is the place I grew up training in that holds a lot of special memories for me, but the girls absolutely love the privacy and quaintness of the island and freak out every time I schedule a practice there, instead of the studio by the stadium. And since the Sharks pay for whatever facilities I use, as well as food and lodging for the girls if needed, it means more revenue coming to my hometown, and there's definitely nothing wrong with that. Not only haven't I had time to worry about what people think, but Quinn makes absolutely sure I don't care either by constantly reminding me how hard I worked for this and how much I deserve to have it all, just like he does. I have my dream man, and I have my dream job, and I'm the luckiest woman in the world.
I love you. I can't wait to see you kick ass out there tonight,
Quinn says, pushing away all my nerves. The girls and I have spent the last 6 weeks working our asses off getting everything ready for today. One last showcase of all the dances they've performed over the last season, and 2 new ones I had them learn, until a final say goodbye and we get started with tryouts for next season in another month. Right after Palmer and Bertie's wedding, Tess and Bodie's baby shower, and right when Quinn needs to leave for summer training camp for 6 weeks. It will be the perfect distraction to stop me from missing him, and a chance to perfect my phone sex skills. I can't believe you wore this shirt tonight. To your place of employment. I shake my head at Quinn with a smile, my fingers tracing over the letters on his t-shirt Shepard made for him as we continue to slow dance.
It's your place of employment now, too. And a shirt that says dibs on the coach is just me marking my territory, so no one gets any funny ideas while you're out there kicking ass on the sidelines, looking hot as hell in that dress.
Don't forget, you have a meeting with your defensive coordinators tomorrow at 9 and then a call with your agent at 11:30, I remind him. After a lot of reassurances from Quinn that everything would be okay after he fired Tyler, and clearly with the position Tyler was in now, he was in no way equipped to make good on his threat to end Quinn, Shepard introduced him to his own agent. The 2 men hit it off immediately, and Quinn signed with him soon after. Quinn also took some time to really explain the business side of his job to me, and that all of the endorsement deals he had been canceling to spend time with me really were not important things for his career, nor things he wanted nor needed to do. Quinn only endorses products he's used and can 100% back. The things Tyler was booking for him were products and companies he had never even heard of or gave a shit about. He already has several very good endorsement deals, which include one of the top athletic clothing designers and one of the top sports drink manufacturers. Quinn is paid extremely well for everything he does. He doesn't need the money from those other endorsement deals. And Tyler really was just being greedy, only thinking about himself and how much money Quinn could make him.
Excuse me, Miss Flanagan, but is this creepy gentleman bothering you?
Quinn sighs under his breath and I laugh as we pull apart.
Very funny, Stanley.
Quinn grumbles with a smile on his face, shaking his head at one of the security guards for the stadium, who stands in the doorway with his own amused smile on his face.
Sorry to bother you. I know you said you wanted some privacy until showtime,
Stanley explains, making me blush thinking about what Quinn just did to me, hoping Stanley doesn't know that's why Quinn told him to keep everyone out for a little bit.
It's almost showtime, Coach. But there are a few very loud, very annoying people who'd like to say hi first.
I have just enough time to internally squeal when Stanley calls me Coach until all hell breaks loose in the locker room.
Did you see everyone looking at us walking into the tunnel with our VIP badges like we're the coolest people ever? I never feel like this when I win a golf tournament. Because golf sucks and you only win when I call you a dill sack. Ooh, a kitchen with snacks. Hands off the Cheetos, they're mine. Fucking finally. I almost lit the trash in that garbage can right outside the door on fire. Where's the bathroom? I have to pee again. I thought the cheerleading uniforms would be more sparkly. I should give them my card. It smells like football cum in here. What the hell does that even smell like? A big ego and the burning stench of a melted brain from too many concussions? Quinn looks at me with pleading eyes, and I quickly bring my fingers up to my mouth and blow out an ear-piercing whistle. So fucking hot. He mutters when all my friends finally shut up and I answer all of them at once. Palmer, you're definitely cool now because you're friends with the coach. Bodie, you can have 1 bag of Cheetos but no chocolate. Tess, the bathroom is the door right next to the kitchen. Shepard, the cheerleading uniforms are sparkly enough, but we can chat about the warm-up tracksuits. And Bertie, that's not football cum you're sensing, it's cheerleading, which smells like fun and shiny sparkles. That's my girl, Tess says, giving me a high five as she rushes past me to head to the bathroom. You ready to do this? Wren asks, moving out from under Shepard's arm around her shoulders to walk up to me and give me a big hug. Ready as I'll ever be, I say, squeezing her back and trying not to let my nerves get the best of me. We are so proud of you, Wren says, pulling back. Out there living your dream, doing big things, just like you were always destined to do. My eyes fill with tears, but I quickly blink them away as Quinn steps up behind me and rests his hands on my shoulders, giving me a gentle massage. My life is every bit as perfect as everyone else's in this room, and I almost can't believe it's real. I get to be at home on Summersweet Island, comfortable and relaxed, and then put on fancy clothes and shine at fancy events whenever I leave. It's all I've ever wanted out of life, and now I have it. I'm sorry I'm late. I had a... Yeah, we all know you had a date, Bertie says with a roll of her eyes, when one of my favorite people walks through the door and rushes across the room. Is there any time you don't have a date? Is there any time you aren't annoying? Laura Bennett, Wren and Bertie's mom, fires back at her daughter with a smile as she pulls me in for a hug. This woman has been a stand-in mom for me ever since the first day she found out my parents didn't have time to attend any of my games or competitions. Laura started showing up to everything, cheering louder for me than any other parent. She's the coolest 54-year-old I have ever met, and she has always treated me like one of her own. She gives the best advice, the best hugs, and refuses to ever settle down. Hopping from one younger man to the next is just who she is, and we love her for it. Although, we all secretly hope one of these days an age-appropriate man will show up on the island and sweep her off her feet. I love you, and I'm so proud of you, Laura says as she gives me an extra squeeze, pulling out of our hug and brushing a lock of hair out of my eyes to tuck it behind my ear. She smiles even bigger. Your mom is here. Quinn puts his hands back on my shoulders as butterflies start flapping in my stomach. More nervous about this information than walking out onto that field in a few minutes in front of everyone to show them they made the right decision giving me this job. My mom finally started talking to me again after that first dinner with them and Quinn, but things have been awkward and a little cold ever since I told her I accepted this job. Although, not with my dad. He has completely done a 180, being very outspoken about how proud he is of me, calling me every day to ask how work was, and probably asking me 10 times just in the last week alone what time he needed to be here tonight. I told you she'd come, Quinn tells me, kissing the top of my head. She probably only came because you threatened her and my dad finally got some balls, freaked out, and told her she had to, I remind him, looking back over my shoulder at him with a smile. I didn't threaten her. I just politely encouraged her to stop being upset you didn't want to run Sandbar Cottages, that Stephanie is more than qualified and has absolutely thrived running the place since you left, and that she needs to show you some support, or they might find themselves missing out on shark season tickets. Quinn smirks at me, making me want to kiss those dimples right off his cheeks. With Tess emerging from the bathroom and her and Bertie giving me big hugs and wishing me luck, Bodie tipping back the bag of Cheetos to get all the crumbs, the many pockets of his cargo shorts looking a little full and like he absolutely stole candy from the kitchen, we all make our way out of the locker room and into the tunnel. Stanley leads the way, with my friends chattering and laughing behind him, and Quinn and I bring up the rear, my heels clicking on the cement, with his hand wrapped firmly in mine. My friends all walk around my girls and wish them luck, and they stand in a huddle at the mouth of the tunnel that leads out onto the field. And Stanley takes my friends through a side door that will take them up into the stands. They all wave at me and blow me kisses one by one as they disappear through the door. Quinn pulls me against him and gives me a toe-curling kiss that makes my girls all whistle and cheer for us, before pulling apart with big, goofy smiles on our faces. Just think, when we first met, there was a lot of tension. Now we're both living the dream, madly in love. Quinn smiles at me. You could say it was a first intention. You're ridiculous. I shake my head and laugh at him. And you love my ridiculousness. It seems I do. With one more kiss to my forehead, Quinn takes a step back and turns me around to face the tunnel opening. As I stand right behind my girls, they start bouncing up and down in their huddle, wearing the new special event uniforms I ordered for them, shouting and cheering and getting each other pumped up for the show. Enjoy every single second of this moment that you earned and worked your ass off for, Quinn says, dropping his head behind me to speak close to my ear. And if you can't find me up in the stands, I'll be the one holding up the big glittery sign Shepard helped me make that says, I love you, Emily, and little chocolate tort Bagley, too. Quinn quickly moves away from me with a laugh before my elbow can jerk back and connect with his stomach. With a wink, he gives me a last soft press of his lips before he starts to back away. Get out there and shine, baby. Quinn smiles, making my heart skip a beat as he turns, then walks around the girls and disappears through the same door my friends did. The moment you've all been waiting for. Everyone, get on your feet. The roar of the crowd is deafening when the announcer speaks through the microphone, and just knowing everyone I love is out in the stands, ready to cheer me on and support my dreams, means more to me than anything in the world. I won't be out there on the 50-yard line this time, but I'm perfectly happy kicking ass from the sidelines now. Closing my eyes, that old familiar feeling hits me. Nerves mixed with excitement right before the music starts, when you're waiting in the tunnel of the stadium, remembering you only have one shot to execute everything perfectly in front of all those people, and knowing without a shadow of a doubt that all the hard work and sacrifice was worth it. Led by their new director, Emily Flanagan, everyone, get on your feet for the Virginia Beach Sharks cheerleaders! And knowing without a shadow of a doubt that the man you literally fell for, who supports your dreams and cheers you on, is worth it too. Because he can't shine without me, and I don't want to shine without him. This concludes First Intention by Tara Sivec, narrated by Kelsey Navarro and Tim Page. Copyright 2020 by Tara Sivec. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tara Sivec, care of Brower Literary and Management, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.